Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate, Alternative Celestial Dragon Family 1CD001I, The Time Traveler, Celestial Dragons. My name is Lin Tien, and I come from a blue planet. It was just an ordinary migrant worker, but I didn't expect that I would become the chosen one. Yes, such outrageous things like crossing happened to me. I traveled to the world of pirates and became celestial dragons, the nobles of the world that most people hate. My current name is Bernard Issan, and they all call me the Great Bernard Issan. After all, I'm living a life that I hate, but, although I hate it, let alone, I am enjoying the present life very much. Of course, Yi is not soul-piercing, but the whole person has traveled through the past, and the identity of celestial dragons is also given by the system. However, after the identity was given, the system said it would be activated, so 2 years have passed, and there is still no movement. I just came to One Piece world, and although I became a celestial dragons, Yi is very cautious in doing things, and even left the holy land of Myriad for a walk after a year. Then it took a few months to get familiar with it, and it became clear that celestial dragons are also divided into 369 grades. Some originally belonged to celestial dragons, but voluntarily gave up. They're called inferior people here, followed by ordinary celestial dragons like Yi, who have special treatment, enjoy life every day, and do not participate in any world government, some kind of decision. Then there are those who have real power. While enjoying special treatment, they also have the right to attend some kind of meeting of the world government, and so on. Yi is quite satisfied with his status as an ordinary celestial dragon, because he doesn't need to worry about various things, and he lives to enjoy. After familiarizing himself with the situation, Yi truly experienced the true meaning of the words celestial dragons joy in doing whatever they want. Money and women are basically nothing to worry about. It is no exaggeration to say that in the world where Yi used to be, whoever becomes celestial dragons will still fall. Advertisement Sanctuary Myriad on clean and bright roads. A voice broke the surrounding silence. Issan, do you want to go to the slave market together? Hearing this, Yi turned his head and caught his eyes. Is a fat celestial dragons riding slaves. His posture is much bigger than Yi. Besides the rider, there are several young women behind him. Undoubtedly, they all wore iron chains around their necks, and the ends of the iron chains were naturally in the hands of the celestial dragons riding slaves. Of course, if Yi wants, he can also ride slaves like the celestial dragons in front of him, and then pull a few more, but he doesn't have this hobby. However, although in terms of posture, the celestial dragons in front of him are very big, but in terms of appearance, Yi's appearance is dozens of blocks away from him. Tall figure, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, even if you look at the entire pirate world, Yi can't hold back in terms of appearance. But, except for Yi, all celestial dragons don't care about their appearance. Because in their eyes, appearance is useless. However, it is true that they have certain treatment, money, women, etc. These items are not lacking at all. Therefore, the appearance is very cheap in their eyes. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here, Saint Doric, Yi also said politely. Celestial dragons and celestial dragons are generally called without a surname, and the name behind is directly pronounced, and then an honorary title of Holy is added. Of course, although some celestial dragons have gone to extremes, Yi will not meddle in other things. After all, he just needs to be himself. Advertisement he doesn't care about what other people do, and he can't control it because it has nothing to do with him. As for the other celestial dragons, they will not come to trouble Yi. On the contrary, the relationship between them is quite harmonious. Your direction? Are you going to the slave market? Doric asked. Do not, Yi shook her head and explained, I just finished lunch and went out to do some activities. Well, if you happen to be fine, would you like to go to the slave market with me? It is said that a batch of high-quality goods came. Yi originally planned to refuse, but thought that he just had nothing to do, so it would be nice to go shopping with him. Well, even if you invited me, I won't refuse. Since he said there are high-quality goods, he might find something that suits his liking if he goes to have a look. Of course, Yi definitely has no interest in men. After all, he doesn't need a mount. If a man is not suitable for a mount, what is the use of buying it? Come on, Yi doesn't engage in homosexuality and buys men. For him, it's a waste of money and time. Doric glanced back at his female slaves, then chose a woman who looked more powerful, and ordered, go, use Issan as a mount. After that, he loosened the iron chain that tied her, and the woman walked towards Yi with strides. No, thank you for your kindness, but I'm not used to this, I just walk, Yi replied. It's not that Yi is ungrateful, but that he's really not used to it. 002 slave auction. It would be better to ride a pet that is bigger than me, or other large pets, but I am riding a woman who is shorter than me and whose body is not as big as my own. Tisk tisk tisk, forget it, don't mention the twists and turns, the main reason is that it is inconvenient. Yi refused, and Dolak smiled, but didn't say much. And the female slave tactfully handed back the end of the iron chain to her master, and then stood back. Taking the exclusive lift, Yi and the others quickly arrived at the ground of the Sabaody archipelago from the holy land of Myriad. Wherever they pass, the avenue gives way, and everyone kneels. This is how celestial dragons are treated, and Yi is already used to it. Most of their faces are in awe, and what hides in awe is fear and jealousy. There is no doubt that although their faces are in awe of celestial dragons, they all hate celestial dragons and at the same time want to be celestial dragons. The walking speed of Yi and his group was not fast, but not very slow either. After about half an hour, Yi and Doric walked into the slave auction at the same time. Normally, the auction has already started, but the slave auction has not yet started. Naturally, there is only one answer, that is, they know that today the slave auction will usher in the world's noble celestial dragons. As soon as the celestial dragons arrive, the auction begins. The host man began to introduce their items for today. Don't waste time, go directly to the item, down below. Yi's voice was not loud, but because he was sitting in the front, the host man naturally heard it. Gulu. He swallowed forcefully, but he didn't dare not listen, and immediately overturned all the lines he had prepared for a long time. Quick, hurry up and push up all the first things to be auctioned in our auction house. Issan is really in a hurry, Doric said with a smile on his face. I just don't want to hear him explain something useless, Yi said frankly. Advertisement item after item was pushed out of the slave auction house over time. Most of the ones who came out were burly male slaves. Of course, there were also a few female slaves among them. But Yi didn't like it because he looked a bit awkward, which wasn't his type. On the contrary, Doric next to Yi bought several in a row, but it didn't take much effort. After all, as long as Celestial Dragons bids, others basically don't ask for the price. On the one hand, it is because of status, and on the other hand, it is because of financial resources. Next is product number 23, from West Blue, a young beauty with excellent cooking skills and all-round housework, age 22, height 169, name, Rosie Minion. As long as you buy her, you can buy her every day. You can enjoy the rich food she prepared for you. All kinds of housework are included, and when you are tired, she can also be used as an artifact to relieve happiness. As soon as the host man's voice fell, discussions began below. Tisk tisk tisk, this is pretty, Gulu, it's rare to see such a beautiful woman in the auction house. Everyone, you all bought it, so don't rob me of this one. It just so happens that I want to change my taste recently. That can't be done. Whoever has the most money will get it. After all, this is a rare commodity. While they were discussing, above, the host man made an offer. Commodity number 23, the starting price is 600,000 Baileys. As soon as the words fell, Doric below immediately raised his sign. 1 million Baileys. As soon as these words came out, all the original discussions below came to an abrupt end, and they hesitated with the trademarks in their hands. My god. Celestial Dragons made a move. Yes, there is no other way, we can only give up. Although I'm a bit unwilling, there's nothing I can do about it. Needless to say, I know how important a woman is compared to my own life. Undoubtedly, after Doric made his move, no one was raising their cards anymore. In front of Yi, he originally wanted to hold up the placard and buy it back to be more eye-catching, but it turned out that Dolak raised the placard, so he had no intention of grabbing it. Of course, he didn't have any regrets in his heart. On the contrary, there was no disturbance in his heart. After all, he had no shortage of beauties. Advertisement, is there anything higher than 1 million Pele? The host man made a confirmatory inquiry. There was no movement in the audience, and finally, the host man tapped with a wooden hammer, which represented the deal. Yi didn't pay attention to the following products, and he felt sleepy towards the end. After the slave auction, Yi and Doric returned to the holy land of Myriad. Issan, you didn't buy a single slave this trip. On the way back, Doric did not ride the slave, but walked with Yi. Yi nodded, then continued, it doesn't matter if you buy it or not, I don't have any shortage. In this case, your trip will be in vain. How about it, I will give you one of the ones I bought. You can choose whichever you like, huh? Except for the giant, because he is big, and my new mount is the best. It couldn't be more appropriate. Yi was a little surprised by what Doric said. It was different from the celestial dragons in his impression. Although Yi is also a celestial dragons, to be honest, in the past 2 years, he has basically not negotiated with other celestial dragons. Seeing Dolak full of sincerity, Yi hesitated for a few seconds. Well, I can't let you suffer. I will spend as much as you spend on it. Doric shrugged, indifferently said, there is absolutely no need for this. Okay then. The final result is obviously that Yi chose the female slave he had his eyes on before. Of course, there are also some more expensive than her, but they just don't suit Yi's taste. 003 get compensation. Paperfruit returning to the holy land of Myriad. Yi and Doric parted ways and each went back to the castle where they lived. Go back, I'm safe here. Yes, Lord Bernard Issan, if you still need to order, please contact us, we will arrive as quickly as possible and serve you. Yi waved his hand, signaling the man in the black suit to step back. Immediately, he pulled the iron chain in his hand and slowly walked into his own castle. Welcome home, master. As soon as he entered the door, in an instant, 6 women in various clothes walked out and surrounded Yi. Undoubtedly, the style types of these women are naturally not the same type, but various. There are, mature, wind, rhyme, sexy, sensual, cute, gorgeous and flowery, etc., etc. Yes, they are all Yi's slaves. Compared with the other slaves of celestial dragons, they don't have any scars on their bodies, their eyes are full of life, and their clothes are neat and clean. It is no exaggeration to say that this is not considered a slave at all, and Yi did not treat them as a slave either. Yi dropped the iron chain and the key to the iron chain on the ground. Even if he did this, Ross Minion just stood there blankly, her eyes full of fear, which made her dare not move. As for Yi, soon with the help of his maid, he unfastened his bubble hood and the iconic celestial dragon's outfit he was wearing. To be honest, although these clothes are often worn, Yi is still not used to them. After all, it felt too inconvenient for him. After changing into looser clothes, and using a maid's legs as a pillow, he lay on the sofa, quietly eating the fruit fed by the maid. A moment later, Yi felt drowsy, and fell asleep with her head on the maid's legs. Not long after, there was a mechanical sound next to his ear. Ding dong, the treasure digging system has been loaded and activated successfully. With the sound of this voice, Yi suddenly sat up. My heart beat faster, and I was panting heavily. Are you alright, master? One of the maids asked worriedly. Yi Si didn't answer, calmed down, picked up the red wine on the table and drank it in big gulps. Advertisement. The woman standing on the other side quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped the red wine overflowing from the corner of Yi Si's mouth. I'm fine. Did you have a nightmare? Yi Si shook his head, then stood up, looked at Ross Minion who was still standing at the entrance and ordered. Use a key to unlock the iron chain on her body, then take her to take a bath and change into clean clothes. After leaving these words, Yi Si went upstairs. A certain maid followed up and asked, do I need to deliver it to you, master? No need, just introduce the rules here to her, good master. Seeing her chains being undone by the maid, Rose Minion's face was full of doubts at this moment. In her impression, the celestial dragons seemed to be a group of very perverted guys, but when they met today, they seemed different from what they imagined. You, Ross Minion said in a low voice, us? Just like you, we are all slaves bought by the master from outside. Listening to their explanation, Ross Minion couldn't believe it. After all, she didn't look like a slave no matter what. Why don't you run away? For Ross Minion's words, there were no waves on their faces, which seemed to be an unaccustomed thing. You can escape, replied the maid. This abnormal answer directly made Ross Minion dumbfounded. Of course, you are lucky to escape successfully, but if you are caught, the master will not look at you. Also, we don't need to escape, the master is very kind to us. After finishing speaking, the maid walked forward, not forgetting to order Ross Minion behind. Advertisement, come with me, I'll take you to the shower. Yi Si in the second floor bedroom. At this moment, the expression on his face was very rich. Finally, the system that has been loaded for 2 years has finally been successfully loaded. It would be a lie to say that I am not excited. As a time traveler, he knows the situation of celestial dragons better than anyone else. Ordinary people may be afraid of you, but those with strength, who will really put celestial dragons in their eyes? Only strength is the safest guarantee. To be honest, Yi Si doesn't want to be a lamb to be slaughtered. After all, celestial dragons will definitely have to pay a price in the end according to the development of the original book. Once you lose your protection, you will naturally become a public enemy of the world. In the following time, Yi Si began to explore the functions of the system. As the name suggests, the treasure digging system can dig treasure once a week, and the rewards come from all things in the world. In other words, weapons or abilities or even people can be exploded, etc. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received compensation. The enhanced version, paper fruit, fear of seawater, sea stone and other attributes have been weakened by 50%. As soon as the system's voice fell, Yi Si suddenly felt a little heavy in his hands. Looking down, a round fruit with yellow skin and spiral patterns appeared on his hand. Paper fruit doesn't seem to exist in pirates. What I want to write about is probably the kind of ability similar to Conan in Hokage. 004. This is devil fruit. Although it has been 2 years since I came to One Piece World, this is the first time Yi Si has seen devil fruit. Paper fruit, he muttered to himself. Even though he was eager for power now, he couldn't help hesitating. After all, he was worried that this fruit was not very practical, but after thinking about it later, he could get other things from the system in the future, and his heart was relieved a lot. Yi Si picked it up and took a bite, probably because the system has been strengthened. This devil fruit is not as unpalatable as described in the original book. On the contrary, he quite liked the taste and texture. In a short while, a medium-sized fruit fell into Yi Si's stomach. Standing there for a few minutes, Yi Si didn't feel any abnormality or discomfort in her body. However, he soon discovered the abnormality. His body became much lighter, and his strength was much greater than before. Call. As Yi Si mobilized this power, his body suddenly turned into countless sheets of paper and fluttered. Soon, the paper gathered together again, and Yi Si's appearance emerged again. Is this the ability of this devil fruit? It doesn't seem to disappoint me. Yi Si was secretly delighted. After all, the practicality of this devil fruit is quite good. Brush. Afterwards, Yi Si waved his hand, and several small and large pieces of paper separated from his hand, flying out like sharp arrows. Bang bang bang. As a result, it was obvious that all of them were inserted into the wall. Waving again, the pieces of paper inserted on the wall are disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Si did not test his devil fruit ability too much. After all, this place is not easy to test. He opened his properties panel. Host, Bernard Yi. Advertisement excavation level. 1/0200, digging times. 1/77, can increase the chance of digging as the level of digging increases. Role. None ability. Paper fruit, 1/1000, improves the running in degree, which will make the quality of devil fruit to a higher level. Excavation location. Positioning mode can be turned on. Warehouse. None. The rules and regulations of the property panel are still very easy to understand. It seems that it is exactly as I expected. Not only can items be excavated, but even characters from the Myriad Worlds can be revealed. Tisk tisk tisk, I love this system. Of course, the only bad thing is that mining is not just a matter of digging casually. You need to reach the location specified by the system to dig in order to get rewards. After pouring a cup of hot tea, Yi Si walked out of the bedroom, ready to see what was going on with Ross Minion. However, when he went downstairs, he saw Rosie Minion sneaking up the window and looking around. In the next second, it was obvious that Yi Si's gaze directly collided with her, causing her to fall straight down in fright. The sound of the movement attracted Yi Si's servants around, but they didn't take any action, as if they were used to it. And Yi Si, while drinking hot tea, walked over in a calm manner. I just want to clean the windows. Yi Si ignored her, walked past her, walked to the gate, and pushed it open. If you want to escape, go out directly from the gate. There is no need to climb the window. If you break my window, you have to pay according to the price. As soon as the words fell, Yi Si sat back on the sofa, picked up the newspaper on the table, and read it quietly. For her, Yi Si doesn't want to say more useless nonsense. Because, there is absolutely no need for this. If it was before, Yi Si might still try to tame and so on. Advertisement, but now, he is too lazy to say anything, or do something. Even if she leaves, nothing will be lost to Yi Si. The hall fell silent. Ross Minion froze in place, a little distracted. Yi Si's reverse operation made her confused. A trap? Rose Minion muttered softly. However, after thinking about it, as Yi Si of Celestial Dragons, there is absolutely no need to set any traps. He can do whatever he wants, anytime, anywhere. Moreover, the ignorance shown from him is real, not pretended. As this man? Really Celestial Dragons? It always feels different from the Celestial Dragons I remember. Rose Minion thought to herself. After standing still for a few minutes, she mustered up the courage and walked over to Yi Si. What will happen if I walk out from here? Yi Si heard the sound, glanced at her, and then continued to look at the newspaper. To be honest, Yi Si doesn't feel as interested in her as the newspaper. Seeing that Yi Si was silent, Roz Minion didn't dare to ask more questions. Instead, the maid at the side said softly, "Go out, maybe you can get free, or maybe you will be caught and become someone else's slave. Let's take a look. I don't know if I like this type, but I feel quite uneasy. If you like it, please leave some traces, give some flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, these are free, please vote, this is my motivation. You can also leave book reviews in the book review area. You are very welcome to comment and write for book reviews, even a 123 would be fine. Otherwise, I always feel that I am in a single player, it's a bad feeling. Let me talk about the rules of adding updates. If the number of flowers exceeds 1000 and add more sheets today, there will be no cap. If the evaluation votes exceed 300 plus one more, there's no cap. Add more than 500 collections, no cap. 10 monthly tickets plus one more, no cap. 3 rewards plus 1 update, no cap. 100 VIP is also a reward. In short, please ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, and all support. 005 dig for the first time and get a character card, seeking flowers. Hearing this, Ross Minion hesitated and looked at Yi Si, who was concentrating on reading the newspaper. Looking at all the women around Yi Si again, his inner decision is still a little tangled at this moment. She didn't know if she had to walk out of this gate and what would come after she went out. Even if you go out and be free. As an orphan, the only shop he cared about has been destroyed, and the town has been wiped out by pirates. It can be said that she has nowhere to go. I'm hungry, go get me some snacks. Yi said without looking up. Okay, master, what kind of snack do you want to eat? Yi Si thought about it for a moment, a little unsure about paying attention, and finally said casually, it's the same. Okay, master, wait a moment. After saying that, one of the maids turned and left. I'll do it. Rose Minion took the initiative to speak out and followed the maid. Regarding this move of Rose Minion, Yi Si did not make a sound. Continue to read the newspaper. He basically reads the newspaper every day, not for anything else, just to understand the situation outside. At this time, the original plot has not yet begun. There are no 4 emperors, no Shichibukai, Sengoku isn't martial yet, Luo Jia hasn't become One Piece yet. Now, the only one with great reputation in this sea is the Locks Pirates. After reading the newspaper, Yi Si casually picked up the wanted notice on the side. This wanted notice was obtained when he was in the Sabaody archipelago. Generally speaking, celestial dragons basically don't pay attention to the outside situation, let alone read newspapers and wanted notices. Captain of the Locks Pirates, Locks Zebek offers a bounty of 4 billion Baileys. Officer, Edward Newgate 2 billion. Officer, Shiki 2 billion. Officer, Charlotte Linlin 2 billion inches advertisement. Yi Si thought to himself. Don't ask why there's no D on the Locks wanted poster, it's because the world government hides it. Not long after, the maid and Roz Minion came to Yi Si with snacks. Putting a white napkin on Yi Si randomly picked up one and tasted it with a spoon. Not to mention, as the hostman said, Roz Minion is very good at cooking. How about it? Rose Minion asked in a low voice. Yi Si glanced at her and said casually, it's okay, besides, don't you want to run? If you want to run, you'd better run early. If you hesitate, you will only disturb me. I won't run away. Why? Because I feel like you're different from the other celestial dragons. Rose Minion originally thought that Yi Si would say something nice when she said this, but who knew, Yi Si just dropped a sentence. Be honest if you don't run away. After that, Yi Si began to concentrate on eating snacks. After a long time, after the snacks were finished, Yi Si took off the napkin and wiped her mouth. I'm going out for a while. Okay, master. As Yi Si's voice fell, the maid wisely brought the celestial dragon's exclusive clothes. After finishing these things, Yi Si went out. Turn on positioning mode, ding, it's turned on. As soon as the system sound fell, a virtual location popped up in front of Yi Si. Fortunately, the location of the excavation this time is also in the Holy Land of Myriad, not far from Yi Si. After walking for about 10 minutes, he arrived successfully. Gazing at the grove, Yi Si sighed. Fortunately, the excavation site this time is not in the home of other celestial dragons, otherwise we can only wait for the next excavation opportunity. Advertisement indeed, if the digging location is brushed in the home of other celestial dragons, it is really difficult to do. You can't go to dig in other people's home, right? Except for the protagonist, other people can't see anything, they can only see that the protagonist is digging a hole. Of course, as long as you dare, you can, but trouble is necessary. From the beginning, Yi Si did not intend to be so high profile, but acted cautiously. After all, there are not only ordinary celestial dragons living in the Holy Land of Myriad, but there may even be some ruthless characters that Yi Si doesn't know about. All, in a word, be careful sailing the 10,000 years boat. Tap tat tat. Yi Si took a few steps, passing through a pile of grass, and soon, he saw a square piece of land glowing blue that only he could see. Ding, check that the host has arrived at the excavation site, whether to dig or not. Yes. As soon as Yi Si finished speaking, his palms sank, and there was an extra shovel in his hand. Huh? It's quite humane. Saying that, Yi Si walked to the ground emitting blue light without hesitation to dig. It is still very simple to operate, and the ground seems to have undergone some systematic treatment. It only needs to be dug lightly, and the ground with blue light will collapse directly. Hint, get character card X1. Hint, gain experience 10. Hint, gain experience 10. Looking at the reminder plate in front of him, Yi Si paused. Is this okay? At first Yi Si thought it might be quite difficult, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Let me see, I got a character card. Yi Si muttered and scanned the surroundings. He didn't intend to use it here, but returned to his castle, and was slowly thinking about it later. 006 first character card, Uchiha Madara. Before leaving, Yi Si filled up the hole he had dug, then stepped on it with his feet, and finally left as if nothing had happened. Back in his own castle, through the window, he could see that Rosie Minion was chatting with other maids. For a while, he stood upright and behaved gracefully, and then he returned to his original casual look. Obviously, she was humbly asking those maids for advice at this moment, and the result was also obvious that she really didn't intend to run away. Yi Si looked through the window for a few seconds, then didn't linger too long, walked straight to the door, then pushed it open, and walked in. Seeing this, many maids came over one after another. Welcome home, master. Some closed the door, and some took off the bulky celestial dragon's clothing for Yi Si. Ross Minion stood aside for a moment, appearing to have a low sense of presence, and was very nervous inside. She quickly walked up to Yi Si, and said softly, Master, Master. Although I felt that the word master was a bit twisted, I still held back my scalp and shouted out. I want something to eat, she continued. But as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that it was half an hour ago. I just ate, and when I was nervous, I said something wrong. Yi Si gave her a speechless look and didn't say much, but simply responded, no need. Immediately, he went straight to the second floor. Minion, what are you talking about? The master just had a snack not long ago. I'm sorry, sisters, when I'm nervous, professional words come out. Rose Minion hurriedly apologized, looking a little cute. The relationship between Rose Minion and the maids has become much closer, and the maids also take good care of her. After all, in their eyes, they all suffer the same and should help each other. Minion, you don't have to be too nervous, the master won't eat you, he is a very good person. Yeah, I used to think that my life would end the moment I became a slave, but it wasn't until I met the master. Advertisement. When the slaves were mentioned, the faces of the maids were neither fear nor anger, but a warm expression. Ross Minion can roughly conclude that he really met a special celestial dragons. Okay, let's continue with the rules here, Ross Minion nodded without any sense of impatience, and was even very serious. Yi Si didn't care about the affairs in the lobby, and he opened his virtual panel when he walked up to the lobby on the second floor. Host. Bernard Yi Si. Dig level. 1, 2200ths. Digging times. 0, 1/7. Can increase the chance of digging as the level of digging increases. Role. None ability. Paper fruit, 1/1000th. Improves the running in degree, which will make the quality of devil fruit to a higher level. Digging location. Insufficient digging times, unable to locate. Warehouse. Character card X1, use a character card. Ding, it's the first time to use Detect Host, I will introduce you. The obtained character will be 100% loyal to the host. The obtained character will unlock progress. The higher the progress unlocked, the host has a chance to inherit a certain ability of the character, and the character will also exert its own greater power. When the progress reaches 100%, the character will obtain stronger strength than the original peak strength of the world. Ding, are you sure to use it? The explanation of the system is not difficult to understand, and you can get a general idea at a glance. Advertisement, use. Yi Si answered directly without too much hesitation. Ding, the character card has been consumed successfully. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the source, Hokage World, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Yi Si was taken aback. As a senior anime fan, when the system mentioned Hokage and Uchiha Madara, a picture flashed through his mind. At the same time, in front of him, a white light particle suddenly appeared, and the light particles gathered together to form a humanoid. In the next second, a man with long hair, a hedgehog head, wearing a tight black combat uniform with red laminated armor on the outside, with his hands folded on his chest, appeared in front of Yi Si with a look of disdain. Uchiha Madara stood there and hesitated for a moment. Finally spoke. World government, pirates, celestial dragons, it's a wonderful world, don't you think so, Bernard Yi Si? Hearing this, Yi Si was a little shocked. These are the basic common sense of this world. It seems that the system had already conveyed some basic information to him when he was allowed to come into this world. Indeed, a wonderful world. Madara, is there anything else you need to understand? Uchiha Madara shook his head. I already know what I should know. Yi Si nodded. The system is very good, it has explained everything to him before he came, and saves the trouble of taking time to explain to him later. 007 Madara. Yi Si, bodyguard, understand? Oh, by the way, for now, there is still a problem that needs more attention. Uchiha Madara didn't make a sound, just looked at Yi Si quietly, waiting for his next words. This world also has its rules. From the front, it's better for us to do our own thing. You should restrain yourself, Yi Si ordered. Indeed, with Uchiha Madara's long Aoshin character, if the celestial dragons make trouble in front of them, it is estimated that his head will be screwed off and kicked as a ball. After all, in his eyes, the world aristocrats, celestial dragons and the world government are all a fart. In this world, he only recognizes Bernard Issan, although it has the character of Long Aoshin. Uchiha Madara is not a stunned young man. He knows what to do and what not to do. I see what you do, Uchiha Madara said calmly. Issan nodded, but didn't say much. Go to the closet and open it. Choose a suit of clothes by yourself and change them on. Your clothes seem a bit out of place with this world. After changing, go downstairs. After leaving these words, Issan left first, waiting for Uchiha Madara on the first floor. Moments later, Uchiha Madara had changed into a black suit. When he came down from the second floor, facing this strange face, and Uchiha Madara's original arrogance, these maids felt a crisis. So, their reaction was a bit big. Master, there are thieves. Protect the master. I'll call the people from the world government right away. In an instant, several maids stood in front of Issan. Although they are weak, they still stand in front of Issan without thinking about their own lives. Ross Minion froze for a moment, and although he didn't understand what was going on, he followed them and stood in front of Issan. After doing this, Uchiha Madara turned around in confusion, glanced around, and found that there was no one else behind. He suddenly realized that the thief was talking about himself. Hey, how long are you going to be silent? Issan slowly got up from the sofa. To be honest, their move made Issan very pleased, at least they didn't treat them in vain. Retire, he is my friend. Advertisement, what? Everyone looked back at Issan, and their tense nerves were relieved. Another maid who just wanted to contact a member of the world government with a phone bug also put it down slowly. Now that Issan said they were friends, they didn't say much, and immediately withdrew. At a glance, Uchiha Madara is still very handsome in a suit, and has the feeling of a thug in a suit. It fits well, Issan said. When it comes to dressing, Uchiha Madara doesn't care much. Let's go prepare the dinner party and celebrate it well, Issan instructed the maid on the side. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Rose Minion took the initiative to take on this task. In a blink of an eye, 2 or 3 days have passed. Issan's schedule has not changed because of the arrival of Uchiha Madara. During these 3 days, Issan never left the holy land of Myriad. However, the relationship between Issan and Uchiha Madara has improved a lot, at least talking and laughing, not as stern as before. Noon. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was still lying on the sofa, reading the newspaper quietly, which was the only tool he could use to relieve boredom. Let's go. Issan was already donning the iconic Celestial Dragon's outfit, as well as a bubble head mask, on the sidelines. Uchiha Madara leaned forward and glanced at Issan. Where are you going? Don't you want to go out? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara hastily stood up. Can you finally leave this ghostly place and go outside to have a look? Issan, your clothes are really strange. Uchiha Madara made complaints while exercising her muscles and bones. Issan shrugged, a little helpless. Don't wear it, leave the holy land of Myriad. Those idle celestial dragons are coming to nag me again. Advertisement yes, all the celestial dragons here are wearing bubble hoods because they think they are too noble to breathe the same air as ordinary people. In this way, Issan didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but if others didn't wear it, they would go over and tell them to pay attention to their identity, and so on. In the end, Issan will still wear it for unnecessary trouble. I didn't mean it wasn't good looking, Uchiha Madara explained. If you hadn't said it with a smile, I would have believed it. A few moments later, the sanctuary Myriad, the city gate. What? Great Lord Bernard Issan, are you going down alone? Yes. For the safety of your life, please let me follow, lest some unscrupulous untouchables below will attack you. The man in the black suit said seriously. I've hired bodyguards, you don't need to follow me in the future, Issan responded lightly. Obviously, the bodyguard that Issan mentioned was Uchiha Madara at the side. Of course, this was just a lie to fool the world government personnel. To be honest, Issan felt very impatient to be followed by them all the time. He didn't have the opportunity before, but now he has the opportunity, so there is no need for it at all. The great Bernard Issan. Before the man in black had finished speaking, Issan interrupted directly and said coldly, are you teaching me how to do things? No, don't dare, you defeated my bodyguard, I listened to you. Issan left a word and sat down on a chair beside her. The man in the black suit looked at Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara seemed a little indifferent and said, hurry up, you are in a hurry. The black man frowned slightly, and immediately attacked Uchiha Madara in the next second. Boom. A cloud of smoke rose slowly, and on the other side of the smoke, Uchiha Madara clapped his hands and walked out of the city gate side by side with Issan. When the smoke cleared, the man in the black suit reappeared in everyone's field of vision. It's just that at this moment, his head has been inserted into the soil, and the surrounding ground has cracks of different shapes. 008 meet, trainee crew member Kaido joins. It's a bit heavy, Madara. Just walked up the elevator, Issan from outside the city gate looked at the man in black suit who was still stuck on the ground, and said indifferently. It's just gravel, who is he protecting? The world government is really stingy. Uchiha Madara sat in a chair beside him and responded. Issan also sat on the armchair at the side, and continued. They are just a show by the world government, to make most celestial dragons feel at ease, but under normal circumstances, this is enough. After all, no one is usually foolish enough to attack celestial dragons. Indeed, ordinary people understand that attacking celestial dragons is tantamount to a dead end, and some powerful people understand that once they attack celestial dragons, Admiral or CP0 from Naval Headquarters will lead the army. Therefore, for unnecessary trouble, under normal circumstances, they would not be so stupid as to ask for trouble. As you said, it doesn't matter as long as it doesn't involve us, Uchiha Madara replied. There is no purpose in this trip, mainly because Uchiha Madara wants to understand the surrounding situation. Then I drank in a more famous tavern and talked about locks and other pirates. Yi Si, how's it going? Are you interested in doing some activities? Before leaving, Uchiha Madara asked suddenly, activity? Let's discuss it. I feel uncomfortable staying on it these days, Uchiha Madara said lightly. As soon as the words came out, Yi Si was taken aback for a moment. Isn't that just right? He's always wanted to test his devil fruit abilities. There was no chance to show it in the holy land of Myriad, but now, it is a great opportunity to come down. It sounds good, so let's move around. Soon, the two of them came to an open area, some distance from the town, so there were no other people here. Yi Si quickly took off his celestial dragon's costume and put it on the rock beside him. The two stood facing each other. Take it easy. Before the fight, Yi Si gave an instruction. Yi Si's basic strength is not too weak. After all, in the past 2 years, he has not been eating, drinking and having fun all the time. He will still spend a little time to practice his physical skills. Now, coupled with the ability he obtained from devil fruit, on the whole, he still feels quite confident in dealing with some pirates with a value of less than 100 million. I'll be careful, Yi Si. Then let's start. As soon as Yi Si's words fell, many parts of his body were papered. Moreover, around the body, there are papers of various sizes floating around. Immediately afterwards, the papers were put together, and a paper weapon was held in Yi Si's hands. Advertisement. He ran wildly and ran towards Uchiha Madara aggressively. I saw Uchiha Madara fast seal. Bang! A cloud of white mist rose in front of him. In the next second, Uchiha Madara rushed out with a sickle in his hand. Dang dang dang. Soon, the two were fighting. Although Yi Si's weapon is made of paper, strictly speaking, his hardness is not inferior to normal weapons. Boom! The two weapons collided again, and Uchiha Madara was obviously stronger than Yi Si, and he was suddenly backed by a shock. Ka ka ka. Suddenly, at the moment he stepped back, more paper appeared around him. With a wave of his hand, the papers flew out like sharp arrows. Shish. The sound of the air being torn was constantly heard around. Dang dang dang. Uchiha Madara didn't intend to dodge in front, and waved the sickle to keep resisting, but saw too many behind. He gave up wasting energy and began to dodge to the side. Bang bang bang. The pieces of paper fell on the ground, and the ground became riddled with holes. A huge cloud of smoke followed. Shish. Yi Si waved again, and countless papers were shot at Uchiha Madara again. It's really a troublesome ability. With a mutter, Uchiha Madara formed a mudra with one hand. Fire-style fire extinguishment. Taking a breath of cold air, Uchiha Madara exhaled directly, and suddenly a huge ball of flame flew towards the approaching paper. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, it exploded directly in the middle. A gust of air swept around. Advertisement, can't stop. Yi Si frowned, and the surrounding paper began to stick behind him, and soon formed a pair of paper wings. He flew straight into the sky, dodging the impact of the flames. He stretched out his hand again, and 3 spears made of paper appeared out of thin air. Drink! With a soft shout, the spear flew towards Uchiha Madara. Although the attack power of this blow is very good, but for Uchiha Madara, who has a lot of combat experience, it is still a bit tricky. His figure is very agile, and he can easily avoid the bombardment with 2 or 3 jumps. In less than half an hour, Yi Si was defeated. Hoo-hoo. Lying on the ground, he gasped heavily. Overall, Yi Si is quite satisfied. This devil fruit is much more practical than imagined. It can defend, fly, melee, and long range. In this battle, his devil fruit has not been developed much. If he develops it in the future, plus his own basic ability becomes stronger, and then the use of Haki is added, it can still play an incredible effect. Are you okay? Uchiha Madara walked over slowly. Yi Si got up and shook her head. I'm exhausted, I feel a little exhausted. Saying that, Yi Si walked to the rock at the same time, and put on the clothes of celestial dragons. Okay, let's go back. However, just after they left for a while, a group of people came towards the two of them. Soon, they met. Yi Si thought it was just a group of villagers, but when he saw the leader, he instantly understood. That's right, this person is not an ordinary passerby, but one of the future 4 emperors in the original book, Kaido, who has the title of the strongest creature. And now, if Yi Si guessed correctly, he should now be a member of the Lock's Pirates internship crew. Before Yi Si and the others spoke, the people on Kaido's side spoke out first. Captain Kaido. This guy is wearing celestial dragons, one of the Lock's Pirates trainees uttered. 009 Yi Si. Kaido, you have a hard head. Kaido glanced sharply at Yi Si and Uchiha Madara in front of him, and then responded to his teammates. I'm not blind, can't I see it? Another intern crew member of the Lock's Pirates walked up to Kaido and whispered, Captain Kaido, let's not make trouble. Captain Locks told us to go ashore to collect supplies. If we attack the celestial dragons, we're just asking for trouble. Marine Admiral or CP0 will be here any minute. Yeah, Captain Kaido, I don't want to cause trouble, so as not to cause any trouble to Captain Locks. The pirate on the right also agreed with the previous statement. Kaido glanced at the 2 people on the side, and said in a deep voice, you mean, Captain Locks will be afraid of their celestial dragons? Will he be afraid of the Marine Admiral? When? Of course it doesn't mean that. As long as he can't notify Marine, that's enough. According to the information I have, as long as the guy in black is moved down in an instant, they won't be able to contact Marine. The remaining celestial dragons are nothing more than a straw bag with a head on its head, Kaido said his own analysis. And indeed, the process of celestial dragons generally looks like this. This guy. Why does he look familiar? Uchiha Madara stared at Kaido and asked Yi Si. In the Holy Land of Myriad, you should have seen his reward order, Kaido, a member of the Lock's Pirates, has a reward of 150 million Baileys, Yi Si said lightly. 150 million Baileys, this is not a small bounty. Maybe, in other smaller pirate groups, you can get a good position. But in the Locks Pirates, it's really nothing. The reason is very simple, because in the Locks Pirates, the bounty is too high. Listening to Yi Si's words, Uchiha Madara still doesn't have any impression, just thinks that Kaido looks familiar, and can't think of anything else. Tap tat tat. Just as Yi Si was talking, Kaido ran over wielding a mace. However, his target is not Yi Si, but Uchiha Madara beside him. I saw Kaido leaping, and a mace fell towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, just in time, his weapon hadn't been retracted yet. I saw him holding the sickle in his hand and quickly defending. When the mace collided with the sickle and the flames scattered. The ground that Uchiha Madara stepped on had visibly sunk a bit. Advertisement. It is conceivable that the power of this blow is not small. Yi Si at the side didn't hesitate too much, but sat on a rock not far away and then gave instructions. Madara, don't play, quickly bring him down. Under other circumstances, Yi Si would still allow Uchiha Madara to play, but the current situation is a bit special. After all, the members of the Locks Pirates are here, which means that the Locks Pirates are around here. If the time drags on and Locks or the cadres come here, things will get serious. I see. Uchiha Madara responded to Yi Si even though he was fighting. Stop looking down on people. You be ************. Hearing Yi Si's joke-like words, Kaido felt a little angry inside, and the mace in his hand tightened even more. The swing got stronger, but even so, the expression on Uchiha Madara's face remained unchanged. Dang dang dang. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara went straight to his chance and struck out to drive Kaido back. He spun a few times in the air and then fell to the ground. Captain Kaido, are you alright? The other trainee crew on the side hurried over and helped Kaido up. Kaido frowned slightly, a little surprised in his heart. Not long ago, he heard a senior on the boat mention that those world government personnel who followed the Celestial Dragons were just rookies. Our trainee crew can fight 10 at a time. Our trainee crew can fight 10 each. B*************. D. Are you sure you're not bluffing me? Kaido cursed. Not to mention the trainee crew, the strength of this guy in front of him, even the cadres may not be able to handle it. After all, although Kaido is still a trainee crew member, his strength has surpassed that of some regular crew members. As I said before, don't mess with the Celestial Dragons, it's fine now, one of the trainee crew members complained. Shut up, Captain Locks asked me to be the captain, you have to obey, Kaido retorted. Okay, you have the final say, what do you want now? Before he contacts Naval Headquarters, let's go together. Advertisement, nonsense, I don't believe so many people can't beat him. Kaido said something coldly, then picked up the mace on the ground. Where? The Celestial Dragons. It's good to go to one of them, and it will also distract his bodyguards and create opportunities for us. Okay, Captain Kaido, listen to you. Soon, a temporary plan was reached, one of the pirates set off in the direction of Yi Si, and all the rest were to besiege Uchiha Madara. Yi Si sat on the rock and didn't dodge it, just quietly watching the pirates approaching every step of the way. Go to hell. The pirate took an axe and slashed straight at Yi Si. Boom. In an instant, smoke and dust rose from where Yi Si was sitting just now. Did it work? It seems that it really is a straw bag with a head on it, the pirate muttered. The voice just fell. Papers floated out of the smoke one by one. The pirate noticed something strange, and just wanted to retreat some distance. Unexpectedly, the paper stuck to his body, and the more posts there were, the sooner he lost his ability to fight. Beside him, the remaining papers were put together, and slowly, Yi Si's figure appeared in his vision again. Are you? Demon fruit power? Yi Si didn't answer his words, but looked at Kaido and sighed softly. Kaido, you have a hard head. 010 play Celestial Dragons? I have the most experience? At this moment, the pirate's heart was bewildered. Isn't it said that Celestial Dragons are all idiots with their heads on their heads? But what happened? This is completely different from what you said. Yi Si stretched out his hand, and the paper slowly gathered around his palm. Soon a straight, sharp spear was held in his hand again. Seeing this, the pirate became visibly agitated and kept struggling, but it was of no use at all, he couldn't break free at all. Why? This is obviously just a thin layer of paper, why can't I break free? Yi Si didn't talk nonsense to him, he just waved the spear in his hand and threw it at the pirate in front of him. Call out. The sharp paper spear pierced directly through his body, and stuck to the ground obliquely. Peefed. The pirate vomited blood, and after struggling for a while, there was no movement, obviously, he was dead. The papers attached to his body were loosened one by one, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the dead body lying on the ground, Yi Si said coldly, do you really think that all Celestial Dragons are straw bags with heads? As soon as the words fell, there was a violent explosion not far away. Yi Si looked around, and above the thick smoke, a light blue, skull-shaped titan loomed. Others definitely don't know what this is, but Yi Si knows it all. This is the exclusive ability of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. And the result over there is also obvious. How could Kaido alone and a group of trainee crew members be Uchiha Madara's opponent? It didn't take long for them to be scattered, and some people had already fled. Swipe. In the smoke and dust, a figure flew towards Yi Si's direction. Snapped. It happened to land in the direction in front of Yi Si, and he looked down at Kaido, who was covered in blood and had a bruised nose and face. Didn't expect that. Kaido. Meet a guy whose head is stronger than yours. Yi Si said with a smile on his face, at the same time. Uchiha Madara walked over while arranging her suit. Advertisement, it's all done, you see how to deal with it. Ka ka ka. Yise's body broke away from the paper again, slowly forming a huge spear. How else to deal with it? Of course he was killed on the spot. Although Kaido has few achievements now, but as a time traveler, he is very clear. If you let it go and let him grow, it will definitely be a disaster for me in the future. Therefore, will not let go of any opportunity, and those that can be eradicated must be eradicated as soon as possible. If I have a chance, I will not let people who threaten me survive. While speaking, the huge spear was already in his hand. Goodbye. As soon as the words fell, brandished the spear directly and stabbed down. It seemed like a 100% chance. Unexpectedly, that guy Kaido suddenly cheated. Directly a flexible roll to avoid the thrust of the spear. Then he got up quickly, without even looking at and Uchiha Madara, and ran at super fast speed. Opened his eyes wide and looked at Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara also looked at in surprise. This? What the hell? Fake corpse? Playing dead? I'm going to chase. Uchiha Madara was about to leave, but grabbed her. Forget it, it's going to be troublesome if you run into locks later. To be honest, Kaido's operation really showed off However, it is true that in the original book, Kaido was originally a seemingly rough guy, but in fact he was very shrewd and resourceful. In the scene just now, even tricks were used, and it can already be shown that he is not a guy with a simple mind and well-developed limbs. I thought he passed out. Uchiha Madara looked a little weird. Don't talk about you, I thought he had fainted too, but I didn't expect. That guy was pretending. He was waiting for the opportunity to escape. I really underestimated him. Sighed deeply, missing an opportunity to solve the future troubles. Let's go. Get out of this place of right and wrong. This place is not safe, and if the guys from Locks find it later, it will be troublesome, he continued. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara nodded, agreeing with what said. After a long time, Sabaody Archipelago, by the coast. Locks and his gang are having a big party on board. Most of the people looked drunk. One of the pirates was covered in blood, he ran rolling and crawling, and shouted loudly, "It's not good, it's not good." Everyone heard the words and looked down. Seeing him like this, everyone immediately became vigilant. Captain Locks. Captain Locks, this is bad. Locks walked up, looked down at the trainee crew below, and said slowly, "What's going on? Didn't I ask Kaido to lead the team to let you collect materials?" "Yes. That's right." His tone of voice was a little trembling, obviously he hadn't calmed down yet. Locks' eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Have you been attacked by a marine?" "Yes." "Oh no, it's celestial dragons and his bodyguards," the pirate said out of breath. "Celestial dragons?" One of the cadres came out and laughed while drinking. "I have the most experience in fighting celestial dragons. It's really useless. I asked you to collect some supplies, and they all brought Marine Admiral here." Another cadre also came out, and naturally he didn't have a good face. "Captain Locks, let's kill this useless piece of trash, staying with us will only make us laugh." "No. Not." The pirate quickly explained. "We didn't recruit Marine Admiral, we were attacked by celestial dragons and celestial dragons' bodyguards." As soon as the words came out, the Locks pirates were silent for a moment, and then everyone laughed out loud. Brush. With a burst of sword energy falling, the pirate was split in half. The ground was stained red with blood, and most of the people's expressions were not serious, but roaring with laughter. 011 After a fight, soaking in a hot spring is the most enjoyable. It's really thrown into the face of our Locks pirates. It would be fine if it was killed by Marine Admiral, but what happened? It turned out to be defeated by celestial dragons and celestial dragons' bodyguards. You're right, not even dealing with crap like celestial dragons, it's really embarrassing for us. Gia ha ha ha. Don't say that, those guys call themselves descendants of the creator. A man with long blonde hair was floating in midair with his head in his hands, his tone full of sarcasm. And he is the original Naval, the future great pirate with the same fame as Luo Jia and Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki. Everyone glanced at Golden Lion, but it was clear that what he said was sarcasm. What kind of bullshit descendant of the creator is nothing more than garbage relying on the rights of the world government to do whatever it wants. I have encountered celestial dragons twice, and both times I twisted off the head of that celestial dragon and threw it into the sea to feed the fish, and the world government is still indifferent to me. Apparently, in their eyes, the idea that the celestial dragons are garbage has been fixed. However, it is not unreasonable for them to have such an idea, because almost 100% of the celestial dragons rely on the rights of the world government to be arrogant and do whatever they want. Generally, when encountering thugs like Locks, there is only one dead end. For his own crew being killed by his own crew, Locks didn't show any fluctuations on his face, and even seemed to agree. Just when Locks and his group were really about to continue drinking and eating meat, a figure approached quickly not far away. Soon, it appeared in the sight of everyone again. And he is Kaido. Captain Locks, that guy Kaido is back. The cadre on the side spoke first. Locks remained silent, looking down at the rapidly approaching Kaido below. "Kaido, how dare you come back, you shameless thing? Captain Locks asked you to do a small thing and you couldn't do it well. It is said that you were beaten by celestial dragons and fled around?" A certain official crew member sneered. Kaido paused as he approached the battleship, staring at Locks, watching his attitude. "Captain Locks, it was really an accident. I met a celestial dragons of a different kind. Not only can I fight myself, but the bodyguards can also fight. That's why. I suffered a lot from him." Advertisement. Kaido quickly explained to Locks, lest it was too late, Locks sentenced him to death. After all, although he said he was an intern crew member, he knew very well the style of the Locks pirates. Waste will not be allowed to survive in the ship. "Kaido, are you trying to fool me that I haven't seen celestial dragons?" said the cadre who had killed celestial dragons twice before. Kaido looked at him, frowning slightly, feeling a little unwilling in his heart, because he heard him mention how celestial dragons do whatever they want, and then how foolish they are. Therefore, it was only on a whim that I went to stab the hornet's nest. Captain Locks, it would be a pity if Kaido was killed. After all, he has the greatest potential among the trainee crew. He has been beaten up like this. Obviously what he said is true. He actually met a special celestial dragons. The one who speaks for Kaido is the future of the original book, Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. At this time, his figure is not as fat as in the original book. On the contrary, he has become a counterexample. Not only is he not fat, but also he is very tall and hot, and his appearance is not bad. But, she is already a mother. Locks hesitated for a moment, then threw the bottle of fine wine in his hand and spoke. This account, the Locks pirates will help you remember, when we stabilize in the future, celestial dragons will pay the price. Kaido breathed a sigh of relief. Apparently, he was saved, and he can continue to stay in the Locks pirates. Of course, the biggest credit this time is naturally Charlotte Linlin. The other cadres and regular crew members turned around with some disappointment, and continued to drink and fight. They thought there would be a good show, but they were screwed by Charlotte Linlin. Holy Land Mariajoy. Back in her castle, Yi Si didn't take what happened before too much to heart. On the hot spring, Yi Si is enjoying the maid's massage. Advertisement, Gulu Gulu. Suddenly, another maid appeared on the surface of the water. She lightly held her wet hair, and her cheeks were slightly red. Comfortable, okay, master. Yi Si nodded without opening her eyes. There is nothing better than enjoying a hot spring after a fight. If possible, Yi Si would rather be an ordinary celestial dragons. I have been enjoying life like this all my life, but, no way, even though they are celestial dragons, if they have no strength, they will still be killed by pirates like Locks. However, although Yi Si has his eyes closed now, at this moment, he is looking at a virtual panel that only he can see. Host. Bernard Yi Si dig level. 1, 2200ths. Number of digging. 0, 5/7. As the level of digging increases, chances of digging will increase. Character. Uchiha Madara, 20%, ability. Paper Fruit, 304 1/1000. Improves the running in degree, which will improve the quality of Devil Fruit to a higher level. Digging location. Insufficient digging times, unable to locate. Warehouse. None. There are not too many changes on the panel, and the progress in all aspects has been improved. Moreover, after 2 days, the number of excavations will be refreshed, and then it will be possible to excavate again. 012 Valley of the Gods, Secret of the Celestial Dragons. After the bath, the maid changed Yi Si into clean clothes. Coming to the hall, Ross Minion has already prepared a rich meal. Where's Madara? Yi Si glanced at the hall, but did not see Uchiha Madara's figure, so he asked aloud. Master Madara is still taking a bath, another maid responded. How are you doing with what I ordered you to do? While speaking, Yi Si was already sitting at the dining table. Another maid came quickly to Yi Si, put a white napkin on Yi Si, and replied. According to your order, we found several other female slaves, maids, to serve Madara, but Madara refused them all. Look, how do you deal with those female slaves? The maid replied. Don't you like it? No, master, Lord Madara said no need. Since Uchiha Madara didn't need it, Yi Si didn't force it, and he already had this premonition when he started looking for him. After all, Uchiha Madara's character belongs to the kind of doing his own way, and he is definitely not used to living like Yi Si now. Alright. So, which group of female slaves should be dealt with? Let them go back to where they came from. As for female slaves, Yi Si is the most indispensable now. He has so many in the castle now, and now there are more training programs. He doesn't have much time for women. Even if he has time, Yi Si's vision is very high now, it is basically difficult to meet the type he likes. After Yi Si finished speaking, he had already started to enjoy the food, while several maids stood by and watched quietly. When Yi Si needs service, they can serve Yi Si as soon as possible. Master, do you need some entertainment? The maid asked softly from the side. The entertainment she talks about is naturally dancing or something like that. Having a meal, watching a beautiful dance, or listening to a song performance, isn't it more like a meal? Some time ago, Yi Si basically came to eat for a while, but now he doesn't have much interest, mainly because he is bored. No need. Advertisement, good master. As soon as the maid finished speaking, the phone rang not far away. Blue blue. Blue blue. Blue blue. Yi Si was slightly taken aback. The phone bug rang, which basically didn't ring a few times a year. He couldn't help but cast his gaze over it. The maid was also very good at it, and immediately brought the phone bug over. Yi Si wiped her mouth, leaned back on the chair, and connected the phone bug with one hand. Please say, I am Saint Doric, Doric Saint? Yi Si muttered, looking a little surprised. After all, this guy had never called himself a phone bug before, and he suddenly called today, which made him inevitably have a bad premonition. In the past, it was usually the world government who called. Yes, it's me, Issan. Okay, so why are you looking for me? Are you in the Holy Land Mariajoy now? Yes. That's just right, let's go out together to see him off. That guy Hal Saint is going to the Valley of the Gods, Doric explained. Under normal circumstances, Yi Si would not participate in this kind of boring farewell, but when he heard the words, God's Valley, his eyes flashed. The Valley of the Gods is the place where the Locks pirates fell in the original book, and the celestial dragons also live there. Moreover, there are fewer celestial dragons living there than in the Holy Land Mariajoy. It is said that what conditions are required to go there. As for the conditions, Yi Si does not know. There is no doubt that there must be some secret hidden in the Valley of the Gods, otherwise, in the original book, Locks and Luogia would never have gone to that place at all. Okay, let's go talk. Yi Si muttered inwardly. Immediately, he responded to Doric in the phone bug. Okay, I'll go right away. Okay, Issan. Yi hung up the phone bug, took off the napkin around his neck, and said, I'll go out first. Madara has come out. You tell him not to wait for me. Advertisement, good master. While talking, there are already maids preparing clothes for Yi. In less than a minute, the maid had prepared clothes for Yi. After changing clothes, Yi went out alone. The gates of the Holy Land of Myriad are not far from the castle of Yi. In less than 10 minutes, Yi had arrived at the city gate. And Doric's gang just arrived for a while. At this moment, they are all talking to each other. And Yi also walked over and said some polite words. Naturally, there was nothing to be asked from Hal's mouth, so Yi just said polite words, and didn't say any formal words in his mouth. The great Lord Karl Hals, the time is up, we should set off. The man in the black suit ordered from the side. Hals nodded, then smiled and said, everyone, I'm going first. Everyone nodded and watched Hals leave. Afterwards, Doric turned against Yi. How about it, Issan, is the slave I sent you obedient? Doric asked. Yi nodded and said, it's not bad, but since you gave me away, don't draw her attention. Ha 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 ha. Doric laughed loudly. What are you talking about? I have no shortage of slaves. Yi smiled lightly, and continued to tease. I heard that you found your number 28 wife the day before yesterday. Don't pay attention to my number 28 wife. If you need it, you can choose one from number 1 to number 10, but I'm tired of playing with them. Yi shrugged and said with a smile on his face, I'm a clean freak and don't like things that other people have used. By the way, what's going on with Hal's Saint? Why did he suddenly go to the Valley of the Gods? The Valley of the Gods, like the Holy Land Myriad, is a sacred place where our celestial dragons live, so it is not unusual for the celestial dragons to go to the Valley of the Gods. As soon as Dolak's voice fell, Yi continued to ask, have you been there, Saint Dolak? I haven't been there, and I don't want to go. There are a few guys I hate there, Doric explained. 013 Kong Admiral, celestial dragons come. Oh, it's really, why do you live in batches? It's a place as wide as the Holy Land Myriad. Yi said lightly, acting casual, but in fact this is a tentative question. Issan, you're playing dumb again. The Valley of the Gods has a secret that belongs to us celestial dragons. That's why. We celestial dragons will separate a group of people to live there, to guard against the untouchables in the underground. Doric said with a smile. Obviously, he didn't know that it was just Yi who was setting him up if. Yi listened to what he said, and smiled without saying a word. Now it is basically certain that there is a treasure hidden in the Valley of the Gods, but they don't know what the treasure is. However, I am also very interested in that secret, but even as celestial dragons, I have not yet qualified to know that secret, Doric continued. It seems. The celestial dragons executives still have a hand. Yi murmured in his heart. Obviously, the celestial dragons executives were also afraid that these ordinary celestial dragons would release the secret, so they hid the secret. What is it? This trip, although there are no useful words, but the harvest is still full, that is to say, the more you want to know, the higher you climb. From the moment Yi activated the system, it means that his era has begun. And he didn't focus on relying on the system because of the activation of the system. On the contrary, he worked very hard to practice physical skills and develop his own devil fruit, which almost filled his time. In the back garden, all the maids leaned against the tree, quietly watching Yi exercise. As for Uchiha Madara, he is lying on a comfortable rocking chair, wearing sunglasses, drinking a frozen drink, basking in the warm sunshine, not to mention enjoying. Master. What happened, Master? One of the maids looked at Yi with concern on her face. Yeah, since the day Minion was brought back, he seems to be obsessed with training, and he often exercises all day long. Another maid added. Ross Minion on the side was slightly taken aback. Isn't a master like this? Of course not. The maid in the middle quickly came out and retorted. The previous master let us play with her most of the time. Since the day I brought you back, it has changed. Did something happen that day? Rose Minion shook her head. In her impression that day, there was no turmoil. I thought, he's always been like this. Time flies, 2 days have passed in a blink of an eye. 3, 2, 1, accompanied by silently reciting the number to 0. Advertisement Yi's personal attribute panel has also been refreshed at this time. Host. Bernard Yi dig level. 1, 2200ths. Digging times. 1, 1/7. Can increase the chance of digging as the level of digging increases. Character. Uchiha Madara, 20%. Ability. Paper Fruit, 531 thousandths. Improves the running in degree, which will improve the quality of Devil Fruit to a higher level. Excavation position. Positioning can be turned on. Warehouse. None. Turn on positioning mode. Ding, it's turned on. As soon as the system sound fell, a virtual location popped up in front of Yi. Yi carefully looked at the position in front of him and groped his chin. This time, not as lucky as the last time, the location is farther away, not in the Holy Land of Myriad. However, Yi didn't complain. After all, sometimes it's not good to play in the Holy Land of Myriad. This trip, Yi is still the same, taking Uchiha Madara with him, and passing by the gate of the Holy Land Myriad. This time, the staff of the world government dare not say anything more. The last time Uchiha Madara thrust him straight into the ground, he was still in the shadows. After a long time, Naval Headquarters, a battleship slowly docked. Immediately afterwards, Marine soldiers pressed down on the pirates and walked down one by one. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Garp, don't forget to go to Kong. On the boat, Marine Vice Admiral Sengoku gave instructions to Garp, who had already disembarked. Undoubtedly, both Garp and Sengoku were young at this time, and their golden age has just begun. Garp ate his snacks and said in a blah blah blah, reporting to the mission, can you just go with the crane? Garp, If it's just to report the task, will we still call you? When you need to go to the report task, Kong called us as another matter. Crane also walked out at this time and said to Garp. Hearing what they said, Garp was taken aback for a moment and became interested. Advertisement, why, is there a new mission? Who knows? Go and have a look and you'll understand. Okay, let's go. Tap tat tat. On the corridor, there were continuous footsteps. Crack. As the door opened, Garp walked in with Sengoku and Suru. Inside, Kong has been waiting for a long time. It's much faster than I expected, Kong said first. This time the task was relatively simple, so it was completed relatively smoothly. Sengoku responded truthfully. Kong, you asked us to come here because you have some mission, right? Say it first, like this time, you can leave it to Sengoku and Suru to go, and I will go there just for soy sauce. Garp sat on the other side Zhang's stool above, explained in advance. Just when Kong was about to say something, the door just opened after a while. Kong Admiral is not good, not good. Kong's face changed slightly, and he said coldly, didn't you see that I was in a meeting? Sorry, Kong Admiral, because this time is a bit special, so I was abrupt. The marine soldier quickly explained. What's the matter? My god, celestial dragons are here. As soon as these words came out, there is no doubt that the eyes of everyone present were dull, with surprise on their faces. Celestial dragons. Yes, Kong Admiral. What the celestial dragons are doing here, Kong was confused. 014 Ye see. Why do celestial dragons need to explain to you what they do? Under normal circumstances, even if celestial dragons encountered something, they would not come to naval headquarters by themselves. So, now that celestial dragons came to the door alone, Kong had a bad feeling that they were probably here to find something. You didn't have anything to do with the celestial dragons this trip, did you? Kong looked at Garp. Garp was slightly taken aback, looked at Kong, then at Sengoku and Crane, and then questioned. No, Kong, it's a bit too much for you to say that to me alone. Celestial dragons, I have nothing to do. What does he do? Kong made a booing gesture and then said softly, Garp, watch your words, walls have ears. Garp's face was a bit ugly. He stuffed snacks into his mouth and said vaguely, okay, I will block my mouth with food. Kong spread his hands helplessly and then explained, there is no way, you are indeed better than Sengoku in fighting pirates, but on the other hand, Sengoku is much more rational than you. As soon as these words came out, he chuckled from the side, and then she explained, Garp stayed with us for the whole trip, so the matter of celestial dragons should have nothing to do with us. You don't have any contact with celestial dragons, and neither do we. It's weird, so what are these celestial dragons doing in naval headquarters? Kong wondered. You'll know if you go and have a look, Garp suggested. Kong sighed deeply, and then complained. I'm already too busy, and the celestial dragons are here to make things happen. Sengoku, you can deal with it. No matter what, find a way, send him away. Understood. Meanwhile, ye see over there. As celestial dragons, even in naval headquarters, they are still unimpeded. No one dared to block the way, and no one dared to say anything. At this moment, a Marine Rear Admiral who had confirmed Yi Si's identity hurried over and saluted. I am Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Sir Bernard Issan, how can I help you? Don't follow me. Leaving a word, Yi Si and Uchiha Madara walked directly in front of him. Yes, Sir Bernard Issan. Marine Rear Admiral nodded and didn't say much. After all, he couldn't understand what would happen if he angered the celestial dragons. Seeing the location getting closer, Yi Si muttered, I really didn't expect that the excavation site this time would be in naval headquarters. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara on the side looked at Yi Si with some doubts. What are we here for? You'll see right away. After a while, Yi Si saw the place with blue light. This time, however, something special, not on the ground, but on a wall. He didn't think too much about this phenomenon. After all, the system can be brushed wherever he wants. Of course, if it is to increase the difficulty of mining, Yi Si will still complain a few words. Yi Si glanced around, but there was no marine. Immediately, without much hesitation, a shovel appeared out of nowhere in his hand, and he dug directly towards the blue bricks of the wall. As in the previous situation in the Holy Land Marijoy, when the shovel touched the blue wall instantly disintegrated. Hint, get character card X1. Hint, get the enhanced version of Conqueror's Hockey. Hint, gain experience 10. Hint, gain experience 10. Taking a glance at the rewards, Yi Si is quite satisfied. So, Yi Si, you didn't come all the way here just to dig other people's walls? Uchiha Madara asked with a frown on the side. Hearing this, Yi Si looked at Uchiha Madara with strange eyes, and asked in surprise, don't you see anything? I see, I saw that you dug other people's walls, the speed is quite fast, and you can go through it as soon as you dig. Uchiha Madara replied. No, don't you see the wall with blue light? Uchiha Madara shook his head. What he saw was just an ordinary wall. However, it is precisely because of this that Yi Si knows that even though they are like-minded people, only they can still see it. Since Uchiha Madara can't see it, Yi Si has nothing to explain. Let's go, it's time to go back. So, you still came all the way here just to dig other people's walls? Uchiha Madara felt incredible, since Yi Si, who has been doing things calmly and steadily, would do such an inexplicable thing. Advertisement, guided by fate, Yi Si prevaricated casually. However, these words were quite useful, and in an instant, Uchiha Madara understood something. Okay, then. Go back. However, as soon as they turned around, Sengoku, Suru and a group of marine soldiers came over quickly. I'm Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Sengoku of the Buddha. I don't know what it means for Mr. Bernard Issan to come to our naval headquarters. If you need anything, our marine will definitely do our best to relieve your worries. Sengoku walked towards Yi Si Lee, said. Did you come here in a hurry to destroy the naval headquarters? Crane stood aside, looking at the wall that lacked a big mouth, and asked more. Buddha's Sengoku? Yi Si muttered inwardly, looking at the man in front of him. He is still very young, and he is still somewhat different from the Sengoku of Buddha in Yi Si's impression. Use Conqueror's Haki. Yi Si muttered inwardly. Ding, Conqueror's Haki has been used. Ding, get an enhanced version of Armament Haki. Ding, get an enhanced version of Observation Haki. Ding, get the enhanced version of Conqueror's Haki. As soon as the system's voice fell, brand new memories flooded into my mind. Undoubtedly, all of these memories were the methods of using Conqueror's Haki. Celestial dragons do things, why'd I need to explain to you? Yi Si said coldly, and immediately released Conqueror's Haki. A coercion rushed towards Sengoku in an instant. The marine soldiers behind Sengoku rolled their eyes. One after another they fell to the ground. 015 The second character card, Tornado. In the blink of an eye, only Sengoku and Suru were left standing in front of Yi Si. However, the complexions of the two of them were not much better. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces, and they couldn't help but look at the fallen marine soldiers behind them. It's unmistakable. This is it. Crane raised his brows, and his words were broken. Conqueror's Haki can only be owned by those who have the aptitude of the king. Sengoku on the side added. As far as Sengoku is concerned, he is very clear, because he is also the owner of the Conqueror's Haki. Yi Si releases Conqueror's Haki, which already means that the celestial dragons in front of him are completely different from the celestial dragons he has encountered before. I don't know why. Yi Si gives Sengoku a kind of temperament feeling that this is the real celestial dragons, the real world nobles, and this is the descendant of the creator. Tap tat tat. Yi Si didn't say any more useless nonsense, and walked a few steps to the front of Sengoku. You're in the way. Hearing this, Sengoku and Crane quickly made way for Yi Si. And Yi Si remained silent, and then slowly left with Uchiha Madara. Only Sengoku and Crane were left with blank faces. Looking at Yi Si who was fading away, he whispered, in Celestial Dragons, when did this character appear? Sengoku stared at Yi Si's back and nodded in agreement. Bernard Yi Si, I remember him. When I saw him today, I completely overturned my perception of Celestial Dragons. That guy should be very strong, and he also has the posture of a king. Maybe he will do something to shock the world in the future. Things come. It's quite reasonable. Do you feel that from other celestial dragons, you can only feel their stupidity, but you can feel the temperament of celestial dragons from Bernard Yi Si, he continued said. You feel this way too? That's not the only thing. According to the information I got from the world government just now, the man in the black suit following Bernard Yi Si is not from the world government. As soon as Crane's voice fell, Sengoku spoke out immediately. That guy is very strong. Although he doesn't use Conqueror's Haki, I can also feel his unique temperament. Advertisement, ha ha ha, it seems, Sengoku, we totally want to go somewhere. It seems that not all celestial dragons are as we imagined, there are still people with clear minds. After a while, Sengoku and Suru returned to Kong's office. As soon as the door was opened, Kong asked eagerly, how is it? Did the celestial dragons leave? Sengoku and Suru nodded at the same time. Well, let's go. What are they here for? Kong's words stopped Sengoku, and to be honest, he didn't know what Yi Si was doing here. I saw him shaking his head and then said, I don't know, when I went there, I saw him dig a hole in the wall, and he didn't say anything behind. These words directly confused Kong. You said that people may still provoke him, but Chang? I'm afraid I can't figure it out after exhausting my brain. Why did my Chang become enmity with him? Ha 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 ha, who in the brain circuit of celestial dragons can guess what he wants to do? Looking at Garp who was laughing, Sengoku said, you are right Garp, but there is one thing that is different from what you look like. Bernard Yi Si is an awake celestial dragons. Seeing Sengoku's serious face, the smile on Garp's face faded away. What happened? Garp asked. Kong on the side also looked at Sengoku with interest, waiting for his answer. Nothing happened, it's just that the celestial dragons are different from other celestial dragons, he explained. Sengoku nodded, and added, that guy named Bernard Yi Si owns Conqueror's Haki. It gives me a feeling that that guy might do something that shocks the world in the future. Hearing this, Garp was quite surprised and said, in the garbage-like celestial dragons, there will also be a guy with the posture of a king? Garp, watch your words. Advertisement, sorry, I'm used to it. As for Yi Si, after leaving naval headquarters, he didn't wander around anywhere else, but returned directly to the holy land of Myriad. Welcome home, master. Welcome home, Lord Madara. After changing her clothes, Yi Si went up to the second floor alone. Use a character card, ding, are you sure to use it? Sure, Yi Si answered directly without too much hesitation. Ding, the character card has been consumed successfully. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining the trembling tornado from One Punch Man. As soon as the system finished speaking, Yi Si froze for a moment. Tornado? For Yi Si, who was an anime fan before time traveling, he is no stranger. Moreover, Tornado is not weak in the world she is in, the second S-class hero, and a superpower. The hero ranked second in the S-class, 28 years old, wearing a black slit gown with a lowly face, with green curly hair. While Yi Si was meditating, a white light particle suddenly appeared in front of him, and the light particles gathered together to form a human figure. In the next second, a petite woman with green curly hair and wearing a black slit gown appeared in Yi Si's field of vision. 0165 elders meet Yi Si. She was emitting green light all over her body, floating in midair, and the tail of her black slit gown fluttered accordingly. She stood in the air blankly at first, as if the information given to her by the system hadn't been fully digested. A moment later, Tornado suddenly yelled, and then his face showed an unbelievable look. Unexpectedly, There is such a thing, and it happened to me. It seems that Tornado finds it inconceivable that he came to this world. Yi Si is not stupid, he easily guessed what Long Wan meant. Anyway, you're welcome, Tornado. Yi Si had a smile on his face. Long Wan regained his composure, looked at Yi Si, and blurted out the words, Bernard Yi Si. With this tone, it seems that she and Yi Si have known each other for a long time. However, Yi Si was very happy that Tornado joined this big family. After all, in this way, another person with strong fighting power came to his side. Yi Si walked to the table, sat down, picked up a cup of coffee that the maid had made, took a sip, and said slowly, Do you know Uchiha Madara? Tornado released its own superpower, landed on the ground, hovered beside Yi Si, and replied, Uchiha Madara. As she spoke, she shook her head, do not know. This answer sorted out the doubts in Yi Si's heart. It seemed that the system only introduced her the basic information of the world in Yi Sis. As for the character cards obtained by Yi Si, the system does not introduce them. Seeing that Yi Si was silent behind him, Long Wan moved his face closer. What's wrong? Yi Si shook her head, stretched out her other hand that was not holding the cup, and pushed her forehead with her fingers, pushing her away some distance. Afterwards, he stood up and said calmly, It's nothing, I'll introduce you if you don't know, he is from another world just like you. Huh? As soon as Yi Si's voice fell, the Tornado's reaction was obviously a little louder. Besides me, is there anyone else? Or else? While speaking, Yi Si was about to walk out of the gate, but when he thought of something, he walked back and took out slightly longer clothes in his closet. Advertisement then threw it towards the Tornado. Put it on, it can be used as a cloak. After all, Tornado's clothes are still a bit too revealing. Long Wan took the clothes, hesitated for a while, and then put them on without any objection. Yi Si took a glance and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, quite suitable. Long Wan pursed his mouth and glanced at Yi Si. Are you implying that I'm short? I didn't say that, you said it yourself, humph. With the Tornado, Yi Si quickly introduces her to Uchiha Madara, and all the maids know. Of course, like Uchiha Madara, Yi Si gave her some instructions to restrain herself. After all, compared with Uchiha Madara's character, Tornado's character is similar. One is Aoshin Long, the other is Tsunere, they are both half-baked guys. The next day, the same holy place Myriad. The current Marshal of Marine is in the conference room, discussing matters with the top leader of the world government, 5 elders, don't mention I am behind the scenes. The discussion lasted for about half an hour before it was over. But Marshal Marine has no intention of leaving. What, do you have anything else to say? An old man in a black suit, with white curly hair and a fluffy white beard asked Marshal Marine. Although the other 4 old men did not speak, they all set their eyes on Marshal Marine, waiting for his words. Marshal Marine smiled slightly, then took out a stack of documents on his body, and said with a smile, although I think it's a bit abrupt to ask, but even so, I still have to ask. While speaking, Marshal Marine put the stack of documents on the table. The eyes of the 5 old men fell on the information on the desktop at the same time. What is this? Advertisement, profile of a certain celestial dragons. As soon as Marshal Marine's words fell, the faces of the 5 old men obviously changed a lot. You crossed the line, one of the old men said coldly. If I'm not mistaken, he was cultivated by you. The 5 old men were a little surprised when they heard this. They thought that Marshal Marine was going to say that the celestial dragons had done something bad. But from his literal sense, it seems to be hiding something. Why do you say that? Soon, one of the old men spoke up immediately. And the old man near the table picked up the materials directly and started to read them. Seeing the reaction of 5 elders, Marshal Marine dispelled his previous thoughts, and now he is basically sure that Bernard Yi Si was not cultivated by 5 elders. Judging from Yi Si's style, it is actually very similar to 5 elders' style of action. Bernard Yi Si, what did he do? Looking at the data card, the old man asked Marshal Marine. Have I crossed the line? Talking about the celestial dragons? Marshal Marine grinned. Don't be a fool, everyone is very busy, he's a celestial dragons with combat power. That's all I know. At first I thought it was you who cultivated it, but now it seems, obviously not. After Marshal Marine finished speaking, he turned around and left the conference room without looking back. Seeing the Marine Marshal slowly disappearing from their field of vision, the 5 old men looked at me and I looked at you. Celestial dragons with combat power? I don't have any impression of this kid named Bernard Yi Si at all. I'm curious to say that. I just have some time to meet the so-called combat-capable celestial dragons. 017 Uchiha Madara's Little Wisdom, updated, while at the same time, Yi Si Castle. In the back garden, Yi Si is training at this time. Originally there were only 2 rocking chairs in the back garden, but because of the arrival of the tornado, another one was added, and a large parasol was erected. As for the maids, half of them are standing under the parasols, waiting for Yi Si, Uchiha Madara, or Tornado to serve them as soon as possible when they need it. The other half, those who do housework in the castle do housework, and those who prepare lunch prepare lunch. Is everything you said true? Holding a bottle of iced drink in his hand, Tornado looked at Uchiha Madara, who was only 1 meter away from him. Uchiha Madara put down the newspaper in his hand and stared at the tornado with a serious expression. Do I have to lie to you? If you don't believe me, just ask the people around you and you will know. Having said this, Uchiha Madara continued to read the newspaper. Is what Madara said true? Tornado really asked the maid at the side. Master Tornado, what Master Madara said is true. The outside world is really beautiful. There are many interesting things, many delicious foods, and all kinds of strange things. However, Master Madara still has a little say clearly. That is, the outside is also very dangerous, there are many bad guys, and there are vicious pirates. Hearing what the maid said, Tornado couldn't help but get excited. Yes, she also wanted to go outside to play. As for the danger that the maid said later, she didn't take it to heart. Uchiha Madara glanced at Tornado from the corner of her eye, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she had successfully brainwashed her. Now all he has to wait for is for Dragon Wan to ask EC to take her down for a stroll. At that time, he will be able to relieve his boredom without doing anything or talking. Seeing the Tornado's eyes cast over, Uchiha Madara quickly retracted his gaze and read the newspaper carefully. Madara, don't you want to go down there and have a look? I've gone down many times, so it doesn't matter if I don't go down. Uchiha Madara's tone was very casual. Then I'm the only one left who doesn't know what the world looks like below. No, I have to talk to EC about it. Longwan felt itchy in his heart, and he couldn't wait to run down there. I went shopping. Just as Tornado was about to get up, suddenly, Ross Minion ran out of the castle. While shouting at EC who was training, advertisement. Master, the world government is here. After hearing this, EC, who was exercising, stopped the movement of his hands and looked at Ross Minion. World government? Ross Minion continued. Now I'm waiting at the main entrance. EC was slightly puzzled. People from the world government would not come here for no reason, and if they came, there must be something wrong. EC recalled his recent trips, and he didn't cause any trouble. The only time was when he visited naval headquarters a few days ago and dug a wall. However, this kind of thing is too small to be small. Even if Marine is really not convinced, it should not be the world government personnel who came to him. Did they say anything? Ross Minion shook his head. No, master, they just asked me to inform you. What a hassle, go and have a look, EC muttered. Having said that, the maid at the side quickly handed over a towel to wipe EC's sweat. It will take a while. EC had already arrived at the main entrance, and there were two men in black suits standing outside. Master Bernard Issan. When they saw EC, they immediately made a big gift. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. EC got straight to the point. Okay, Sir Bernard Issan, then, please come with us, one of the men in a black suit said. What if I refuse? You can't refuse, because the person who wants to see you this time is the top leader of the world government. The supreme leader of the world government. When EC heard this, his face changed obviously. Obviously, as a time traveler, he naturally knows who the supreme leader of the world government is. However, one thing EC couldn't understand was why did the five elders want to meet him? Because of the naval headquarters thing? Advertisement, but after thinking about it, it's impossible. It's impossible for five elders to want to see him with great fanfare because of such a small matter. Then wait, I'll go in and change. No need, Lord Bernard Issan, this outfit is fine. EC hesitated for a moment. There should be no danger because he didn't do anything at all. Even if the five elders wanted to erase themselves, there was absolutely no need to waste their time doing so. I'm going out for a while. Do you need to accompany me? No need. Yisis Castle is still a bit far from the center of the Holy Myriad Joy. It took about half an hour, and the world government personnel successfully brought EC into a more magnificent palace. Crack. The huge door was pushed open, and in the next second, EC saw five elderly people. They were not gathered together. Some were by the window, some were sitting on the sofa, and some were wiping themselves with a long knife. The moment they opened the door, the eyes of the five of them fell on EC. In addition, EC could clearly feel the breath of beasts from their bodies. Go in, Lord Bernard Issan. EC strode in. At this moment, the man in the black suit said again. Lord Bernard Issan has arrived. After all, they didn't wait for five elders to speak. They left wisely and then closed the door. 0185 elders. Boys join power. Boom. With a sound, the door has been closed. In the entire hall, only EC and five elders were left. At this moment, the atmosphere inside is a bit weird. EC walked forward slowly, just when he was about to say something. Brush. Suddenly, on the side of EC, a bald old man in a dark green suit, with a figure-splayed beard and a Madara birthmark on his forehead, punched EC. To be honest, this sudden attack caught EC by surprise. Boom. As the fist hit EC's body, EC exploded like a balloon. There are countless papers floating around. Devil fruit? Looking at the floating white paper in front of him, the old man was slightly surprised, and then involuntarily took several steps back. As for the other four old men, they still didn't move much. Where they stood at first, they were standing there now. However, his eyes were fixed on the ball of paper that was still floating. ZZZ. Part of the paper was gathered together, and slowly, the upper half of EC's body slowly appeared in the vision of the five old men. However, the remaining papers did not continue to gather together, but were floating scattered. Don't say anything, just attack me when you come up, you make me very confused. EC looked at the bald old man and said calmly. The bald old man grinned, still didn't speak, his fist instantly covered armament hockey, and then attacked EC again. A part of the paper was quickly blocked in front of EC, forming a shield, and the original white shield turned black in an instant. Apparently, this is covered with armament hockey. Boom. Accompanied by the fist of the bald old man hitting the paper shield. Suddenly, there was a gust of air around. The hall suddenly became a mess. The cups and documents on the table were all washed away by the airflow. Advertisements, some lighter stools rolled over directly. The faces of the other four old men finally became a little surprised at this moment. ZZZ. Around the paper shield, black lightning flashed, which was caused by the collision of armed colors. Crack. Suddenly, the paper shield split open, and EC frowned slightly. At this time, he didn't intend to ask any more questions, and fought back first. Shua, shua, shua. At this time, EC's body kept making paper, and then the paper was shot out like a hidden weapon. Seeing this, the bald old man waved his hands covered with armament hockey to defend continuously. Dang dang dang. Due to the large number of impacts in the force, the bald old man retreated at this moment. Yi Si jumped up, and the paper behind him was quickly pasted on his back, forming a pair of wings, and flew up like a rock spreading its wings. With a wave of his right hand, a paper spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. Shua. Yi Si's armament hockey covered the spear. Holding the spear, he directly attacked the bald old man. Yi Si held a spear in his hand and charged with a condescending shot. The bald old man was not afraid at all, and directly crossed his hands in defense. Boom! A huge air current swept over the surroundings again. Crack! The ground where the bald old man was standing collapsed immediately, and the cracks in the ground continued to spread. However, it is worthy of being the supreme leader of the world government. Even though it seems that he has already half lain in the coffin, there is really no impact in all aspects. Drink. Yi Si let out a soft drink and increased his strength. Crack. The bald old man sank again. The strength is good, but unfortunately, it won't work for me. Advertisement. As soon as the words fell, the bald old man began to exert his strength, directly switching from defense to attack. Boom. He bounced Yi Si straight away, and then landed another punch. The spear was disintegrated directly, and a shock directly sent Yi Si flying upside down. However, with the relief of the wings, Yi Si did not hit the wall behind. The bald old man originally wanted to attack, but at this moment, the other 4 old men who had been silent at first spoke up. Okay, let's keep fighting, I can't bear it here. An old man in a dark blue suit, with long straight white hair and a long beard gave instructions. Ha 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 ha. Bernard Yi Si really didn't disappoint me, the bald old man laughed. Our work is still not in place. If we hadn't heard the news from Marine, we would not have known that there is a special celestial dragons. The old man standing by the window sighed. Scanning the 5 people in front of him, Yi Si wanted to complain a few times at this moment, but after thinking about it, forget it, he can't beat it. Before Yi Si could say anything, the bald old man said, Boy, do you want to do something meaningful? Judging from Yi Si's experience, this is undoubtedly a hard-working and thankless thing. He shook his head and immediately replied, I don't want to. Good guy. The eyes of the 5 old men were all sluggish, and they didn't play cards according to the routine at all. You wait for me to say this meaningful thing. You are refusing, you brat, the bald old man said angrily. Then tell me, I'll listen. Yi Si replied, aren't you interested in rights? For example, higher than the privileges you enjoy now, holding power and controlling the whole world. How about it? As long as you are willing, we will definitely train you, and you must have great opportunities in the future. Another old man spoke. I reject, Yi Si said lightly. 019 the man who can carry the banner of celestial dragons. When Yi Si refused again, the 5 old men stared at Yi Si with dark faces. Stinky boy, do you know what you're refusing? The old man with straight white hair said coldly, with an expression of hatred for iron. You just haven't tasted the sweetness of power yet. Once you try it, you will definitely fall in love with it. So put away your immaturity, Yi Si. The bald old man continued. After all, in all their lives, they've never met anyone who didn't fall in love with power, including them. The 5 elders, themselves. At this moment, Yi Si finally understood that when he first came here, the bald old man attacked him, thinking he was trying to harm him. Good guy. It turned out that they were testing their own abilities to decide whether to brainwash themselves or not. Seeing that Yi Si was silent, another old man continued to speak. You have awakened Conqueror's Hockey, right? Yi Si shook his head and said solemnly, No, you kid, are you really talking nonsense? You've already shown it in front of Marine. The bald old man replied, if they hadn't gotten some information from Marine and looked at Yi Si's serious look, they would have believed it. Yi Si was speechless, and asked even if she knew it. Conqueror's Hockey is innate. It can neither be acquired nor inherited. It can only be determined by one's own destiny. Once awakened, it means that you have the posture of a king. So, you know what it means bar. You are different from other celestial dragons. We will be your guides, and your achievements will be immeasurable. The old man with the knife explained. The current situation of the celestial dragons is very bad. Basically all of them are in the degenerate kind. They only know how to eat, drink and have fun, and no one in the younger generation can take up the burden of the celestial dragons. If it weren't for the support of IM and the 5 elders, the world government established by 20 kings would have been overthrown. Advertisement. So, in the celestial dragons, a guy with the appearance of a king appeared. How could they let him eat, drink and play like those celestial dragons, wasting his life? But, I just want to live a simple life, just like other celestial dragons, buy a few slaves, and take the one I like as a wife. As for power and the like, I'm really not interested, Yi Si said slowly. Undoubtedly, these words dealt a great blow to the 5 old men, and all of them were said in vain. Do you really want to take that depraved path? Yi Si, you are a person with the posture of a king, you shouldn't say such things. If you don't want to take the road of controlling the power of the world, if you want to take that degenerate road, then go for it, the bald man said fiercely. Thank you, senior, for your success. If there is nothing else, Yi Si won't bother you. After Yi Si finished speaking, seeing the 5 old men were silent, he turned and opened the door and then left. No? The 4 old men looked at Yi Si who had already left, and soon they looked at the bald old man again. The bald old man was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. No, I just wanted to use the aggressive method to rouse his fighting spirit, but that guy didn't follow the routine at all. Forget it, this kind of thing can't be rushed, take your time, and pull that kid on the right track step by step. The old man with the knife sighed softly. Yes, we celestial dragons need fresh blood, and we need young outstanding players who can carry the banner of our celestial dragons. This matter requires a long-term plan. The man with long straight white hair followed suit. Walking out of the 5 elders, Yi Si didn't pay much attention to the matter they raised. After all, he didn't want to live according to their method. If you cross time and can't live as you want, what's the difference with a puppet? Advertisement however, the talk of wanting to live like the depraved celestial dragons is obviously just a reason to deal with 5 elders. However, Yi Si knows very well that if he wants to survive, not to be a puppet, and to do whatever he wants, he must become strong, a very strong one. Welcome home, master. As soon as Yi Si entered the door, a maid not far away ran over to greet her. Where's Madara and Tornado? Are they still in the back garden? Seeing that there were no figures of the two of them in the hall, Yi Si asked casually. Master Madara, tell Master Tornado to go out for a stroll, saying that staying in the castle every day is too boring, but please don't worry, Master, they told you, just walk around, the maid explained. Oh. Yi Si nodded and was about to go in when suddenly, behind him, a voice came. Issan, long time no see. Yi Si turned around, and what caught his eyes was a fat celestial dragon riding a slave. Beside him was a world government officer dressed in black. O2O Yi Si. Who do you think you are, Karl Dean Saint? Yi Si looked at him, and a name blurted out from his mouth. However, although they knew each other, Yi Si had never had any interaction with him. In the past 2 years, the number of faces I have seen can be counted with 10 fingers. This guy came to the door suddenly, making Yi Si feel that there must be nothing good. They all said that you forget things, but I think that you only forget things that you are not interested in. You can remember me, which means that I am with you, and it still has a certain weight. After all, we belong to the younger generation, come on, say yes, Issan. Karl Dean smiled slightly with his mouth raised. Yi Si looked at him speechlessly, but he was right about one thing. In the holy land of Myriad, he didn't remember the names of most of the celestial dragons, but it wasn't because he forgot things, but because there were few interactions. Of course, being able to remember Karl Dean is also a complete accident, not that younger generation can play in his mouth. Instead, Yi Si learned from Doric that Karl Dean was beaten by pirates 3 times in Sabati Archipelago. What's even more ridiculous is that all the pirates who beat him ran away. You really are a little clever ghost. Yi Si murmured inwardly, but he didn't plan to greet Karl Dean, talk about some useless nonsense, and waste time. You're right, Karl Dean Saint, then I'll be busy first, I have time to chat. After Yi Si finished speaking, he just turned around, but at this moment, Karl Dean spoke again. To be honest, I have something to ask you, Issan. Please. Yi Si turned around again, with a smile on her face. How can I do what you can't do? No. You can do it, Karl Dean said, got off the slave, sorted his clothes, and walked towards Yi Si. Advertisement. Yi Si remained silent, waiting for his next words. I heard that you bought a lot of slaves recently. Just yesterday, I saw a short, green-haired woman following you. And then? Yi Si asked. I just said it clearly. I want to buy her at 5 times the price based on what you spent. Before I came, I checked and she didn't join the nobles. That is to say, you just bought her. Your slave is not your wife, is it? Karl Dean said slowly. Indeed, the wives married by ordinary celestial dragons will be included in the noble list, which is equivalent to the transformation of a pheasant into a phoenix. On Yi Si's side, except for the former maids, Rosminian, Uchiha Madara, and Tornado, none of them went through the process of joining the nobility. The reason is also very simple, because Yi Si sent away the staff of the world government, and it doesn't matter whether he joins or not. Ha 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 ha. After hearing what Karl Dean said, Yi Si burst into laughter. You really dare to think. The price is negotiable. If you can sell me, I owe you a favor, Issan, Karl Dean continued. What if I don't sell it? When saying this, the smile on Yi Si's face has disappeared without a trace. I think you won't make trouble with me because of a slave, Issan. Karl Dean said, with a confident look floating on his face. In that split second, Yi Si seemed to suddenly understand why this guy was beaten 3 times in Sabati Archipelago. He was beaten 3 times, but he was really lucky not to be killed. You seem to have some special misunderstanding about your identity. Yi Si's tone at this time was no longer as gentle as before. If you think the price is not right, I also need a lot of slaves, I can pick a few for you, Karl Dean continued. Advertisement, get out. Yi Si had run out of patience, and after dropping 2 words, he turned and left. Karl Dean did not give up, and quickly chased after him. Issan, if you don't like it. Before Karl Dean could finish his words, suddenly, a powerful coercion was released from Yi Si's body. Karl Dean rolled his eyes and fell directly to the ground. Yi Si turned around, kicked him flying, and gave instructions to the man in the black suit not far away. When he wakes up, you'd better remind him not to step into my yard in the future. Bernard's family doesn't welcome him. Okay, I understand, Lord Bernard Issan. The man in the black suit quickly lifted Karl Dean from the ground and put him on the slave's back, and then said to Yi Si, so, excuse me, let's go first, Lord Bernard Issan. It is normal for celestial dragons to occasionally have some conflicts, so usually when this happens, the general world government personnel will just watch from the sidelines and never interfere with the conflicts between celestial dragons. As soon as the man in the black suit left the hospital, Uchiha Madara and Tornado came back from outside. The 2 parties took a look at each other and then went their separate ways. What happened here just now? Tornado asked curiously to Yi Si, who was still at the door. It's nothing, just clean up the garbage in front of the door. 021 Advancement of Paperfruit, seeking flowers. Uchiha Madara and Tornado are not stupid, so they naturally know what garbage Yi Si is talking about. But then again, Karl Dean was a little too self-righteous, thinking he was being compared to a tornado. Yi Si would choose his side without hesitation, but unexpectedly, Yi Si chose the dragon scroll. Not to mention the tornado, even if it is the slave bought by Yi Si, Karl Dean will use it as a comparison, he will not hesitate to choose his own slave. After all, don't you count how many caddies you have? You are celestial dragons, and Yi Si is also celestial dragons. They're equal in terms of rights and interests, and the world government will not intervene in conflicts. In terms of strength, Yi Si crushed him. Therefore, Yi Si was giving him face by not killing him just now. If it was in a desolate place outside, Yi Si would have dug a hole and buried him. Correct. Yi Si remembered something, and then told Uchiha Madara and Tornado. In the future, try not to wander around the holy land of Myriad, and go out if you want to relieve boredom. Why? Tornado asked Yi Si. Because there is a certain danger in the holy land Myriad. Of course, what Yi Si is talking about is not the ordinary celestial dragons, but the 5 elders and I am. Although Long Wan is usually arrogant, but seeing Yi Si's serious expression, she nodded obediently. Uchiha Madara also felt that it didn't matter. Although staying in the castle was a bit boring, it was completely tolerable. In a blink of an eye, a few days have passed. Karl Dean never came to look for Yi Si again. Yi Si, on the other hand, put all her energy into cultivation. Although there is no increase in physical skills, Devil Fruit, Observation Hockey, or Armament Hockey have all improved a little. Of course, Uchiha Madara and the Tornado account for most of the credit. On this day, Yi Si is still training in the back garden as usual, while Uchiha Madara is out. The guy Tornado may have been infected by the maid, and he will be learning how to cook with Ross Minion in the kitchen. Advertisement suddenly, during training, Yi Si heard a system beep. Ding, the running in degree of the paper fruit has reached the requirement of advanced quality. Hearing this, Yi Si was taken aback, stopped training, and quickly opened her virtual panel. Host. Bernard Yi Si dig level. 1, 4200s. Number of digging. 0, 5/7. As the level of digging increases, chances of digging will increase. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 25%, Tornado, 20%, abilities. Paper Fruit, 1000. Conquerors, 561,000, Armor Color, 521,000, Knowledge Color, 661,000. Digging location. Insufficient digging times, unable to locate. Warehouse. None. Sure enough, just as the system said, the running in degree of the paper fruit has reached 1000 at this moment. Yi Si said without too much hesitation, begin to advance. Ding, it's advancing. Ding, get toughness increased by 50%. Ding, gain immunity to seastone type items and weaken the accumulation by 80%. Ding, get attribute burning. Ding, the number of times you eat devil fruit again is +1. Looking at a row of prompts that popped up, Yi Si was already very satisfied, but when he saw the last one, he became visibly excited. Yes, he can eat devil fruit again. Under normal circumstances, because devil fruit is the incarnation of the devil, a person can only eat one at most, and has a kind of ability. If he eats more than one fruit because of greed for ability, his body will explode because he cannot bear the curse. Of course, there are exceptions in each case, such as the original Blackbeard. He has the ability to have 2 devil fruits, but, strictly speaking, he does not count as using 2 devil fruits. It can only be said that he somehow obtained the ability of shock fruit from Whitebeard's remains. The next step is to try the advanced paper fruit ability. Advertisement. Yi Si muttered, and soon he started to try it. Pieces of paper flew out of him, but unlike the previous ones, golden flames burned inside the original white paper. Yi Si waved his hand, and several pieces of paper flew out like sharp arrows, towards a tree the size of a thigh. Brush. The pieces of paper flew over, and the tree was divided into several sections, with thick smoke rising from the cut. Obviously, this is the burning attribute attached to the advanced stage. Yi Si is very satisfied with this effect, just as Yi Si was preparing for the next test. From the gate leading to the back garden came the voice of Uchiha Madara. Yi Si, the newspaper is here. I think you have a report that you are interested in. Yi Si was taken aback, and responded casually, what report? About locks. Locks. Yi Si hesitated for a few seconds, finally gave up the idea of continuing the test, and then returned to the castle. Give. Uchiha Madara handed the newspaper to Yi Si. After taking it, Yi Si glanced at it. Marine launched a hunt for locks on XXX Island and successfully weakened part of the combat power of the locks pirates. Yi Si continued to look down. Marine's lineup is quite good: Kong Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp, Sengoku Vice Admiral, and many other Vice Admirals. However, there is one thing Yi Si can't figure out. Judging from the lineup of the locks pirates, it stands to reason that Marine should not take advantage of it, but in the end it miraculously took advantage of it. 022 Tornado's Dark Cuisine, Flower Request. Could it be? Speaking of this, a thought flashed in Yi Si's mind. Yes, that is, the world government pays the newspaper to write in Marine's favor. Apart from this, Yi Si really can't think of anything else. After all, with the lineup of the locks pirates, it is really difficult for Marine to take advantage of him. However, it doesn't matter what the truth is. For Yi Si, it has no direct relationship. He smiled, shook his head slightly, and then put the newspaper on the table. What's wrong? Uchiha Madara at the side saw Yi Si smile and asked. It's nothing, it's just that what's in the newspaper may not be the real situation, Yi Si explained. Uchiha Madara was silent for a few seconds, and then seemed to suddenly realize. You mean, the news is fake? Marine didn't weaken the locks pirates' combat power? Yi Si spread out his hands and said with a smile. Who knows, it may be true, but it does not rule out that the world government is fake. This world is true and false. The only thing that is certain is that such a thing did happen. But it's really hard to say who took advantage of it. Uchiha Madara looked at the newspaper on the table and smiled slightly, just when he was about to say something. At this time, Tornado, Ross Minion and a group pushed the dining cart to the hall. Yi Si, I just wanted to call you, but I didn't expect you to come back early, and Madara also came back outside, just in time. You all came back at the right time. I'll give you a taste of the dessert I made myself. With a proud look on Yi-Si's face, Tornado quickly pushed the food cart to Yi-Si and Uchiha Madara's side. Immediately afterwards, she picked up a plate, put it on the table, and opened the lid. Then, Yi-Si and Uchiha Madara saw 4 or 5 objects, about the size of a fist, which were a little dark in color. This is... Guess what cake it is? Long Wan looked at Yi-Si expectantly and asked, it took her a lot of effort to make this one. Chocolate? Looking at the blackness, Yi-Si guessed. No. Tornado shook his head. Yi-Si was slightly taken aback, and took a closer look to smell it. Good guy, I was careless, I thought it was chocolate, it turned out it was just baked and a bit mushy. Mine, but the mouth is soft and sweet, fluffy and delicious, with a pure egg flavor. You think so, Minion? Dragon Roll boasted, while looking at Ross Minion. Before Ross Minion could speak, a message came from the side. Advertisement, slag, sound. Uchiha Madara held half of the piece, and chewed the other half, making a crisp sound. Dragon Roll, you call this soft and sweet in the mouth, soft and delicious? There is also a pure egg flavor. I didn't taste it, but it tasted burnt. Ross Minion hid her snicker, without her comment. Uchiha Madara has already given the best comment. Madara. The tornado also picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Sure enough, as Uchiha Madara said, it was very crispy and accompanied by a burnt taste. Yi-Si just wanted to reach for a piece to taste, and then laughed at the dragon roll. But just when he reached out to take it, Tornado took it off the table, put it on the dining trolley again, and pushed the trolley directly. The operation was smooth. Yi-Si, wait, I'll do it for you again. After the voice fell, the tornado had disappeared in the hall. Fortunately, you didn't eat it, and it felt a little bitter afterwards. Uchiha Madara wiped her mouth and said lightly, Minion, you are unqualified master. Yi-Si smiled wryly. Master Tornado is too anxious, give her some pointers, and I won't let me intervene. Minion, come quickly. In the corridor, the sound of a tornado sounded. Here we come, Master Tornado. In response, Ross Minion said to Yi-Si again, Master, I'll go to work first. Go, don't let her make dark food, okay. Meanwhile, New World, a certain island. A huge ship slowly docked. The pirate flag flutters in the wind. Advertisement. Yes, this pirate group is not an ordinary pirate group, but the famous Locks pirate group. Damn it. Locks swears. Captain Locks, there is no way for this kind of thing to happen. We can only say that we are too relaxed, but we still have not lost too much. Golden Lion sat on the railing of the ship and explained. That's right, it's true that Marine took advantage of this battle, but it was Marine who took advantage of Locks' banquet and everyone was a little drunk and took the opportunity to sneak attack. Locks resisted for a moment, then backed away. However, fortunately, the losses were all at the cannon fodder level, and Locks would definitely be even more annoyed if he lost important combat power. This bad breath is absolutely unbearable. He, Marine, likes to play tricks so much, so let's play tricks with him, Locks said in a deep voice. What should we do? Charlotte Linlin asked. What else can we do? Naturally, it's an eye for an eye. They sneak up on us, and we sneak up on his lair. Isn't this a good plan? Golden Lion sneered. It's really good. This can let the Marines know that we are not easy to mess with. Longbread nodded and agreed. Do not, Locks spoke slowly. Isn't that a good idea, Captain Locks? No, what I mean is. Raiding naval headquarters is not enough. You must know that Marine is under the control of the world government. While attacking naval headquarters, we have to send a big gift to world government. While Locks was speaking, the expression on his face became a little ferocious. As soon as his words fell, most of the Locks pirates began to cheer. However, don't rush, wait for us to take a breath first. Everyone nodded and agreed. 023 let's go, for the third excavation. Although it is said that he needs to cultivate and improve his strength, Locks still discussed the plan early. This time, they are divided into 2 teams. The first team is led by Locks, leading almost the entire Locks pirate group, and their goal is clearly naval headquarters. The second team is led by Charlotte Linlin and Golden Lion, who are responsible for leading the trainee crew to attack the holy land of Myriad, and are mainly responsible for obliterating the celestial dragons. Off the coast, not far from the Locks ships, Locks and his gang are having lunch here. Captain Locks, I have a request. Under the lively atmosphere, Kaido suddenly spoke and said to Locks in the center. Locks drank the red wine in one gulp, then threw it away, and looked at Kaido. What's up? During the mission, I want to attack the celestial dragons with the second team. Kaido's tone was a little light, and he didn't have enough confidence in his heart, for fear of angering Locks. It stands to reason that the second team led the trainee crew and should also count him, but Locks decided to let Kaido follow him to attack naval headquarters. Are you scared, Kid Kaido? A cadre joked. Ha ha ha, that's right. Although Kaido has great potential, he has never participated in a large-scale battle. I'm afraid it's not normal. Another cadre joined the teasing team while eating barbecue. It seems that Locks is no stranger to this situation. He looked at Kaido and said, You want revenge? Yes, Captain Locks, I feel that I was beaten by the celestial dragons and the bodyguards of the celestial dragons, and I must get back the face. Please give me a chance, Kaido said sincerely. Ha 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 ha. Locks laughed loudly, picked up the half bottle of red wine that had been opened aside and threw it towards Kaido, and said, If you want to go with the second team. Kaido reached out to take the red wine and drank it straight away. Thank you, Captain Locks. Boy, you have to kill a few more celestial dragons, Longbread laughed. Don't listen to their nonsense, we don't know much about the Holy Land Mariajoy, you'd better be careful, lest there might be some master hidden in it, Locks reminded. Yes, advertisement after lunchtime, most of the crew took a nap directly on the shore. On board. I have fulfilled what you said, and I hope you can keep your promise, Kaido said softly. Charlotte Linlin turned around, looked at Kaido with a wanton smile, and then said calmly, I really don't pay attention to celestial dragons, but the premise is that I touch Kaido. As for the one you mentioned, even if his bodyguards can beat him, I can twist his head off and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Of course, if you can't meet it, forget it, I won't go looking for it with you. I know this. Kaido nodded and continued, if we can meet each other, I hope you will leave it to me as the last hand. I want to send him on the road myself. Charlotte Linlin walked a few steps closer to Kaido, and then patted him on the shoulder. These are small problems. Well, it's time for dessert, let's go first. In a blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. On this day, Yi-Sis mining times were refreshed. Host. Bernard Yi-Si dig level. 1, 4200ths. Digging times. 1, 1/7. Can increase the chance of digging as the level of digging increases. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 25%, Tornado, 20%, abilities. Paper Fruit, attribute burning. 302 2000ths, Conquerors, 601 thousandths, Armor Color, 561 thousandths, Knowledge Color, 731 thousandths. Excavation position. Positioning can be turned on. Warehouse. None looking at the refreshed mining times, Yi-Si immediately started the process without any hesitation. Turn on positioning mode, ding, it's turned on. As usual, after the system's voice fell, a virtual map location panel popped up in front of Yi-Si. However, looking at the location where it appeared this time, the expression on Yi-Si's face became solidified. Advertisement, good guy. This position is really getting farther and farther every time, Yi-Si complained. However, it can be regarded as a good thing. After all, the two guys Uchiha Madara and Tornado stayed in the holy land of Myriad was quite boring. This trip can be regarded as taking the two of them out to relax. If you want to travel far, it is natural to prepare in advance. Really, are you sure? Long Wan looked unbelievable. Since she came to this world, Yi-Si has not taken her out. The only time I went shopping with Uchiha Madara in the holy land of Myriad. However, if you want to stay here and look after the house, that's fine, Yi-Si said with a smile. I don't want it. Long Wan put his hands on his hips, turned his head away from Yi-Si, his face was full of arrogance. Yi-Si just smiled, and then directed to the maid. This time, all the staff should go out to relax. Thank you, master. Hearing Yi-Si's words, all the maids were very happy. After all, such an opportunity is rare, and in their eyes, it is considered a very beautiful thing. Hurry up and get ready. I'll contact the world government and ask him to prepare a boat for me, Yi-Si said, walking in the direction of the phone bug. A few minutes later, the news that Yi-Si was going to travel had reached the ears of 5 elders. Of course, under normal circumstances, the world government would not report this kind of thing, but since meeting Yi-Si once, 5 elders began to pay attention to Yi-Si. And asked the staff of the world government to report everything related to Yi-Si. So, Yi-Si just hung up the phone bug at world government, and within a minute, 5 elders received the news that he was going to travel. 024 Luogia pirates join. How can this work? According to normal rules, there are still certain risks. The bald old man responded to the phone bug with a serious face. Then how should it be distributed? Staring at the phone bug, the bald old man was silent for a few seconds, and then continued to answer. On the basis of the original, he is equipped with a battleship, 100 elite marine soldiers, and 5 vice admirals, which is almost the same. Yes. Not daring to say anything more, he nodded quickly. Remember, you can have accidents, but only Bernard Yi-Si can't, the bald old man ordered. Don't worry, we will protect the safety of Lord Bernard Issan. Having said that, the bald old man hung up the phone bug. That kid Yi-Si is going on a trip. The bald old man turned his head and said to the other 4 old men. Although we are getting old, we are not deaf. You speak so loudly, and we all hear it, the old man with straight white hair replied. Ha 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 ha. The bald old man laughed a few times, and then continued. Adding so many more guards to him is enough to protect him. Under normal circumstances, even if you don't add it, Yi-Si can be very safe. After all, there will be no guy who is stupid enough to directly declare war on the world government. However, if you encounter a vicious lunatic, it will be different. I added a little comparison. A strong marine is enough. Another old man said. You say, what should we do if we can't correct his thoughts in the end? The old man with the knife said calmly. You still underestimate that kid Yi-Si. I can tell what's going on in his mind just by looking at him. It is said that he wants to live in the way of other celestial dragons, but his actions have exposed himself early on. He is just unwilling to be inferior to others. When one day something happens that makes him powerless, he will know the benefits of power. Advertisement, it's only a matter of time before we join the ranks of our celestial dragons. The other elders naturally thought of what the old man said, but whoever said it first. I don't care about the rest, as long as he is doing things as celestial dragons, as long as it doesn't damage our foundation, we can bear it. The old man with straight white hair said calmly. It seems that you are as I think, as long as the foundation of our world government is not shaken, it doesn't matter what he wants to do, the bald old man added. However, they thought too much about this point. Yi-Si is very clear about his identity. He is not a pirate or an ordinary person, but the world's noble celestial dragons. Damage to the foundation of the world government is undoubtedly creating trouble for himself. He, who is afraid of trouble, will definitely not do more meaningless things. After a long time, Sabadi Archipelago, a certain shore. Yi-Si and his party have landed on the ship. The marine battleship is in the front, and the world government battleship is behind. However, he couldn't help laughing after seeing the marine that 5 elders arranged for him as a standard escort. It seems that you really don't give up on me. 5 elders, Yi-Si muttered as he stared at the shore of the Sabadi archipelago that was fading away. During this sailing time, Yi-Si decided not to continue exercising, but decided to take a short vacation for herself. Of course, Yi Si sent all the world government personnel from this ship to another ship, except navigators. The rest are only on Yi Si's side. Tornado passed the time learning how to make things in the kitchen, while Uchiha Madara and Yi Si were a little bored, lying and fishing above the front of the boat. Uchiha Madara said he was fishing, but read the newspaper on the chair. When sleepiness struck, he directly covered his face with the newspaper and fell asleep. When the fish came, he didn't lift the rod. In the end, the fishing rod was dragged away by the fish. As for Yi Si, he acted as if he hadn't seen this scene. He drank some wine and ate cakes, and said he was fishing, but it was more accurate to appreciate the sea view. As time goes by, the sun also becomes more intense. Advertisement, ka ka ka. A lot of paper came out of Yi Si's body, and soon a parasol made of paper stood on the bow of the boat. Of course, the burning attribute Yi Si is useless, otherwise it would not be a parasol, but a baking umbrella. At this moment, the phone bug placed in front of the small table rang. Blue blue. Blue blue. Yi Si was taken aback for a moment, and quickly put half of the pastry in his hand into his mouth, then picked up the napkin on the table and wiped his hands. Finally, pick up the phone bug to connect. I'm Bernard Yi Si. Great Lord Bernard Issan, please dodge for a moment, we have spotted pirate ships ahead of us, and they are heading towards us. Marine reported ahead. Pirates? Yi Si was taken aback. Yes, Sir Bernard Issan, please stay away for a while. As soon as the words fell, Yi Si hung up the phone directly, and then continued to eat pastries as if nothing had happened. 025 fighting Luogia for the first time, asking for flowers. The front of the marine battleship. The pirate ship is getting closer. Only afterimages can be seen in the front, and now the pirate ship has completely appeared in Marine's field of vision. This pirate flag. A certain Marine Vice Admiral's expression changed drastically after seeing the pirate flag of the oncoming pirate ship. Wrong. Can't be wrong. Two-faced beard, this is the logo of Luogia Pirates. Another Marine Vice Admiral said in a deep voice. Don't argue with Luogia's nose hair, the author knows. Although the current reputation of the Luogia Pirates in this sea is far less than that of the Locks Pirates at the moment, the world government has already listed the Luogia Pirates as an extremely dangerous pirate group. Captain of the Luogia Pirates, Gore Luogia is offering a bounty of 2.2 billion Baileys. Luogia Pirates, Silver Rayleigh with a bounty of 1.8 billion Baileys. The Luogia Pirates, Copper Jabba, have a bounty of 1.6 billion Baileys. The world government personnel stared at the Luogia pirate group that was advancing rapidly, with an unusually ugly expression. No matter what, Sir Bernard Issan must not be put in any danger. Marine Vice Admiral pulled out the long knife at his waist and held it tightly. We can't run away, as long as the Luogia pirates don't let go, we can't leave. That's right, if we separate at this time, the ships of the world government will be even more dangerous. Another Marine Vice Admiral also drew out the long knife at his waist, ready to fight at any time. I leave the front to you, and I will go to the back to take care of Mr. Bernard Issan's safety, the world government staff ordered. At the same time, the Luogia pirates, a marine battleship, a world government ship, inside the marine battleship, I haven't seen an admiral-level marine for the time being. The world government ship in the back is carrying celestial dragons. It seems that there are no more difficult guys this trip. Rayleigh stared ahead, and quickly analyzed his opinion. It turned out to be so, it was delivered to the door. The ships carrying the celestial dragons must have a lot of supplies. Didn't we just happen to be short of food? As Jabba said, a smile appeared on his face. Luogia, it's up to you, whether you want to fight or avoid it, Rayleigh said calmly. Hearing this, Luogia grinned immediately, then pulled out the long knife at his waist, and said calmly, since we don't see any troublesome guys, there is no reason for us not to accept the supplies delivered to our door. As soon as Luogia's words came out, the crew members in Luogia's pirate group began to boil, all of them waved their weapons and shouted loudly. Advertisement, go. Loot their supplies, Luogia shouted, brandishing a long knife. After the words were spoken, the ship accelerated. World government ships. Uchiha Madara, who was sleeping, sensed the danger at the same time as Yi Si. Uchiha Madara sat up instantly, and Yi Si put the pastry he had just picked up back on the plate. Uchiha Madara looked at Yi Si, and said, a breath like a beast, the person who comes, isn't easy. Well, I've noticed that too. Yi Si patted the cake crumbs that fell from his body, then stood up. Scrub. At this moment, two figures landed directly not far from Yi Si, and before Yi Si could speak, they spoke out. Master Bernard Issan, please follow me to avoid it, this time the vicious pirates are here. A vicious pirate group? Yi Si looked at him directly and said calmly. Yes, it's the Luogia pirates who came, and the captain offered a reward of 2.2 billion Baileys. Another man in a black suit explained. Luogia. Yi Si paused. His face froze slightly, no wonder they sensed the breath of a beast. It turned out to be the guy from the Luogia pirates. It's really bad luck. Yi Si complained. How are you going to deal with it? Uchiha Madara looked at Yi Si and asked his opinion. In this case, if Luogia doesn't want to let us run, it will be difficult for us to escape from his grasp, Yi Si said slowly. Please rest assured, Mr. Bernard Issan, we will always stand in front of you. If he wants to hurt you, he can only step over my dead body. The man in the black suit wanted to forcibly appease Yi Si's emotions, but one thing he didn't expect was that at this moment, Yi Si's heart was calmer than him. Yi Si rolled his eyes at him, and then instructed. You go in and notify Tornado, and tell her that her mission is to protect Ross Minion and the others, and then help there. Advertisement, yes, Sir Bernard Issan. Yi Si looked at another man in a black suit, and then ordered. You go too, help protect my people. But what about you, Sir Bernard Issan? I don't need it, Yi Si retorted. Indeed, his strength is not as good as that of Yi Si, so it is unrealistic to say that he protects Yi Si, and it is more likely that Yi Si will protect him. But, some things, I don't want to say them a second time. Yi Sis' tone became significantly cooler. Seeing Yi Sis' expression, the man in the black suit was so frightened that his back felt cold, he bent over and kept backing away. Just then, there was an explosion in front of him. Obviously, the Luogia pirates have landed. The battle has already begun. Today, it looks like there will be a tough battle, Yi Si muttered, staring at the ship ahead of the smoke rising. It's not easy to kill us. While Uchiha Madara was speaking, he jumped onto the flagpole where the world government was hanging, crossed his hands on his chest, and looked down at the situation of the ships ahead. Someone is coming, he spoke again, reminding Yi Si below. As soon as the words fell, as expected, Rayleigh led the team and rushed over with a group of people. Give me the celestial dragons ahead. One of the pirates jumped forward and slashed at Yi Si with a long knife in his hand. 026 Uchiha Madarav's Rayleigh, seeking flowers. Yi Si stared directly at the pirate who was getting closer, and his figure did not move, but stood in place. Ha ha ha. Are you overwhelmed by fright? Seeing that Yi Si was stunned in place and about to cut him down, the pirate didn't forget to sneer arrogantly. Shua. Between swords and swords. Puff. A pool of blood was sprayed directly on the deck of the ship. However, this blood is not Yi Sis, but that pirate's. At this moment, his long knife was about 20 centimeters away from Yi Sis' body, but the spear made of Yi Sis' paper had penetrated his body. Zzz. There was still smoke coming out of the wound. What? The pirate kept howling and struggling, but the spear held by Yi Si remained motionless. Shua. Yi Si pulled out his spear directly, and the pirate lost his support and fell into the sea. Facing such a result, Rayleigh and his group who hadn't jumped over were slightly taken aback. Demon fruit power. Besides, it seems to be quite powerful, which is different from the celestial dragons we know. The man beside Rayleigh frowned. Sure enough, not all celestial dragons are the kind of idiots who wait to die when they are in danger. Let me go meet him and see what this different celestial dragons can do. A burly man with a hammer in his hand and a scar on his face stepped forward. However, Rayleigh stopped him with his hand. You are no match for him, that guy has some skills. As soon as the words fell, Yi Si had released the Conqueror's Haki, and a wave of coercion swept towards Rayleigh and his group. Behind Rayleigh, 4 or 5 people fell down immediately. This is Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement. It's hard to imagine that such a person would have a Conqueror's Haki. This guy is no ordinary celestial dragons. Listening to the discussion of the people around him, the corners of Rayleigh's mouth slightly raised, as if interested. Shua. At the same time, a coercion was released from his body. Obviously, this was also Conqueror's Haki. The two pressures collided together, and Yi Si was obviously weaker. After all, Yi Si had acquired Conqueror's Haki less than half a month ago, so it was already very good to be able to use it like this. Although Conqueror's Haki is weaker, it has no effect on Yi Si. With the disappearance of the two pressures, Rayleigh drew out the long knife hanging from his waist. Let me meet you, celestial dragons. After saying that, Rayleigh jumped up, adjusted his posture in the air, and slashed down towards Yi Si. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed in front of Yi Si, and Uchiha Madara was seen rushing towards Rayleigh with a sickle in his hand. When the long knife and the sickle collided together, and there was a crisp sound. A gust of airflow followed, and the sea surface rolled. Rayleigh glanced over at Uchiha Madara, frowning slightly. Uchiha Madara grinned. If you want to fight him, you have to pass me. While speaking, Uchiha Madara exerted force again, and directly bounced Rayleigh back to the original boat. Uchiha Madara fell on Yi Si's side. This guy, so fast, and I can feel it, he's strong. Rayleigh stared at Uchiha Madara and murmured to himself. This is exactly what I want. Rayleigh's whole body became excited, and he took off the overcoat that was hindering his hand, and a body of strong muscles emerged through the top. Yi Si, leave him to me. It's too boring to stay in the Holy Land. This time is just a relief. Uchiha Madara said to Yi Si. Yi Si didn't say anything, but Uchiha Madara wanted to go, so let him go. Shua. I saw Rayleigh, his long knife-covered armament Haki. Shoot. Advertisement. He disappeared in place in an instant, and when he was waiting to reappear, he had already appeared in the sky. But Uchiha Madara didn't take any action. He raised his head slightly, but at that moment, the originally dark pupils turned blood red. Guoyu turned at a high speed, and in an instant, it advanced to Mangekyo Sharingan. What followed was a blue object in the shape of a skull covering Uchiha Madara. Yes, this is the first form of Susanoo. Boom. Rayleigh thought the blow was going to succeed, but when he saw the sudden blue object, he froze for a moment. What the hell is going on with this guy? Is he demon fruit power too? Rayleigh muttered. Call. At this moment, Susanoo clenched her skull fist and punched Rayleigh directly. Rayleigh reacted, and subconsciously took the long knife covering armament Haki to block it. Boom. The impact sent him flying sideways upside down. At the same time, Luogia's progress was relatively smooth, and within a short period of time, all the Marine Vice Admirals had been defeated. Brush. I saw him put away the knife, then grinned and said, Okay, everyone, let's start moving things, and put everything that can be used on our boat. Okay, Captain Luogia. Everyone responded. Jabba, let's go to Rayleigh and take a look at the ship carrying celestial dragons. Maybe. We'll get top quality wine, first come, first served. Ha 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 ha. While speaking, Luogia started to run. Jabba was a little speechless, but finally followed. 027 Luogia arrives, the first huge battle, seeking flowers. On Yi Si's side, Uchiha Madara and Rayleigh are fighting fiercely. Although Rayleigh has rich practical experience and overall strength is very strong, but compared with Uchiha Madara, he is still weaker. After all, Uchiha Madara has been hovering on the verge of death since she was a child. She has been fighting since she was a child, and has far more combat experience than Rayleigh, and her overall strength is also stronger. Even if he can't play his peak strength now, he still has the upper hand against Rayleigh, who has not yet reached his peak state at this moment. Shua, shua, shua. One after another huge sword energy hit Susanoo, and it was suddenly enveloped in thick smoke. Crack. At this moment, a crack appeared on Susanoo. Uchiha Madara stared at the crack, slightly surprised, but even more excited. Funny, except for that Hashirama guy, I haven't been this hot in a long time. As soon as the words fell, amidst the thick smoke, a long knife directly hit Susanoo's crack. Drink. Rayleigh yelled. Susanoo was open directly, and after he adjusted his position, he slashed at Uchiha Madara with a knife. Call out. Uchiha Madara flew upside down and fell into the sea. However, Rayleigh thought he would sink into the sea, but when Uchiha Madara stepped on the sea and kept sliding, he was shocked again. This guy stepped on the sea. Rayleigh stared at Uchiha Madara on the sea and muttered. Stepping on the water, this move is really not worth mentioning in the Hokage world, but in the world of pirates, it has a great effect, especially demon fruit power. It's a bit careless. Uchiha Madara stood on the surface of the sea, muttering softly. Rayleigh quickly recovered and continued to attack Uchiha Madara. He condensed armament haki on his own long knife, then leapt forward, and swung down with the help of inertial force. Using some kind of power to condense on the long knife, Uchiha Madara looked at Rayleigh in the air and analyzed. Indeed, his Sharingan can see armament haki more clearly than normal people, but Yi has never mentioned it to Uchiha Madara, so he is still not clear about the concept of haki. According to his own cognition, this is through the gathering of certain forces to achieve a certain defense and increase the attack. Uchiha Madara did not intend to use the sickle to deal with this blow, but directly switched the round fan behind him to defend. Advertisement. Boom. When the long knife touched the round fan, the sea suddenly rolled, and the world government ship, as well as the marine ship in front, were shaken violently by the wave. What is this being absorbed? Rayleigh was even more surprised. The long knife that originally covered armament haki was lifted at this moment. The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth raised slightly and said softly, Uchiha rebounded. Boom. A large impact was released from the round fan, and Rayleigh was caught off guard, and was directly thrown into the air, hitting the marine ship with his body, creating a big hole. What followed was billowing smoke and dust. Rayleigh. Above the stern of the marine, the members of the Luogia pirates yelled towards the big hole below. Peefed. Rayleigh spat out blood. Today's battle directly overturned his previous cognition. Yes, this kind of weird moves and weapons are the first time he has encountered such a long voyage. It seems that with such a powerful bodyguard, the celestial dragons in front of me are different from other ordinary ones. Just finished speaking, this time Shiyu Zebo Madara rushed in with a sickle in hand. Boom. In an instant, the interior of the ship exploded, and the tail of the marine ship plunged into the sea. The sea water poured into the interior in an instant, and Rayleigh directly grabbed Uchiha Madara's sickle with one hand, bleeding. It's over, demon fruit power. I wanted to come by myself, but I didn't expect to be sunk by you. Rayleigh grinned, as if victory was in sight. Uchiha Madara looked at Rayleigh in surprise and said, What the hell are you talking about? While speaking, the seawater was almost up to their necks. This meeting should come. Rayleigh yanked on the scythe directly, but Uchiha Madara still held the scythe tightly. In the next second, Rayleigh realized something was wrong. What's going on? It stands to reason that you already feel tired at this moment? Weakness. Oh, I heard Yi mention that demon fruit power will be weak when it touches seawater, but who told you that I am demon fruit power? Uchiha Madara said with a hint of wantonness, said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Madara pulled hard, broke free successfully, and then made up a knife. The sickle scraped directly over Rayleigh's body, and the blood instantly stained the sea red. Advertisement situation above. At this moment, Luogia and Jabba have arrived. They thought they had successfully captured the world government ship. However, Luogia and Jabba were both shocked by the way they looked. Luogia. Captain Luogia, you are finally here, one of the intern crew members said with a hint of tears. Luogia frowned slightly, and asked, What's going on? Rayleigh won't let us get in the way, and now he's being overwhelmed by the world government guys, the trainee crew member replied. Where is he now? Under the interior of the ship. Yi stood not far away, and his face was not very good looking. He originally thought that those marine vice-admirals could last longer, but he didn't expect that all of them were brought down within a short while. It seems that today is indeed a tough battle. Yi is ready to fight at any time at this moment. After learning everything that happened here, Luogia drew his sword without hesitation and stared at Yi. Celestial dragons, right? Let me do it. As he spoke, he was just about to act. It exploded directly below the ship he was standing on. Two figures soared into the sky, one landed on Yi's boat, and the other landed in front of Luogia. Rayleigh. The crew on the side were relieved to see Rayleigh safe and sound. But only Luogia soon discovered that not only seawater dripped from his body, but also blood. Rayleigh, Luogia took a few steps forward. Rayleigh turned around with a smile on his face. Luogia, you're here. Sorry, I haven't taken down the world government ship yet. 028 Yi Siv's Luogia, Marine Dispatch. Seeing Rayleigh's smile, and looking at the blood still dripping, Luogia felt very uncomfortable and at the same time very puzzled. What kind of person is it that can cause Rayleigh to suffer such an injury in such a short period of time? Luogia slowly stretched out a slightly trembling hand, and gently turned Rayleigh around. After witnessing the long scar on his body, he frowned. Hurry up and call our ship doctor. Yes, Captain Luogia. Luogia, this little injury is nothing. Rayleigh smiled slightly, as if he wasn't the one who was hurt, and said calmly. Luogia patted Rayleigh's shoulder and said calmly, Leave the rest to me, let me meet him. Rayleigh couldn't be more clear about Luojia's character. He said so, no matter what he said, he would definitely not allow it. Okay, that's the case, I'll be lazy for once, but, Luojia, you have to be careful, the guy with the long hair in a suit uses moves that are not used by the enemies we have encountered before it's over. Rayleigh ordered. Hearing this, Luojia grinned. Wait for me on the boat, I will bring it myself, and the fine wine will go back to make you healthy. While speaking, Luojia had already drawn out the long knife at his waist, and armament hockey wrapped the blade in an instant. Before he could make a move, Uchiha Madara rushed over, brandishing his scythe. Shua. In front of Luojia, a figure flashed, and he held an axe in both hands, blocking Uchiha Madara's sickle strike. Leave this guy to me, Luojia, Jabba said to Luojia without looking back. Luojia originally wanted to help Rayleigh get back some bargains, but Jabba took the lead, and in this case, he couldn't say much. In the next second, he brandished a long knife and charged directly at Yi Si. Facing a strong enemy, Yi Si cheered up, and with a wave of his hand, countless pieces of flaming paper flew towards Luojia who was rushing towards him. Dang dang dang. Luojia drew the knife very fast, defending and dodging at the same time, but the distance was constantly getting closer. Seeing this, Yi Si stopped the paper attack, and waved again, the paper formed a spear, and armament hockey covered it. Advertisement, when the spear collided with the long knife. Suddenly, a huge air current swept around, crack. Yi Si's feet sank directly into the deck of the ship. He is worthy of being the man who will conquer the Grand Line in the future. Even if he is not at his peak at this moment, he is still incredibly powerful. Drink. Yi Si yelled loudly, the veins on his forehead stood up, and he continued to increase his strength. Zzz. Huge black lightning formed by the impact flickered all around. After finally turning the situation around, Luojia also increased his strength. Crack. Yi Si's feet deepened again. I have to admit, you are very strong, Luojia, Yi Si said in a deep voice. You're not bad either. I've heard a lot about celestial dragons. It's said that they are all backed by the world government. When we meet today, they're still a different kind. Luojia grinned and increased his strength again. However, Yi Si didn't intend to sit still, as there was no chance of winning against Luojia. Ka. Sheets of paper fell off Yi Si's body. Shish. Then it shot out like a bullet. Luojia was startled for a moment, but he didn't expect it. Taking advantage of this gap, Yi Si found the right time and finally repelled the blow. Meanwhile, inside the world government ship. Advertisement. All the maids are very worried about the situation outside. No, I'm going out to help. As soon as Tornado took a step, one of the men in a black suit stood up. Master Long. Tornado, Sir Bernard Issan has already ordered that you are responsible for protecting these maids, and you don't need to intervene in the outside affairs. Long Wan was a little annoyed, although she really wanted to go out and fight, but she still wanted to listen to what Yi Si had to say. Call. This green light appeared on Tornado's body, and the man in the black suit flew up in the next second, and then hit the floor and the ceiling several times before her anger dissipated a lot. On the other hand, after 5 elders received a report from the man in the black suit, 5 elders immediately contacted Naval Headquarters. Garp, you're not included in this mission. Sengoku watched as Garp sneaked onto the boat and immediately yelled. Yes, because this time their mission is to rescue the celestial dragons, and Garp's behavior is a bit domineering, so for unnecessary trouble, Kong does not bring Garp directly for this mission. Normally, Garp really didn't bother to go, even if he was called, he would let Sengoku go. But as soon as that guy heard that it was Luojia, he immediately forgot about celestial dragons. I don't want credit, all the credit belongs to you. Being discovered, Garp stopped being sneaky and straightened up. Is this a matter of credit? Do you know what our mission is this time? Sengoku retorted. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Ha 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 ha. Garp said with a smile, and walked out directly. Sengoku was a little speechless, and sighed softly. Garp, we've tried our best to avoid him, but he found out. Come on board, leave Garp alone, the task this time is very urgent. 029 Luojia. It's over, Yi Si, slightly changed, Sanctuary Mariajoy in the sprawling castle. An old man seemed to be staring at the scene outside the window, but he was actually thinking hard. The other 2 old men were sitting on the sofa, also not saying a word. As for the last 2, one was deep in thought with a phone bug in his hand, while the other was wandering around. It's too late, the bald old man sighed as he walked. Even if Marine rushes over there quickly, by the time they arrive at their destination, they will probably be different, the old man sitting on the sofa said softly. There is no result yet, and you have already drawn a conclusion. It seems not very good. What if Yi Si and the others succeed in getting Marine's support? The old man with the knife comforted. As soon as the words fell, the other 4 shook their heads. Don't say such words to comfort yourself. The enemy is the Luojia pirates. According to the news reported by Marine, we are clear enough that this is a pirate that will never be weaker than the Locks pirates in the future. As soon as the old man's words fell, the bald old man's reaction was extremely strong. Damn it, if I knew this, when that kid Yi Si goes out, he should send more powerful Marines to follow him. It's the same for that kid Yi Si. It's not a good time to travel, but at this time, celestial dragons finally appeared with an awake celestial dragons. After all, they still can't withstand the ravages of fate. It's useless for you to nag, maybe, this is the fate of that kid Yi Si. That's right, Marine support is also our last struggle. Half an hour later, Yi Si was there. Undoubtedly, he fell into a bitter struggle. Through these years, this is the first time he has experienced the sense of crisis of death. Bang bang bang. Luojia was like a ferocious beast, constantly attacking. When the spear collided with the long knife again. Crack. Advertisement Yi Sis's spear split open and broke in the next second, but fortunately, he was quick and his figure flashed. The ship chopped off a horn directly for him. After dodging, Yi Si directly spread out the paper wings and flew into the air. Originally wanted to launch an attack, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Uchiha Madara not far away, still hitting leisurely. Madara, play again when you're so meowy, come and collect the corpse for me later. As soon as the words fell, a huge sword energy flew over. Yi Si couldn't care about Uchiha Madara's side anymore and quickly dodged. But Luo Jia was still relentless, constantly waving the long knife, and sword energy flew towards him one after another. Here, Yi Si dodged for almost 5 minutes, boom. With the sound of an explosion in the air, Yi Si was still hit by the sword energy and fell to the ship. Hoo-hoo. Yi Si was panting heavily. Although he was hit, he didn't suffer serious injuries. Outside, there were some skin injuries. But on the contrary, the injury was not serious, but his own physical strength has been consumed too much, and Haki has also fallen into the cold zone. Tap tat tat. Luo Jia stepped over and said in a deep voice. Obviously the gap in strength is a bit big, but it's incredible that you can persist for so long. If your identity is not celestial dragons, I really want to take you invite me aboard. Hee hee hee. Yi Si sneered. Of course, I don't care about the identity. As long as you are willing, we will accept celestial dragons as partners, but in the future, we will not be able to do whatever we want like you used to. Luo Jia said lightly. How dare you say it, Luo Jia, do you think this kind of thing will happen? Yi Si asked. Hearing what Yi Si said, Luo Jia laughed again, which he expected. Although it's a pity, I still have to say, it's over. Ziz. Armament Haki covered Luo Jia's long knife again. However, just as he took a step, another voice came from not far from the side. Advertisement, are you sure you want to end? Luo Jia and Yi Si subconsciously cast their gazes there. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was holding Jabba with one hand. There was no doubt that as long as Luo Jia dared to mess around, Jabba's head would immediately fall on the deck of the ship. Jabba? Seeing Jabba like this, Luo Jia panicked in his heart. After all, Jabba is as important a partner as Rayleigh to him. Luo Jia, it seems that we have evened the ending. Call. The armament Haki covering the long knife disappeared, and Luo Jia retracted the long knife. Let's make a deal. Today's matter is over here. I will take my people and leave, and you will take your people to leave, Luo Jia said blankly. Yi Si didn't hesitate at all. After all, it would be of no benefit to everyone if he continued to fight, and his original goal was to dig out the treasures of the system. The appearance of Luo Jia was purely an accident. Therefore, there is no need to fight Luo Jia to the death now. If you fight to the death, no one will get any benefit from it. Uchiha Madara looked at Yi Si, and Yi Si nodded. With Luo Jia's style of doing things, he will not suddenly regret it. After learning what Yi Si meant, Uchiha Madara dropped the Jabba he was carrying, and Luo Jia rushed to catch it. You are the funniest celestial dragons I have ever met. I remember you. Your name is Yi Si, right? Yi Si kept silent, which was a tacit agreement. Gordi Luo Jia. After leaving these words, Luo Jia retreated with Jabba on his shoulders. 030 Yi Si's third excavation. Watching Luo Jia and his group drift away, the stone hanging in Yi Si's heart finally fell down. Call. Yi Si sighed softly. While sailing, Yi Si also thought about meeting pirates. Or some other enemy, but never expected. Something happened that he didn't expect. Yes, that's meeting pirates, but it's still the Luo Jia pirates. Fortunately, however, this time the loss was not too great. It's okay. Uchiha Madara asked Yi Si from the side. Yi Si glanced at him upon hearing the sound. If you're playing for a while, when you're done playing, it's a good time to come and collect the corpse for us. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara didn't care about anything, and laughed out loud. Yi Si is very satisfied with this kind of 100% loyalty of obeying orders under normal circumstances, being a friend, being able to tease, or joke, special circumstances, etc. Indeed, if it's the kind that doesn't have any feelings, just obeys orders no matter what the situation, and loses its own personality, Yi Si doesn't quite accept it. After all, in his eyes, that kind is a killing machine, a puppet. It seems that you have to be more ruthless to yourself, otherwise, you will definitely suffer a lot when you encounter today's situation in the future, Yi Si muttered. When the voyage is over, I'll help you. In addition, I want to learn some special skills in this world. Uchiha Madara responded. Stunt. Aha. Uchiha Madara nodded, and continued. It's the one they used in battle, which can enhance attack and defense. Hearing this, Yi Si understood that what Uchiha Madara was referring to was naturally armament Haki. Advertisement, brush. Just at this moment, Yi Si's right half covered armament Haki. Yes, this is it, small issue. After the battle, most of the Marines were killed, and all the others who were not killed were moved to Yi Si's ship. Of course, the first thing they did when they came here was to repair the ship. In the clothes room, 2 maids are bandaging Yi Si's wound. Master, how do you feel? Yi Si closed her eyes and said softly, I can bear this pain. Master, let me relax for you, the maid said, lying on the ground, but she didn't act immediately, but was waiting for Yi Si's answer. Yi Si nodded her head, and the maid who got the order started. Holy Land Mariajoy. After listening to the report from Yi Si's world government personnel, 5 elders were stunned. What did you say? Yi Si successfully resisted the attack of Luo Jia's pirate group. The bald old man's face was full of disbelief at this moment. Yes, after resisting for about an hour, the Luo Jia pirates finally chose to retreat, and Sir Bernard Issan was only slightly injured. In the phone bug, such words sounded, okay, I know. After the bald old man finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Undoubtedly, such a result was beyond the imagination of the 5 elders, and they dared not even imagine it. That kid Yi created a miracle. That's right, that lineup fought against the Luogia pirates and successfully resisted, allowing Luogia to evacuate, and he was only slightly injured. This is indeed a miracle. Before I didn't even dare to imagine that they could escape from Luogia's hands, but now the result really surprised me. I really want to see how that boy Yi dealt with the Luogia pirates on the spot. Advertisement. This kid is indeed worth cultivating. The bald old man grinned and said, he didn't know about Yi, the other 4 old men, anyway, he liked it more and more. It's really good to have such a guy in Celestial Dragon's family. It would be even better if there are more ambitious people. In the current situation, how many more do you want? Most of them have been corrupted by rights and interests, and it is God's blessing to have one. Leaving aside other things, anyway, at present, 5 elders has become more and more determined about the idea of cultivating Yi. Since they didn't know where Yi was going, the marine support was also cancelled, and Kong and the others chose the nearest island to station temporarily. One is that if there is a need in the future, we can support it as soon as possible, but the chances of this kind of thing are very small. The second is to facilitate themselves. If there is no need, they will regret naval headquarters the next day. Dregs. Garp grumbled at Sengoku while eating his snack. Well, if I had known this would be the result earlier, I wouldn't have come. Sengoku gave him a blank look, and said angrily, I told you when I set sail, so you don't have to follow. After a pause, Sengoku remembered something, and continued, however, I didn't expect that the lineup led by Yi could defeat the Luogia pirates. Garp continued to eat his snacks in silence, listening to what Sengoku said, which made him want to see this alternative of celestial dragons. After a few hours, Yi successfully withstood the finish line, but fortunately he didn't brush in the sea, otherwise it would be really difficult to dig. Landing on the island, Yi originally planned to leave the World Government Group to watch over the ship and protect the maid, but after thinking about it later, he felt that these guys were unreliable, so he left Tornado behind. So, in the end, Yi went with Uchiha Madara to dig. 031 The third character card, Akunalogia probably walked for tens of minutes. Yi finally found the blue-lit ground on a small hillside. Immediately, the two quickened their pace and arrived at their destination very quickly. As before, after Yi realized that there was no one around, a shovel appeared out of nowhere in his hand. Then without the slightest hesitation, he raised the shovel and dropped it. Boom! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the blue-lighted ground on that side was instantly disintegrated like snow-white fluffy cotton candy touching water. In the next second, a mechanical sound came from Yi's ear. Hint, get character card X1. Hint, get advanced physical skills. Sit-ups X 10,000 times, push-ups X 10,000 times, can be activated. Close black lens bracket. Hint, gain experience 15. Hint, gain experience 15. Immediately after the notification sounded, in front of Yi, his virtual panel popped up. Host. Bernard Yi dig level. 1, 7200ths. Digging times. 0, 1/7th. Can increase the chance of digging as the level of digging increases. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 30%, Tornado, 20%, abilities. Paperfruit, attribute burning. 1062,000. Conquerors, 611 1,000ths. Arm color. 579 1,000ths. Knowledge color, 766 1,000ths. Digging location. Insufficient digging times, unable to locate. Warehouse. Advanced physical skills, to be activated, require sit-ups 0 10,000ths, push-ups 0 10,000ths. There is still a certain difference between the digging this time and the previous 2 times. The experience has been increased by 10 points. In terms of rewards, certain requirements are also required to be activated. Advertisement however, Yi thinks it's pretty good. Anyway, even if he is not rewarded, he still has to exercise, it's just that the training method is different. Moreover, like the one who directly obtained the ability before, Yi felt that the sense of reality was much less. Uchiha Madara at the side saw Yi who was in a daze, and then looked at the dugout ground, and couldn't help asking. Is it done? Yi was pulled back from his contemplation, glanced at Uchiha Madara, and nodded. Then let's go. Waiting, Yi responded, yes, at this moment he intends to use the character card directly here, after all, this place is more suitable than the Holy Land Myriad. Uchiha Madara was not in a hurry, sitting cross-legged on a rock, with his head propped on one hand, watching Yi's every move. Use a character card? Ding, are you sure to use it? Sure, Yi answered directly without too much hesitation. Ding, the character card has been consumed successfully. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the source from Fairy Tale, Akunalogia. Akunalogia? When Yi heard the words, his eyes flashed. Akunalogia, in the original book, Fairy Tale, was originally a dragon slayer wizard more than 400 years ago, known as the King of Dragons, the Black Feather of the End, and the origin of evil. He has extremely high intelligence, but he disdains to communicate with humans. He is the first human magister who has fully transformed into a dragon in history. Undoubtedly, his strength naturally belongs to the kind of outrageously strong. As a time traveler, Yi is no stranger to Akunalogia. It's a pity, it's still a step late. If I didn't meet the Luogia pirates when I came here, but met when I returned, Luogia, he might not be able to leave so easily. Advertisement. Yi sighed slightly. Just as these words fell, a white light particle suddenly appeared in front of him, and the light particles gathered together again, forming a human form. In the next second, a figure did not look tall, with brown skin, wearing a black cloak, bare upper body, bare feet, and a necklace around his neck. As well as a man with long hair hanging down to his waist and a pair of menacing eyes appeared in the seriousness of Uchiha Madara and Yi. However, at the beginning, his situation was somewhat similar to when the tornado first arrived, and he stood stiffly in place. The pupils were dull, and there was a feeling similar to a stuck machine. After a few seconds, he paused a few times, and then returned to normal, speaking with a smile on his lips. Ha 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 ha, I really never thought that a world without magic, wizards, and dragons could be so wonderful. As for Yi Si and Uchiha Madara, they watched Akunologia quietly and did not make a sound. This guy seems to have overreacted, Uchiha Madara murmured. As soon as Uchiha Madara's words fell, Akunologia said to Yi Si, what do you think? The world can be just as wonderful without magic. Although, in the original book, Akunologia hated humans and dragons extremely, dismissed them, and didn't even want to communicate with them. However, here, he regards Yi Si as his own kind, and the characters summoned by Yi Si as his own kind. Regarding this topic, Yi Si did not answer, but said indifferently, Akunologia, this world welcomes you. Because the system will only convey the information of Yi Si to the summoned character, and will not convey the information of the summoned character to the next one. So, after a brief chat, Yi Si informed Akunologia of Uchiha Madara's information. Ha ha ha, let me just say, I can feel the same kind of smell from him, Akunologia said with a smile on his face. 032 Locks. Brothers, let's make a big fuss. Uchiha Madara just propped his head on one hand and looked at Akunologia and Yi Si, occasionally interjecting a sentence or two. Seeing that Yi Si had no intention of stopping the chat with Akunologia, he had no choice but to add another sentence. Yi Si, I think it's more important to get down to business. Business? Yi Si paused, looked at Uchiha Madara. Everything has been done. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. Good guy, the clown turned out to be himself. He always thought that Yi Si didn't leave because he didn't finish his work, but it turned out that it was because he was chatting. It's finished. Wouldn't it be better for the two of you to chat on the way back, or, when you get back to the boat, drink wine and talk about interesting things? While speaking, Uchiha Madara stood up, stretched, and looked at Yi Si and Akunologia with disgust. Madara, I'm not new here, let's learn more, Akunologia explained. There will be more time in the future, so you don't have to be so anxious, Uchiha Madara said calmly. Heard the words. Yi Si patted the dust on his body, and said lightly, there are many things that can't be explained clearly in a few words. Let's talk about the rest when we get back to the boat, Akunologia. In fact, what Uchiha Madara said is quite reasonable. It's no fun to stay in this place where the birds don't shit. It's better to go back to the boat, enjoy the food and wine, and then share interesting stories. Back on the ship, the world government staff didn't dare to ask too much about the extra person. And that fellow Akunologia seemed to be able to smell the same kind of people. As soon as he got on the boat, he knew that Tornado was the same kind of person as him. However, apart from Yi Si, Uchiha Madara, and Tornado, Akunologia kept his distance from the others, and even ignored them, including Yi Si's maid, of course. Go back to the Holy Land Myriad. Advertisement. After boarding the boat, Yi Si gave instructions. He came here just for the third excavation, so after the completion, they had no intention of staying or going to other places, so they returned directly to the Holy Land of Myriad. Okay, Lord Bernard Issan, I'll go and order the navigator right now. Also, do you need a meal? The man in the black suit asked softly. Yi Si shook his head. You don't need to arrange meals, I'm not used to the chef you brought here. Okay, Mr. Bernard Issan, I understand. If you need any service, please call me anytime. Yi Si didn't make a sound, but waved his hand to signal him to back down. The man in the black suit nodded, bent over, and retreated slowly. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, night falls. Naval headquarters. Layers of ripples began to appear on the originally calm sea. Suddenly, under the bright moonlight, a huge shadow skipped across the sea. A moment later, in the originally silent night, the alarm sounded. What happened? A somewhat bewildered Marine Rear Admiral ascends the watchtower. The sea. There is an abnormality on the sea surface. A huge ship is sailing towards us. The Marine soldier in the watchtower pointed to the sea surface. Marine Rear Admiral followed the trend and looked over. The ship was getting closer and closer, so at this moment, with the help of the moonlight, they could see more things than before. This is the pirate ship, and this pirate flag, is the Locks Pirates. Marine Rear Admiral was so terrified that he could even slur his words. He was so terrified that he subconsciously took a few steps back. In the end, he fell directly from the watchtower, and then quickly got up again, shouting loudly, Be alert, alert, the people of the Locks Pirates are here. Advertisement. In less than a minute, the ships of the Locks Pirates had docked. Brush. With a violent smile on his face, Locks waved the long knife in his hand and shouted loudly. Brothers, let's work hard. Remember, our goal is to meet a weak kill or a strong one. There is no need to entangle him. Run. In the end, act according to the original plan. When the time comes, with our strength the shells are the signal, all evacuate. Attacking naval headquarters is undoubtedly a very crazy approach. Of course, Locks also understands that it is naturally impossible to fight against Marine and world government with his current power. However, why do you still do things that you know you will suffer? First, for the sake of face, Marine first attacked the Locks Pirates, and this time he came here to fight an eye for an eye. The second, and naturally the most important point, is to attack the naval headquarters, let the name of Locks resound in the sea again, win over the forces, and make himself stronger. Although it seems to be a disadvantage, Locks' calculations are still full. If there is a war, there will inevitably be casualties. The so-called brothers behind him, in the eyes of Locks, are just stepping stones for him to dominate the world. So, their deaths, Locks simply do not care. Following Locks' voice, the crew behind him also drew their weapons and began to cheer. Attack! Locks swung his long knife at naval headquarters. What followed was that all the crew members of the Locks Pirates swarmed down. 033 Your house has been stolen, are you still fighting landlords? On the other side, the Holy Land of Myriad. Not long after the Locke's pirates attacked naval headquarters, the current Marine Marshal who stayed in the Holy Land Myriad took away a part of the Marine forces stationed in the Holy Land. However, just 5 minutes after Marshal Marine walked out, there was a slight explosion in a corner of the Holy Land Myriad. Obviously, this is no accident, but the second team led by Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin has arrived in the Holy Land of Myriad and launched an attack. Of course, their goal is not to have a life or death battle with the world government. Instead, like Locke's, run after the damage is done. Anyway, as long as you don't get caught, you'll be fine. One thing to mention is that in the future, the world government will definitely spend more energy on dealing with the Locke's pirates. However, they don't care. Anyway, even if they don't do this today, the world government and Marine will still try to deal with the Locke's pirates. It's just a matter of time. Due to the attack of the Locke's pirates, the 5 elders immediately got together and started a meeting. Locke's, this guy is really too crazy, he is already like a lunatic, he can't think about it so much, and directly attacked naval headquarters. The old man with the knife sat on the sofa, his tone was unusually cold. Isn't this a good thing? Delivering it to your door yourself saves Marine from spending time looking for them in this endless sea. The bald old man was very happy when he heard that the Locke's pirates attacked naval headquarters. After all, in his eyes, the Locke's pirates attacked naval headquarters was equivalent to the Locke's pirates coming directly to their death. In the direction you want, it is true, but what if the Locke's pirates are not successfully destroyed? The consequences and troubles are very difficult. It's not only the loss of Marine's face, but also the face of our world government. Indeed, as the old man said, once things get messed up this time, it will greatly affect the subsequent signing of covenants between the world government and other countries. Even the countries that have already joined will have some doubts about the world government. Yeah, you're right. The Locke's pirates' attack on naval headquarters is good news, but it's also bad news. The turning point lies in Marine's actions. Another old man said calmly. As soon as the voice fell, the dark night outside in the distance added a color. A huge bright light flashed past, followed by a violent explosion. 5 elders was stunned for a moment, all eyes turned to the outside window. What's the situation? Why is there an explosion sound? And it seems that the movement is not small. Advertisement. While speaking, the old man had already arrived at the window. Could it be possible? A thought flashed through the mind of the old man who followed behind. Could it be that the target of the Locke's pirates is not the naval headquarters at all, but the Holy Land Myriad? It shouldn't be. At the same time, the old man holding the knife had already walked from the sofa to the window. The main target should not be the Holy Land Myriad, because according to the report I heard, Locke's appeared in naval headquarters, so the only possible one that appeared in the Holy Land Myriad is a small team of the Locke's pirates. Makes sense. The other 4 elders nodded. This guy Locke's is really a lunatic. He didn't mind attacking naval headquarters, but he even targeted the Holy Land of Myriad. He won't be arrogant for long, and his decision today will make him irreparable. I hope that, as you said, once the Locke's pirates are eliminated, this sea will be peaceful for a while. Undoubtedly, on Kong's side, within minutes of the Locke's pirates attacking naval headquarters, he immediately received the news of an urgent return flight. However, he is still a little away from naval headquarters, and it will take about an hour at the fastest to resist naval headquarters. To say who is the happiest among Kong, Sengoku, and Garp at this moment, it is undoubtedly Garp. Seeing Garp's expression like this, good guy, if you don't know, you might think he is an undercover agent of the Locke's pirates. However, both Sengoku and Kong are very familiar with Garp's character. This guy is excited and passionate when he encounters a strong enemy. Blue blue. Blue blue. Inside the ship, Kong was talking about business with Sengoku when the phone rang. Kong hesitated for a few seconds, but was quickly connected. Advertisement, Kong Admiral, the latest order, not only the naval headquarters was attacked by the Locke's pirates, but the Holy Land Myriad was also attacked. But because the Marshal took away some of the Marines stationed in the Holy Land Myriad from the Holy Land Myriad, the Marshal asked you to rush to the Holy Land Myriad to support and protect the Celestial Dragons. The Marine liaison officer over there said anxiously. Kong naturally didn't say much, just nodded. I see. After all, the bug over there quickly hung up the phone. Before Kong could make a sound, Garp on the side hurriedly said, let's talk about it first. I will take the auxiliary boat to naval headquarters near the road. Kong gave Garp a blank look and said calmly, I didn't expect you to follow me to the Holy Land Myriad to protect the Celestial Dragons. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, ye see over there. They are almost going back to the Holy Land Myriad. Of course, they don't know anything about naval headquarters or what happened in the Holy Land Myriad. King Bomb. Yi Si directly threw the last 2 cards in his hand. Akunalagia frowned slightly as he looked at the few cards in his hand that hadn't been played yet. Okay, hurry up, change. Tornado stood behind Akunalagia and urged. This is also the first time Yi Si came to One Piece and played Duty Zoo. Of course, Akunalagia and Uchiha Madara didn't understand it, and they learned it not long ago. As for playing cards, Yi Si is too simple for paper fruit. 034 Yi Si has arrived at the Holy Land, seeking flowers. I lost again. It shouldn't be. Akunalagia put the poker cards in his hand on the table, then stepped back with an expression of reluctance, and switched to the tornado. Can you not lose? You be asterisk 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 D. Yi Si is the landlord, we two are commoners, why are you always playing my cards? Uchiha Madara complained, looking at Akunalagia's posture. I don't know, I thought Uchiha Madara was a landlord. Madara, I don't like to hear what you said, didn't you keep winking and telling me to play the card? Besides, didn't I play A7 behind me? You couldn't pass it. Akunalagia retorted with a sound. Uchiha Madara looked at the last 3 in his hand and fell into deep thought. At this moment, he didn't want to talk to Akunalagia. In the lobby, Yi Si and his group had a great time. There is good wine, good food, and laughter, a very sweet picture. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Everyone turned their eyes towards the door. The maid went to open the door. Akunologia, Tornado and Uchiha Madara continued to play poker when they saw that it was the world government personnel. The man in the black suit came to Yi Si and said softly, "Master Bernard Issan, we have arrived at the bottom of the red line. You see, when will we depart for the holy land of Myriad? Huh? Arrived?" Yi Si was slightly taken aback, probably because of the fun he had played before, and felt that the time hadn't passed. "Yes, Sir Bernard Issan. I see." Yi Si nodded and waved his hand to signal him to back down. When the man in the black suit left, Yi Si told Akunologia and his party, "Come here, we should go." Hearing Yi Si's words, they all put the poker cards in their hands on the table and stretched. Advertisement, is it finally here? It feels like. This time it's a lot faster than when we went out. Longwan yawned, his eyes showing a hint of sleepiness. Minion. Yi Si got up from the sofa and let out a cry. Ross Minion, who had been on standby not far away, hurried to Yi Si when he heard the words. "Master, what are your orders? Go to me and get some clean clothes for Akunologia," Yi Si said while picking up the freshly brewed coffee on the table and took a sip. "Okay, Master." Indeed, the clothes Akunologia is wearing now are similar to those when Uchiha Madara first came here, and they look out of place with the surroundings. If the two of them have to compare, it is natural that Akunologia is better, because Uchiha Madara looks like it is worn by one person. And Akunologia looks like a beggar in Yi Si's eyes. After dealing with these matters, Yi Si asked the world government personnel to include all the people on his side in the noble list. Then, they boarded the exclusive lift back to the Holy Land Myriad. As soon as they went up, although it was dark now, under the cover of moonlight, Yi Si and his group could still see the thick smoke in the distance, and the fire was also faintly visible. Just when Yi Si and his group felt surprised, the city gate was slowly opened, followed by a group of guards quickly walking towards Yi Si. An enemy? Akunologia instantly became vigilant, ready to fight at any time. Long Wan gave him a blank look, and said lightly, "Relax a bit, your own." While speaking, the guards had already reached in front of Yi Si, and they all saluted to Yi Si. "Great Sir Bernard Issan, welcome back, but there is a little situation in the Holy Land of Myriad. Please follow me and go to the safe area first," the leading guard said. Something happened. Listening to the guard's words, Yi Si suddenly had a bad feeling. "Yes, there are intruders in the Holy Land Myriad. Marine is dealing with it now, but it should take a while. For your safety, please follow me to the safe zone," the guard replied. "Intruders? Pirates?" Yi Si asked. "Advertisement?" Except for the pirates, he really couldn't think of anyone else who would dare to do this. "Yes." The guard nodded. "The Luogia pirates?" Yi Si asked again. After all, he just fought with Luogia not long ago. According to his route, he will arrive at the Sabaody archipelago, and then there are two routes. The first is to pass directly through the Holy Land of Myriad, and the second is to pass through the seabed. When Yi Si was silent, the guard explained, No, Mr. Bernard Issan, it is not the Luogia pirates, but the Lox pirates. At this time, they not only attacked the Holy Land of Myriad, even naval headquarters was attacked at the same time. Lox pirates? Yi Si was a little surprised by the guard's answer. All indications showed that the probability of the Luogia pirates was about 95%. But for some reason, one of the Lox pirates came out. "Okay, I understand, you step back. Won't you go to the safe zone with me, Sir Bernard Issan?" "It's not necessary." From what the guard said, and analyzing the current situation of the Holy Land of Myriad, Yi Si has roughly guessed it. Lox should have spent a small force to attack the Holy Land Myriad, and the main force should be placed on naval headquarters. If the main combat force was placed in the Holy Land of Myriad, the damage would definitely not be as it is now. And now, Yi Si has another person with super strength, Akunologia, and then Uchiha Madara, Tornado. This lineup is more than enough to deal with a small number of members of the Lox. Therefore, there is absolutely no need to go to the safe zone. But if something happens to you, we can't be held responsible. There is no need to burden you. As he said that, Yi Si turned his head and shouted towards Tornado and the others. "Let's go home." 035 Kaido, who took the initiative to come to the door. Yi Si is so happy, asking for flowers. As Yi Si's voice fell, the crowd quickened their pace and chased after him. "Madara, let's go back and join forces to deal with Yi Si. We didn't beat him when we were on the boat." Akunologia walked to Uchiha Madara and suggested. Uchiha Madara stared at Akunologia, probably because he was frightened by him on the boat, so he shook his head directly. "For this kind of thing, you go find the Tornado." When Tornado heard this, he immediately responded, "I'm not free, I can barely keep my eyes open right now." After losing so many games in a row in his hands, "Can you all sleep?" Akunologia asked rhetorically. "Can." Tornado and Uchiha Madara replied in unison. "However, if I continue to play with you, I can't guarantee it," Uchiha Madara then added. Akunologia looked at Tornado and Uchiha Madara speechlessly. "I have mastered the skills, and I am sure to win." "You're sure to win, this game depends on luck." Yi Si walked in front and couldn't help but turn around and said something. As Yi Si's words fell, there was a burst of laughter around. Seeing that Yi Si and his group had already entered the city gate, envious expressions appeared on the faces of the leading guards. "Hey, I wish I could serve Bernard Issan too." "Captain, what are you talking about? You want to work for Celestial Dragons? Didn't you tell us that this is a high-risk occupation?" Another guard couldn't help but said. "That's right, Captain, you told us earlier that you saw it with your own eyes, and was killed by Celestial Dragons because the guards made a little mistake." Hush, you guys, are you dying? Keep your voice down. The guard next to him ordered. After all, if they were heard, they would all have to finish the game. Advertisement. The leading guard glanced at them, then said with a faint smile. Yes, I have said that before, but what I said is also true. Having said that, his voice became much lower. As you have seen just now, Lord Bernard Issan, he is different from all the celestial dragons. He treats every slave around him sincerely, as well as the bodyguards who work for him. It is my honor to serve such a man. I feel. As soon as this was said, the surrounding guards seemed to suddenly realize that, yes, as their captain said, what Yi Si did was almost different from other celestial dragons. You are right. In this comparison, Mr. Bernard Issan is really a different man. Some of the guards who had acquaintance with Yi Si started to discuss, while some who had no acquaintance with Yi Si, even didn't know him well, were fascinated by it. Hey, hearing what you said, I immediately wished I could do something for him, but unfortunately, I don't have enough status. Yeah, although I've only met him a few times, but hearing what you say, I feel that this man is full of charm. Yi Si and the others naturally didn't know what was discussed behind the guards. After a while, they returned to their castle. As for being attacked, Yi Si didn't take it too seriously. After all, the place where it happened was on the other side of Yi Si Castle. If they want to come here, they have to go through the marine level. Generally speaking, if there is no accident, Yi Si has already figured it out, and they basically made a mess and slipped away. Of course, Yi Si never thought of taking the initiative to drive away the Lock's pirates, because he was not needed at all. There's 5 elders on top of him, and I am on top of 5 elders. They're all indifferent, and why bother as normal celestial dragons? Therefore, after returning to the castle, Yi Si, as usual, should eat and drink, and his mood did not become bad because of the attack of the Lock's pirates. Advertisement. However, just when Yi Si thought that this would be the end of the matter, suddenly, a figure directly fell from the top of the castle, smashing a hole. The smoke and dust also filled the surrounding area. Yi Si frowned slightly and looked over. The smoke and dust slowly became thinner, and Yi Si could see the falling objects more and more clearly. A few seconds later, Yi Si was taken aback. Good guy. No wonder the more familiar he looks. Isn't this guy the celestial dragons? Karl Dean, who suffered from Yi Si last time. However, at this time, he was extremely embarrassed. His face was swollen like a pig's head, but fortunately he hadn't lost consciousness yet. Issan, Karl Dean mumbled. Yi Si stepped in front of Karl Dean, first saw through a hole in the ceiling, then turned to Karl Dean and said, "Are you playing with human shells?" However, Yi Si was quite surprised at one point. The ceiling had been smashed into a big hole, and Karl Dean was still able to speak consciously. "Help me." It took nearly 30 seconds for Karl Dean to say the 3 words, and Yi Si was a little anxious watching from the sidelines. Just when Yi Si was about to ask him something, there was a burst of laughter from the top of the hole in the ceiling. Unexpectedly, we met again so soon. If I remember correctly, your name is Yi Si. As the voice sounded, Yi Si raised his head again, and a familiar face appeared in his vision. Yes, this guy is not a stranger, but the trainee crew member of the Lock's pirates, Kaido. 036. Why do you have to single out when you can fight in groups? Guy. Kaido? Yi Si was slightly taken aback, but he never expected that Kaido would come to his door on his own initiative. At first, Kaido felt that Yi Si must have panicked when he saw this scene. However, what he never expected was that this guy Yi Si actually showed a happy smile, and even looked very excited. This directly raised Kaido's anger a lot. It's really uncomfortable to look like you be ***********. Kaido frowned, and the mace in his hand tightened even more. Really, however, your appearance makes people look very happy, Yi Si said calmly with a smile on his face. Hope, can you still laugh later? Kaido stared at Yi Si sharply, as if he had been sentenced to death more than a dozen times by this time. As soon as the words fell, another voice sounded from the other side. Who did I think it was? Isn't this the guy who pretended to be dead last time? Why, the last time was not fun. Do you want to pretend again? At this time, Uchiha Madara had already come to the hall from the other side. Hearing this familiar voice, Kaido's face froze instantly, since the last time he said goodbye to Sabaody Archipelago. Sometimes, Kaido would dream of this voice in his dreams, often waking up from the dark night. Yes, last time, Uchiha Madara cast a bit of a shadow on him. I am afraid, it is impossible to wave away in a short time. Kaido looked at Uchiha Madara. The frozen expression on his face was relieved a little, and then, what appeared on his face again was not fear, but ecstasy. This time, I think it's your turn to play dead. Just after Kaido's words fell, there was a bang, and another tall figure landed beside Kaido. Soon, her appearance appeared in everyone's sight. Advertisement, and she is one of the cadres of the Lock's pirates, Charlotte Linlin, with a bounty of more than 2 billion. Yi Si was slightly surprised by the appearance of Charlotte Linlin, but in the next second, he suddenly realized. No wonder Kaido dared to come to his door. It turned out that he was looking for a helper. Before Yi Si and his group could speak out, Charlotte Linlin said with a disdainful laugh, Kaido, the ones you want to kill are the 2 of them. Kaido nodded slightly, and then added, you just need to help me get rid of that long-haired one. As for the celestial dragons, just leave it to me. Also, Linlin, please leave it to me for the last blow, otherwise, the anger in my heart is lingering. Charlotte Linlin continued to sneer, and said with a little helplessness, okay, Kaido, if you like it, I will leave it to you, but you will return this favor to me sooner or later. Now, it's time to get down to business. Any further delay will only affect the time we meet Captain Locks. I understand. Kaido nodded, clutching the mace tightly in his hand, leapt forward, and threw it directly in the direction of Yi Si. Shua, a sound. Uchiha Madara arrived in front of Yi Si in an instant. He had already taken out his scythe, and immediately counterattacked Kaido with the scythe. Napoleon. Here, Charlotte Linlin directly carried Napoleon and arrived in front of Kaido in an instant. Boom! The sickle collided with Napoleon, and a huge air current was generated around it. The airflow devours everything around it. Your opponent is me. Charlotte Linlin said to Uchiha Madara with a weird smile on her face. Uchiha Madara glanced at her blankly, but didn't say anything. As for Yi, he was very relieved, because he knew Kaido's strength very well. Kaido bypassed Uchiha Madara and attacked from the side this time, while Yi, still standing there with a smile on his face, made no extra moves. Advertisement, go to hell. Kaido waved the mace again and fell from the sky. Just as he was about to get close to Yi, suddenly, a green light flashed on his body, and he flew upside down in the next second, and then hit the wall heavily. Boom! Smoke billowed. Yi stared in the direction of the smoke, and said slowly, do you think it's 2 on 2, Kaido? While speaking, behind Yi, Tornado and Akunalogia slowly walked over. Is everything done? Yi asked aloud. Well, according to your order, they have already been moved, Tornado responded. At the same time, Kaido pulled his body out from the wall, stretched his muscles and bones, glanced sharply at Yi and the Tornado beside him, and Akunalogia started to wrinkle tightly. Because, at this moment, he actually felt that the 3 of Yi and C exuded the aura of beasts. What's the matter? The 2 around him are fine, but this celestial dragon's, why does it have the breath of a beast on it? Kaido's face is getting uglier now, because he knows that things have changed. Serious. Leave Yi to me. When I come here, I haven't had any activities yet. Today I keep losing in the fight against landlords. I just have no place to vent. Akunalogia suggested. Let's fight in groups. Yi said softly. It's not that he doesn't want to give Akunalogia this chance, it's just that the current venue is a bit special. After all, it is my own castle. Of course, the main reason is that he is like Uchiha Madara, who will start playing after hitting. 037 Yi fights Kaido for the first time, asking for flowers. Regarding Yi's answer, Akunalogia hesitated for a while, and then said, although I don't like it, group fighting sounds good, so, I will do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand slightly and pointed a finger at Kaido. Call. Suddenly, the surrounding wind picked up, and a stream of air was slowly generated. And in front of his finger, an energy ball is slowly condensing to form. When it reached a certain size, Akunalogia shot the energy ball directly. Call out. The energy ball rushed towards Kaido at an extremely fast speed, and Kaido's pupils shrank violently. At first he wanted to follow, but when he saw it from behind, he felt bad, so he immediately dodged to the side. Boom! The place where Kaido was standing exploded directly. Although he dodged in time, the impact of the explosion made his center of gravity unstable, and he fell directly to the ground, and then rolled continuously. Of course, if you want to say who has the biggest reaction at this moment, if Yi is the first, no one would dare to say the second. Aku. Akunalogia, Yi yelled. Akunalogia turned his head to look at Yi, and then smiled lightly. How is it? Yi, my strength is not bad. That's right, your sister, you be asterisk 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 D. I seriously suspect that you won't be convinced after losing the fight against the landlord, and you pretend to deal with the enemy, but in fact you want to demolish my house. Yi couldn't bear it anymore, and complained. Yes, Akunalogia's blow directly wiped out a large wall of the castle. The rest was already crumbling, as if a gust of wind had blown by, the castle couldn't bear it, and it looked like it was about to collapse. It's a real hammer, this guy Akunalogia just wants to demolish the house. Standing beside Yi, Long Wan glanced at Akunalogia, adding fuel to the fire, with a face full of excitement. Advertisement, Yi, the tornado. I said it was just an accident, do you believe it? Akunalogia explained. Don't listen, I don't listen, Long Wan whispered. Yi looked at the remaining half of the castle, and a thought flashed in his mind. Yes, Akunalogia and Tornado can't be allowed to fight here, they have no sense of proportion, and it is too easy to bring destruction to the surroundings destroyed. At the same time, Kaido stood up tremblingly, staring at Yi and the others not far away, and then looked at the deep pit not far away on the side. At this moment, he actually swallowed his saliva forcefully, and then muttered tremblingly. What the hell? What the hell is going on with this celestial dragons? There are so many tyrannical bodyguards as standard. That's right, at this moment, Kaido realized that the matter was not simple. He realized that Yi's status must be higher than that of normal celestial dragons, and he can enjoy more rights and interests. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the world government to equip him with so many powerful personal protections as standard. The plan has changed, Akunalogia, the tornado. At this time, Yi spoke again. However, Akunalogia and Tornado looked at Yi curiously. You two stay and watch the show, I decided to have some activities. Yi spoke slowly, and he also had a small calculation in his heart. Fighting by himself can not only prevent the tornado and Akunalogia from excessive damage. You can also understand Kaido's current strength while knowing your own strength more clearly. I haven't warmed up yet. Akunalogia tried to convince Yi to give him a chance to play again. However, when he saw Yi's serious look, he knew it was over, but he was not disappointed either. After all, he knew what Yi was worried about. Okay, Yi, the surrounding environment does not allow me this time, I will fight again next time. Yi, but I didn't even fight once. Every time I fought, I stood in the back row. While the tornado was talking, green light slowly radiated from his body, and then the whole person floated up, and then sat cross-legged in the void, pursing his mouth, resting his head on his hands, with an unhappy expression on his face. Nonsense, when you first came here, didn't you just do it and let that guy fly out? Akunalogia said with a sneer. Advertisement, Yi, next time Dodizu will be more aggressive. I'm just kidding. Ha ha ha. Yi, I'm not joking, I'll beat you to death, I'll tell Madara later. Listening to the phone call between the two of them, Yi Si shook his head helplessly, and then turned his attention back to Kaido. However, after hearing what Yi Si said, Kaido was secretly happy. Yes, he was afraid of Yi Si's bodyguard, but Yi Si, he didn't pay attention to it at all. Yi Si, you gave me a chance, so I will cherish it. After killing you, I will escape from here as quickly as possible, Kaido muttered inwardly. Of course, if the situation is good, he will call Charlotte Linlin. If the situation is not good, then he will flee by himself. Zzz. At this time, Yi Si started to move. Behind him, the paper quickly synthesized a pair of wings. However, with the addition of attributes, this pair of wings burned with flames. For some large-scale and destructive moves, Yi Si does not intend to use them. After all, if he wants to use them, he will completely lose the Yi Si in front of him. In this case, it is better to have a group fight directly. Call. With the spread of the wings, Yi Si rushed towards Kaido at a super-fast speed. He waved his hand, the spear was in his hand, and armament hockey was instantly covered. Although Kaido saw Yi Si's aggressive appearance, he didn't hesitate at all, and directly brandished a mace to fight back. 0385 Elders. That kid Yi Si is back. You ran up to die by yourself, then I will fulfill you. When Kaido was speaking, the mace in his hand had been swung out. As for Yi Si, holding a spear in his hand, he charged down from a height. Dang. Sound. The spear collided with the mace, and the flames scattered all over the place. A huge airflow was then generated, constantly scouring everything around. Crack. The ground Kaido was standing on collapsed directly, and the whole body was directly sunk by the impact. Kaido blinked his eyes, revealing disbelief in his eyes. According to the Celestial Dragon's information he has, the reason why Celestial Dragons do what they want is not their own strength at all, but world government. But Yi Si has shown such wrist strength. What the hell is this B***************? D? It doesn't matter if there are so many powerful bodyguards standing around him, but his own strength is also very strong, so it can't be justified. Kaido struggled to resist the pressure, muttering to himself. The more he thinks about it, the more Kaido feels that Yi Si is not simple. It stands to reason that in the Holy Land of Myriad, the bodyguards who usually protect Celestial Dragons would not be with them. In this case, they have encountered many of them just now. 1 can be said to be a coincidence, and 2 can also be said to be a coincidence, but what about 3? What about 4? This can't be called a coincidence at all. But Yi Si, good guy, it's fine to follow 1 with you, so meow, just follow 3, and each of them is very powerful. If you say that he is the Celestial Dragons among the Celestial Dragons, Kaido will believe it without hesitation. Drink. Yi Si increased his strength, and Kaido sank a lot again. Kaido's momentum is not weak here. Seeing Yi Si increase his own strength, he also began to increase his strength. With the distorted expression on his face, the tendons on his arm erected, and slowly, the arm he had just bent down slowly lifted. And the airflow, also at this moment, became even bigger than before. Yi Si. If I'm not mistaken, you should not be an ordinary Celestial Dragons, or you are the core figure of Celestial Dragons. Kaido, who was resisting, suddenly said something to Yi Si. Yi Si was taken aback for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Advertisement. You think too much of me, Kaido. I'm just an ordinary Celestial Dragons, just like the one you just brought. Yi Si responded lightly. Hee. Kaido grinned, and immediately retorted. You're bluffing me. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I can't see it? The benefits you enjoy are obviously much higher than ordinary Celestial Dragons. You mean them? Nonsense. Oh, the reason why they followed me was because I was afraid of death, Yi Si said solemnly. Although what Yi Si said was not offensive, but for some reason, Kaido immediately exploded. After forcibly dodging Yi Si's blow, he immediately counterattacked. When? Uchiha Madara over there. He is the complete opposite of a Kunalogia. In order to prevent the battle from being affected by the castle, he directly led Charlotte Linlin to other places to fight. The battle became more and more intense, and Uchiha Madara became more and more excited. As for Charlotte Linlin, she was directly dumbfounded. She thought she could easily get rid of Uchiha Madara, but the reality hit her hard in the face. Many times, because of my own carelessness, I was almost slashed a few times. And, not only that, even Uchiha Madara's moves made her unable to guard against. Boom. With the release of a move called Fire Style, a violent explosion sounded directly in front of him. The original night, because of the huge smoke and dust, made the surroundings even darker. Ha. I finally understand now that it's quite normal for Kaido to lose to someone like you. You really opened my eyes, Charlotte Linlin said with a big laugh. Uchiha Madara ignored her and continued to attack, but Charlotte Linlin knew at this time that she couldn't kill Uchiha Madara at all. So, she's waiting for Kaido's side to finish before fleeing the Holy Land of Myriad. Advertisement at the same time. What Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion, and other intern crew members did not expect was that Sengoku and Kong had arrived at the Holy Land of Myriad with a group of Marines. Blue. While walking hurriedly, Kong's phone buzzed. I'm Kong, please say. Kong continued on his way while answering the phone bug. Kong Admiral, the Marshal asked you to rush to the Holy Land of Myriad to support and protect the Celestial Dragons. I have arrived at the Holy Land Myriad, and I am rushing to the place where the incident happened. Please tell the Marshal to rest assured that I will definitely give him an explanation. After all, Kong hung up without waiting for the man's reply and then concentrated on his way. A moment later, at a distance from the incident, 5 old men stood at the window, looking at the faint flames in the distance. Marine Admiral Kong has arrived. Presumably, it's time for this farce to end. The old man with the knife spoke out first. How's the situation at Naval Headquarters? The old man with long white straight hair asked the bald old man who was very close to the phone bug. The battle is still going on, and both sides have lost a lot. It will take a certain amount of time to decide the winner, the bald old man responded. Take your time, don't rush. First hope Marine can give us a satisfactory explanation this time. By the way, there's another thing. The bald old man spoke again. The four old men looked over. That kid ye see is back. 039 Kong and Sengoku's urgent mission, seeking flowers. After hearing what the bald old man said, the other four old men hesitated for a few seconds. That brat ye see is back. When did it happen? Why didn't I hear the report from those guys? The old man with straight white hair wondered. It's normal that you didn't hear the report. After all, both the Marine and the world government are busy with the Locks pirates today, so the report will definitely be late. Speaking of this, the old man with straight white hair suddenly realized that the bald old man had gone out just now, and it was probably at that time that he got the news that Yi Si had returned. Alright, I got it. The old man with long straight white hair nodded. However, the boy Yi Si came back at a bad time. He happened to meet the guy from the Locks pirates coming to make trouble, but it's okay, the safe zone is safe enough. The old man with the knife continued to wipe the long knife in his hand, and at the same time inserted a word like Shisui. Ha ha ha, I also think it's not the right time for him to come back, the safe zone is indeed safe. The bald old man didn't even say the word, Quan, and then he froze for a moment, and then he said falteringly, Yi. That kid Yi Si didn't go to the safe zone, he went straight back to the castle. Don't go to the safe area. Didn't we already order the celestial dragons to take refuge in the safe area and wait for this storm to pass? That little Yi Si, he just jumped directly into the fire pit. The old man with bald head and glasses cursed. Although Locks did not come to the Holy Land Myriad this time, the people who came were not simple. The leaders were the cadres of the Locks pirates, Charlotte Linlin and Shiki. The old man with the knife began to analyze the situation. Although they knew that Yi Si had a little skill, it was still too immature to deal with the two cadres of the Locks pirates. This kid is really disobedient. You should have told us earlier. It seems that you were old-fashioned. That guy managed to get his life back from the Luogia pirates, and now he met the Locks pirates. We were discussing other important matters just now, so I pushed it back. Advertisement. As soon as he said this, the phone beside him rang. Blue blue. Blue blue. The bald old man did not hesitate too much, and immediately connected to the phone bug. Before the bald old man could speak, a man's voice came from the other side. It's not good. Mr. Bernard Issan is fighting the pirates, and one of them is the cadre of the Locks pirates, Charlotte Linlin. What? The bald old man was stunned. The guy really did whatever he wanted. How's the situation? He continued. In terms of the situation, it looks very. The latter words are not finished yet. Swipe. The phone bug started intermittently, and the only thing that came back was the noise, and finally it was cut off. It looks not optimistic. The man with the knife was suspicious. Yi Si is so difficult. Hey, he insisted on going his own way and didn't listen to persuasion. I remember that in the report just now. Kong has already arrived at the Holy Land Myriad, right? Yes. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get Kong to rescue Yi Si. If it's too late, we'll have to collect his body. I'll call that guy Kong right away. Advertisement. Meanwhile, on Yi Si's side, things are going well on his side. Uchiha Madara completely suppressed Charlotte Linlin, so that she couldn't get out to watch Kaido's situation. As for Kaido, he was not much better. It can also be said that he was completely suppressed by Yi Si. Of course, the current Kaido is still not strong overall. However, although he is not strong now, his physique of worrying about others has been shown. As for Tornado and Akunalagia, the two of them were a bit boring. They sat on the sofa already in the open air, watching Yi Si fight quietly. As for Kong, he originally wanted to go to the scene of the incident, but he received an order from 5 elders on the way, so he turned around and rushed towards the castle where Yi Si was. Didn't the marshal say that Bernard Yi Si is not a celestial dragon trained by the 5 elders? Why? You are so concerned, and even ordered us to support him immediately. While running, Sengoku couldn't help asking Kong who was beside him. Indeed, if you say no to this kind of treatment, no one will believe it. Not only did you tell us to provide immediate support, but you even have to report the situation immediately when you arrive. This is beyond a normal celestial dragon's treatment, Kong said softly. Perhaps. There is something in it that we don't want outsiders like us to know. Hearing this, Kong nodded and agreed with what Sengoku said. Anyway, we just do our own thing well. As for their celestial dragons, we don't want to interfere too much. It doesn't matter if they cultivated them or not. Anyway, it won't affect us much. I hope Bernard Yi Si can hold on and wait for us to arrive. If there is an accident, it will be difficult for us to explain to the 5 elders. Sengoku's words made Kong on the side frown. Originally, he didn't intend to say anything more, but after thinking about it carefully, he still said, to be honest, his chance of survival is a bit low. After all, the other party is a cadre of the Locks pirates, offering a reward of more than 2 billion pirates. 040 Kong. Yes, the situation is not optimistic. Right now, it's useless to say any more. We can only hope that Bernard Yi Si will be happy for himself, and he will have a breath when we arrive. Sengoku said with a serious expression. Although Sengoku knows that Yi Si is somewhat different from ordinary celestial dragons, he doesn't know anything about the specific strength. When 5 elders gave the order and said the very pessimistic words, he and Kong were directed to think of the worst. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Yi Si kept flapping his wings and rushed towards Kaido. On the other hand, Kaido was constantly waving the mace in his hand for defense. The impact made him retreat continuously, his face was solemn, and many beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was sloppy after all. He thought that being alone with Yi Si would bring Yi Si down. As a result, he is now in a dilemma. Originally thought that if Charlotte Linlin could help him, then things would definitely go well. However, he hasn't seen Charlotte Linlin since the war started, and he now suspects that Charlotte Linlin has slipped away. You're distracted, Kaido. Yi Si grinned, seized the opportunity, and brandished his spear directly to pick it up. Bang! The mace in Kaido's hand was directly thrown away, and he was startled for a moment, subconsciously wanting to grab the mace that was thrown away. Shish! At this moment, Yi Si's wings continuously shot out pieces of paper with flames. Kaido frowned, subconsciously withdrew his hands, and then quickly dodged. Boom! Boom! The pieces of paper are like cannonballs, falling on the ground directly triggering continuous explosions. The billowing airflow followed, and the smoke and dust shrouded the surroundings again. Advertisement, hoo. Kaido sucked in the air greedily, and kept scanning his surroundings. Of course, he was not looking for Yi Si, but for Charlotte Linlin. Are you looking for Charlotte Linlin? Floating above the void, Yi Si noticed Kaido's movements and asked with a hint of a smile. Kaido looked at Yi Si coldly, did not answer, but cursed secretly in his heart. What the hell is Linlin doing? If I don't come, I might die at the hands of celestial dragons. Seeing that Kaido was silent, Yi Si reminded him. I advise you not to think that Charlotte Linlin will come to save you, because she can't handle it by herself. As soon as Yi Si said this, Kaido ran fast, and then jumped, armament hockey covered his hands and punched Yi Si directly. It's useless, Kaido. Ka. The pieces of paper quickly formed a huge shield in front of Yi Si. However, after a few seconds, it was beyond Yi Si's expectations, because the shield was not attacked at all. Yi Si, that guy ran away. At this time, the tornado not far away yelled and reminded. When Yi Si reacted, good guy, that guy Kaido ran really fast. Calculate in advance that I will use the shield to block the line of sight, so that I can use this less than 10 seconds to escape. Kaido is very thoughtful, but it's useless. I will never let you run this time of. After Yi Si finished speaking, he immediately launched a pursuit. The last time he didn't pursue it, it was because he was afraid of meeting someone from the Lock's pirates. This time it was different. This place is his territory. Seeing Yi Si going to pursue, Tornado and Akunologia quickly followed. Don't run, Kaido. Yi Si continued to use pieces of paper to attack while chasing. Boom. Boom. Wherever Kaido passed, explosions continued, very embarrassing. Advertisement soon. After running for a while, Kaido saw the figure of Charlotte Linlin. He thought he was saved, but then he was dumbfounded. Because, at this moment, Charlotte Linlin is also in a bad situation. Like Kaido, he has been chased and beaten. Linlin. What's the situation here? Didn't you mean to solve him quickly? Kaido roared angrily. Charlotte Linlin, who was riding Thundercloud, noticed Kaido, and looked at Yi Si who was chasing after her. She frowned. What's the situation on your side? Can't you even deal with the celestial dragons? It can't be my fault. Who knows this B*********** D is so good at fighting. Laozi was almost killed just now. At the same time, Kong and Sengoku just rushed here from the side. Seeing the situation in front of them, they both froze in place. What did the five elders say just now? Sengoku muttered, blinking his eyes at Kong. The corners of Kong's mouth twitched twice, and he said, I'm also in a daze right now. I wonder if I've heard it wrong, the current situation. While talking softly, Kong quickly took out the phone bug and dialed, ready to report the current situation to five elders. As soon as I called, five elders got connected quickly. Before Kong could open his mouth to report, a voice came from five elders. How is it? That kid Yi Si is alright, Kong. No matter what, as long as there is still a trace of life, you must send him to the doctor immediately. The bald old man asked. No. Kong quickly explained, and then asked, did you say before that the situation on Bernard Issan's side is not optimistic? Yes. Did I say something wrong? No. You're right, the situation here is really not optimistic, but it's the pirates' side, Kong reported truthfully. What's the situation? After hearing what Kong said, the five elders were all stunned. Bernard Issan and his bodyguards are chasing the cadre of the Lock's pirates, Charlotte Linlin. 041 Sengoku. We meet again, Yi Si, chasing and hitting? The bald old man looked at the other four old men in disbelief. And the other four old men are also you look at me, and I look at you. Similarly, what appeared on their faces was the same as that of the bald old man, an unbelievable look. Good boy. It's really a surprise. Yeah, thanks to this old man, I was still worried that Yi Si's life was in danger, so I hurriedly asked Kong and the others to rush away, but who knew? That guy actually chased after the pirate. Having said that, the five old men finally couldn't bear it anymore and burst out laughing. Okay, you go about your business, Kong, the bald old man ordered. Kong didn't say much, and after humming, he hung up the phone. Ha. To be honest, I like this kid more and more. It was the same with the Luogia pirates. He gave us a miraculous answer. Unexpectedly, he gave us another one this time. Unexpected answer. I have a hunch. Yi Si will be an important turning point for our celestial dragons. For many years, there has never been a person like this in celestial dragons. Yi Si is still young and still needs to be tempered. When the time comes, he will finally take up the banner of celestial dragons and calm all turmoil. When he said this, the old man with the knife suddenly remembered something, and he said, by the way, we missed an important piece of information. Everyone looked at him. Bodyguard. According to the report not long ago, Yi Si dismissed his bodyguards assigned by the world government. It is said. Now his bodyguards are not from the world government, but he found them himself. So, these bodyguards of theirs have some backgrounds, and they can rival the cadres of the Lock's pirates. For the safety of Yi Si, we still need to find an opportunity to investigate. I don't think it's necessary. I think that although Yi Si is young, he is still very stable in doing things. Advertisement. Let's take a look at it slowly. The investigation still needs to be investigated. Holy Land Myriad. Kaido and his team are not only facing the pursuit of Yi Si, but also Garp and Kong. At first, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were the ones chasing, and then they met Golden Lion in the middle. Golden Lion originally wanted to touch the iron, but when he saw Kong and Sengoku later, he also slipped away. However, thanks to the appearance of Kong and Sengoku, otherwise he would definitely bump into Yi Si. And Charlotte Linlin and Kaido will never help, instead they will thank Golden Lion for dragging them to Yi Si and his group. In this way, the Golden Lion results are also evident. All he has to face alone is Yi Si, Uchiha Madara, Akunologia, Tornado. Although Golden Lion is very strong and good, but for such a teamfight, he is basically cool. You crazy woman, why did you bring Kong and Sengoku here? Golden Lion, who was flying in the air, cursed at Charlotte Linlin behind him. Those two guys appeared halfway, but on the contrary, the other group of people is more difficult than the two of them, Charlotte Linlin explained. Shame, Shiki, don't blame me for not reminding you, if you run into them in the future, it's best not to start a war. Charlotte Linlin seems to have gotten used to Shiki's scolding, and is immune to it. Don't be ashamed, if Sengoku and Kong hadn't come, I would have sent them to the sea to feed the fish. Ha 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 ha, Charlotte Linlin laughed wildly, and she didn't explain the rest. According to normal circumstances, originally Yi Si could catch up with Kaido very soon. However, because of Charlotte Linlin's Fire Cloud and Thunder Cloud, Yi Si's movements were barely held back. Advertisement soon, Golden Lion and the others had arrived at the position of the auxiliary ship, using their Lion Fruit's ability to directly let the ship fly. With the auxiliary ship flying, Kaido boarded quickly, and the other part of the trainee crew had not boarded the ship, and Golden Lion gave up directly. Yi Si chased to the edge of the Holy Land Myriad and gave up, landing slowly on the ground. The wings behind him were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's still. Let them run away, if we knew it, we would have gang fights, Yi Si sighed. However, this time, I was mainly careless. I thought that Kaido would fight hard, but I didn't expect to be caught off guard and slipped away. But, it's not a big problem, Yi Si's power will become more and more powerful in the future, and by then. Not to mention Kaido, even the entire Locks pirates will be able to destroy it. Shish. Just as the words fell, Akunologia, Uchiha Madara, and Tornado had already arrived at Yi Si's side. Stop chasing. Akunologia asked first. Yi Si shook his head. There's no need to spend too much time on them, our battle is too early. I have to say, that woman's strength is not bad. Uchiha Madara stared at the shadow of the boat that was almost invisible and said. That guy is a cadre of the Locks pirates, with a bounty of more than 2 billion. Naturally, he has 2 brushes. We made a trip for nothing, Tornado muttered. Hey, at the same time, Kong and Sengoku have also arrived, behind Yi Si. Master Bernard Issan, we meet again. Sengoku took the initiative to speak. 042 help me, Issan, Buddha's Sengoku, Kong? Yi Si looked back at them, but didn't say much. As for Uchiha Madara and his group, they watched silently. It's thanks to Mr. Bernard Issan's action this time, otherwise, the turmoil might not have subsided so quickly, Kong replied. Kong was right. If Yi Si and the others hadn't taken action this time, the turmoil would have lasted longer, and the damage to the Holy Land Myriad would have been even greater. Obviously, if the damage to the Holy Land of Myriad and the loss are too great, let alone Kong, even Marshal Marine cannot escape some responsibility. So, this time, Yi Si did Marine a big favor. Hearing this, there was no emotion on Yi Si's face, and he said calmly, by the way, there is no need to thank me. Yi Si didn't want to take credit for it either, after all. He wasn't interested in this at all. The main reason was that Kaido came to him himself, that's all. Yes. Kong nodded slightly. Let's go. Yi Si said to Akunologia and his group beside him, and then stepped away. Akunologia and the others nodded and followed. After leaving for a while, Yi Si seemed to remember something, and turned around and said, their main force has already left, and there are still some remnants who have not boarded the ship. Leave it to your marines to deal with. After giving instructions, Yi Si turned her head and continued walking without waiting for Kong's answer. Please rest assured, we will definitely give the world government an explanation, Kong replied looking at Yi Si's back. They just watched Yi Si leave like this, and after a while, Kong said again. Sengoku, you were right, it is not unreasonable for this guy to have the appearance of a king. He seems to have the temperament of a natural king. Sengoku stood aside and nodded slightly, which he agreed with. Kong, I don't know if you have noticed. The 2 men in suits and the petite woman beside Bernard Yi Si. Advertisement. Kong nodded and continued. I can see that they all have the aura of a beast. It is conceivable that they are definitely very strong, but what makes me confused is that there are such tyrannical people around him. Why did 5 elders ask us to rush over to support them immediately? With the fall of this voice, Sengoku's brain began to work at a high speed, and soon, a conjecture flashed through his mind. If this is the case, then there is only one truth, that is, 5 elders don't even know that Yi Si has such a strong person around him, but... Sengoku pondered for a few more seconds before adding. However, if you think about it seriously, this is unreasonable. As the trainer of the 5 elders, Bernard Yi Si has no reason not to know these people around him, unless... These strong people are not arranged by the 5 elders, but Yi Si found it by himself. Yes, it's not impossible, Kong said hastily. Interesting. Sengoku exclaimed with a smile on his face. Boom. As soon as Sengoku's voice fell, there was another explosion not far away. Obviously, it was the trainee crew of the Locks pirates who hadn't had time to board the ship. It seems that our topic should be over, and we need to solve the remaining gang of Locks pirates. Let's go. Holy Land Myriad, a certain street. Returning from the edge of the city gate, they did not go anywhere else. Instead, he rushed directly to his castle. Ye see, where are we going tonight? I remember when we pursued, only a few walls of our castle were left standing. Tornado floated behind Ye Si, and when he spoke, he leaned close to Ye Si's ear. It's all Akunologia's fault. In the beginning, our castle only had a hole in it. Good guy, he hit an energy ball directly, and almost turned the whole castle into ruins. Ye Si spread his hands and said helplessly. When Akunologia heard this, he immediately became unhappy. Ye Si, you have wronged me a bit. There are only a few walls left standing in the castle, and you have contributed the most. The fight between Ye Si and Kaido, Akunologia saw it clearly, and kept saying that he should try not to destroy it, but, good guy, the fight was fiercer than anyone else. Home. Advertisement. As soon as Akunologia's voice fell, laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha. Really? I have no influence. I think you are wronging me, Akunologia. Ye Si teased. Don't come here, I can see clearly with the dragon volume. Before he knew it, Ye Si had returned to his castle, and just as Tornado said, only a few walls were left standing. However, it was a bit of a surprise that there was a person from the world government waiting there. After Ye Si went back, he told Ye Si that the world government had arranged a new castle for him. The new residence has been arranged, so Ye Si asked Long Wan to pick up the maid. As for Karl Dean, who is still lying in the ruins of Ye Si's castle, Ye Si really forgot about him. However, he deserves it too. Ye Si can be involved only because he leaked his address to that B*********** D Kaido. Help me. Save me, Issan. Faint cries for help sounded from among the ruins, but they were of no use at all. Ka ka ka. Boom. The originally crumbling wall finally fell down at this moment, directly burying Karl Dean alive. 043 Garp and Whitebeard's fistfight, seeking flowers. Although the battle on the Holy Land Myriad has come to an end. However, the battle at Naval Headquarters is still going on. Of course, the signal to retreat has been sent, so the Locks pirates are fighting while retreating. The situation is different on the Myriad side of the Holy Land, even though the Locks pirates have sailed some distance out of Naval Headquarters. However, the current Marine Marshal has been leading troops in pursuit, and has no intention of letting the Locks pirates go. The development of things also completely exceeded Locke's prediction. Bang bang bang. Countless shells were fired from the muzzle, densely packed in midair. After drawing a gorgeous strand, a rain of shells fell towards the ships on the sea. Edward, Locks, who was standing aloft, yelled. Tap tat tat, as Locke's voice fell. Whitebeard held the Naginata Konyankiri, like a beast, from the front of the ship to the stern. His body moves very smoothly, and there is a crescent-shaped white beard hanging under his nose. In midair, he waved his other unarmed arm, crack. Beside his fist, the air barrier split directly. What followed was the tumbling of the sea, and huge waves soared into the sky, like a bloody mouth, looking like it was going to swallow everything around it. Marshal Marine stood in front of the ship with an unshakable body. Even when he saw such a huge wave, he still had a calm look on his face. Accelerate, pass through, Marshal Marine gave the order. Yes. Call. The huge waves swallowed all the marine warships behind the Locks pirates in an instant. Shish, however, after a few seconds, most of the ships passed through the huge waves. Of course, some ships were directly swallowed by the waves and sank on the bottom of the sea. Advertisement, Locks, don't try to run, Marshal Marine shouted angrily. Ha 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 ha, it's impossible for you to end my voyage here. Don't run, stop, let's have a life and death battle, Marshal Marine shouted. Locks sneered, responding, we will, but, not today. Locke's raid on Naval Headquarters today did not intend to entangle too much with Marine, it was just an eye for an eye. By the way, he warned the world government that his Locks pirate group is different from other pirate groups. Therefore, facing this nonsensical request from Marshal Marine, Locks naturally would not answer. Marshal Marine frowned. In fact, he was a little helpless now, because long-range attacks couldn't deal with the Locks pirates at all. No matter how many shells are fired, they will all be blocked. Let me try it. At this time, Garp suddenly stood up. The Marine Marshal glanced over at Garp. How do you want to try? Of course it's the easiest and most brutal way, you just throw me over there, Garp said with a smile on his face. Marshal Marine's body is much larger than that of Garp, and to be Marshal Marine is naturally very powerful. Ha ha. Marshal Marine sneered. For Garp, he still admires him very much, his talent is extremely high. Although he is only a Marine Vice Admiral now, his strength has already surpassed the rank of Vice Admiral. If that's the case, then come on. Marshal Marine didn't hesitate too much, grabbed Garp's feet directly, and armament hockey covered his hands. Immediately, he began to spin at high speed. With the two of them as the center, a stream of air was generated. Call out. When reaching a certain speed, Marshal Marine saw the timing and let go. Garp shot out like a cannonball. Call. Due to the extremely fast speed, the airflow directly caused Garp's face to shake, but with the help of his force, he directly covered armament hockey with his hands. Staring at Garp as he charged at breakneck speed. Advertisement Whitebeard stood up. Captain Locks, leave it to me. After finishing speaking, he put Kong Yunki in his hand aside, and jumped up with armament hockey covering his hands. Boom. The two fists collided, and the surrounding jet black light flashed like lightning, and the huge air current directly caused the surrounding sea to roll. The ship began to shake violently. Drink. The two roared angrily, constantly strengthening their own strength. After a stalemate of about 30 seconds, the two were directly ejected. Cha-cha-cha. Whitebeard fell back onto his boat, feet rubbing against the deck, two deep cracks emerging. It is conceivable that the power of this impact is not small. And Garp also fell back to his own boat, similarly, two long cracks were drawn. It seems that even so, they can't get close to their ships, Marshal Marine sighed. As for Yi Si, he has moved to the new castle. Akunologia and Tornado and Uchiha Madara have gone to rest. Yi Si, on the other hand, is doing push-ups and sit-ups in the back garden to activate the advanced physical skills required for the system. However, every 10,000 times will be a little difficult for the people in Yi Si's original world, but in this world, it's really not that difficult. Although Tornado and the others were asleep, Rose Minion and the maids waited quietly beside Yi Si. Master, it's getting late, it's time to rest, Ross Minion said softly. If you are sleepy, go back to sleep, there is no need to stay with me here, Yi Si instructed. We're not sleepy, Master, 044 let's learn hockey together, everyone, seeking flowers. Seeing their determined eyes, Yi Si didn't try to persuade them and continued to practice. And they didn't bother Yi Si anymore, just sat quietly on the chairs in the back garden, waiting for Yi Si to end. On Locke's side, Marshal Marine pursued him for several hours, but the situation remained unchanged, and in the end, he was still lost. Finally managed to get rid of that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Marine was so persistent, which he never expected. However, the attack this time caused Locks to lose a lot of combat power, at least it will take a while to recover. But, thinking of the benefits he could create for himself this time, Locks' mood immediately improved. What's going on with Shiki and Linlin? Back inside the ship, Locks quickly called the officers for a meeting. I have already contacted them just now, and they seem to be progressing relatively smoothly, and have successfully evacuated from the Holy Land Myriad. And I have already given them the location area we are in. If there is no accident, we will be able to join us in a few hours. Longbread reported all the things he did just now to Locks. Locks' current location is not in the second half of the Grand Lin New World, so even if they only give an approximate area location, Golden Lion can quickly find it. Of course, if it is in the New World, if there is no prerequisite for recording pointers and permanent pointers, if you just report a location, the chances of finding what you want are almost very low. The reason is also very simple, because New World's geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents are all chaotic, and it is difficult to even confirm one's own position, let alone find an island. Good, very good. Hearing this answer, Locks let out a satisfied smile. Advertisement. A few seconds later, he seemed to think of something again, and continued to ask, how many people went, and how many people returned? As soon as the words came out, Longbread considered the words for a while, and then said softly after a while. The loss. The loss is also quite serious. 3 out of 5 people were forcibly left in the Holy Land Myriad. Linlin. I was hurt a little bit. Every time Longbread uttered a word, the smile on Locks' face decreased by 1 point. When he finished speaking, Locks, who was originally full of smiles, had been replaced by a deadpan expression. What are you talking about, Longbread? Is this what you call smooth? Locks stared at the Longbread with sharp eyes. To be honest, when Longbread saw Locks' eyes like this, his back felt a little chilly. Captain Locks. I'm telling the truth. Obviously, the smoothness mentioned by Longbread is only about the evacuation, not the Holy Land Myriad, which has achieved any good results. Linlin and Shiki shouldn't have given me such an answer. Locks said in a deep voice, but fortunately, Locks didn't know at the moment that Charlotte Linlin's embarrassment was caused by celestial dragons and his bodyguards. If he knew, he would probably be unable to sit still now and would immediately lose his temper. Those present, except for Longbread who said something nice to Charlotte Linlin, all of them looked like they were watching a show, and some even looked like they didn't think it was a big deal to watch a show, adding fuel to the fire there. A few hours later, when Golden Lion and the others returned, Locks went straight to Charlotte Linlin and interviewed Golden Lion. However, what the two of them said was naturally not the truth, and they did not dare to tell the truth. So that's the case. That guy Kong is really strong. It's not impossible for you to take advantage of him carelessly. After hearing the general explanation from Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin, the anger in Locks' heart subsided a lot. I'm terribly sorry, Captain Locks, for disappointing you, Golden Lion said with a guilty look. Ha 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 ha. Locks patted Shiki and Charlotte Linlin on the shoulders at the same time, and said with a smile. As long as you two come back safe and sound, the sacrifices of those intern crew members will also be sacrificed. It's no big deal. Besides, Linlin, your injury, are you okay? Advertisement. Don't worry, it's just a few minor injuries, Captain Locks. It will recover after a few days of recuperation. That's good. Obviously, Charlotte Linlin put all the blame on Kong, but didn't say a word about Yi Si and Uchiha Madara. Of course, Charlotte Linlin didn't dare to mention it. She couldn't say that she was being chased and beaten by a celestial dragon's bodyguard. If she really said that, it is estimated, she will become a joke of the Locks pirates. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, day replaces night. Although Yi Si trained late, he appeared in the back garden at dawn and continued his activation task. As time went on, the sky became brighter and brighter, and the sun shone on the earth. Uchiha Madara and Tornado were the same as usual. Not long after the sun came out, they also came to the back garden, sat on rocking chairs, and basked in the sun. Akunologia got up later. Seeing the two of them like this, he also moved a rocking chair, lay down, and basked in the sun. How about it? Isn't it wonderful to have a way of life that is different from the world you used to live in? Tornado glanced at Akunologia from the corner of his eye and said lightly. Well, it feels not bad. I came to this world. What I can do is to integrate into you as soon as possible. Akunologia said with a slight smile. Just as Akunologia's words had just finished speaking, Yi Si, who was not far away, saw Kirin and shouted, Madara, didn't you say you want to learn armament hockey? 045 Awakening conquers Madara. After hearing Yi Si's words, Uchiha Madara, who was originally lazy, immediately sat up and looked at Yi Si with a hint of interest. If you don't tell me, I almost forgot. While speaking, he had already stood up and walked towards EC. Armament Haki? Akunologia looked suspiciously at the tornado. Tornado shook his head and said softly, "Don't look at me, although I have been in this world longer than you, I have never fought anyone else, so I don't know what this armament Haki is." "Alright." Akunologia spread his hands and then stood up and continued. "Then I will go and have a look, maybe I will be interested." Seeing that Uchiha Madara and Akunologia passed by, a green light appeared all over the tornado, followed by the whole person floating directly, and flew in the direction of Yi Si. "Yi Si, what is the armament Haki you just said?" When he came to Yi Si's side, Akunologia didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "The so-called armament Haki is an ability in this world. This ability can increase your own defense, attack, and even be released as a force. More importantly, this ability can touch the Logia, demon fruit power entity. Of course, in addition to this, there is another use, that is, to wrap armament Haki on the weapon, which can strengthen the attack power, defense, etc. All in all, this is a very practical ability. I suggest that you all learn from it. After all, I don't know if your abilities can capture the entity of Logia demon fruit power in this world. Yes, every world has certain laws, and one of the laws of this world is Logia demon fruit power, which can use elemental ability to be immune to all physical attacks. And they all come from other worlds. As to whether their abilities can be restrained, Yi Si is not clear about it. Do you understand?" Yi Si glanced at the three of them and asked. "I understand. Regardless of whether the two of them are interested or not, I am very interested anyway." Advertisement Uchiha Madara said calmly. After the last few battles, he already felt the practicality of this ability. "Madara, don't talk nonsense. I am also very interested. Please teach me, Yi Si," Akunologia retorted. Then I want to learn too." Before the tornado was undecided, but seeing that Uchiha Madara and Akunologia both had to learn it, she also decided to learn it instantly. The decisive answer of Akunologia and Tornado was somewhat beyond Yi Si's expectation. At first, he thought they would look down on this ability. "Okay, but before that, I have to add one more thing to you. In this world, there are a total of 3 kinds of Haki. First of all, that's the first one, armament Haki. I just introduced it to you. Then there is the second type, observation Haki, which has multiple functions, such as sensing attacks, predicting the opponent's next move, sensing the strength of creatures, sensing the emotions and thinking of creatures, and sensing the position and number of objects outside the field of vision. It is the basic ability of seeing and hearing, and the scope and intensity vary from person to person. Even when you cultivate to a certain level, you can even see the future." When the three of Uchiha Madara heard this, except for the shocked look on Tornado's face, the other two showed excited smiles. I like this too, and I want to learn this too. It sounds really good. Although I don't lack the ability to perceive, I'm quite interested in seeing the future. Let's talk about the third one, Yi Si," Uchiha Madara said. Yi Si nodded, and then said again. "The third word is called Conqueror's Haki, which is different from the previous two. Conqueror's Haki is innate, and it can neither be learned nor innate. Inheritance can only be determined by one's own destiny. That is to say, even if I want to teach and you want to learn, you can't do it, you can only awaken yourself." "Then what is Conqueror's Haki's ability?" Akunologia asked Yi Si. "A person with Conqueror's Haki can intimidate and deter opponents without making a move, and can also stun opponents weaker than himself. Of course, when it reaches a certain level, it can even produce physical attacks. However, one thing is, Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated." Advertisement hearing Yi Si's explanation, he quickly remembered the coercion he used when he was in naval headquarters. "Is that Conqueror's Haki?" he muttered inwardly, but didn't say it out loud. "Okay, let's start now." Yi Si didn't waste time either, and soon began to tell Uchiha Madara and the others what he knew. And their progress shocked Yi Si. After explaining how to use it, Uchiha Madara and Akunologia will be able to use it directly. However, it still takes a while to get used to the one you want to use. I don't know if the two of them only lacked an opportunity. Not long after they mastered armament Haki, Yi Si explained to them how he feels about Conqueror's Haki. And then, the two of them learned. Of course, Yi Si wasn't too shocked by this. After all, the two of them already possessed the posture of kings, and it was only a matter of time before they awakened Conqueror's Haki. As for the knowledge, they are both not bad, although it took a lot longer than armament Haki, but it didn't affect it at all. Tornado's progress is so-so, but compared to normal people, she is still much better. 046 World Government Hero, Yi Si, seeking flowers. As for why the tornado is slower than Uchiha Madara and Akunologia, Yi Si is not clear about it. In the world where Tornado lives, she is considered a first-class powerhouse, and her strength is naturally unquestionable. But, as for the question of speed, Tornado doesn't care. After Uchiha Madara learned from Akunologia, Yi Si went back to practicing her push-ups and sit-ups. As for the tornado, Uchiha Madara and Akunologia are responsible for helping to master armament Haki and observation Haki. In the blink of an eye, the time has come to the afternoon. Still in the back garden, Yi Si was already drenched in sweat at this moment. Ding, congratulations, host has completed sit-ups, 10,000 10,000s, and push-ups, 10,000 10,000s, and successfully activated advanced physical skills. Ding, check that host's current physique is still unable to control advanced physical skills, but the system can barely let him arrive early. However, there may be some side effects, but the host doesn't need to worry. Even if there are side effects, it is good for your body. When the physique reaches the standard, the side effects will disappear. Ding, use it. What are the side effects? Yi Si didn't use it immediately, but asked. If it is the kind that will be unable to move temporarily after using it, then Yi Si will directly discard this advanced physical skill and continue to use it when his physique improves. Ding, the side effect is that it will cause damage to the host's body. However, this is also beneficial. After each injury, after recovery, the physical fitness will be improved rapidly. Yi Si thinks about it. In fact, this is also a way to speed up becoming stronger, but it takes more pain to endure than others. This is a good way to change your physique, there is no reason to refuse. Confirm use. Ding, it was successfully used. Advertisement. As the system's voice fell, Yi Si suddenly felt a serious discomfort. Every cell in the body seemed to be destroyed in an instant, and then recovered in an instant, and it felt like the tendons were torn off in an instant, and then recovered in an instant. Fortunately, this severe discomfort didn't last too long, otherwise, Yi Si felt that even if he wasn't killed by the enemy, he would have been tortured to death by this thing. When the discomfort left, Yi Si suddenly felt as if she was reborn. I feel more powerful. With a mutter, Yi Si opened his property panel. Host. Bernard. Yi Si dig level. 1, 7200ths. Digging times. 0, 2/7. As the digging level increases, the chance of digging increases. Physique. Advanced physique, 50%, when reaching 100%, no side effects. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 35%, Tornado, 20%, Akunologia, 20%. Abilities. Paper Fruit, Attribute Burning, 1462,000, Conquers, 701 1,000ths, Arm Color, 861 1,000ths, Knowledge Color, 796 1,000ths. Digging Location. Insufficient digging times, unable to locate. Warehouse. None since the battle with Kaido. Armament hockey's running in point has improved a lot, and the others have also improved to a certain extent, but it is very little. In a blink of an eye, another day passed. Bang bang bang. Yi Si is enjoying breakfast with Uchiha Madara and his group at this time. Outside the door, there was a knocking sound. Rose Minion quickly opened the door, and a man in a black suit appeared in front of her. Last night, Lord Bernard Issan ordered me to deliver newspapers here every day in the future. Today's newspapers have been delivered. The man in the black suit said. Advertisement, leave it to me, and I will convey it, Ross Minion said calmly. Okay. The man in the black suit handed the newspaper to Ross Minion, then turned and left. And Rose Minion took the newspaper and came to Yi Si's side. Master, the newspaper you need has been delivered. May I ask whether you want to read it for breakfast or now? Yi Si stretched out her hand, motioning for her to open the newspaper and show it in front of him. After Ross Minion opened it, Yi Si glanced at it. Good guy. After reading the title, he couldn't hold back for a moment, and laughed out of the mouthful of porridge he just drank. Seeing this, several other maids hurried over with napkins to help Yi Si wipe her mouth. Because of this action, Long Wan and the others looked over and looked at the newspaper with great interest. The first thing that caught their eyes was not the headline, but the photo that took up half a page of the newspaper. Undoubtedly, that photo is the image of Yi Si holding a spear, spreading his wings, and chasing Kaido, and in Kaido's Pang Madara, Charlotte Linlin happened to be present. World Government Hero, Bernard Issan, successfully repelled Locke's pirates leader, Charlotte Linlin. Looking at the title, Long Wan read it in a low voice, then looked directly at Yi Si and said, Yi Si, you have become a hero. Yi Si frowned slightly. Good guy, somehow he became a hero. He doubted whether this was the news that the world government paid the news agency to produce. You seem unhappy. Akunologia asked. The starting point of the world government is to maintain the reputation of the world government, which is good, but I was lying on the ground before I knew it. Because of this, the reputation of the Locke's pirates will naturally be reduced, and Locke is sure you will settle accounts with me. Yi Si said slowly. However, Yi Si doesn't care, anyway, Locke won't be able to make any moves in a short time, and when he recovers, Yi Si's side is almost developed. 047 Luo Jia. This is the first celestial dragons I recognize. In that case, isn't this a big pit? When Akunologia heard Yi Si's words, he was obviously a little angry. Yeah, Yi Si, the world government is dragging its own people into the water. Long Wan looked swollen, obviously also fighting for Yi Si. That's it. There are advantages and disadvantages. The hatred is drawn, but you have also earned the reputation. The name Bernard Yi Si has come out. Uchiha Madara wiped her mouth with a napkin, her tone was very gentle. Road. Fame is not important to me, but if I can, being famous in the world is better than living peacefully. Yi Si smiled and said softly. Indeed, before the awakening system, his goal was relatively simple. To be a salted fish, his daily task was to eat, drink and play, and to be an ordinary celestial dragons. After awakening the system, although the goal has not changed much, it still has some influence on Yi Si. At least cultivation has become an indispensable part of his daily life. Yi Si doesn't really have much interest in world domination. Yes, for him, this is a coolie's job, and he must be busy with affairs, and a lot of messy things will follow. Just as Yi Si said, Locks exploded directly. Locks held the newspaper in both hands, and the whole newspaper shook violently in anger. A hole. A hole. Shut up. Locks directly crumpled the newspaper and threw it on the ground angrily. Yes, this time, it was their Locks pirates who suffered a big loss. They worked hard and even lost a lot of combat power in exchange for greater fame. But, advertisement good guy. All the cred goes to world government, celestial dragons, Bernard Yi Si. How can Locks calm down? Captain Locks. All of this is nothingness. We are not what the newspapers say at all. We are just being chased by Kong. Don't you think so? Shiki? Charlotte Linlin hurriedly explained. Stand up. Golden Lion also nodded quickly. Although he said that he didn't like Charlotte Linlin very much, this guy and being chased this time had nothing to do with him, but after all, they were on a mission together. Once this responsibility is fulfilled, only Charlotte Linlin will be punished, and he will definitely not be able to escape. Yes, Captain Locks, there is no such thing as being chased by Bernard Issan's trash. Everything is just a nonsense made by the world government. I think so too. After all, it's not the first time we've seen world government urine. Loaf of Outsiders once again put in good words for Charlotte Linlin. After all, it's also, in the Locke's Pirates, technically speaking, he has a better relationship with Charlotte Linlin than with Locke's. All three of them spoke up, which was enough for Locke's, and he actually believed what Charlotte Linlin and the others said about this matter. So, he took advantage of this step and walked down. Look, this is the world government that is full of justice. In terms of darkness, in terms of doing things, it is more vicious than us pirates. Ha 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 ha. At the end, Locke's just laughed out loud. Only those idiots from the franchise countries are willing to be the running dogs of the world government, Charlotte Linlin sneered. The weak are like this, either be swallowed by the strong, or perish, choose one. Whitebeard, who had been silent all this time, also said. Very good. Bernard Issan, right? This account, I remember, use the achievements of our Locke's pirates to increase your reputation. We have to see if you have the ability to take this. I accept this great gift. Locke said, his eyes gradually showing killing intent. Bernard Issan? Whitebeard muttered inwardly, and glanced over at Charlotte Linlin and Golden Lion. In fact, he has already seen something tricky. The relationship between Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin has never been very good. Of course, he felt tricky not because Golden Lion echoed Charlotte Linlin's words, but because of his attitude. Advertisement for Golden Lion to have such an attitude, either Charlotte Linlin caught some weakness of Golden Lion, or something interesting happened during the Battle of Myriad in the Holy Land. The former is unlikely, after all, Golden Lion doesn't like that, but the latter is relatively more likely. Perhaps, something very interesting happened in this matter. Whitebeard murmured to himself, and he planned to ask the trainee crew members later. New World, a sea area. Luogia pirates. Some people are worried, and naturally others are happy. When Luogia saw the newspaper, he laughed from ear to ear. I didn't expect. The cadres of the Locke's pirates would be in such a mess, attacking the Holy Land Myriad, and then being chased and beaten by the Celestial Dragons. If they were chased by the Marines, they wouldn't say anything. Ha 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 ha, Luogia said carelessly. Bernard Issan? Luogia, don't forget, we also suffered from him. Rayleigh smiled bitterly. He suffered a lot in the last battle with Uchiha Madara. If Luogia hadn't arrived later, things would have been even worse. Although it is true to say so, I still want to laugh when I read this newspaper. It's just that Jabba suffered a lot in the last battle, and he is still lying on the bed. However, the Celestial Dragons, this one named Bernard Issan, is the first one I recognize. In the future, he will definitely become our strong enemy. 048 The duel between Issan and Akunologia. It's not just him, the man under him called Madara is even more troublesome. The moves and abilities he uses are different from the enemies we have encountered before. When mentioning Uchiha Madara, Rayleigh's face changed obviously. That, the man who defeated you and Jabba. Luogia looked at Rayleigh, and his face became a little serious. Rayleigh touched his bandage-wrapped abdomen, nodded, and calmly said, yes, Luogia, do you think someone can really eat a lot of devil fruit? Devil fruit can eat 2 or more. Looking at Rayleigh's serious appearance, Luogia doubted his own perception a little. No. But the man named Madara seems to have multiple abilities, Rayleigh explained. Apparently, Rayleigh mistook Uchiha Madara's escapism for the devil fruit ability. Rayleigh, devil fruit can only eat one, maybe the one called Madara doesn't use the ability of devil fruit. While speaking, a look of excitement suddenly appeared on Luogia's face. Listen to you, if there is a chance, I really want to fight him once. After all, you and Jabba have already fought against him, maybe we can still invite him aboard. Rayleigh was not surprised by Luogia's whimsical words, after all, he knew Luogia best. One word, difficult. Rayleigh smiled faintly, ha 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 ha. Holy Land Myriad. This time the newspaper is very beneficial to the Celestial Dragons, so the 5 elders ordered that the world government personnel issue today's newspaper to all the Celestial Dragons. Because of the newspapers, a lot of Celestial Dragons came to the door today, but they were all driven away by Issan. Issan is not in the mood to laugh with them, talking about useless greetings and wasting time. The picture of Issan in the newspaper is a pair of wings behind him, holding a spear, so the Celestial Dragons gave him the nickname, Patron Saint. Of course, Issan didn't know anything about the title of Patron Saint, because among the Celestial Dragons who came, Issan drove away anyone who didn't speak more than 5 sentences to Issan. Advertisement backyard. As usual, Issan is working on his physique because he knows he can't rely too much on Devil Fruit's abilities. Only a strong physique and Devil Fruit can exert the greatest effect. Issan is training alone. Uchiha Madara is helping Tornado practice hockey. As for Akunologia, he is lying on the rocking chair, staring at the sky in a daze. The next moment, he thought of something, stood up quickly, and said to Issan, Issan, you are practicing. Why don't I accompany you to practice? You all have things to do. I am too boring by myself. Issan became dull for a moment. Akunologia's suggestion was actually a good way. After all, he just wanted to see the advanced physical skills he had obtained. Since you have nothing to do, come here. As soon as he heard that there was something to do, Akunologia hurried to Issan's side. But, let's talk about it first. We're interested in spelling. As for other things, let's forget it, because this place can't stand the trouble, Issan ordered. Really? If you fight like normal, good guy, it won't take a while for this area to turn into ruins. Then armament hockey can be used, Akunologia asked. Issan thought for a while and nodded. After all, he also just gave Akunologia a chance to show armament hockey. Okay, so are you ready? Akunologia smiled slightly, and while speaking, he had already taken off his suit, which was a bit of a hindrance to him. Issan jumped back some distance, then nodded. Let's get started. Then I'm here. As soon as Akunologia's words fell, his figure disappeared in an instant. When his figure reappeared, he had already come to Issan's side, and he directly kicked it out. The moment it is swung, it instantly covers armament hockey. Yi Si also instantly covered armament hockey with both hands, stretching out his hands to defend. Boom! Advertisement 1 foot and 2 hands collided together, and there was an instant airflow around. The ground Yi Si stepped on collapsed instantly, and cracks continued to spread around. Because of this blow, Uchiha Madara, who was training for the tornado, also stopped, and the two looked at Yi Si. What are Yi Si and Akunologia thinking? Practicing in this place. This is home. Uchiha Madara stared at the two of them and complained. Long Wan looked at Yi Si, then at the castle beside him, and said, The castle hasn't been lived for a few days yet. Do they want to change their place again? Madara, do you want to go up there? Persuasion? Persuasion? Forget it, let's just watch. Anyway, if the castle collapses, we don't need the two of us to figure it out. He will handle it by himself, so let's continue training. Uchiha Madara reminded. After obtaining advanced physical skills, Yi Si could only feel a slight change in the front, but now, he can clearly feel it, as if he had change. Whether it is strength or anything else, they have all been greatly improved. Bang bang bang. Although it is said to be a physical skill, the damage to the surroundings is still very large. After all, the airflow generated by the impact is too great. In just a short while, the backyard was already full of potholes. Boom. The fists covering armament hockey collided here. The two stalemate in place. This is an armament hockey competition. Although Yi Si is slightly inferior in physical skills, armament hockey is higher than Akunologia. 049 IM and the 5 elders, asking for flowers, zzz. Around Yi Si and Akunologia, black lightning flashed continuously, and the airflow became bigger and bigger. The two stood in a stalemate for more than a minute, and in the next second, Akunologia took a few steps back. Not bad, Yi Si. Akunologia raised his mouth slightly and said. Akunologia is worthy of being the man who wiped out all the dragons in the original world. This time, even if he can't show his peak strength in this fight. However, Yi Si can also clearly feel that he is very strong. Yi Si did not respond to Akunologia's words, but continued to attack. Boom. Boom. Madara, why did you stop? Tornado, who was training observation hockey, knew that Madara had stopped moving, so she took off her blindfold and looked at Uchiha Madara next to her with a puzzled expression. Yi Si. This guy Yi Si grows up at an amazing speed, Uchiha Madara said calmly, with an unbelievable look on his face. Growth rate. Long Wan was stunned, and looked at Yi Si who was fighting. Is there? Why don't I feel it? Isn't he like this in front of him? Uchiha Madara glanced at Tornado, and retorted. Nonsense, if that's the case, would I still say it? But it's normal that you don't have this feeling, because you haven't competed with him before. You know, when I first sparred with him, he was just a novice to me, but now, it's only been a while, but he has improved so much. Advertisement. To be honest, such a fast progress really shocked Uchiha Madara. Interesting, really interesting. Seeing Uchiha Madara's weird smile, Tornado was speechless. It's not you, why are you so happy? You don't understand the things between us men at all, keep training. Holy Land Mariajoy, Pangu City, tap tat tat. On the corridor, there were endless footsteps, ka ka ka. With the opening of the gate, a magnificent hall appeared in the eyes of the unknown old man. At the very top of the majestic hall, the Void Throne stands tall, and the front of the throne is full of swords and sabers. And sitting on the Void Throne is the leader of the Celestial Dragons, the behind-the-scenes master of the world government, and the owner of the Void Throne, I am. At this moment, she was resting with her eyes closed, and after hearing the door being pushed open, she slowly opened her sharp eagle-like eyes. 5 old men lined up side by side, kneeling on one knee. 5 elders come and bow down. Lord I am. The loud voice resounded throughout the hall. I am slowly got up and walked down the stairs with slow steps. What's the matter here? Although Im's voice was not loud, the 5 old men could hear him clearly. Advertisement. In addition to reporting the latest situation, we also want to report our internal affairs, the bald old man said. You mean? About Bernard Issan? I am asked. 5 elders was not surprised at Yim's name. After all, not long ago, the name Bernard Issan appeared in the newspaper. It seems that Lord I am already knows about it. You shouldn't involve celestial dragons and cause trouble for him, I am said coldly. I'm sorry, Lord I am, we are indeed careless about this matter. We just wanted to let the pirates know that our world government is not only relying on the ability of marines, but our celestial dragons are also very good at fighting. The old man with the knife explained. Yes, our starting point is also for celestial dragons, the bald old man added. A trace of indifference flashed in Im's eyes. Say what you want to say. Yes, Lord I am, what the newspaper reported is not a fake, but true. In the celestial dragons, a special person appeared. Whether it's the Luogia pirate group that offered a reward of more than 2 billion, or the cadre of the Lox pirate group that attacked the Holy Land of Mariajoy this time, Bernard Issan has created miracles. So, we think that as long as we focus on training, he can carry the banner of celestial dragons, join our power circle, and serve Lord I am. The old man with straight white hair said slowly. Isn't it a bit too abrupt for you to do this? I am asked back. Master I am, although he is not too outstanding now, he is our celestial dragons after all. Although the outside world has more outstanding ones than him, the non-my race must have a different heart. Yes, we have always adhered to this principle. We have been looking for capable celestial dragons. Now that they have appeared, we should focus on cultivating them. 050 Let's go to the auction. Tap tat tat. I am didn't say anything immediately. She turned around and stepped up the stairs again, walked to the end of the stairs, and sat on the void throne. The world government can stand for 800 years. What do you think it depends on? It depends on the non-my race. Its heart must be different. We have always held the core of power tightly in our hands and in our hands. in the hands of the celestial dragons. I am right in saying this, the real mastery has been in the hands of celestial dragons for 800 years. Others, no matter how high the record is, and the achievements are great, there will be an upper limit to his power. The world government has been able to stand for 800 years, and a large part of the reason is this. I am who paused for a few seconds, his voice resounded throughout the hall again. But now, you are asking me instead? Why, are you getting old and confused? Every word of I am seems to have magical powers, making the 5 elders shudder. Sorry, Lord I am, we didn't mean that. The 5 old men lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at I am. I don't care what you mean or what I said before, I just want the result. Im's words obviously agreed with 5 elders' approach. Yes, Lord Yim, we will never let you down. In the future, besides us, there will be another Bernard Issan who can serve you directly, the bald old man said calmly. If it's just that the combat power is strong and the brain is not very flexible, then you don't have to serve me directly. Understand? I am ordered. Yes. Back off. Yes. 5 elders got up slowly, but they didn't straighten their waists. Instead, they bent their waists and retreated a certain distance before turning around and closing the door of the hall. Staring at the disappearing back of the 5 elders, I am murmured to himself. Bernard Issan. Huh. Yeah, I haven't heard such a thing in a long time. And at this moment, Issan sighed. The battle between Issan and Akunologia is over. Advertisement because, if the fight continues, this backyard will be completely scrapped. You too. Well, I really don't know what to say. You are both old and young, so you can't make people feel relieved. Long Wan looked at the dimpled backyard, then looked at the cracks in the city wall that had been implicated and babbled. Damn it, it's definitely a quality issue, right? Akunologia, Issan asked from the side. Well, what Issan said is right. If we hadn't exchanged ideas, we would not have discovered it. It turns out that there is a quality problem in our castle, which must be investigated. Akunologia quickly nodded and added road. Longjuan and Uchiha Madara looked at Issan speechlessly. In that case, we should praise you too. Longjuan put his hands on his waist, looking swollen. That's not necessary, it should be. Issan smiled lightly. Issan. If it weren't for the tornado floating in midair now, it would probably be stomped angrily by Yi. Seeing the appearance of the tornado, Issan smiled even happier, and explained, okay, I'll arrange someone to come and fix it later. Just as the words were finished, Ross Minion walked out of the castle and came to Issan's side, she said softly. Master, Doric Saint, come to visit. Doric? Issan paused. This guy came looking for him, it's probably because the auction house brought some good stuff. Yes, master, if you don't want to see me, I'll go in refuse. Ross Minion replied. No, let me meet you. Madara, Tornado, Akunologia, go and change your clothes, let's go shopping, Issan ordered. The main reason was that the backyard was dilapidated and could not continue training. Anyway, staying in the castle was fine, so Issan wanted to go for a stroll. As soon as I heard that I was going to play, the tornado gas disappeared immediately, and a smile appeared on my face. Master Tornado, Lord Akunologia, according to your last order, your clothes have been tailored for you, please follow me, Ross Minion reminded. Okay, Issan, you wait for me at the door. With that said, Tornado and Akunologia followed Ross Minion to change clothes. Advertisement. As for Uchiha Madara, he is a more casual person, so he didn't have a tailor-made suit, and he still wore a suit as usual. When he came to the door, Issan was quite surprised. He thought that Doric was the only one, but he didn't expect that besides him, there were several other celestial dragons. They traveled in a rather large formation, each of them riding a slave, with several men and women behind him. In addition, each celestial dragons is also equipped with a world government personnel and several bodyguards selected from the marine. Of course, these are not standard configurations, and the bodyguards were found through world government channels. Issan, long time no see. Doric grinned the moment he saw Issan. Issan ignored the other celestial dragons, and said with a faint smile, are there any good things coming from the auction house? Ha ha ha, Issan still understands me. It is said that the ones I bought this time are even better than the last time. I just got tired of the ones I bought earlier. Let's go for a change. Let's go together. I think you won't refuse me, right? Doric asked. As soon as the words were finished, Tornado, Akunologia and Uchiha Madara came out at this moment. The tailor-made tornado is similar to the one she wore before, with long beards, but this time there is no slit. Anyway, Issan thinks that her current body looks much better than the previous one, and even has a more lovely feeling. Issan has requirements for the tornado's clothes, which cannot be too revealing, but, as for Akunologia, Issan didn't say anything. Issan almost laughed out loud when he walked out. Dude, he's changed back to the suit he had when he first came into this world. However, this time it looked a little newer, it's still my clothes that are comfortable to wear. 051 Madara. Young man, the road is getting narrower, seeking flowers. Cough cough. Issan coughed a few times, withdrew the smile on his face, and then said to Akunologia, it's okay, as long as you like it. As he said that, he looked at Doric and continued, let's go, let's go. Dokra was slightly taken aback, looked at Issan carefully, and then confirmed, Issan, you set off like this? Issan looked around himself, except that he didn't wear the Celestial Dragon's exclusive bubble hood and clothes today, he didn't feel anything wrong. Do I have to prepare something else? Issan asked rhetorically. Are you sure you're not going out in formal clothes? And with slaves? My clothes are formal. As for the slave, we have known each other for a while, and you know it best. I never ride this kind of thing. Okay, as you like, Issan. Doric didn't say much, after all, he wasn't the type to meddle in other people's business. No, Issan, if you do this, it will damage the reputation of our celestial dragons. We are the descendants of the Creator. If you continue like this, you will be attacked by the bad luck of those untouchables. One of the celestial dragons behind Doric spoke eloquently. Yeah, now that you're our celestial dragon's hero, you should lead by example, Issan, another celestial dragons added. What? Hearing this, Yi Si couldn't help laughing. Hero of celestial dragons? When did I become a hero of celestial dragons? In the Battle of Myriad in the Holy Land, you drove away those pirates and untouchables, and now you still have the title of Patron Saint, Doric reminded from the side. Stop. Excuse me, I think you misunderstood something? I chased him, it was only because he annoyed me, so don't think too much, I didn't mean to save you. Besides, what do I want to do? Just do it, wear whatever I want. Yi Si didn't want to be polite to them, after all, she didn't need to act according to their faces. On the contrary, Yi Si also prayed that they had better not come over and waste time by getting involved with her. He might have had some scruples before, but now, he no longer has any scruples. Of course, it's not because he has some ability to float up, but because the world government doesn't care about it at all. It's exactly the celestial dragons of the older generation, forcing their own ideas on others. So, now that Yi Si is capable, there is no need to comply. Advertisement, Yi Si. Issan, what you said is a bit too much, Doric reminded. Yi Si patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, except you. Hearing this, he didn't know what other people were thinking, anyway, he was very happy, at least he felt that his friendship with Yi Si was not plastic. Okay, Issan, stop talking, let's go. As for the faces of the other celestial dragons, there is no doubt that they are extremely ugly. Issan the B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** loud. Because they were riding slaves, they walked a little slower. However, Yi Si didn't care about this point at all. He and Tornado, Uchiha Madara and others were just taking a walk, talking and laughing. But the celestial dragons around are getting more and more uncomfortable, because in their eyes, they feel that they are a high-ranking person. How can they talk and laugh with the untouchables, and they have completely lost the dignity of the celestial dragons? Issan, are they your bodyguards? Suddenly one of the celestial dragons asked. Yi Si hesitated for a while, then replied, it's sort of, but it's not. Look at you, what are you talking about? Yes, no, the celestial dragons laughed dryly. If you say yes, then it is, if you say no, then you are not, Yi Si replied. The journey is a bit far away, boring, Issan, would you like to play a game? Game? That's right. Seeing him nodding, Yi Si didn't think too much, and asked, what game? To be honest, I prefer bloody things. How about letting our bodyguards perform? Let's have some fun during the boring journey. And the rule is that everyone chooses other people's bodyguards to fight each other. The celestial dragon smiled slightly, already thinking about it in his heart. Yi Si hesitated for a while. He is naturally not interested, but as for Uchiha Madara and Ikunologia, that is not necessarily the case. Therefore, Yi Si looked at them, obviously asking for their opinions. It's fine, you decide. Ikunologia responded. I don't care either, it depends on what you mean. Advertisement, me too. The meaning of the three of them is very obvious, that is to see Yi Si's meaning, if he lets, then they play, if not, then forget it. Originally Yi Si wanted to refuse, but at this moment, the celestial dragon said with a smile. Issan, don't worry, I will never pick the weakest woman to fight with my bodyguard. As soon as his words came out, there was no doubt that Tongwan's entire body was blown up. If Yi Si wasn't by her side, she probably would have already started to teach her a lesson. Okay, the road is boring, but you want to play, then let them perform, Yi Si said lightly. Doric glanced at Yi Si and reminded, Issan, his bodyguards were selected from Marine, and they are very strong. Doric Saint, look at what you said. Could it be that my bodyguards will eat their bodyguards? The celestial dragon said with a smile, in fact implying that Doric Saint should not meddle in his own business. It's okay, it's normal to win or lose, and you've even played it all. It would be more interesting if you play a little bigger, for example, with a little money in gambling, Yi Si suggested. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the celestial dragons laughed loudly, and said after a few seconds, Issan, you are too small, and you should bet on their lives if you play big. What do you think? After all, this can also test whether they have the ability to protect us. At first, Yi Si only wanted to make some money for him, but now, he just wants to say, young man, you are not narrowing the road, but blocking it directly. You are right, then you have no objection? Absolutely not. Okay then, you choose one from me first. I think, let all your bodyguards come together. You're breaking the rules, Yi Si. It's okay, as you said, if you are not strong, how can you protect us? Hearing this, let alone how happy that Celestial Dragons was, his face could no longer conceal the joy in his heart. In that case, I'll be the guy in the black suit. 052 Madara. Are you worthy of ordering me? Uchiha Madara froze for a moment, glanced around, and found that he was the only one wearing a suit. Madara, give them some color and see. Long Wan crossed his hands in front of his chest, with an unhappy expression on his face. It's you. Are you alright, Issan? The Celestial Dragons responded to Uchiha Madara, and turned his attention to Yi Si again. Yi Si shrugged and replied with a hint of a smile, of course there is no problem. Although the bodyguard of the Celestial Dragons was a master selected from Marine, Yi Si, who is a time traveler, has never been seen before, so it is not too good. Take care of both of them, Uchiha Madara alone is enough. Then let's get started, I can't wait to enjoy the process. The corners of the mouth of that Celestial Dragons raised slightly, this hasn't started yet, it seems. He has seen the result. Go, Madara, don't look at my face, let them live, after all, this is a game of whoever loses and who dies, Yi Si ordered. Uchiha Madara grinned, but didn't say much, I saw that he jumped forward and had already reached the front. The other two bodyguards also quickly jumped over. Start. As the words fell, a battle of 1 against 2 began. Brush. Uchiha Madara disappeared instantly, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of one of the marine bodyguards. Uchiha Madara shot directly, pinned his head, and hit the stone brick floor directly. Boom. The smoke and dust immediately spread and rose. Call, soon. A fist covering armament hockey swung towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara flashed and easily dodged. Brush. Armament hockey covered his hand in an instant, then dodged it and punched him back. Boom. Advertisement following the punch to the stomach, the marine bodyguard's eyeballs bulged, and he spat out blood. He flew backwards and hit the wall heavily. It is conceivable how powerful this punch is, Papa. Uchiha Madara patted the dust on his hands, and said with disdain, it's just gravel, not half as good as me. It took just a short while. To defeat the master he picked from Marine? Dolak looked at Yi Si in disbelief. The other celestial dragons also looked unbelievable. For some reason, such an idea suddenly appeared in their minds. Bernard Yi Si and his family are a bunch of lunatics, it's better not to provoke them. Master? Doric Saint, do you have a misunderstanding about masters? Yi Si sneered. At this time, celestial dragons, the marine bodyguard, looked extremely ugly, and he looked at Uchiha Madara with cold eyes. Kill them both. Are you talking to me? Uchiha Madara asked. I order you to kill them both, the celestial dragons shouted angrily. Uchiha Madara looked aside, and said in a deep voice, you have no right to order me. How dare you defy me? The celestial dragons got angry and asked the world government personnel beside him, which dignity is more important, me or the untouchables? Of course it's you, the world government staff replied. Akunalagia, throw that guy from the Holy Land Myriad. Yi Si said coldly from the side. Dare you, Issan? The celestial dragons got off the slave angrily and roared at Yi Si. Akunalagia didn't talk nonsense. When Yi Si gave the order, he arrived at the world government officer's side in an instant, grabbed him, and ran quickly, losing his energy. Call out. The person from the world government flew out like a cannonball. Issan. You. Me? What's wrong with me? Didn't he say that celestial dragons are more important than the dignity of untouchables and celestial dragons? While speaking, Yi Si got closer and closer to him, but he subconsciously took a step back and sat down on the ground. Look at your useless appearance. Celestial dragons will lose all face from you. How dare you order my people? Yi Si stared at him coldly. Advertisement. Issan. Forget it. Forget it. Doric whispered from the side. This is the first time he has seen the terrifying side of Yi Si. For the sake of Saint Dolak, I don't care about you. Indeed, if Dokra hadn't spoken out, he would have been beaten up by Yi Si. Let's go. No fun. Yi Si turned around and continued on her way. This time, I don't know if it's because Yi Si showed a fearful side, the rest of the celestial dragons all came down to walk, leading the slaves, following Yi Si's pace. Obviously, as for the remaining celestial dragons, he naturally did not follow. Down to Sabaladi Archipelago, Tornado, Uchiha Madara, and Akunalagia did not follow Yi Si to the auction house, but played their own games. Half an hour later, the Holy Land Myriad. In a certain castle, the celestial dragons who was almost beaten by Yi Si just now stared at the back of his father. When his father put down the phone bug, he couldn't wait to say, how about it, father, that guy Issan killed the world government personnel without authorization, he should be sanctioned by the above. A good news or a bad news, which one do you want to hear? His father asked. Good news. The good news is, it's a good thing Issan didn't do anything to you, otherwise you would have been really miserable. What about the bad news? The bad news is that the world government is not holding Issan accountable for anything. That guy killed the people of world government. Son, stay out of the way in the future. The 5 Elders Review tells you not to mess with that Issan guy, otherwise no one will save you. If you compare him with Yi Si, there is no doubt that 5 Elders will choose Yi Si. After all, Yi Si is their key training object. 2CD053 Mara Fruit appeared in the auction house? And meanwhile, over there at Naval Headquarters, Marshal Marine just held an emergency meeting. After the meeting, Kong returned to his office. At this time, Sengoku has been waiting there for a long time. Where's Garp? Kong glanced at the office and found Sengoku alone, so he asked. Garp is chasing a gang of pirates in the Sabaladi Archipelago, Sengoku replied. Kong was a little dissatisfied, and some complained. That guy, really, he has nothing to do when he's free. This time, Marshal Marine suddenly called an emergency meeting. Could it be that something happened? Or maybe we are discussing some countermeasures. Seeing Kong sitting on the chair, Sengoku changed the subject. Call. Kong sighed deeply and nodded. Yeah, there's a problem with New World. Many countries that cooperate with the world government have been plundered by the Lox pirates. When Kong mentioned Lox, Sengoku's face obviously changed slightly. The Lox pirates again. It is estimated that the attack on Naval Headquarters in the Holy Land Myriad suffered a loss last time. The anger in their hearts cannot be dispelled. We are not easy to fight, so they can only bully the alliance countries of the world government. Is there any way out of the discussion? Sengoku asked. Is there any way the Lox pirates can escape even if they attack our Naval Headquarters, let alone attacking the countries that are members of the world government? We have no other way, Kong explained. That's right. Marine's dispatch was only to appease the countries that joined the world government, but there was nothing they could do about it. Sengoku also sighed deeply. They can handle some ordinary pirates, but like the Lox pirates, they can't do anything at all. Get ready, let's go. Well, I'll call that Garp guy back right now. There's no need to call him, let him stay at Naval Headquarters. Ha 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 ha, in this way, that guy knows that we are going to chase the Lox pirates, and when we come back, he will definitely be careless again. Sengoku smiled lightly. Advertisement ye see over there. The auction started as scheduled, and Doric said that he had a good item. But that's just what he thinks. After dozens of appearances, none of them fit Yi Si's taste. Even in the middle, Yi Si fell asleep directly. This trip to the auction house, for Yi Si, always felt like sleeping in a different place. Next, this item is a bit special, because it is not a slave, but a devil fruit that everyone wants to have, the host shouted. Following the sensitive words, devil fruit, Yi Si, who was sleeping, opened his eyes instantly. Everyone knows that after taking devil fruit, they will gain the power bestowed by the devil, but the side effect is that they will be abandoned by the sea and become landlubbers for the rest of their lives. While the host was speaking, a servant came out with a glass bottle. Through the glass bottle, Yi Si can clearly see the contents inside. This devil fruit has an orange-red spherical fruit with a spiral pattern on the top, a cyan-colored end uzumaki and a flame-shaped end, and the epidermis is composed of countless small flame-shaped spiral fruit patterns. When Yi Si saw this devil fruit, he was taken aback. Boy, isn't this the Logia Mera Mera fruit? At this moment, the drowsiness that was originally on Yi Si's body disappeared without a trace. This devil fruit was obtained by my people from the Gamma Pirates. According to him, this devil fruit is named Mera Mera fruit. After eating it, you can gain the power of flames. Next, start the auction, with a starting price of 500 million Baileys. Although there were a lot of people coming to the auction this time, it was really not many people who could spare 500 million Baileys to buy devil fruit. 600 million. An uncle behind Yi Si spoke. Yi Si hesitated for a moment, but still raised his sign, 700 million. When Yi Si called out the price, the auction hall suddenly fell silent. Issan, it seems that you prefer this kind of thing. Doric laughed. Buy it back and play. Aren't women more fun? Doric asked rhetorically. I have no shortage of women, and the women here are not to my liking, Yi Si explained. Advertisement, alright. Suddenly, at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and directly smashed a hole in the ceiling of the auction house. I pay 2 billion. Everyone looked over, and it was a burly middle-aged man who said this. Just as Dolak was about to stand up and say something, Yi Si held him down and shook his head. Let's watch a show. Watching a play? Well, that guy didn't come to buy devil fruit. If I guessed correctly, he should have come to snatch this devil fruit. Yi Si explained. Seeing that Yi Si didn't move, the celestial dragons sitting behind him didn't make a sound, just watching quietly. Those world government personnel wanted to do something, but they were stopped by celestial dragons. 2 billion, is there anyone who can offer a higher one? When the host heard the 2 billion, he didn't care about the ceiling he smashed through. Then the burly middle-aged man walked up directly, without much nonsense, and directly grabbed the devil fruit in a glass bottle. Sir, you have to follow the procedure. The host man stepped forward and explained. Huh? Follow the procedure, right? As the burly middle-aged man spoke, he directly pulled out the long knife hanging from his waist, and in a flash, the host man fell to the ground instantly. The bright red blood directly stained the stage red. This devil fruit originally belonged to my Gamma Pirates. Following this move, the auction hall instantly became chaotic, and the audience in the auction hall fled frantically. The bodyguards in the auction house quickly came out to deal with the burly middle-aged man. Issan, Doric Saint, please follow me to the perfect place. At this time, the staff of the world government said to Yi Si and his group. 054 Garp fights with Uchiha Madara. Issan, let's go. Seeing that Yi Si was still sitting on the seat, Dolak reminded him. But Yi Si let out a smile at this moment. Let's go. It's a rare opportunity to meet what you want, and it's justifiable to not charge money. Wouldn't it be too wasteful to let go of it so easily? Doric suddenly realized. Could it be possible, Issan, you want? No, Issan, for your safety, please follow me to a safe place. First we'll notify Marine to come and deal with it. The things you want will definitely not escape. The world government staff ordered. You don't have to. While speaking, Yi Si stood up and said with a smile, Doric Saint, take your bodyguard and others with you. Then, it's hard for you to be careful. Doric didn't persuade too much, because he knew it was useless, and led his bodyguards, and the other celestial dragons who followed, quickly pulled out of the auction house. In the blink of an eye, only Yi Si, the bodyguard of the auction house, and the middle-aged man of the Gamma Pirates were left in the entire auction house. The middle-aged man seemed to have some skills, and every time he worked hard, he had already knocked down all the bodyguards in the auction house. His eyes fixed on the Mera Mera fruit inside the glass box, and a smile leaped out. In the next second, he directly smashed the glass box, and when he really wanted to eat the Mera Mera fruit, Yi Si spoke out. Thank you for saving me 700 million Baileys. Hearing the sound, the middle-aged man looked over. Who are you? Me. Oh, I'm just one of the many guests in the auction house. While speaking, Yi Si stepped closer to the middle-aged man. I advise you, it's none of your business, you'd better not interfere, otherwise, the long knife in my hand will tell you the price. The middle-aged man reminded. I also advise you to put down the devil fruit in your hand and leave, because I am not interested in your life. Crazy young man. The middle-aged man directly put the devil fruit in the bag hanging on his waist, and then swung his sword at Yi Si. But Yi Si has no intention of stopping at all. Ka ka ka. At the same time, Yi Si's body began to fall off continuously. Demon fruit power. Advertisement. The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, and instantly became vigilant. The fallen pieces of paper came together to form a long knife. After Yi Si grabbed it, he rushed over. Shua. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man frowned and froze in place. In the next second, blood sprayed out like a fountain. Boom. He fell directly to the ground. Looking at the Mera Mera fruit in the bag in his hand, Yi Si hesitated for a while before making up his mind. Yes, he was going to eat it. Since the last devil fruit progression, he can now use the new devil fruit again. Yi Si thinks that Mara fruit is not bad and has a lot of room for development. Ace in the original book, Yi Si also thinks that he is only a small part of developing Mara fruit. Taking out the Mara fruit from the bag, Yi Si took a small bite, To be honest, it didn't taste very good, so he didn't chew it too much and swallowed it directly. Then I closed my eyes and felt for a while, and I didn't feel any discomfort. He slowly raised his right hand, and with a huff, flames ignited in his arm. However, at the same time, there were still pieces of paper on his arm, and pieces of paper began to fall off. Yi Si was slightly taken aback, and quickly dismissed it, and then muttered, "It seems that if you want to do what you want, you need to get used to it." Yi Si doesn't care about such things, after all, it only takes a little time to master it completely. After dealing with this matter, Yi Si took a look around. Immediately, he slowly left the auction house. Doric was also waiting not far away. After the confluence, the slaves that Doric took but didn't pay didn't want them either. They came empty-handed and returned empty-handed. Boom. After everyone hadn't walked for a while, the sound of an explosion was suddenly heard in the distance. Yi Si looked away, and a blue light flashed past. It was a little far away, so I couldn't see it clearly, but I felt like I had seen it somewhere before. Advertisement. It's an illegal place over there, and it's normal for fights to occur, Sir Bernard Issan. The man in the black suit explained. Lawless place? As soon as he finished speaking, another voice came from over there, followed by a blue titan leaping high and then falling heavily. Good guy, this time, Yi Si finally saw clearly, isn't this Susanoo from Uchiha Madara? Doric Saint, you go back first. While speaking, the paper on Yi Si's body began to fall off, forming a pair of wings on the back. Because of the attribute, the wings of different colors appeared before. But since the Mara fruit was used just now, good guy, the wings on the back have directly turned into a pair of flame wings. With the flapping of its wings, Yi Si floated up. Where are you going? Issan, I'll go and have a look, you go first. After all, before they could make a sound, it had already turned into a golden light and flew towards the distance. Patron Saint, Doric stared at the midair, with a golden light still remaining, and muttered. To be honest, he has a feeling of admiration for Yi Si now. On the other side, just as Yi Si thought, Uchiha Madara fought with someone. However, this person's background is not simple, and he is Marine Vice Admiral, Garp. Speaking of the cause, Garp was chasing the pirates before, and Uchiha Madara was involved in the chaotic situation. At first, Uchiha Madara was a little confused, but after a good fight, he had fun. In an instant, it felt that it didn't matter who the person came, what was important was that he could make himself feel at ease. Who are you guys? After Garp regained his senses, he found that there was no such person when he was chasing ahead. He didn't want to fight him at first, but Uchiha Madara kept chasing him. 055 Garp. He really is different from other celestial dragons. At this point, it doesn't matter who I am anymore. Uchiha Madara stood above Susanoo's forehead, hands folded across his chest, excitement on his face. Damn, how could I meet a lunatic like you? Garp frowned and cursed. Obviously, Uchiha Madara ignored it and manipulated Susanoo to launch an attack. Naturally, Garp did not underestimate the enemy. After the battle just now, he already knew that the man in front of him was very strong. Call. With Susanoo swiping down, a huge light blade fell down. The tail landed first, and the ground was cut open like tofu. Looking at the situation, Garp didn't hesitate too much, and armament hockey directly covered the long knife in his hand. Then attack quickly. Boom. The light blade hit the long knife. The aftermath of the powerful shock is like a huge bloody mouth. Devours everything around it. Even, because of this blow, the shock wave caused was too strong. The cumulus clouds above the sky were immediately dispersed. Garp kept retreating, and the cracks in the ground followed Garp's steps. After about tens of seconds, Garp finally flew the light blade. Boom. In the distance, an explosion sounded violently. This time, Garp was completely excited. He took off his coat and loosened his tie. You guy. Really excited me, this trip feels, it's not a waste of time. This time it was all right, the two of them seemed to have had their blood pumped, and they were extremely excited. Advertisement obviously, such a fierce battle caused a devastating blow to the surroundings. The big pit is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, but Garp's strength is not covered. He is indeed the man who defeated Locks with Luogia in the original book. Soon, like this, it lasted about 5 minutes, boom. With the sound of a crash, both of them retreated dozens of steps, just when Uchiha Madara and Garp were about to pounce. Suddenly, Garp sensed the aura of a ferocious beast, running towards him quickly. Garp raised his head subconsciously, staring at the air on the right. In less than 10 seconds, a person with flame wings appeared in his field of vision. Yi Si, why are you here? Before Yi Si could speak, Uchiha Madara asked after seeing that it was Yi Si. Yi Si? At the beginning, Garp's attention was all on the flame wings behind, until Uchiha Madara said the name Yi Si. Garp carefully looked at Yi Si's face. Although he has never seen Yi Si himself, he has read some basic information about Yi Si in Naval Headquarters before, and there are photos of Yi Si in it. It's unmistakable. Although I haven't seen a real person, this guy is Celestial Dragons, Bernard Yi Si. Garp muttered inwardly. It was hard to imagine that this was the only time Celestial Dragons gave Garp a strange feeling, but what kind of feeling he couldn't express in words. Yi Si glanced at Garp, and frowned slightly. This is, what's going on, Madara? Facing Yi Si's question, Uchiha Madara smiled faintly. It was a misunderstanding, but I felt that he was quite skilled, so I just sparred with him. He's right, Bernard Issan, I don't think I got the wrong name. As Garp said, he walked to the place where he dropped his coat just now, but luckily he was not implicated, but was buried in the mud. When he reached out to grab it, he found that the clothes were not buried, but this was really the only piece left. Garp paused for a moment, then casually threw away the half of his clothes. Yi Si fell to the ground slowly, and the wings on his body disappeared. Well, you're right, Marine Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Garp. After hearing the full name, Garp's face suddenly became serious. Relax, I'm actually not interested in the fact that you are a member of the D family. I don't care what they say, your D family is our natural enemy. Yi Si stated this sensitivity calmly. Topic of advertisement. Hearing this, Garp's solemn face was relieved, and he said with a smile, ha 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 ha, it seems that, just like what Sengoku said, there is an alternative in celestial dragons. After saying it, Garp seemed to realize something, and added, it seems that I can't say that, sorry, I rarely deal with celestial dragons. It doesn't matter, I don't care about these, Yi Si replied lightly. Garp still feels quite comfortable with Yi Si's words and deeds. He didn't find a kind of self-righteous and ignorant attitude in Yi Si. This matter was indeed due to my negligence, and I treated your people as escaped pirates. I'm really sorry, Garp said calmly. It doesn't matter, you also entertained me. Uchiha Madara responded, and while speaking, he had already come to Yi Si's side. Are you going back? Yi Si nodded, it is good. After saying that, Yi Si turned and left. He didn't have anything to say to Garp, so he just ignored it. Uchiha Madara, who started behind, quickened his pace, turned his head and said, next time, if there is a chance, I want to fight you from beginning to end. I'm waiting for you at Naval Headquarters. Staring at the backs of Yi Si and Uchiha Madara, Garp fell into deep thought. If it weren't for his status, I really want to compete with this guy whom Sengoku praises. It will be interesting. How about it? On the way, Yi Si asked. Huh, that guy is strong, and armament hockey has reached a very, very high level. Hearing what Uchiha Madara said, Yi Si just smiled faintly. Yes, in the original book, Garp is known as the Iron Fist, and even, in the original book, he directly punched the proud pointed end of the green pepper. 056 The Awakening of the Paper Fruit, First Order requested. You seem to be a little concerned about this person. Is there anything special about him? Uchiha Madara looked at Yi Si curiously and asked. Yi Si shook his head slowly. It's not about paying attention, I just asked casually. As for the special. Huh? That is, he will be the right-hand man of Marine in the future. Marine? In other words, your own people? It counts. That's good, that guy is good. Yi Si nodded and didn't say much in this regard. After meeting with Tornado and Akunalogia, Yi Si and the others embarked on their journey back to the Holy Land of Myriad. To Yi Si's surprise, none of the celestial dragons left, and all of them were waiting for Yi Si. Nothing happened along the way. After returning to the Holy Land of Myriad, everyone parted ways. Master, do you need to eat in advance? As soon as he entered the door, Ross Minion trotted over and asked aloud. No need to advance, just follow the normal time, Yi Si replied lightly. Okay, Master, do you need to take a bath to relax? Rosie Minion continued to ask. No need, I'm going to train in the backyard, you can ask Tornado if they need anything. After leaving these words, Yi Si walked to the backyard. Although the backyard was in a mess at this time, it didn't really affect him. Next, let's master the abilities of Paper Fruit and Mara Fruit well. In the next few hours, Yi Si was concentrating on practicing. Even when it was mealtime, the maid just stood by not far away, not daring to disturb Yi Si. Fortunately, it didn't take much time for Yi Si to get used to these two abilities completely. Host. Bernard Yi Si digging level. 1, 7200s. Number of excavations. 0, 3/7. As the excavation level increases, the chances of excavation will increase. Physique. Advanced physique, 50%, when reaching 100%, no side effects. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 35%, Tornado, 20%, Akunalogia, 20%. Advertisement abilities. Paper Fruit, Attribute Burning, 1999-2000, Mara Fruit, 21,000s, Conquerors, 701 1,000s, Arm Color, 861 1,000s, Knowledge Color, 796 1,000s. Excavation Position. Insufficient excavation times, unable to locate Gen. Warehouse. None. Glancing at the panel, Yi Si's eyes didn't fall on the line of Mara Fruit, but fixed on the Paper Fruit. The running in degree of 1999, that is to say, is still a little short of the last point, and I can finish it, Yi Si muttered. It was too late, but it was too late, Yi Si quickly added a lesson for the last point. It's hard to say exactly how well you run in, sometimes it improves quickly, but sometimes it improves very slowly. For example, this time, it was obviously only a little bit close, but in the end. In a blink of an eye, dusk fell. He was already sweating profusely at this moment, and countless papers flew out of his body. Damn, don't do it anymore, I'm too hungry to take it anymore. Yi Si cursed loudly, then straightened his clothes, and was about to leave, good guy, when suddenly the mechanical sound of the system rang in his ears. Ding, the grinding degree of the Paper Fruit has reached the requirements of advanced quality. Hearing this, Yi Si froze in place for tens of seconds. He always had the feeling that the system had tricked him, but he couldn't find evidence. Forget it, at least I finished the last point, Yi Si complained. Immediately without too much hesitation, he said again. Begin to advance. Ding, it's advancing. Ding, inherit 50% toughness enhancement. Ding, inherit the previous attribute burning. Ding, gain immunity to sea stone type items and weaken the accumulation by 100%. Ding, get the awakening of Devil Fruit. Earlier, Yi Si wanted to complain about not getting attributes this time, but when he saw the last item, his eyes flashed. Advertisement, awakening. As soon as he finished speaking, a brand new memory flooded into his mind in an instant. Yes, this paragraph is really related to awakening. Yi Si closed his eyes. He could clearly feel the surrounding objects, including living bodies. After opening her eyes, Yi Si took a few steps forward and came to a medium-sized star opposite. He stretched out his hand to touch it, and the next moment, the tree was directly turned into paper, turning into countless papers fluttering. Turn everything around you into a weapon that can fight for you? Yi Si muttered, and took another step forward. The ground instantly turned into a thick stack of paper. As the flames ignited on the feet, the paper on the paper ground also ignited flames. It seems that another fruit can also be used superimposed, which is not bad. With a mutter, Yi Si released Devil Fruit's ability. In this place, he didn't dare to use it a lot. If he was not careful, he would mess up the surroundings. Today, Yi Si is planning to come here, and it took a lot of time to get this little adjustment. However, fortunately, it was done in the future, otherwise he would be depressed all night. Seeing Yi Si walking in from the backyard, Ross Minion stepped forward and asked again, Master, Qian, is today's training over? Yeah. Yi Si wiped the sweat off his body, and the calendar replied. The food is already cold, I will prepare new ones for you. No need, I can eat it cold. Yi Si felt that there was absolutely no need to prepare new ones, after all, it didn't matter much to him. Then I'll bathe you, do you dislike me? Roz Minion blinked and looked at Yi Si, up to you. After leaving a word, Yi Si walked straight to Toa 057 Garp. I can't kill you, hey, it smells so good, please subscribe. When he was about to reach the bathroom, he hesitated for a few seconds. Forget it, let's go to the hot spring, Yi Si muttered, and then changed direction. Undoubtedly, after a busy day, taking a bath is the most comfortable. After changing into a bath towel, Yi Si walked directly out of the hot spring, leaning her back against the wall, and closed her eyes. About a few minutes later, behind Yi Si, there were faint footsteps. Yi Si raised his head, and a woman with bare feet came into his eyes. And she is, Rosie Minion. I thought you were in the bathroom. She muttered softly, and walked down the hot spring with a somewhat nervous pace. Yi Si didn't make a sound. She was a little dazed and didn't know what to do. After all, this was her first time with Yi Si. Mainly she forgot to ask those maids what they were going to do first, and then what they were doing. Yi Si glanced at her from the corner of her eye, saw her thoughts, adjusted her body, and faced the wall. Come here and press it for me. Okay. Good master. After speaking, she walked over slowly, squatted down, and gave Yi Si a massage. Time flies, and several days pass by. Yi Si's side has returned to the usual days, 827 trains when it's time to train, and enjoys it when it's time to enjoy it. When it's time to salt the fish, salt the fish. However, these days, he will spend a little time to exercise his devil fruit ability. Then most of the time is still spent on cultivating physique. As for the Locks pirates, he is very busy, either on the way to attack the franchise countries, or in the middle of the attack. Advertisement it is not enough to attack one after another, and even attack in groups. However, Marine stepped up his efforts, and it stopped for a day yesterday. However, as to whether Locks dismissed this idea, probably only he himself knows. Today, Yi Si's itinerary is quite special because the number of excavations will be refreshed, and when there are still 10 minutes left, he has been staring at his attribute panel. When the seconds counted down to 0, Yi Si immediately started the process without any hesitation. Turn on positioning mode, ding, it's on. As usual, after the system's voice fell, a virtual map location panel popped up in front of Yi Si. Yi Si took a closer look. The distance is not much different from last time, but the only difference is the previous position was in the first half of the Grand Line, and this time it is in the second half of the Grand Line, New World. As soon as the news of the trip reached Long Wan's ears, let alone how happy she was, she immediately went to clean up the mess. And Yi Si is in charge of contacting the world government and asking it to prepare the ship and be on standby at any time. What? That kid Yi Si is going to travel again. It's okay to travel, and the location is the second half of the Grand Line, New World? After learning the news that Yi Si was going to travel, the bald old man was originally sitting on the sofa, but he immediately stood up and confirmed to the old man who answered the phone bug. That's right, the following report, the old man replied. Really, can't this kid Yi Si stop for a while? He's just adding trouble to us, the old man with the knife said inside. The second half of the Grand Line, New World, is countless times more dangerous than the first half. There are countless vicious pirates there. It's too dangerous for Yi Si to go there. Another old man added. Yes, but there is nothing we can do if he wants to go. What we can do for him is to arrange some more marine expert escorts for him. It can't be like last time. BFEC, when the bald old man recalled what happened to Yi Si last time, he was still a little thrilled. He almost lost his favorite successor. Advertisement, hey, don't talk about it. Ever since we talked to Yi Si, that guy has always surprised us. Can he be honest and stay in the Holy Land Mary Joy? If we're being honest, it's probably going to be another scene. It's still a question of whether we can take our fancy. On the contrary, he looks pretty good now. Several of you, stop nagging, and arrange someone for him quickly. About half an hour later, Naval Headquarters. No, Marshal, I have a task at hand. You can find other people. There are many people in the Marine who are better than me. And, to protect those bastards, oh, no, the task of protecting the sacred celestial dragons is generally not only as Marine Admiral qualified to go. Garp said with a smile on his face. Call. Marshal Marine sighed, and then explained. Recently, the pirates in New World have made us very busy. Admiral has gone out to perform missions. Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters is the only one who trusts you. I feel sorry for you, Garp. Marshal Marine has a good relationship with Garp, Kong, and Sengoku. Otherwise, there would not be such a gentle dialogue, but direct orders, regardless of whether Garp agrees or not. I really have an urgent task at hand, Marshal. Garp smiled wryly. These are minor issues. I'll let you find another person to deal with them. Besides, the celestial dragons escorting this time are different from those celestial dragons who only know how to eat, drink, and have fun. That guy is the focus of Five Elders training. He has a natural character. Good. Hearing what Marshal Marine said, Garp was slightly taken aback. The traveling celestial dragons are Bernard Issan? Well, that's right, it's him. Okay, I'll take a trip. After learning that the escort was Issan, Garp immediately nodded in agreement. This stunned the Marshal Marine on the side. When he called Garp over, he had already thought of a lot of words. As a result, Garp nodded before he could use them. 058 Whitebeard. Finding an answer I want. You don't say anything? Marine looked directly at Garp. What? Garp stared at Marshal Marine with a bewildered expression and said in confusion, what else should I say? Do not. Marshal Marine immediately shook his head and then said with a smile. Needless to say, Garp, I'm here to wish you a smooth sailing. Garp waved his hand with a smile, then turned around, leaving a word while walking. Let's go, it's not good to keep others waiting too long. Boom. As the door closed, Marshal Marine pondered over Garp's last words. What's going on? Is this the Garp I know? If you say that he said he is fake, I will believe it. After a long time, Issan's side was also ready. This time, only Issan, Tornado, Uchiha Madara, Akunologia, and Ra's minion went out. As for the remaining maids, they stayed in the castle. Of course, it's not that Issan refuses to let go, but that they don't want to run around. Garp? As soon as he arrived at the port, beside the world government ship, Issan saw Garp sitting aside, as if he had been waiting for a long time. We meet again, Bernard Issan. You are, oh, I will escort you on this trip to protect your safety, but I think I'm redundant, because the three around you all exude the breath of a beast. Ha ha ha. Speaking later, Garp laughed. What Garp is referring to is naturally Uchiha Madara, Akunologia, and Dragon Circle. Although I feel that I don't need to go with him, but 1 yard for 1, escort is still needed. Advertisement. Issan smiled slightly. He understood Garp's personality. He was just like that, carefree. However, what really surprised Issan was that Garp was responsible for the escort mission this time. You know, this guy is the least willing to deal with celestial dragons in Marine. So, from this point of view, there is only one truth, and that is that he was forced. This time, you can be lazy and don't need to take responsibility. Issan changed the topic and changed the subject. The meaning is also very clear. This time Garp does not need to follow the voyage. Even if something happens, he does not need to bear any responsibility. Garp was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and then grinned and said, military orders cannot be disobeyed. As a Marine officer, taking the lead in breaking military orders is a felony. Although the tone sounded very serious, for some reason, Issan always felt that Garp was secretly having fun. An illusion? Issan murmured inwardly. Unexpectedly Garp didn't want to, and he didn't say anything more. Let's set sail. For convenience, Issan drew the approximate coordinates and observed with the pointer by the navigator. This time the position points to the member countries of the world government. Then, Marine immediately contacted the king of the franchise country and asked him to prepare for it. The journey takes about 3 hours to arrive. 2 hours later, New World, a certain island. A pirate hurriedly ran from the port to the opposite coast. Here, there is already a small boat parked, and in front of the boat, a burly man is sitting on the railing of the boat, holding a naginata in one hand, and a jug in the other, pouring a sip from time to time. And he is one of the cadres of the Locks pirates, Edward Newgate, who is called Whitebeard in the future. Obviously, his goal is also very clear, under the order of Locks, to attack the alliance countries of the world government, but seeing something abnormal in the port, Whitebeard asked people to go and see what happened. Captain Edward, Captain Edward. The pirate who came back from the port jumped onto the boat and came to Whitebeard, panting. Whitebeard glanced at him from the corner of his eye, continued pouring wine into his mouth, and said calmly, what's going on? Advertisement, yes. Seeing his ambiguity, Whitebeard said flatly. When you are out of breath, you should make a sound. After a while, the pirate hurriedly said, Captain Edward, you asked me to inquire, and I have already inquired out. The reason why the port is so grand is because the celestial dragons are coming here to visit. Ask for flowers. Celestial dragons? Who's coming in the Marine? Whitebeard asked along the way. I knew you would ask this question. The civilians in the front didn't know about it. Later, I tied up people in this country who can tell the truth, and asked. This time, the escort was a Marine Vice Admiral named Monkey Garp. The pirate said slowly. Not good, Whitebeard said with a slightly ugly face. Yes, Garp's arrival gave them no chance to attack this country at all. Otherwise, a difficult battle would start again, and he didn't want to cause unnecessary casualties. 0 after all, since the last battle at Naval Headquarters, the Locks pirates have not recovered yet. Of course, they still have a chance, and that is to stay here and wait until Garp leaves, but this is too waste of time. Who knows when the celestial dragons will leave? Captain Edward, are we looking for an opportunity? The celestial dragons who came this time are exactly the ones who were in the newspaper last time, chasing Master Shiki, and Bernard Issan from Charlotte Linlin. If we can kill this celestial dragons here, Captain Locks will be very happy, the pirate said softly. Bernard Issan. Hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes flashed immediately, and he became a little interested. He really wanted to see this so-called celestial dragons alternative. Shiki and the others have already talked about the pursuit, it's just world government's hype. Whitebeard reminded him not to talk nonsense and be careful of being killed. Yes. You guys wait here, I'll go and have a look myself. Whitebeard left a word, then jumped out of the boat. Now he is going to look for an opportunity. To find an answer he wants. .059 The explosion rate is very high, and 2 character cards are obtained, seeking subscription. On the ship of the world government, Yi Si didn't have any activities. He moved a rocking chair and lay on the bow, watching the scenery, blowing the sea breeze, enjoying snacks and drinks. Of course, Yi Si is not the only one, so is Akunologia, and the two of them will have a sentence or two from time to time. As for Dragon Wan, she has serious business to do. She is learning cooking skills from Ra's minion. As for Uchiha Madara, he and Garp are not acquainted with each other. The two of them drank a little wine and didn't know what they were talking about. Time flies, and soon, the ship will arrive at its destination. At this time, a long red carpet was spread on the port, and at the end of the red carpet, the king and princess of the island had been waiting for a long time. The red carpet was full of people. Some of them were just ordinary people, and some of the 640 were nobles with extraordinary status. But their goal is the same, that is to meet the world's top nobles, celestial dragons. After all, there are celestial dragons that some ordinary people will never see in their lifetime, and can only know about them from other people's mouths. When the world government ship got closer and closer to the port, the crowd began to cheer. Meanwhile, Yi Si and Akunologia stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at the port ahead. Is that? The one standing in the middle is the legendary world's top nobleman, the celestial dragons? A certain nobleman said out loud. Aren't you talking nonsense? Just by his temperament, I can already feel that he is the top nobleman in the world. Another nobleman retorted. Okay. So handsome, if possible, I would spend 10 years of my life, let him have a word with me. No, 20 years is also fine. A man in his 20s, full of luxury, the high-quality aristocrat woman said. Don't dream about you. You don't look at how much you are. If he can marry me, even if he can only live for 1 year in the future, I will be satisfied. Crazy. However, to be honest, Yi Si's appearance is really very high, plus he is tall, with fair skin, sword eyebrows and star eyes. Tut tisk tisk, you are older than me and not as beautiful as me, how dare you say that? TCH, you're a flat-chested guy, and you can talk about your age. She straightened up, straightened her waist, and her figure instantly became uneven. While they were arguing, the crowd shouted again. Advertisement. Looking around, it turned out that Yi Si and the others got off the boat. Great, Sir Bernard Issan, welcome to come. The king and princess bowed deeply to Yi Si, knelt down on one knee and acted like a gentleman. As soon as the king's words came out, all the guards behind him knelt down, followed by all the people. Great, Sir Bernard Issan, welcome to come. If there is anything I can do to help you, please, Sir Bernard Issan. The king continued. No, I'm just wandering around. I see, Lord Bernard Issan. Yi Si did not refuse the king's hospitality. After eating a rich meal, Yi Si walked towards the coordinates of the excavation by himself. Uchiha Madara and the others originally wanted to follow, but Yi Si said no, and let them do what they wanted. Standing on the highest point of the palace, after Yi Si determined the direction, he saw a pair of flame wings appeared in his hands, and with the flapping of the wings, he flew up directly. Then, fly away at a very fast speed. About 10 minutes later, Yi Si successfully arrived at the coordinate position. However, in the next second, Yi froze, yes, because this time it was different from the previous ones. The ground here was not glowing with blue light, but yellow light. What's going on? The color of the ground has changed after excavation. Could it be? Is it a special excavation this time? Yi Si muttered to himself. After hesitating for tens of seconds or so, he didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, he just dug it out and looked around. As before, he looked around and found that there was no one around, and a shovel appeared out of thin air. Then without the slightest hesitation, he raised the shovel and dropped it. Boom. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the ground that was shining with yellow light was instantly disintegrated like snow white and fluffy cotton candy touching water. In the next second, a mechanical sound came from Yi Si's ear. Advertisement. Hint. Get character card X1. Hint. Get character card X1. Open black lens bracket. Hint. Gain experience 30 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Hint. Gain experience 30 close black lens bracket. Soon after the notification sounded, in front of Yi Si, his virtual panel popped up. Host. Bernard Yi Si digging level. 1, 132 hundredths, number of excavations. 0, 0 sevenths. As the excavation level increases, the excavation opportunities will increase. Physique. Advanced physique, 50%, when reaching 100%, no side effects. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 35%, Tornado, 20%, Akunologia, 20%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening, Attribute Burning, 199 5 thousandths, Mara Fruit, 131 thousandths, Conquers, 701 1 thousandths, Arm Color, 861 thousandths, Knowledge Color, 796 1 thousandths. Excavation Location. Insufficient excavation times, unable to locate. Warehouse. Character card X2. Yi Si circled around for a moment, and the next second, he had a sudden epiphany and secretly elated in his heart. Good guy, I was right. I knew this unusual yellow 0.1 mining block. After digging, I could get better rewards. I didn't expect to get 2 character cards. Yi Si was a little excited inside, but when he thought about it carefully, something was wrong. This wave, I can only say, no loss, no gain. After all, in addition to a character card, you can get another reward. However, just when Yi Si wanted to use the character card here, suddenly, he could clearly feel that there was an ominous aura rushing towards him. Who? Yi Si subconsciously stared at the direction of the breath and said, 060 Double Devil Fruit, Whitebeard's shocked, subscription required. Tread. Slowly, Yi Si could hear irregular footsteps. Yi Si didn't intend to sit still and just jumped up. In midair, a pair of flame wings spread out instantly. Just about to fly to a high place, I was surrounded by a huge and dense tree. A figure rushed forward, holding a naginata, waving it in midair. Armament hockey covers the blade. When his figure came into Yi Si's eyes, Yi Si froze for a moment. Edward Newgate? This name came out of Yi Si's mouth without warning. However, Yi Si couldn't figure out why Whitebeard would appear here. He always felt that he was cursed, why recently he kept meeting members of the Lock's pirates. Drink. Whitebeard swung the naginata that had already covered Armament hockey and slashed at Yi Si, who was in midair. Yi Si immediately withdrew all 15 distracting thoughts in his mind, and countless pieces of paper popped out of his body in an instant, forming a huge shield. Boom. The naginata slashed on the shield, and the aftermath of the powerful impact centered on the two of them and spread in all directions. Some small trees around directly bent down, and the ground flew sand and rocks. Call out. Yi Si was directly landed on the ground by a shock, and after his feet rubbed against the ground, he counted. As for Whitebeard, because of inertia, he fell from midair to the ground. Bernard Yi Si. I always thought that you were just a guy hired by the world government to promote, but now it seems that you are not. In that case, your pursuit of Charlotte Linlin is also true. He. I really can't believe it, that guy Shiki is talking nonsense with Charlotte Linlin. Gu la la la. Speaking of which, Whitebeard laughed out loud. Advertisement. Yi Si stared straight at him, a little speechless at this moment. Locke sent you to kill me. Facing Yi Si's question, Whitebeard didn't hide anything. No, it was just an accident, you just showed up, and wanted to find the answer in you. Answer? What answer can I have in me? Whitebeard grinned, brandishing the naginata in his hand, and ran towards Yi Si. Young is young, completely different from what Yi Si saw on TV before time travel. At this time, although his figure was much bigger than normal people, his physical sensitivity was not comparable to many people. Yi Si waved his right hand, and within the palm of his hand, many spinning pieces of paper with flames appeared. Shish. The swirling pieces of paper flew towards Whitebeard like a tidal wave. I saw him swaying from side to side, rolling in the air, avoiding many. Swish swish swish. Some flying over directly cut off the giant tree behind him, the rocks shattered, and scratches the size of arms appeared on the ground. Some Whitebeard couldn't dodge, and saw his other unarmed fist, a white halo appeared, and he swung it. Crack. The air barrier cracked, and the flying pieces of paper fell directly to the ground. Apparently, this is Whitebeard's devil fruit ability, Shock Fruit. Shock Fruit, known as the strongest paramecia, the fruit ability can cause vibration at will and the vibration degree can be adjusted. It is the destructive ability that can shake the atmosphere, split the sea, shake the sky and cause a tsunami. The vibrating power transmitted in the air is powerful enough to directly overthrow an island. In the original book, it is called by the Buddha Sengoku the ability to destroy the world. Seeing that it didn't work, Yi Si waved his hand directly, and the pieces of paper were combined into a long knife, and armament hockey covered it. Boom. The collision of each blow can cause a huge air current to be generated. With each collision, the ground the two stepped on was directly shattered. It took only a while, and the surrounding area had already been messed up by the aftermath of the battle between the two. At the same time, on the other side of the Imperial City, another battle has already begun. Advertisement. Yes, it was the battle between Uchiha Madara and Garp. Seeing that Yi Si had gone out, Uchiha Madara took the time to continue the previous unfinished battle. And Akunalagia was inexplicably pushed as the referee. Garp, quickly knock down Madara and replace me, Akunalagia shouted from a high place. Uchiha Madara glanced at Akunalagia with a speechless face, but didn't say anything. After all, after getting along for so long, he can be considered to know Akunalagia. Just do it, Akunalagia, Uchiha Madara responded, and then turned his attention back to the battle. As for the tornado, it's pretty normal. Led by the princess, Tornado went shopping with Rosie Minion and the others. Really free of charge for everything? Long Wan looked at the things in the streets and alleys and reconfirmed. Really? The princess smiled slightly and said, thank you in advance, Minion, let's go pick out better clothes for Yi Si, Long Wan suggested. When the princess heard this, her expression changed, and she said in a low voice, it's not good for you to call Lord Issan's name directly like this. It doesn't matter, we have always called it that way, Long Wan said with a smile. What is your relationship with Sir Bernard Issan, wife? Guess what, Princess Day, Rose Minion smiled slightly. After half an hour, Yi Si over there. The battle between him and Whitebeard became more and more intense, and he deserves to be called the strongest man in the world in the future. Even now, his devil fruit development, as well as his own physical skill, armament hockey, etc. are all outrageous. Double demon fruit power? I didn't expect such a guy to exist in this world. During the battle, Whitebeard was quite shocked after he had determined that Yi Si possessed two devil fruit abilities. You guy, how did you do it to break this taboo? You guess, Yi Si said calmly, Gula la la la. You guys, I'm getting more and more interested. 061 The battle between Yi Si and Whitebeard, for self-determination. Boom. I saw Whitebeard set the naginata on the ground. Then, he stretched out his hands and swiped his 10 fingers toward the air. Hiss. With a sound, scratches appeared on the empty white barrier. What followed was that the ground Yi Si was standing on cracked open. Call. A pair of wings spread out in an instant, and Yi Si soared into the sky. Almost forgot that you can fly. Seeing that this trick had no effect, Whitebeard grabbed the naginata at the side and ran fast. The slender naginata twirled in his hand, swish swish swish. The weapons collided again, and a gust of air flowed downward. Whitebeard's speed was fast, and he quickly drew back the naginata. The other hand clenched into a fist, zzz. A white halo instantly enveloped his fist, and then he punched Yi Si directly. Yi Si subconsciously used the weapon in his hand to defend. When, in front of Yi Si's weapon, the empty white barrier was directly cracked by this punch, and then a huge impact rushed towards Yi Si. Yi Si flew backwards, but with the help of the wings, he stabilized quickly. In the next second, he casually dropped the long knife made of paper in his hand. Advertisement after the long knife fell on the ground, it instantly turned into nothingness. What? Are you going to surrender? Seeing Yi Si's actions like this, Whitebeard asked suspiciously. Yi Si landed on the ground, then sneered. Surrender? Not really. While speaking, with Yi Si's feet as the center, the ground directly turns into paper at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the range is not wide. Of course, as long as Yi thinks about it, the range can still be enlarged, but in this way, the consumption will be a bit large. Therefore, there is no need for this at all, and what is more important depends on the specific situation. As for this power, it is obvious that it is the ability of the awakened paper fruit. Whitebeard stared at the ground that had turned into pieces of paper under his feet, and was slightly taken aback. His intuition told him that he had to leave this area immediately. However, when he was running, the pieces of paper on the ground began to surge, and even though he ran dozens of steps, he was still in place. Has all the paper space already been used by him? If so, then try this. After all, Whitebeard swung his free fist directly, and with the wrapping of the light circle, he punched directly on the ground. Crack. Although the piece of paper was smashed into a huge hole, it was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye in the next second. Boom boom boom. Suddenly at this moment, around Whitebeard, paper soared into the sky like a fountain, and dozens of huge fists were formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the next second, without a doubt, they all rushed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard wielded the naginata in his hand, jumped up, and started running along the huge fist. While attacking towards the huge fist, physique and devil fruit abilities are used side by side. The disintegration of the fist is disintegrated, and the cut is cut by the naginata. Advertisement, but, even so, these fists seem to have countless lives. They form again after falling, and then attack again. In order to strengthen the defense, Yi Si added armament hockey inside, and the effect was obviously improved in the next second. Whitebeard could no longer be cut off, nor could it even be shattered. It could only temporarily alleviate the current situation. And because the place where Yi Si fought was not far from Whitebeard's ship, so after the battle made such a big commotion, the crew of Locks who had been on standby on the ship also rushed here. Sure enough, Captain Edward, he will follow, and follow. Yeah, that guy. Isn't the guy the Wylong Bernard Yi Si who appeared in the newspaper and hyped by the world government? Gong. He is right, but, he can push Edward to such a point now. In the Battle of Mariajoy in the Holy Land, is it really the hype of the world government? Shish, don't say it so loudly. If you want to live well, don't mention the Holy Land Mariajoy. That's right, Captain Edward reminded me just now that offending 3 cadres at the same time is no different from sending them to death, so let's not care about what the truth is, because it doesn't concern us at all. Matter. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go and help Captain Edward, suggested one of the men. Help? Are you crazy? This level of battle is something we can participate in. We used to be no different from sending to death. That's right, what we can do now is not to cause trouble to Captain Edward. We can only watch here quietly. On Yi Si's side, the battle continued for another half an hour. Undoubtedly, this battle was the most serious he had ever fought since he traveled through time. Basically, he went all out and did not dare to take it lightly. Of course, in this battle, Yi Si basically used the 2 devil fruit abilities side by side. Around them fighting, all turned into potholes, some of the soil was even scorched, Jiao Li Jiao, and the surrounding trees had become bare. Whitebeard found an opportunity and successfully jumped out of the paper ground. Originally, Yi Si planned to continue chasing, but found that his physical strength was almost exhausted, so he gave up this idea. I admit that you were very good. It's amazing that you can develop devil fruit to such an extent at such a young age. Whitebeard gave Yi Si a high, very high evaluation. Undoubtedly, Yi Si was also Whitebeard's best enemy he felt he had encountered in so long. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face again. 062 following Kunichi, Yuno Hanaretsu joins in. Although the two seem to be fighting back and forth, in fact, Whitebeard's overall ability is even better than Yi Si. Of course, Whitebeard is not in his heyday at this moment. It can only be said that he is only now slowly unfolding and showing his fangs. As for Yi Si, it is naturally the same. Strictly speaking, it is only Yi Si's first step. Although Yi Si knows that it is impossible for him to defeat Whitebeard now, it is also impossible for Whitebeard to defeat Yi Si in a short time. What's more, Yi Si has a lot of life-saving strategies, except for the 2 character cards facing Curry. If Whitebeard drags on, it will be hard for him. Because when Yi Si does not go back within a certain period of time, Uchiha Madara and the others will come to look for them, and the battle is very dynamic, so they can easily find out. At that time, it will not be one-on-one. Whitebeard will face Yi Si, Uchiha Madara, Akunalogia, Tornado, Garp and so on. There is no doubt that with such a luxurious lineup, Whitebeard can't resist even if he has superb skills. Today. Let's call it a day, Bernard Yi Si, Whitebeard said suddenly. In fact, in this battle, Whitebeard's first goal is to see Yi Si's strength at 280, and the second is to find the answer in his heart. Now, the strength has been roughly known, and the answer he wants has been found, so for him, it is meaningless to continue fighting, and a lot of uncertain factors will also arise. Yi Si was a little surprised when he heard what Whitebeard said. So far, the order Captain Locks gave me was not to deal with you. I just heard about your reputation recently, so I came here to take a look out of curiosity. And it turned out to be true. You didn't disappoint me. Whitebeard said slowly. After hearing this, Yi Si didn't answer, but laughed out loud. Whitebeard frowned slightly, and said again, after the battle just now, you must have understood that I can't kill you in a short time, and similarly, you can't kill me, so there is no need for us to continue wasting time. If we continue to fight, it will be of no benefit to you or me. Just after Yi Si wanted to refute Whitebeard's words, Whitebeard, BFCJ, made an unbelievable movement. He directly pulled out the gourd-shaped flagon hanging from his waist, and then threw it towards Yi Si. Although Yi Si didn't understand what was going on, out of instinct, he reached out to catch it. Advertisement. Although the relationship between us is a hostile relationship, it does not affect my recognition of Bernard Yi Si, Gu la la la. At the end, Whitebeard burst out laughing. For the man in front of him, Yi Si suddenly had a feeling of familiarity, but also a strange feeling. After hesitating for a few seconds, Yi Si seemed to have figured out something. Originally, Yi Si wanted to drag Whitebeard to death, but now, he changed his mind. In fact, on the whole, Whitebeard's ambition is not great, and what he wants is not to become the world's hegemon like Locks, nor is he to pursue the truth and treasures of the world like Luo Jia. All he wanted was family. You are right, Edward Newgate, continuing to fight will do neither me nor you any good. As Yi Si said, he pulled off the lid of the jug, raised his head and drank freely, and a strong aroma rushed to his face. After taking a big sip, Yi Si threw the flagon towards Whitebeard again, and Whitebeard didn't hesitate, and directly raised his head to drink. Gone. Whitebeard pulled out the naginata stuck in the ground, spun it around a few times, hung it on his back, then turned and walked away. When we meet next time, a jug of wine won't solve the problem, Yi Si ordered. Gu la 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 la. The vast sea, it is not certain whether there will be a next time. Whitebeard didn't linger too long, he came and went suddenly, and within a short while, he disappeared from Yi Si's field of vision. Puff. Yi Si spit out a mouthful of blood. Are there any side effects? Yi Si quickly opened his property panel again. Host, Bernard Yi Si. Digging level. 1, 132 advertisement number of excavations. 0, 0.7. As the excavation level increases, the excavation opportunities will increase. Physique. Advanced physique, 70%, no side effects when reaching 100%. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 40%, Tornado, 20%, Akunalogia, 20%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening, Attribute Burning, 599 5,000ths, Mara Fruit, 481 thousandths, Conquerors, 701 1,000ths, Arm Color, 861 thousandths, Knowledge Color, 796 1,000ths. Excavation Location. Insufficient excavation times, unable to locate. Warehouse. Character Card X2. The running and degree of advanced physical skills has been raised to 70%. It seems that this battle is still beneficial to me. Yi Si smiled wryly. Although the appearance of Whitebeard interrupted his plans, his thoughts have not changed, but he still intends to use those 2 character cards here. Use a character card. Ding. Are you sure to use it? Sure. Ding. Select the number of sheets to use. All. Yi Si answered directly without too much hesitation. Ding. The character card has been consumed successfully. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the source of Ji Guoyuan Yi in Ghost Slayer Blade. Ding. The character card has been consumed successfully. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the source from Shinigami, Yunohana Retsu. Yi Si was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Ji Guoyuan, Yunohana Retsu? 063 Yi Si. Welcome to this world, please subscribe. Ji Guoyuani, this person's background is a bit big, he is the ceiling of combat power in the world of Ghost Slayer Blade. The villain Booze in the play was once driven into a desperate situation by him, and even caused a very big shadow, until Ji Guoyuan died later. After many years, the villain boss saw the Ji Guoyuan earrings worn by the protagonist in the original play, trembling. It is conceivable how powerful Ji Guoyuan is in the world he lives in. As for Yunohana Retsu, her background is not small. In the original, Shinigami, her original name is Yunohana Yachiryu, and she is the first Shinigami to have the title of Kenpachi, the founder of Team 11 and the concept of Team 11. Before Yunohana Retsu joined Gode 13, he was known as the greatest villain in the history of Soul Society. However, after becoming the captain, Yunohana Retsu has a gentle personality and a calm personality. Always calm and composed, she is a talented woman with both talent and color, can bring a sense of security to subordinates. A talented woman who can always make accurate judgments, can still deal with it calmly, and stand at the forefront to command when the invasion of travel disasters causes chaos. At the same time, a white light particle suddenly appeared in front of Yi Si, and this time the light particle was obviously much larger than the one summoned before. Soon, the light particles were divided into 2 groups and gathered again, slowly becoming a human form. In the next second, a woman first appeared in Yi Si's field of vision. She had a gentle and peaceful appearance, with long black hair parted in the middle, and wearing a white robe. Since in the original book, just below her collarbone, she has a scar from a battle with Zaraki Kenpachi as a teenager, so her hair is tied into a braid and hangs in front. As soon as she appeared, another group of white light particles gradually took shape. Immediately following in Yi Si's field of vision was a tall ponytail with long black and red hair, wearing sunflower paper earrings, and a dark red flame Madara pattern on the left forehead man. The woman's name is Yunohana Retsu, while the man's name is Ji Guoyuan. As soon as Ji Guoyuan touched the long knife hanging on his waist, he looked in disbelief. I never thought that I would be resurrected in this way. Yeah, is it really incredible? Yunohana Retsu narrowed her eyes and smiled. Undoubtedly, coming to another world, even the strong will find it incredible. The eyes of the 2 of them fell on Yi Si at the same time, and then they were slightly startled as they looked around the dilapidated venue. Is this caused by calling us? Yunohana Retsu spoke out first, and asked Yi Si. Advertisement. Yi Si sat on the fallen branch with only half of it left, and explained slowly. No, just before calling you, there was a little situation, and a tricky guy appeared. But now that guy is gone. It seems that you should have summoned us in advance, so that we can help you, Guoyuan said softly. Not always, Yi Si smiled, and the reason was naturally only he knew. Yes, there may be a difference of 1 second, and the summoned characters will be changed. If Yi Si was summoned at the moment when he was first obtained, it would not necessarily be Guoyuan or Hanaretsu, but the other two. However, Yi Si doesn't care if he misses a stronger character or avoids a useless character, because he feels that the ones he summons, no matter whether they are strong or weak, belong to him. Partner. Anyway, it's good that Yi Si is fine. Although we couldn't help this time, next time, we will definitely do our best to help, Hanaretsu said gently. Makes sense. Guoyuan nodded in agreement, and then continued, from different worlds. Is it just me and her? Yi Si shook his head and explained, of course not, there are 3 others who came much earlier than you. You are the 4th and 5th. Ha 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 ha, it is expected. Even if we are the 1st and 2nd, there will be a 3rd and 4th in the future. I am right, Yi Si. Yi Si nodded her head lightly, yes. While speaking, Yi Si stood up and patted the dust on his buttocks. Let's go, talk while walking. Where to? Hanaretsu asked. Wei Wangcheng will meet up with other people, thinking about the time to go back to the place that belongs to us, Yi Si explained. Ask for flowers. It is good. Holy Land Mariajoy. Advertisement in the Bright Hall. 5 elders are drinking afternoon tea. That boy Yi Si, there is nothing unusual, please report back. The bald old man took the lead in asking. You really think of him as a reincarnation of a body of bad luck. Every time he travels, he encounters danger. Maybe that guy is eating, drinking and having fun in the franchise country at this time. The old man with the knife complained. Obviously, the 5 elders are more worried about Yi Si's safety than Yi Si himself. The main reason is also because in Celestial Dragons, a man who can resist the banner appeared. Point 0. In the past, when they finished their official business, they would always go to other unimportant things. As for after they know Yi Si, they will always spend a little time together after finishing their business, and sometimes help Yi Si plan for the future. Of course, the current problem is to convince Yi Si to let him join the Celestial Dragon's power hierarchy, otherwise, all their plans are just a blank check. When that kid Yi Si comes back, let's explain the truth to him. The old man with straight white hair changed the topic and changed the subject. Instead of telling Yi Si first, I have a better way. As soon as the bald old man finished speaking, the other 4 old men cast their gazes over. A better way? Let's hear it. If it is useful, we will definitely agree to this approach. Yes, there is a way if it is difficult, as long as it is not forced, I think it can be used. Of course it's not forced, the bald old man said, started to walk around, and continued. Instead of convincing Yi Si first, it's better to convince the people around him first. As soon as these words came out, the other 4 old men suddenly realized. Your Yi Si mean? Those bodyguards he's looking for from outside? 064 The 5 elders are smart since they were young, subscription required. Correct. The bald old man nodded. If we look for him more times, that kid Yi Si will definitely get annoyed. Once he gets annoyed, it's obvious that he will reject us more and more. But what? If we buy Yi Si's bodyguard and ask him to introduce us to the use of power, and slowly grind Yi Si's absoluteness, then this thing will happen. The other 4 old men did not overreact when they heard the words. It's really simple from what you said, but it's difficult to actually take action. First of all, how can you be sure that we can bribe the bodyguards around him? One of the old men questioned. Ha 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 ha. The bald old man laughed loudly, and then explained. That's not easy, let alone that you can't buy it. You can just take it. There's only one reason, that is, we can give him what Yi Si, Yi Chi, can't give him, like, power. As soon as these words came out, the other 4 old men still had no expressions on their faces. What if? Those bodyguards aren't interested in power. Have you met anyone who isn't interested in power? Isn't Yi Si one? No, that kid Yi Si doesn't count, that guy is an alternative to our Celestial Dragons family. Well, although this method doesn't sound very reliable, you can try it, the old man with the knife said calmly. I agree. Then try it. If you all agree, then when he comes back, this plan can be implemented. At that time, I will be responsible for sending Yi Si away, and the rest will be up to you 4 old men. The bald old man said slowly. We do our best, however, if Yi Si had been present at this moment, he would probably have laughed out loud when he heard their plan. Yes, the people who are summoned are 100% loyal, not to mention that they can be bribed by giving them a little power, even if they are given the title of King of the World. It is impossible for them to betray Yi Si, turning the corner to them. Advertisement 5 elders. Still underestimate the people around Yi Si all the time. Even the maids bought back by Yi Si, not to mention the summoned ones, Yi Si gave them a chance to regain their lives, and their fates began at the moment Yi Si lit the lamp in their darkness. They have been born with an idea of eternal life and never betrayal. This idea is always hidden in the deepest part of their hearts, and no one can shake it. After a long time, Yi Si, Hanaretsu, and Guoyuan returned to the Imperial City, but the journey took about half an hour. It took a lot more time than when Yi Si went there, and the reason is very simple, because when he went, he flew, and when he came back, he walked. Moreover, they stopped and went, and Guoyuan and the others briefly explained some basic information the system did not explain. Welcome back, Master. After seeing Yi Si coming back, Ross Minion immediately trotted over and said hello. However, when she saw Yi Si's tattered clothes and some wounds on her body, she asked worriedly, Master, are you okay? I'm just going to wipe you with medicine. Just as Rose Minion turned around, Yi Si said, no need, just a small injury. But, it's nothing serious, I'm introducing 2 of my friends to you today, this one, Hanaretsu, This one, Ji Guoyuan, Yi Si said calmly. Ross Minion nodded, bowed politely to Ji Guoyuan and Yunohana Retsu, and then said, "It's the first time we meet, Master Yunohana Retsu, Master Ji Guoyuan. Do you have any orders in the future? You can tell me anything." Yunohana Retsu and Ji Guoyuan were slightly taken aback, but still nodded. "Oh, good. Her name is Ross Minion, you can just call her Minion." Yi Si introduced Ross Minion in turn. "Okay, next, please teach me more, Minion," Yunohana Retsu and Ji Guoyuan said in unison. After dealing with this, Yi Si immediately said again, "Where are they?" Master Tornado followed the princess to other places to play. Lord Madara and Lord Akunalagia went out with Marine Vice Admiral. As for where they went, they did not explain. They just said that when the master comes back, they need to find if they want to, use the phone bug to contact them. Rose Minion said slowly, "That's it, advertisement." Yi Si hesitated for a few seconds. "Go and contact them, tell them not to play outside, and come back quickly." "Yes, master." Yunohana Retsu, Ji Guoyuan, "Next, you can do what you want, I'll take a bath and change into clean clothes." Unintentionally, the fighting on Uchiha Madara's side is still going on. As a referee, Akunalagia looked more and more itchy, and he couldn't wait to go directly to join the battle. However, when Roz Minion called, Akunalagia immediately revealed a strange smile. Okay, I understand, I will bring these two guys together go back. Dang dang dang. Every time a weapon collides, the impact will shake the surroundings to fly sand and rocks. Garp, your physical skills are really exciting, Uchiha Madara sneered. Garp frowned slightly. He obviously felt that his armament haki was clearly superior to Uchiha Madara, but the strange thing was that he could be forcibly leveled every time. "I haven't been this excited for a long time. You guys are much more interesting than those pirates. Ha 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 ha." At the end, Garp laughed loudly. 1. Suddenly, at this moment, Garp's smile faded in an instant. He looked in the same direction as Uchiha Madara at almost the same 4.9 time. In the next second, a huge black energy ball flew towards them. The pupils of the two shrank slightly and then quickly dodged. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, followed by a huge cloud of smoke and dust instantly engulfing the surroundings. In the next second, amidst the smoke and dust, there was a scolding sound. Akunalagia. There is no referee who would make a sneak attack. Akunalagia sat on a high rock, resting his head in one hand, shaking his legs, and replied, "I have called you several times, but there is no response." 065 Super Luxury Lineup, The Shocked 5 Elders, subscription required. "What's the reason? I think you're itchy," Uchiha Madara retorted below. Akunalagia stood up with a smile on his face. "The itchy hand is also one of them. The main reason is that Yi Si called and said it was urgent. Let us go back immediately." Of course, the urgent matter is for the Akunalagia chapter. I am afraid that Uchiha Madara will procrastinate, and he will have to fight for a while before going back. Yi Si, Uchiha Madara muttered, and Yi Si called back, so he couldn't delay any longer. However, today's battle satisfied him. It's just that poor Akunalagia was there the whole time. "Akunalagia, it's your turn next time." Uchiha Madara patted the dust on his body as a reminder. Akunalagia waved his hand. Next time? He knew very well that next time it would mean that he had no chance. "Leave it to yourself." Inside the Imperial City, on the road not far from Yi Si. Aku 15 Nalgia was taken aback for a moment. "Madara, do you feel it?" Uchiha Madara looked at Akunalagia in surprise, and asked in confusion, "What do you feel?" "The same kind of aura, except for Yi Sis. There are two brand new auras, that is to say, we have never seen them before," Akunalagia said calmly. Listening to Akunalagia's words, Uchiha Madara naturally understood something. He knew that Yi Sis' trip this time was to summon new partners. Therefore, after hearing what Akunalagia said, his expression was calm. "Oh, to be expected," Uchiha Madara replied. Akunalagia talked back and forth with Uchiha Madara, but Garp behind him was stunned. However, he didn't ask. After all, he wasn't interested in such things. After a while, Akunalagia and the others arrived at the hall where Yi Si was. At this time, Yi Si and his group were sitting in the hall, eating snacks, drinking hot drinks, chatting and laughing. Advertisement. If you want to say who has the biggest reaction at this moment, it is naturally Garp. When he entered the hall, he felt the beast breath of Jikuni and Yunohana Retsu. Suddenly, he understood the meaning of what Akunalagia said earlier. Is Yi Si a new partner? Does it belong to this country? What kind of charm does this guy have to make this group of outrageous guys follow? Garp murmured inwardly, full of various doubts in his heart. "Garp, you go and prepare the boat, we will depart back to the Holy Land of Myriad later," Yi Si suddenly said to Garp. "Yes." Garp nodded, turned and backed out. "Yi Si, if I'm not mistaken, these two are our new partners," Akunalagia spoke first. Yi Si nodded slightly while holding a hot drink. "My name is Yunohana Retsu." "My name is Ji Guoyuan Yi." Yunohana Retsu's introduction was completed, and Uchiha Madara gave a brief introduction. "Is there another one that hasn't come back?" Yunohana Retsu squinted, smiled slightly, and asked Yi Si. "That guy went shopping with the princess, probably not so fast," Yi Si replied. That's it. In the following time, what they talked about in this hall were all interesting things that happened in their world. The rapport between them rose quickly, and it didn't take long for them to give people the feeling that they were old friends who had known each other for many years. This kind of atmosphere is exactly what Yi Si expected. Time flies, and Yi Si and his team returned to the Holy Land of Myriad after having a rich dinner here. As soon as he arrived at the castle, Yi Si's buttocks were still hot, and the world government personnel came over, saying that 5 elders asked him for an interview. Advertisement. Yi Si followed without thinking too much. Not long after I left, another person from the world government came over. I'm sorry, the master has already gone out with your people just now, Ross Minion explained. The person from the world government smiled, and then explained, I'm not here to find Lord Bernard Issan. In addition to meeting Lord Bernard Issan, the 5 elders also need to meet Lord Bernard Issan's exclusive bodyguard. Hearing this, Ross Minion didn't think too much, and yelled into the castle, Master Madara, Mr. Tornado, Mr. Unohana Retsu, Mr. Akunologia, Mr. Yuan, someone wants to see you. As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Madara and his group came to the hall soon, and they glanced at the world government personnel. Who wants to see us? It's like this, my lords, 5 elders, the top leader of the world government, wants to meet you. The world government staff obviously felt a sense of coercion, and the tone of their speech changed a little at this moment. All? The world government staff nodded, although the 5 elders didn't say how many there were, they just said they were Yi Si's bodyguards, so they just called them all. Okay then, let's change into more formal clothes, so as not to embarrass Yi Si. Uchiha Madara said something lightly, and just as he was about to turn around and change his clothes, the person from the world government continued. My lords, there's no need to change clothes, the 5 elders won't care. When everyone heard the words, they didn't say much, they just nodded. That. 5 elders, what do you want us for? Akunologia asked. My lords, I'm just a messenger, and I don't know what 5 elders is talking to your lords about. Go and see if you don't know, lead the way. Yes, my lords, hurry up. At the same time, in a certain magnificent castle in Pangu City, what the 4 old men didn't know was that a group of ruthless characters with an extremely luxurious lineup was about to arrive. 066 They're all the best among the powerful, subscribe. Tread. Tread. In this quiet, windy and dark night, the lights look out of place. In the huge castle, crisp footsteps resounded around, like a weird tune. On the clean and bright floor, there are shadows with long knives hanging from their waists. After a while, the world government personnel stopped in front of a huge door, then turned and said to Uchiha Madara and his group behind him. My lords, this is the place. After all, he didn't wait for Uchiha Madara to talk to them, and pushed open the door vigorously with both hands. Go in. Everyone nodded and walked in. The lights inside were dim, but it didn't affect Uchiha Madara's sight. Inside, 4 old men were sitting on the left and right front sofas respectively, and they had been waiting here for a long time. Originally, the 4 old men wanted to intimidate Uchiha Madara and his group, but when Uchiha Madara and his group stepped in, there were dense beads of sweat on the foreheads of the 4 old men. That's right. They all undoubtedly felt the breath of a strong man from Uchiha Madara and the others. Good guy, I originally wanted to frighten them, but I never expected that I would be frightened in reverse. Obviously, the 4 old men now have such questions in their minds. Where are they from? Where did Yi Si find these people? Why are they willing to protect Yi Si? Why didn't you see Yi Si? Did Yi Si get called away by that 5 elders without saying anything? Advertisement. Although the lights inside were dim, the surroundings could still be seen clearly. After scanning it once, the tornado had such doubts. Did we go wrong? Akunologia also asked suspiciously. Isn't it? People from the world government lead the way, how could they go wrong? Guoyuan also continued to speak. You did not go wrong. Suddenly at this moment, the old man with the knife sitting on the sofa opened his mouth to explain. 5 elders is not one person, but 5 people. That boy Yi Si is in another castle, discussing with an old man from one of our 5 elders, backquote. Oh, so you mean to meet us alone? Uchiha Madara, who hadn't spoken just now, grinned and said, yes, he seems to have vaguely noticed that things don't seem to be that simple. You were right. First of all, we did this without any hostility. What we did was undoubtedly for Yi Si. The old man with straight white hair said. What you said, Yi Si doesn't nod. No matter how much you tell us, it's useless. Unohana Retsu smiled slightly, her tone was very soft, but it didn't have the tough tone of Uchiha Madara. Madam, of course we know what you said. Of course, we didn't come here to discuss some major matter, but a trivial matter. For us, for Yi Si, for the world government, it will be of great benefit to the whole world. As soon as these words came out, the hall suddenly fell into silence. Puff. Akunologia couldn't help it, and suddenly laughed out loud. I'm sorry, I can't help it, but it's good for you, for Yi Si, for the world government, and for the whole world things. You care about it and do it insignificantly. You don't need to talk so many useless words with us, everyone's time is very busy, let's get straight to the point. Uchiha Madara spoke again. Although the 5 elders also exuded the aura of a strong man, there was no fluctuation on the faces of the people on Yi Si's side, and there was even a sense of excitement, wanting to try these old men's skills. Okay, then let's get straight to the point. The old man with the knife stood up and continued talking while slowly approaching Guoyuan and the others. To be honest, we came here to ask you to help us persuade Yi Si to join our Celestial Dragon's power circle. That is the most correct path for him. You can't persuade us, how can we, old sir? Unohana Retsu replied. The 4 elders seemed to have filtered Unohana Retsu's words, and they continued. As long as you do us this favor, we can give you what you want, money, power, women, or status, you choose. If you just want to say this, then you are still looking for the wrong person, Uchiha Madara said calmly. That's right, you can only discuss this matter with Yi Si, and we won't intervene to do unnecessary things. Advertisement. If nothing else, I thought, we should get out. Everyone opened their mouths one after another. Obviously, they're not interested in power, money, women, status, etc., and they don't want to do these meaningless things. The faces of the 4 old men were extremely ugly when they heard the words. Yes, from the moment they stepped into this hall, they knew that things had far exceeded their expectations. Swish. Suddenly at this moment, the old man with the knife pulled out the long knife in his hand, and armament haki covered the blade. Although the body was dead, the speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared above, swinging a long knife and slashing towards Uchiha Madara. Brush. Guoyuan quickly drew his sword, and then flew straight into the air. Boom. The two long knives collided together, and a powerful airflow began to spread towards the surroundings. Is this the style of doing things you discussed with us? Uchiha Madara sneered. As soon as Uchiha Madara's words came out, everyone was ready to fight, and the beast-like atmosphere quickly filled the entire hall. The old man with the knife jumped forward, and after landing on the ground, he calmly put away the long knife. It's his blessing that Yi Si has you guys, said the old man with the knife, and sat down slowly on the sofa. Let's go, of course, what we just said will always be effective. When Yi Si joins the power hierarchy, no matter whether you persuaded him or not, we, leaders, can agree to the conditions we promised you just now. Farewell. Uchiha Madara ignored them, and the group turned around and left slowly, without even closing the door for him. Looking at the figure that had disappeared in front of them, the four old men sighed deeply. Sure enough. Just as I thought, things have simply exceeded our expectations. I tried it just now, it's not an illusion, but the five of them are undoubtedly not the best among the strong. Yi Si, this kid, really makes me feel more and more incredible. First, the Luogia pirates, the Holy Land Myriad, and then the followers around, things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Yes. 067 The bounties of the new pirates, subscription required. After Uchiha Madara and his group walked for about 10 minutes, footsteps sounded again on this corridor. Soon, a bald old man hurried in. Boom. He closed the door casually, and then walked towards the other four old men with a smile on his face. What's the matter? Is my method okay? It's okay if it's done well, but it's useless to use it on those guys. The old man with straight white hair responded lightly, work. Hearing this, the bald old man was slightly taken aback. His gaze scanned the four old men again, and he confirmed. You mean? Failed? Impossible, there is no reason to fail. Is it true that as you said, his bodyguards are the same as that kid Yi Si, who don't care about power, money, status, etc. not interested? Seeing that the other four old men were silent, which was a default state, the bald old man was even more confused. No, is it true that ordinary people are not interested in power? You called a few people around Yi Si? He continued. One of the old men poured himself a cup of hot tea, returned to the sofa in a calm manner, moistened his throat, and then slowly said, all the bodyguards have already been called. In fact, you have something to say. You were right, there is really no ordinary person in the world who is not interested in power. It's just, the guys around Yi Si, 063 are not ordinary people. Another old man went on to add, at first we wanted to wait for them to come in and give them a little pressure, so that it would be easier to discuss later, but we didn't expect that after they came in, they would put pressure on us instead. Now these young people, they are all incredibly strong. What's the meaning? To be honest, what they said made the bald old man more and more confused. I only left for more than half an hour. How can I feel that everything has changed after I came back? It probably means that the 5 bodyguards around Yi Si are all comparable to Marine Admiral. Seeing their serious expressions, the bald old man suddenly realized. No, what the hell is this? Where did he find so many strong men? Why has our Marine conscription never had such a ruthless character? Advertisement, you ask me, who do I ask? But the problem is, Kid Yi Si has arrived. This kid is a miracle alive, right? The bald old man complained. At this moment, Yi Si is still on his way back, and he doesn't know that Uchiha Madara and the others have already gone to meet the 5 elders. However, what puzzled Yi Si was that at first he thought that the 5 elders would tell him something important when they met him. Good guy, after arriving, what he asked was how he felt traveling today, and whether the king of the franchise country gave you a salute. Anyway, the more he asked, the more outrageous he was, which directly confused Yi Si. However, as he walked, Yi Si thought of something. He didn't think that a top leader of the world government would talk to him about these boring topics. Moreover, only one old man appeared on the field, and the other 4 old men were not present. For this situation, the biggest possibility is that they are performing another task. Sure enough, after Yi Si returned to the castle, Uchiha Madara and his group told him everything that happened after he left. Although the results are different from what I imagined, they are not much different. How do you plan to choose, Yi Si? I want to hear what you think, Ji Gui asked. As soon as the words fell, everyone's focus in the hall fell on Yi Si. Yi Si was silent for a while, motioned the maid who was giving him the massage to leave, and then said, I don't need someone to teach me how to do things, so I won't follow their arrangement and join the so-called boring celestial dragon's power layer. Sure enough, this is not what I thought. When those old men asked this question, I already guessed the answer in Yi Si's mind. Uchiha Madara interrupted from time to time. It makes sense. The so-called power layer is just a system created by them. Why should we follow their system? Akunologia also expressed his own opinion. Everyone, BFCA, nodded one after another. Okay, let's end this topic. Minion, you take a few people to clean up, and take out 2 rooms for Yuno Hanaretsu and Ji Guoyuan. Yi Si instructed from the side. Good host. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. Ji Guoyuan and Yuno Hanaretsu are well integrated into this big family. Moreover, because of the arrival of the 2 of them, it became even more lively. Advertisement Yi Si is still the same, basically spending time on cultivating her own physique. As for Ji Kuni and Yuno Hanaretsu, they learned the most practical skills in this world, hockey, under the leadership of Uchiha Madara. However, what Yi Si didn't expect was that after Guoyuan learned armament hockey, his situation was the same as that of Uchiha Madara and Akunologia, and he directly awakened Conqueror's hockey. In other words, so far, Yi Si has Conqueror's hockey here, including himself, already has 4. As for the tornado and Hanaretsu, who have not awakened yet, no one knows the specific reason. On this day, it was still the same as usual. Early in the morning, Yi Si had already disciplined himself to exercise. Yi Si, newspaper. There are topics you are interested in here. Long Wan was holding the bread in one hand and the newspaper in the other hand, eating the bread while reading the newspaper, slowly walking towards Yi Si. And Yi Si also stopped the movements in his hands, and when the tornado approached, he took the newspaper. After taking a glance, Yi Si chuckled. After Golden Lion attacked a member country of the world government, he ran into the Luogia pirates and started a battle. After reading the title, Yi Si quickly turned to the content, which probably said that after the Golden Lion attacked a member country of the world government, it encountered the Luogia pirates and started a battle. Some of the more famous figures such as Lox and Charlotte Linlin are not mentioned in the article. Obviously, this means that the Lox pirates are implementing the plan separately, and the fact that he met Whitebeard a few days ago is the best explanation. Such an action can have a certain impact on the world government relatively quickly. The final result was also obvious. How could Golden Lion alone be able to defeat the entire Luogia pirates? If it weren't for Golden Lion being a lion fruit capable user, he couldn't have escaped at all under the circumstances. Yi Si flipped back, and behind the newspaper, there was a stack of the latest wanted bounties. Soon, Yi Si put the newspaper behind and looked at the reward list. 068 Yi Si and Madara, 5 elders and I am, for subscription. Luogia from the pirates. Yi Si's focus was on Luogia's portrait first, and the name bounty was noticed later. The captain of the Luogia pirates, Gore Luogia, is offering a bounty of 2.5 billion Baileys. Luogia pirates, Silver Rayleigh, offer a bounty of 1.9 to 500 million Baileys. The Luogia pirates, Copper Jabba, offer a bounty of 1.7 billion Baileys. Except for Luogia, whose growth rate is relatively large, the growth rate of his other members is considered average. Yi Si flipped back, and what appeared in front of his eyes was the bounty order of the Lox pirates. Captain of the Lox pirates, Lox Zebek, offers a bounty of 4.3 billion Baileys. Lox pirates, Kadri, Edward Newgate 2.2 billion. Lox pirates Kadri, Shiki 2.15 billion. Lox pirates Kadri, Charlotte Linlin 2.05 billion. If you want to say which of the two pirate groups has the biggest increase, it is undoubtedly the Lox pirate group. During this period of time, the attack on naval headquarters, the Holy Land of Myriad, and the continuous plundering of the alliance countries of the world government are the reason for such an increase. How about it? This is explosive news. Long Wan said softly while eating bread. It's really breaking news. Yi Si smiled, sat on a chair beside her, put the newspaper on the table, and waved her hand. Soon, the maid brought him milk and bread. Yi Si took a bite of the bread and noticed something was wrong, then looked at the maid and asked, "Who made breakfast today?" "What's wrong? Doesn't it taste right?" Before the maid could speak, Long Wan answered first, and then sat on a chair beside her. "Advertisement. It's a little different from what I used to eat. I guess you made it." Yi Si smiled lightly. In fact, when he realized that the taste was not right, this idea had already appeared in his mind. "Isn't it delicious? I feel that what I made is no different from Minions." Dragon Roll puffed up his mouth, a little unconvinced. Yi Si took a big bite of the bread and said vaguely, "It's nothing. You've made great progress, Dragon Roll. At least it won't burn the dim sum like it was the first time." Of course, Yi Si is telling the truth. After staying with Minion for a period of time, Longjuan has made great progress. He used to be a dark cuisine, but now he can barely be regarded as an entry-level level. "Really? You didn't lie to me, Yi Si? It doesn't make sense for me to lie to you. You can do more in the future," Yi Si explained. Tornado's eyes froze for a few seconds. It seemed that it was true as Yi Si said, and there was no point in lying to himself. "It is good." Long Wan smiled slightly. It was difficult for him to be humble and not arrogant. After all, she entered the castle with some excitement. Yi Si, on the other hand, had finished her breakfast and didn't continue to practice. Instead, she went back to the castle and changed her clothes. In the past few days, Yi Si has developed a new method of cultivation, that is, there is a special sparring occasionally. After all, there is always an upper limit to one person's cultivation, but if two people use the method of sparring to train, it will be different. Not only can the actual combat experience be improved, but the effective combat effectiveness is far more than that of one person's cultivation. "Which one of your draws won?" After changing her clothes, Yi Si returned to the hall and asked a question. "Madara." Guoyuan replied. "I seriously suspect that Madara cheated, but I have no evidence." Akunalogia complained. His luck was really bad. "Come on, Akunalogia, you are just jealous," Tornado complained. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. What followed was bursts of laughter. Although they would quarrel occasionally, neither of them would really get angry, and they could accept some teasing from their partners, and their relationship would not be affected by these trifles, which Yi Si was very pleased with. "What about Madara? Madara, are you going to change your clothes? You mean to change his battle uniform?" Hanaretsu said with a smile. "Ask for flowers?" "Battlesuit?" Yi Si was taken aback for a moment. Did he customize a battlesuit himself? "No, master," replied the maid. Just when Yi Si was wondering, Uchiha Madara had already stepped out. He was wearing a black tight combat uniform with red laminated armor on the outside. "Good guy, isn't this the suit he wore when he first came to this world?" "Let's go, Yi Si," Uchiha Madara said to Yi Si excitedly with a smile on her face. Since the last time, when he saw Yi Si fighting Akunalogia, he had already had a thought in his heart that he wanted to fight Yi Si again. But today, the opportunity came. How could he not be excited? Holy Land Mariajoy, Pangu City. On this day, the 5 elders came again to report some important information to I am. "You are not exaggerating. Let me feel that what you are doing is correct," Sitting on the throne of the void, I am said coldly. Lord Yim, we are not exaggerating. That night, we could see clearly that the people around Yi Si are very strong, even comparable to Marine Admiral. Although there are only 5 of them, if we want to compare them in terms of marine combat power, they can be worth a large part of our marine combat power, another old man explained. Since that night, we have made a special investigation, but we can't find out where they come from. Anyway, Yi Si will bring one back every time he travels. It seems that we have discussed it early. Alright, let's pick it up. Facing the old man's words, I was silent for a while and then said again, I remember. Except for the recent period of time, he hasn't traveled far, right? 069 Mara Fruit Advanced, Red Flame? Seeking subscription? Yes, Lord I am. According to the itinerary record, it is indeed so. The farthest distance he has ever been is only in Sabadi Archipelago. According to the report of the world government personnel who followed at that time, there was no contact with other people. So, the more you say it, the more unreasonable it is? I glanced at the 5 of them with cold eyes, as if words possessed magical powers, making 5 elders' hairs stand on end. It does sound more and more unreasonable, but the fact is that it is a bit like appearing out of thin air. The old man with the knife tried his best to explain. Appeared out of thin air? You have lived for so many years in vain. Facing Im's words, 5 elders didn't want to refute. It's not because of their expressive ability, but because Yi Si's things are so weird. Don't say that I doesn't believe her. To be honest, if in other words, they wouldn't believe it either. Seeing that 5 elders bowed their heads and kept silent, I said again, you guys give me a feeling that you want that child to be affirmed by me too much. I have no objection to you wanting to cultivate this kind of thing. But, do what is appropriate. Yes. Master I 5 elders said in unison. Now they will not refute. 710. Whatever I says, after all, if I gets angry, they will be implicated. Retire. You don't need to report to me about the process in the future. What I want is the result. I hope you will come to mention this child next time because he is already able to take on your job. I ordered. Yes. The 5 elders stood up at the same time and then slowly retreated to the gate. After leaving the mighty palace, 5 elders frowns. Do you feel that things are developing too fast? On the way, the old man with the knife suddenly spoke out, and because of this topic, everyone's faces became even more ugly. You too. Have you noticed it too? Isn't this something you can see with your eyes? It is true that the progress is too rapid, and I am really afraid that one day I will suddenly lose control. The point is, Lord I doesn't care about this matter. Yes, at this moment, the 5 elders have discovered a very serious problem. At first they always thought that they could control Yi Si. However, ever since they discovered that Yi Si's bodyguards are all strong, they began to worry. They were afraid that they would not be able to control Yi Si. The most important thing is that I still doesn't care about Yi Si's matter now. But it's okay, that kid Yi Si doesn't seem to have any ambitions. Although it seems that there is no ambition now, we still have to pay attention just in case. After a long time, a small uninhabited island. Yi Si and Uchiha Madara have arrived. Although this is just a discussion between the two, except for Yuno Hanaretsu who did not come, the other summoners have rushed to watch the show. After all, in their eyes, staying in the castle is also boring, they might as well come and join in the fun. Yi Si, are you ready? Uchiha Madara asked Yi Si with a hint of excitement. Come on, Madara. Uchiha Madara jumped up and after a distance, he saw his hands in seals and shouted. Fire style huo extinguish. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Madara sucked in a breath of cold air, and chakra gathered at the back of his throat, and spit out a large sea-like flame to the front, with a very large range. Facing such a huge flame impact, Yi Si only raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Advertisement, playing with fire. Me too. While speaking, golden flames burned all over Yi Si's body, and then he waved his fist. Fire punch. With the swing of the fist, a group of flames the size of what he sprayed rushed away. Boom. 2 groups of golden flames collided together, and the aftermath of the flames engulfed the surroundings at an extremely fast speed, and the huge heat. Airflow began to spread in all directions. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and some withered grass that had been on the island suddenly ignited spontaneously. Oh, not only has your skills improved a lot, but you have also mastered more abilities than when you first fought. Uchiha Madara stared at the flame in front of her eyes, slightly surprised. After the 2 huge flames stalemate for a while, they turned into nothingness. Uchiha Madara held the sickle in his hand and ran fast. At the same time, the gas of armament hockey wrapped the sickle at a speed that could be seen by the flesh. A pair of flame wings appeared behind Yi Si, and after flying for a certain distance, feather-shaped paper with flames continuously shot out from the wings. Uchiha Madara was slightly taken aback, and kept waving the sickle in his hand. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Uchiha Madara knocked almost all the paper that was shot into the air. Taking advantage of a gap, he directly swung his sickle and chopped it. Brush. With the sound of the sword cry, a huge blue sword energy flew towards Yi Si in the air. On the way, the sound of sword energy tearing through the air could be clearly heard. Not far away, Akunologia looked envious on the small boat that the tornado floated with superpowers. Why, when that fellow Yi Si competed with me, he played gymnastics and showed off various abilities with this guy Madara. If you really want to have fun, I can also accompany you, Guoyuan said from the side. Really? Akunologia had a smile on his face. Guoyuan nodded. Yes. It's not too late, let's come now, not now because, I want to see them. Yuani, you're talking for nothing. Akunologia glanced at Guoyuan and sighed deeply. Dang dang dang. Yi Si is fighting against Uchiha Madara's physical mixed ability, and it is getting more and more intense. Regarding the ability of Devil Fruit, Yi Si feels that it is getting more and more comfortable. Boom. Boom. Explosions sounded continuously on this uninhabited island. After the battle lasted for a while, next to Yi Si's ear, he suddenly heard a system beep. Advertisement, ding, the running in degree of Mara fruit has reached the requirement of advanced quality. Hearing this, Yi Si was taken aback for a moment, and following the final impact, he quickly jumped back and shouted. Madara, wait a moment. Uchiha Madara originally wanted to pursue, but after hearing Yi Si's words, he was stunned for a moment and gave up the pursuit. What's wrong? Pause for a while, there is something. While speaking, Yi Si has already opened the panel. Host. Bernard Issan digging level. 1, 132 hundredths, number of excavations. 0, 4 sevenths. As the excavation level increases, the chances of excavation will increase. Physique. Advanced physique, 80%, no side effects when reaching 100%. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 40%, Tornado, 20%, Akunologia, 20%, Unohana Retsu, 20%, Jikunin, 20%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening, Attribute Burning, 1025 thousandths, Mara Fruit, 1000 Conquerors, 701 1000ths, Arm Color, 861 thousandths, Knowledge Color, 796 1000ths. Excavation Location. Insufficient excavation times, unable to locate. Warehouse. None. Sure enough, as the system said, the running in degree of Mara fruit has reached 1000 at this moment. Although he was sparring with Uchiha Madara at the moment, Yi Si didn't hesitate too much and immediately thought to himself. Begin to advance. Ding, it's advancing. Ding, the quality of the acquisition has improved, and the ability has been improved in all aspects. Ding, Devil Fruit, gain immunity to sea stone type items and weaken the accumulation by 100%. Ding, the number of times you eat Devil Fruit again is +1. Acquiring immunity to sea stone type items weakens the accumulation of 100%. The appearance of this has already shown that Yi Si can also swim in the sea like a normal person, and his own Devil Fruit no longer has any weaknesses. Although this time Mara Fruit does not have the fancy attributes like the Paper Fruit, but a single improvement in quality and overall ability can perfectly surpass those attributes. The Mara Fruit at this moment is no longer the Mara Fruit it used to be, and the perfection of quality has broken away from the superior subordinate relationship in the original book. 4.1 Yes, in the original book, Mara Fruit and Lava Fruit belong to a superior subordinate relationship, and Lava Fruit restrains Mara Fruit. However, here, after the advancement of the system, the Mara Fruit at this time has broken this normal rule. And, now there is another benefit, Yi Si can eat Devil Fruit ability. However, although it is edible, Yi Si does not plan to eat other food for the time being. Of course, it depends on the situation. Yi Si slowly raised his hand. A red flame was burning in his hand. Did the color of the flame change because of the immediate reason? Yi Si stared at the red flame and muttered, 2. Seeing this scene not far away, Uchiha Madara slightly had a bad premonition. What's going on? Why do you feel that Yi Si has changed in an instant, but you can't notice what has changed? Okay, Madara, let's get on with it. 070 Flame Titanvis Susano, full order. You sure? Uchiha Madara confirmed that the battle would not be suspended for no reason. He thought that something must have happened to Yi Si, so he asked for certainty. Well, I'm fine, it's just now. Suddenly, a new power seems to be awakened. Yi Si said with a hint of ridicule, but it is actually true that he has indeed advanced and gained a new power. After learning that Yi Si was fine, Uchiha Madara ran towards Yi Si quickly with a knife in his hand. The long knife in Yi Si's hand was already wrapped around armament hockey, but at this moment, the red flame instantly wrapped around the long knife. Immediately afterwards, he also started to run wildly, leaving red afterimages wherever he passed. Boom! The sickle and the long knife collided together, and the ground was directly shattered by the impact. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. Not long ago, Yi Si couldn't take such a blow from himself, but now, he can bear it completely. I saw him retract the knife, then slash, retract the knife again, and slash again. Boom, boom. The ground Yi Si stepped on was continuously shattered by the shock, and 15's body sank a lot. At the moment when Uchiha Madara retracted the knife again, Yi Si found a good time. The flame on the blade became huge instantly, and then he swung it directly. A red sword energy attacked Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was startled, and the side that was originally attacking turned defensive instantly. Yi Si didn't stop attacking. From the moment Uchiha Madara switched from offense to defense, he kept swinging his knife. A streak of red sword energy flew towards him, getting farther and farther away from Bala. Call. When Uchiha Madara pulled a certain amount of intensity, Yi Si's whole body burned with red flames, and the red flames continuously condensed in midair. Immediately afterwards, a red fireball was forming at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fireball became bigger and bigger, and the surrounding temperature rose again, and some objects that were close to Yi Si spontaneously ignited instantly. The condensation of the fireball seemed to take a long time, but in reality it only took a few seconds. Advertisement, Emperor Yan. With Yi Si shouting, this huge fireball flew towards Uchiha Madara directly, and the speed was extremely fast. Uchiha Madara's pupils reflected the portrait of this fireball again, but what followed was that the hooks in his eyes began to rotate. Evolved directly from Sharingan into Eternal Mangekyo. Boom! The fireball hit the position where Uchiha Madara was standing, and immediately triggered a violent explosion. Red light shone in the sky, and the huge aftermath of the impact swallowed everything around. The tornado and the midair ship they were on were pushed back by the aftermath. However, fortunately, the tornado quickly strengthened and released its own superpowers, which allowed the ship to float stably in midair. Hoo hoo hoo. Billowing smoke and dust filled the surroundings. A light wind blows and the thick smoke becomes thinner. Soon, a blue titan appeared in everyone's field of vision. Yes, this is the exclusive ability of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. However, this Susanoo is not a complete body, to be precise, this is the fourth form of Susanoo. And Uchiha Madara, apparently, is standing above Susanoo's forehead, with his hands folded on his chest, gazing down at Yi Si below. Yi Si looked directly at Susanoo and wasn't too surprised. After all, he thought that Uchiha Madara would definitely use this in battle. If it's a titan, I can also make one. As Yi Si said, the ground she stepped on turned into paper in an instant, and the area continued to expand. Immediately afterwards, all the papers were lifted up and gathered together, and slowly a titan similar to Susanoo appeared in the eyes. Drink. Yi Si stepped on the forehead of the paper titan and let out a soft drink. The red flames were like armor, covering the body of the paper titan. Looking around, the armor with red flames was majestic. With a wave of the paper titan, the paper on the ground flew up again, slowly forming a spear. The spear is first covered with armament hockey and then covered with red flames. Advertisement, is this a battle between titans? Akunologia said with a look of surprise. It's really hockey, I didn't expect Yi Si and Madara to have such a stunt, Guoyuan said with emotion. That Madara guy, I've seen him use this ability before, but for Yi Si, it's really the first time for me, and, in a short period of time, he has become much stronger, Tornado also said from the side. Guess who will win? Guoyuan asked with a hint of interest. Today's Yi Si is no longer the previous Yi Si, so I bet this battle will not be decided. Akunologia seemed to have seen the result, and patted on the railing of the boat, slowly said. What about you, Tornado? Although I really don't want to have the same answer as Akunologia, but the fact is that there will be no winner or loser in this battle. Of course, if there is an accident, it is not necessarily the case, Tornado said lightly. Guoyuan was taken aback for a moment. Good guy, the two talked a lot, but they didn't make any sense at all. That's all. A smile appeared on Guoyuan's face, and he no longer entangled in this topic. And meanwhile, Naval Headquarters. Kong and Sengoku led the team back. Since the battle between Luogia and Golden Lion in 793, there has been no movement from the Lock's pirates. Sengoku, my fellows, you secretly went after the Lock's pirates without telling me. After Garp heard the news of Kong's return, he immediately ran to the port. Garp, why are you here? Faced with Garp's sudden appearance, Sengoku was a little surprised. After all, there had never been such a precedent for picking up a ship. Don't change the subject, you actually left me in Naval Headquarters. Go find the Lock's pirates alone. Garp said carelessly. Sengoku laughed, and then explained. You were on a mission at the time, so I didn't call you. If you don't want me to go, just say, if I know you and you go after the Lock's pirates, I'll just put down the extra things in my hands, Garp retorted. I heard from the Marshal that not long ago, you took the initiative to escort celestial dragons? This incident was beyond my expectations, Garp. I don't remember that you would not deal with the celestial dragons unless it was absolutely necessary. Yes. Sengoku had an idea, changed the topic, and changed the subject. Asterisk 071 inheritance, get Susanoo, seeking subscription. What? Who did you hear? What does it mean to take the initiative to escort the celestial dragons? When Garp heard this, he was furious. Sengoku's trick was considered a success, and he successfully changed the topic. Is not it? Sengoku waved his hand and said softly. It was ordered by the Marshal, and I had nothing to do. Garp showed a look of indifference. Sengoku did not continue to tease Garp, but said, well, see Bernard Yi Si. Ha 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 ha, don't tell me, that's a funny guy, and he doesn't have the stupid appearance of other celestial dragons. Garp said carelessly. Tap tat tat, at this time, Kong also stepped down from the boat, while exhorting. Garp, how many times have I told you, be careful with your words. Good. Garp replied with a smile, of course, if he remembers, he will definitely pay attention, if he speaks quickly, there is nothing he can do. New world, a sea area, the shore. A huge ship rests on the shore. Lox looked at the newspaper in his hand, lost in thought. In front of Lox, of course, was Golden Lion Shiki who had just returned to the team. However, after the battle with Luogia, Golden Lion suffered a lot of injuries. At this moment, his body was still wrapped in a thick white bandage. The little devil many years ago, now the bounty has exceeded 2 billion. Although Lox spoke in a flat tone, the movements in his hands clearly showed the anger in his heart. He tightly grasped the newspaper and the reward warrant was already wanted, and in the next second, it was in his hand. A massive black object appeared, and the moment it touched the newspaper and the arrest warrant turned to ashes. Apparently, Lox. He's also a demon fruit power. Shiki, underestimated the enemy this time, and let Luogia and his gang succeed. I'm really sorry, Captain. Golden Lion lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Lox glanced at Golden Lion with his icy eyes, because Golden Lion's mistake opened the wounds of the Lox pirates that had scabbed open again. Advertisement. The growth rate of the Luogia pirates is indeed much faster than we expected. If we don't punish in advance and let it grow, it will definitely be a big stumbling block for our progress in the future, Longbread reminded. It's quite reasonable. I also think it should be eradicated first. After all, we have tried to win over this matter before, but Luogia refused. Even if we go again, the result will be the same, another cadre also said out loud. The Luogia pirates want you to work so hard? I am the king of this sea, Lox said angrily. Everyone bowed their heads and remained silent. Unexpectedly, Luogia has declared war with us. He wants to fight, and we will accompany him to the end. Let him recognize clearly, who is the overlord of this sea now. As soon as Lox said this, everyone became excited. In the eyes of most people in the Locks Pirates, only killing, plundering, and treasure can arouse the excitement in their hearts. On Yi-Sis' side, from the battle of physical skills to the battle of ability, it has developed to the current battle of titans. Boom! The collision of giant knife and giant knife. The surrounding ground was directly shaken by flying sand and rocks. This small island couldn't stand such torture at all. Several pieces have been split, but the battle between Yi-Si and Uchiha Madara has no intention of stopping. Swish swish swish. The sword energy emitted by the two titans collided continuously. Finally, after 5 minutes, this small island finally collapsed and began to sink into the bottom of the sea at an extremely fast speed. When Tornado and the others thought the battle was over like this, what they never expected was that both Susanoo and Yi-Sis Flame Titan had wings behind them. The land battle directly evolved into an air battle. Boom, boom, swinging again and again, air currents appeared again and again, making the sea surface that was not calm and turbulent even more. The clouds above the sky, like tofu, turned into pieces. Advertisement, Yi-Si. The two shouted loudly, and once again controlled the Titan to rush towards all sides at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Accompanied by the impact again, a huge airflow broke through the sky, and the waves soared into the sky. What followed was that the two Titans were directly rebounded by the impact, and both fell into the sea. The moment Yi-Si fell into the sea, Yi-Sis Titan also disappeared, and he had no physical strength to sustain it. He is lying on the sea, because he is now 100% immune, so Yi-Si is like a normal person and will not suffer from the side effects of devil fruit. This feeling is so good. Yi-Si let out a long sigh. Ding! Uchiha Madara's unlocking progress has reached 50%, congratulations to host for inheriting Susanoo's ability. With the sound of the system sound, Yi-Si was slightly startled, and a new memory flooded into his mind. However, unlike Madara, Yi-Si can use Susanoo without Mangekyo Sharingan. This is strong, the system. Yi-Si secretly rejoiced. Susanoo has a perfect ability, and the Titan he created is too much to promise to consume his own power. But it's different with Susanoo. His paper fruit ability can be used as Susanoo's armor. Tap tat tat. Soon, footsteps were heard beside his ears. Yi-Si withdrew his thoughts and turned his head to look. At this time, Uchiha Madara was really stepping on the sea and walking over slowly. Can you still stand up, Yi-Si? Uchiha Madara asked. At the same time, the tornado also controlled the boat to land beside Yi-Si. It's okay, Yi-Si. Everyone shouted on the boat, and then jumped off one after another. 072 Yi-Si all set off. Luojiev's locks, seeking full order. I'm fine. It's just that I haven't swum in the sea for a long time. I miss it, it's just bubbles. As Yi-Si said, she slowly spread out her hands and started to swim in the sea. The last time she swam in the sea was before crossing. After crossing over, although he didn't eat devil fruit right away, due to some circumstances, he didn't swim in the sea either. Therefore, it is true to say nostalgia. Everyone looked at Yi-Si, who was swimming slowly, with speechless expressions on their faces. They all thought that Yi-Si was injured and lay in the sea unable to move. No, I hurriedly jumped down and prepared to fish into the boat, but in the end, good guy, I haven't swum in the sea for a long time, and I miss bubbles. In the next second, they all boarded the boat, and stood on the fence of the boat, watching Yi-Si swimming in the sea with their heads propped up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several days have passed. These days, nothing major happened, and the 5 elders didn't come to Yi-Si again. In the daily newspapers, it is said that some pirates were caught by marine, but although 677 pirates are mentioned every day, there are no pirates like Locks and Luogia. News. The holy land of Myriad is sunny and sunny, but in the new world, above a certain island, it is covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning, and pouring rain. On the coast of the island, 2 pirate ships are parked. The first ship is very huge. As for the second ship, it seems a bit insignificant. It is said that it is the main ship, and it is more like the first big ship. And one of them is the famous Locks pirates in this sea. As for the other one, although the reputation is far less than that of the Locks pirates, it is not small, and it is the future One Piece pirate in the original book. Group. Luogia Pirate Group. At this time, none of the people on the 2 ships disembarked, and the atmosphere was as bad as the weather. Locks, although I think that sooner or later we will fight against you, but I never thought that it would be here. The torrential rain wet Luogia's whole body. The rain kept beating on Luogia's straw hat, and the thunder and lightning flashed. His frozen expression was faintly visible. Luogia, I'm giving you a chance to choose. Either join BFBE, our Locks pirates, or die in this sea. Locks asked coldly. As I said, Locks, my choice will never change. If being a pirate is not for freedom, then why should I bother to become a pirate? If you have to choose one of the choices you gave, then. Advertisement, I am willing to die in battle and be buried in this sea. It's so, Luogia, I'll give you my blessing, Locks yelled, his face a bit ferocious. Shua. I saw him pull out the long knife at his waist, and shouted, brothers, let's fight hard. As for Luogia's side, they were all ready to fight. Fight for freedom. Swish swish swish. The men and horses of the 2 sides jumped directly, and a great battle broke out in this bad weather. Regarding the situation on their side, Marine, World Government, including Yi-Si, they don't know anything about it. Holy Land Mariajoy. On the road, Doric is riding a slave to Yi-Sis Castle. Have you noticed that there seem to be a lot more small animals around recently? I remember that there were not before. Because the slave walked slowly, Doric noticed the butterflies and some birds in flight. Master Doric, if you don't like me, let people dispose of these lowly creatures. No, if Issan raises it, it won't be good if we dispose of it, Doric explained. It's really a possibility. After all, Master Issan, he has different habits from most celestial dragons. The man in the black suit said calmly. Doric nodded, then desperately stomped on the slave's head and said, hurry up, hurry up. After a while, Ross Minion had been waiting at the door for a long time, and when Doric arrived, she walked over slowly. Master Doric, my master has ordered that he is not free today, so I won't go. What? Advertisement. Doric was startled slightly, but he was a little shocked. After all, before he said anything, Yi Si already knew about it, and even asked someone to tell him. Okay then. When I come back, if Isan needs slaves, you can go to me and pick a few. While speaking, he said to the slave he was riding on, let's go. Here, Doric restrained himself a lot. After all, he knew Yi Si's temper. He would not be boring himself, let alone commit suicide, like the celestial dragons last time. It has been nearly 10 hours since Luo Jia started the battle with Locks. During this period, Marshal Marine went to meet 5 elders alone. After more than half an hour, he left in a hurry. As for what was discussed in this half hour, it is estimated that only they themselves know. Yi Si Castle. Yi Si and his group were enjoying their dinner when a butterfly flew in and the maids were just about to drive it away. Yi Si then said, don't hit it, that's the paper butterfly I was investigating. As soon as the words fell, the color of the butterfly began to change, from the originally seemingly very realistic butterfly to a paper butterfly. Then it flew to Yi Si's hand, and in the next second, Yi Si's face changed drastically, and his brows frowned slightly. F.A. What happened? Hana Retsu was slightly worried after seeing Yi Si's expression, and immediately asked. Could it be that the pirates have come to attack the Holy Land Myriad again? Uchiha Madara followed suit. Really, if this is the case, we have to take them all down this time. Akunalogia looked excited. Yi Si stood up. No, it's not the pirates attacking the Holy Land Myriad, but this time, it's far more exciting than the pirates attacking the Holy Land Myriad. What? Everyone looked at Yi Si in bewilderment. Everyone is ready to go. Gather in front of the door in 5 minutes. 073 Super Battle, the world pattern will be tilted, subscription required. Akunalogia's group had already seen from Yi Si's face that this matter was not easy, so they didn't ask any more questions, and immediately went back to their room to start preparing. 5 minutes later, Uchiha Madara changed into his combat uniform, so did Akunalogia, and everyone else basically changed into the clothes they had just come into this world. Of course, except for the tornado. The clothes that Long Wan is wearing now are custom made in this world, and they are also long gowns. However, although this one has slits, it is not exposed at all. Finally an exciting battle is coming. Akunalogia said with a grin, his face full of anticipation. If there are no accidents, Akunalogia, just as you said, this will be the most intense battle we have ever encountered in history. Yi Si explained from the side. Yes, what his intelligence butterfly told him was that the Luogia pirates had fought the Locks pirates, and Marine was going to pick up the leak. Undoubtedly, this is also great news for Yi Si, and it is a great opportunity for him to kill Luogia and Locks. Therefore, Yi Si will not give up such a good opportunity. Is it about the Locks pirates? Uchiha Madara asked. This time, not only the Locks pirates, but also the Luogia pirates, Yi Si replied. Luogia pirates? The one we met earlier? Yi Si nodded, and a playful smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Other questions, let's talk about it on the way. While speaking, a lot of paper began to appear on Yi Si's body, and the paper gathered together in front of him, and soon a paper boat of small size appeared in everyone's field of vision. Master, and all the adults, be careful. Rose Minion and a group of maids were at the gate of the city, and they yelled at Yi Si and his group anxiously. Yi Si turned her head, with a smile on her face. We will not die, now let's go. Advertisement. After everyone boarded the boat, the paper boat began to float and fly away at an extremely fast speed, and the place they were going to was Naval headquarters. 5 elders had already received the message within 5 minutes of Yi Si's group leaving. All of Yi Si's gang left the Holy Land of Myriad at night. The old man with the knife looked at the bald old man suspiciously. That's what I reported below, but they don't know the specific reason. The bald old man put down the phone bug in his hand, walked to the sofa and sat down. The whole crew was mobilized. Could it be because of the incident reported by Marshal Marine? Speaking of this, the faces of the other 4 old men suddenly froze. They understood everything. All members of Yi Si would not go out at night for no reason. But for Yi Si to go out like this, except for Locks and Luogia, it is difficult to shake him. It should be like this. Sigh, I didn't expect that kid Yi Si to interfere with Marine's affairs. However, this may not necessarily be a bad thing for us. You must know that the combat power of Yi Si's gang is beyond our estimation. Their deployment means that we can at least improve our level a lot. Probability of successfully capturing Locks and Luogia. If it succeeds, then this sea, I think, can be quiet for many years. Yeah, since the appearance of the Locks pirates, the world has been turned upside down. The Locks pirates have not been resolved, and there is another Luogia pirates. Once it succeeds this time, this piece of the sea will be completely quiet. I have a hunch that the balance of this world will completely tilt our world government. Although that is the case, there will always be a few guys with D in every era, and they will make the world a mess. D's family has not been completely wiped out, and D's will not disappear. Even if Locks and Luogia fall, then soon, there will be guys who inherit D's will again. The other 4 elders nodded and agreed with this statement. Ask for flowers, the great battle 800 years ago, although we won it, did not completely eliminate the prophecy that D will involve us in a huge battle again in the future. Meanwhile, Naval headquarters over there, advertisement. The scale of this dispatch is completely larger than the standard configuration of Buster Call. Dozens of warships are staying in the port and are already on standby at any time. Moreover, not only that, the Marine forces scattered in the first half of the Grand Line and the New World also received instructions to send some of them to meet on the designated route. Of course, the 5 elders originally did not allow such a standard trip. After all, in this way, the strength of naval headquarters and other marine bases will be weakened. 0. In this sea, there are not only the Locks pirates, the Luogia pirates, but also other outstanding pirates. However, in the face of Martial Marine's tough attitude and analyzing the current situation, 5 elders finally agreed. After all, if you want such an opportunity next time, then you won't have it. Most people in Marine are preoccupied with serious expressions. But that guy Garp seemed to be fine. While eating snacks, he was already waiting on the battleship early. Vice Admiral Garp, all equipment on the battleship is in order. Okay, go on standby. Garp nodded. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. The Marine soldier saluted Garp, then turned and left. Garp, on the other hand, continued to eat snacks while watching Kong and his group who were so busy. Sudden, on the other side, there was a shout. Look, there is a ship flying towards us in the sky. 074 Marshal, Celestial Dragons want to join the war? As the voice fell, everyone who heard it looked over. And the result can be imagined, just like what he said. At this moment, a ship of moderate size flew towards them. Yes. A ship is flying over. What's the situation? Yeah, why does the ship fly in the sky? Could it be demon fruit power? Who is coming? Is it a pirate or one of us? I don't know, we can only see how the marshals react, but I think it should be one of our own. After all, this is Naval Headquarters. Naval Headquarters. Have you forgotten? The pirate who attacked Naval Headquarters not long ago? That's different, that's the vicious big pirate, Rock, 237. Alex, but what about the attack? In the end he was chased and beaten by our marshal. Let me tell you, I was on the same boat as the marshal. If those guys didn't run fast, I'm afraid the Locks pirates would have disappeared in this sea. While the group of Marine soldiers were discussing, the paper boat had already landed on the open ground. Yi Si and his group walked down slowly, and the aura directly caused dense beads of sweat to appear on the foreheads of the surrounding Marine soldiers. This is TN. Celestial Dragons, Master Bernard Issan, one of the Marine Rear Admiral who had seen Yi Si frowned and said. TN, Celestial Dragons, what are they? What are they doing in a place like this? You ask me, I don't know either. A person with this identity should not appear in Naval Headquarters. Just as they were discussing, the current Naval Headquarters Marshal had walked over. Facing Yi Si, he performed a courtesy, and then asked aloud. I don't know why Mr. Bernard Issan came here. Join the battle. Undoubtedly, when Yi Si said these two words, both the Marine Marshal and the Marine soldiers were stunned. Indeed, a Celestial Dragons with a very high status actually wanted to fight with Marine, who could not be shocked. You said you were going to fight? Advertisement? Marshal Marine had a look of disbelief on his face. After all, it is true that Celestial Dragons will join the battle with Marine. This is an unprecedented thing, so it is quite normal for Marshal Marine to have such an expression. What? Can't I go to war? Yi Si looked down at him and said. When? Of course not, but, is it too abrupt, Mr. Bernard Issan? This time we are going to deal with the Locks pirates and the Luogia pirates. It's too dangerous, I advise you to think twice, Marshal Marine explained. If it wasn't for the Locks pirates and the Luogia pirates, I wouldn't have made this trip, Yi Si said calmly. Indeed, if it were other pirate groups, Yi Si would not come over to worry about this at all, but the Locks pirate group is different from the Luogia pirate group, and their influence on the future is too great. Therefore, it is difficult for them to give the opportunity, and Yi Si can only firmly grasp this opportunity. Marshal Marine looked at Yi Si in bewilderment. And at this moment, on the battleship not far away, Garp waved and shouted, Here. Everyone looked over. Marshal Marine cursed inwardly, I was F-King trying to send someone away, but you Garp just dragged him in. Farewell. After leaving a word, Yi Si stepped towards Garp. Marshal Marine wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words. When Yi Si walked a little further, he said to his subordinates, Bring me my phone bug. Yes, Marshal. After getting the phone bug, Marshal Marine quickly dialed the phone bug at 5 elders. It's me, advertisement, Bernard Issan is going to fight with our Marine. Are you serious? Let me tell you, I can't handle him. If you want to ask him to go back, you have to do it yourself. Don't forget, we are not going to play, we are going to fight a very dangerous battle, and we may die at any time, Marshal Marine said slowly. It's okay, let him follow. You don't need to protect him, and maybe that kid Yi Si will become a good fighting force for you, 5 elders replied. Marshal Marine wanted to say something, but suddenly a ship in the port flew up, followed by Garp's shout. Kong, Sengoku, Marshal, we are going first. Marshal Marine froze, looking at the ships getting farther and farther away, lost in thought. If it's okay, that's it, I wish you all the best. After 5 elders finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Marshal, what shall we do? On the side of Marshal Marine, one of his right-hand men asked. According to the original plan, while speaking, Marshal Marine started to move around, and as he walked, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he cursed again. It's fine if the Celestial Dragons are crazy. That be ********* D Garp is going crazy too. Vice Admiral Garp has always been like this. Once he says he wants to fight a strong enemy, he is happy. The assistant explained. The first day I met. No, that's not what I meant. Do you want to eat it? Although it doesn't look very good, it tastes pretty good. Garp held the snack in his hand and asked Yi Si. Hey, Garp, didn't you say before that you don't deal with Celestial Dragons 3.3? Uchiha Madara sat on the railing of the boat, propped his head with one hand, and gestured with the other. Yeah, I generally don't deal with other Celestial Dragons, but Bernard Issan, because I think he is the real Celestial Dragons, and the others are all rubbish with names. No, ordinary people, ha ha ha, Cassette smiled. Yi Si didn't say anything, and reached out to grab the snack in Garp's hand, and glanced at it. It was potato chips. Some people in the comment area said that it is better to update at one time. Although this is good, it is not very friendly to the author. 075 When all members arrive, this battle begins, subscription required. Without too much hesitation, Yi Si tore it open, then leaned against the railing of the boat and began to eat. This is the first time he has eaten snacks since he traveled so far. It feels average, not as delicious as when he was a child. It never occurred to me that you would participate in this battle. Garp sighed with emotion, and then leaned against the fence of the ship. Is it strange? I see you all look shocked. Uchiha Madara next to him looked surprised. Nonsense, if I hadn't seen with my own eyes, celestial dragons and marine joined the battle, and Lox fell into the sea and drowned, I would believe that Lox fell into the sea and drowned. Ha 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 ha. Although Garp is grinning and doesn't have a good word to say, in Yi Si's eyes, he is much better than those 15 flattering guys. Garp, your little mouth is like honey, Yi Si complained. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter spread throughout the ship. Suddenly, Yi Si withdrew the smile on his face and said seriously, how long will it take to get to the place where Lox fought Luogia? Under normal circumstances, it will take half a day, but... Garp glanced outside and felt the speed of the boat, and added, at this speed, I feel like I can get there in less than 2 hours. Hope. They can hold out until we arrive, Yi Si muttered. The sea is unpredictable, and they are also unpredictable. It is impossible for them to stand there and wait for Yi Si and them. It is possible that by the time Yi Si and the others arrived, Luogia and Lox had disappeared. It is also possible that by the time Yi Si and the others arrive, Luogia and Lox will not be fighting desperately. Advertisement. It is also possible that Lox had already dealt with Luogia at that time. Their battle is very likely to be in the original book. If the original book has it, then Luogia will definitely not die, but successfully evacuated. Otherwise, it is impossible to become One Piece later. Of course, there is also another possibility, that is the butterfly effect caused by the appearance of Yi Si. If this is the case, then the result is really difficult to guess. Luogia may end his trip ahead of schedule and fall. New World, the island where Luogia and Lox fought. They hit from bad weather to clear skies. However, the reputation of the Lox pirates is not based on words. This battle is not over yet, and the Luogia pirates are almost on the verge of collapse. I never imagined that you would be able to compete with this for such a long time. However, the result is already obvious. You are powerless to turn the tide. Failure is only a matter of time. Lox held a long knife and pointed forward Luogia. Luogia's face was solemn, and he tore off the remnants of clothes that were still hanging on his body, and it appeared in the sight of everyone. Apart from the muscles all over his body, there were countless scars, some of which were old, and some of which were from Lock now. He fought and suffered. Rayleigh held the long knife in one hand and covered his right eye with the other. His hands were covered with blood. Are you all right, Rayleigh? Jabba asked from the sidelines. Nothing, no eye injury. Rayleigh forced a smile. Luogia, come down, you and I are big pirates bred by the sea, let us dominate this world together, Lox said calmly. For Luogia's ability, Lox still appreciates it very much. If he can be successfully recruited, then the combat power of the Lox pirates will undoubtedly get a qualitative leap. That's why he asked more questions, mainly because he didn't give up. After all, he felt that it would be a pity that people like Luogia were killed by him. Seeing that Luogia was silent, Lox spoke again. Are you really willing to watch your pirate group go to extinction step by step? There have been a lot of casualties on your side and mine today. Luogia stared at the crew behind him. Advertisement. Rayleigh, Jabba and the others shot him a smile. Luogia tightly held the long knife in his hand. My choice will never change, even if this becomes my grave, the grave of my Luogia pirates. This time it was Locke's turn to be silent, although he admired Luogia, but even so, he would not let Luogia continue to grow, let him threaten his stumbling block to dominate the world. I saw him waving his hand. All the pirates behind Locke swarmed up, all kinds of demon fruit power unfolded the 8 Gates 190 abilities. Judging from this situation, Luogia and the others couldn't last much longer. A few hours later, Luogia, Rayleigh, and Jabba were all injured in varying degrees of severity. The Locke's pirates have cornered Luogia and the others. It's over, Luogia. Ha 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 ha. Luogia looked up to the sky and smiled. I really didn't expect that I would end up like this. Shua. Luogia threw the long knife on the ground. The sharp long knife was directly stuck in the ground. You win, Lox. I don't want to do this, but you can't change everything, Lox said coldly. Suddenly, at this moment, a huge wave suddenly exploded on the sea not far away, and everyone's eyes looked over. When the huge waves fell, the first thing that appeared in their field of vision was Marine's exclusive flag. 076 Fighting. Everyone shows their skills and dances. Subscription required. Lo. Captain Lox. Yes, it's Marine. Marine is here. Behind Lox, one of the Titan men exclaimed. Marine guys really know how to pick the time. Don't come early, don't come late. Why come here at this time? Longbread also complained. Marine is like a fly. You can't get rid of it. It's always buzzing in our ears. It's really bad luck. Tap tat tat. On the Marine battleship side, Yi Si, Uchiha Madara, Akunologia, Unohana Retsu, Tornado, Jikunichi, and Garp slowly walked to the front of the ship, and they rushed towards the shore. The guy standing in the middle is Celestial Dragons, Bernard Yi Si. Kaido frowned. At first Kaido thought it was just Marine, but when he saw Yi Si and Uchiha Madara, he couldn't calm down immediately. Yes, he fought with Uchiha Madara, and he was almost killed by Uchiha Madara, and he fought with Yi Si, and almost lost his life. Both of these two people gave him a certain shadow. That guy is here too. Similarly, Charlotte Linlin, who is beside Kaido, also can't calm down. Yes, last time she fought with Uchiha Madara used the unique ability of the Hokage world to beat Charlotte Linlin by surprise. If it weren't for his cleverness, and he didn't get entangled with Uchiha Madara later, he would have been beaten up already. Locks noticed the expressions of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, and then said, Linlin, Kaido, what's the matter with you? It's just that a celestial dragons came. As for the fear of becoming like this? Captain, the guy next to the celestial dragons named Bernard Issan is very capable of fighting. The last time we played against each other in the Holy Land of Myriad, Charlotte Linlin explained. Obviously, hearing what Charlotte Linlin said, Locks was a little upset. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin dared not say much. Marine doesn't seem to take us seriously, That's right, those guys don't think that just a battleship wants to start a war with our Locks pirates. Ha 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 ha, as the voice fell, everyone burst into laughter. Only a few people couldn't laugh, of course, except for Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido. Whitebeard was also silent. Although Locks and his team felt that their background was not simple, they didn't take it too seriously. After all, they felt that they were invincible. Finally, some action from Yi Si's side. Advertisement. Just as Garp was about to make a move, Yi Si stretched out his hand to stop him. Tornado, summon a few meteorites to make an opening statement. Receive. Huh? Garp looked shocked. Meteorite? Everyone didn't answer, only to see a green light appearing from Tornado's whole body, and in the next second, she was seen floating in the air. Soon, a voice piercing the sky appeared in everyone's ears. The shadow of huge losses shrouded most of the island. Everyone on Locke's side raised their heads, and when they saw the huge meteorite, beads of sweat appeared on their faces. What the hell is this? Demon fruit power? It seems that the little girl made it. She has some skills. Although the cadres of the Locks pirates looked calm, the younger brothers on their side really couldn't stand up. What the hell, it's a fight between gods and gods, they can only be used as cannon fodder. Edward. Locks yelled. Understood. Whitebeard thrust the naginata in his hand into the ground, and after standing still, he stretched out his hands and grabbed the air, with his fingers on the air barrier, leaving a scratch. What followed was that the meteorite was instantly disintegrated as if it had been blasted, turning into countless stones and falling down. And Locks slowly stretched out his hand, and a massive black object flew upwards quickly. Black hole. As soon as the voice fell, the pitch-black object instantly devoured all the falling stones like a huge mouth. Just when Locks was about to give the order to attack Yi Si, the pirate on the side spoke up. No, Captain Locks, that kid Luogia is going to run away. Locks frowned, and hurriedly shouted, I can't let Luogia run away, Edward, leave it to you. Whitebeard nodded, drew his naginata and hurried after him. Advertisement, Marine, right, you guys are here, let's all be buried with Luogia. Locks commanded with a knife, followed by all the pirates holding weapons and swarming towards the sea. Seeing the swarming pirates, Yi Si and his party all showed excitement. Is it finally about to start? I can't wait, Akunologia said excitedly. Yi Si was silent for a while. To deal with the strong, it is natural to need the strong to go. Akunologia, Madara, you two go to deal with the guy with black mist on his body. Yi Si is very confident in the strength of Akunologia and Uchiha Madara, but just in case, he is afraid that Locks has some special ability, so he let them go. The guy with the black mist. Good, Akunologia immediately agreed, and although Uchiha Madara was silent, they all nodded. Let's attack. Everyone. As soon as Yi Si's words fell, everyone else followed suit. Call. A pair of wings with red flames appeared on Yi Si instantly, and as the wings spread, Yi Si quickly flew into the air. There was already a red flame burning in his hand. Fire punch. I saw him wave his hand, and a huge red flame hit the people in front of the Locks pirates like a tide. The red light is like the sun, illuminating the world. On the side of the Locks pirates, Charlotte Linlin soared into the air, waved the Napoleon in her hand, and shouted loudly, Al Buff's gun, Wu Ji's, Waiguo. Al Buff's spear, Waiguo. This is a move of the Titans, using a big knife to slash forward with a giant sword, and Charlotte Linlin learned this skill at the age of 5. Following Napoleon's swing, a huge sword energy rushed towards the flames. Boom. The flame exploded directly in the air, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Although the flames were blasted away, some scattered flames fell to the ground and hid the pirates. Uchiha Madara was the fastest. He landed on the shore first, and then danced directly among the crowd of Locks pirates. Followed by Guoyuan, under his superb swordsmanship, the members of the Locks pirates flew up one by one. 077 Golden Lion. Did I successfully get around? Tornado is naturally the same as Unohana Retsu's side. Under the superpower of Tornado, all the bullets fired by those pirates are returned in full. Unohana Retsu is even more ruthless, using the exclusive ability of the Shinigami world to directly kill all the oncoming pirates. In just a short while, the cannon fodder pirates were almost dead. This speed directly stunned Locks, who was still standing behind watching. What the hell is going on with these guys, damn it. He just wanted to join the battlefield, but unexpectedly, at this moment, a black energy crystal ball flew towards him directly. Locks moved quickly, dodging quickly. Boom! With the falling of the energy ball, the ground exploded instantly, and a huge air current invaded everything around, covering the sky with smoke and dust. Seeing such a powerful energy ball, Locks frowned slightly. Before he could speak, Akunologia went straight through the smoke and dust, and the armed dew directly covered his hands. Boom! Locks was caught off guard and flew upside down, but Akunologia didn't give him a chance to calm down and continued to chase. Locks, who was flying upside down, became angry when he saw Akunologia continue to pursue. 803. Who do you think I am? With a roar, Lox directly inserted his feet into the ground and stopped instantly. The black mist on his body filled his whole body. Go to hell. Lox was just about to attack when he suddenly noticed something and just turned his head to look back. A huge blade slashed towards him directly. Although there was no counterattack, armament hockey instantly covered him. Bang! Advertisement. He flew upside down again, and at this moment, behind Lox just now, a blue titan appeared. Undoubtedly, this is Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. Madara, this guy is mine. Akunalogia yelled at Uchiha Madara cursingly. Huh? What are you guys talking about? Yi is talking about the two of us. It's no fun to fight 2 against 1, let's take turns. You go first with Garp last time, this time I will go first. After leaving this sentence, Akunalogia went up alone without waiting for Uchiha Madara to reply. Luogia over there. Whitebeard successfully catches up with Luogia and starts a fight with him. Although Luogia still had a small group of people left and the main force was injured, Whitebeard still couldn't gain the upper hand in the face of this situation. After all, Luogia, Rayleigh, and Jabba can't. Besides, Whitebeard originally had some friendship with Luogia due to some fate, so this time, even if Whitebeard had the upper hand, he would not kill Luogia. The current battle is just for showing Lox. Yes, the Lox pirates have always been a pirate group born for profit, and most of the cadres are now unwilling to be inferior to others. But due to the absolute strength of Lox, they dare not do too much. Anyway, the current internal situation is far worse than before. Every cadre can't understand another cadre. Most of the cadres are looking for 1 opportunity or 10 opportunities to make themselves dominant. Boom! The Naginata and the long sword collided together, causing ripples on the surface of the shocking sea. I never thought that Lox would let you chase me, Newgate. Luogia grinned. I'll kill you. B************ D Luogia. Hearing this, Luogia laughed loudly. You won't kill me, Newgate, BFAE. Advertisement confidence emerged on his face, and he knew that what Whitebeard said was just words. You are very confident, Luogia. Aside from our friendship, I can still bring you the possibility you wish for in your heart, Luogia said slowly. Ha ha ha. Now I feel that the celestial dragons named Bernard Issan can also bring me the possibility I hope for, Whitebeard said lightly. Bernard Issan? I know that guy. I fought against him a while ago. Huh? Have you fought against him? Whitebeard asked with a surprised face. Certainly. Whitebeard smiled, did not continue to speak, and continued to fight. Meanwhile, the Iranian side. At first Issan also wanted to land on the battlefield, but suddenly at this moment, a voice came from his right side. Tisk tisk tisk. Have I successfully circled back? I saw a single celestial dragons. Issan heard the reputation and looked, and the man who can float appeared in front of him. Yes, he is Shiki, one of the cadres of the Lox pirates, a lion fruit capable person and a floating man. However, when he fought Luogia last time, he had no injuries and he was still covered with white bandages. Yes, you made it back, Shiki, Gia ha 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 ha. I never thought that my reputation is so big that celestial dragons can remember my name. Speaking of this, Golden Lion's face suddenly changed, and he said coldly, tell me, if I hold you hostage, will your subordinates be very panicked? The corner of Yis's mouth raised slightly, and at the same time, a spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. I think, if you hold me hostage, they might really panic, but the problem is, you have to have that ability. Yes, now ye see, against the Golden Lion, he doesn't know if he can win, but he can't get any benefit from himself. Not to mention the current Golden Lion is injured. 078 The hard work group and the paddling group, please order in full. Gia ha 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 ha. After hearing what Yi said, Golden Lion laughed out loud, as if hearing a big joke. As expected, all celestial dragons are really stupid guys. Although I was injured by Luogia, I still can't beat a celestial dragon. With a confident look on his face, Golden Lion stared at Yi not far away with a hint of a smile on his face. Facing the Golden Lion's words, Yi's heart was not disturbed. I saw the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and in the next second, many feather-shaped papers with red flames were emitted from the wings. Shish. Shish. Golden Lion stared at the attack like a torrential rain, but he didn't make much movement. He drew out the long knife hanging from his waist, covered the knife with armament hockey, and then swung it quickly. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Most of the oncoming papers were blocked by him. Your attack is of no use to me at all, Golden Lion said while resisting. Yes. Suddenly, a voice sounded in front of him, and Golden Lion was taken aback, but he didn't expect Yi to appear in front of him suddenly. Could it be? Your attack is just to affect my vision? Bingo. Brush. Yi brandished a long spear and directly shot at it. Golden Lion was caught off guard. Bang. The Golden Lion flew upside down, rolling and rolling continuously for a certain distance. This guy is a bit too powerful. This kind of blow can knock him back such a distance, not everyone can do it. Yi didn't give Golden Lion a chance to slow down, he directly chased him, his spear was covered with armament hockey, and Mara fruit ability, and his appearance became very cool. Seeing Yi flying towards him, Golden Lion was not to be outdone, and rushed towards Yi brandishing the two famous knives in his hand. Advertisement, boom. The long spear collided with the famous knife, and the aftermath of the impact spread rapidly, causing huge ripples on the sea surface. Yi's face is calm, but Golden Lion is frowning. Yes, I thought that I could pick celestial dragons to fight, but the reality is different from what I thought. You guys, I'm afraid you are fake celestial dragons, Golden Lion questioned. Yi did look puzzled, but he didn't care what he meant, and said, true or false, it doesn't matter. Good celestial dragons should enjoy their rights and interests. What kind of training do you practice, what kind of devil fruit do you eat, and rely on the ability of the world government, isn't it good? Golden Lion cursed. If Yi Si enjoys his rights well, does not cultivate, and does not eat devil fruit, then this time Golden Lion will be able to paddle well, but now, he will be in a hard fight. With a sound of bang, Golden Lion was thrown back a certain distance. But this time, Yi Si didn't chase after him, but floated in place. I'll give you a big gift, Shiki. Saying that, the spear in Yi Si's hand suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Golden Lion frowned tightly, and he had a bad premonition. What trick are you trying to pull off? Yi Si didn't answer. At the same time, a blue light slowly emitted from his body, covering his whole body. Soon, that ray of light turned into a skeleton-like entity. Immediately afterwards, the base of the skeleton was covered with meridians and flesh at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the physique gradually became larger, and the shape changed again, and the feet appeared. Jajang Wadengu armor. However, this was not over yet. In the next second, a paper armor burning with red flames covered Susanoo's whole body, and wings appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, a huge Susanoo appeared in the eyes of the Golden Lion. This is... What the hell is this? Golden Lion had an increasingly bad premonition. Of course it's a good thing, Shiki, don't you like it? Yi Si stood on top of Susanoo's inner forehead, folded his hands on his chest, and said with a smile. Golden Lion frowned, always felt that Yi Si was a lunatic and cursed. Who would like this kind of stuff? Yi Si ignored him, and saw a huge blue long knife suddenly appearing in Susanoo's palm. He swung in the direction of the Golden Lion. Swipe. A huge sword energy flew towards him. Golden Lion's pupils shrank violently. He was not so stupid that Jin wanted to go to hard steel. Advertisement. He quickly flew towards the side, and the huge blue sword energy streaked across a gorgeous strand, and landed directly on the sea. Asking for flowers. Boom! A huge seam was directly cut open in the sea, huge waves rose into the sky, and the sea surface rolled again. Golden Lion stared at the movement below. He swallowed forcefully. It seemed that he was right not to answer, otherwise he might have been lying in the sea by now. This is so meow, who would like this kind of thing? Golden Lion didn't want to fight with Yi Si anymore. He quickly flew towards the ground, wanting to go to a crowded place so that Yi Si could divert his target. Given the chance to do it all over again, he wouldn't be foolish enough to go around and attack the celestial dragons. Not only on Yi Si's side, the battles in other places have also become more and more intense. Of course, there are still exceptions, such as Whitebeard's side, who said they were chasing Luo Jia. Good guy, if there is wine, they will probably drink it. Zero. After paddling enough, Whitebeard is ready to let Luo Jia go. Goodbye, Newgate. Luo Jia said to Whitebeard with a grin. Whole Luo Jia, next time we meet, I won't let you go so easily, Rihazi ordered. Luo Jia didn't seem to hear it, and continued. Don't worry, what you think in your heart will definitely succeed. Luo Jia is not taking a boat at this moment, but they are looking for a boat along the coast. The reason is also very simple. Because of the previous battle, the people of the Lock's pirates wanted to prevent Luo Jia and the others from escaping. So not long after the war started, the ship was directly destroyed. Whitebeard didn't continue to talk. Seeing Luo Jia walk a little further, he directly clenched his fists. A white halo covered his fists. Then he waved his hands. Crack! The air barrier shattered directly, the sea surface suddenly rolled, and huge waves shot up into the sky. On Locke's side, the fight was unusually inspiring. He is indeed a man who can suppress all the thorns in the Lock's pirates. His devil fruit ability development, physical skills, hockey, and combat experience have almost reached a perfect state. This battle was undoubtedly his hardest. www.079 Legendary Ninja vs Legendary Pirate, subscribe. Locks fought Akunologia for a long time. Neither of them can cause harm to the other in a short time, and it is simply impossible to decide the winner in a short time. And Akunologia is getting more and more excited. Yes, it is the first time he has fought such a hardy battle when he comes to this world of pirates. As for Locks, although he couldn't suffer, the more he fought, the more confused he became. He couldn't figure out why the world government would give him such a luxurious lineup of bodyguards for mere celestial dragons. You have such ability. It is purely small for you to be the bodyguard of celestial dragons. Boy, come to my Locks pirates, and let us dominate the world together. Ya sent an invitation. Although 900 knew that the chance of this was very small, as long as it wasn't 100%, Locks was willing to give it a try. After all, even if Akunologia does not agree, he will not have any losses, but if he succeeds, he will make a lot of money. With Akunologia's combat power, being able to join the Locks pirates is simply like adding wings to a tiger. Of course, it's not just you, they can do the same with you as bodyguards, Locks added. Originally, Akunologia didn't want to talk more nonsense, but what Locks said later really made him laugh. Are you serious? You smoky guy? Of course it's serious. I don't care what your current identities are at all. As long as you get on the ship of my Locks pirates, we are brothers. Ha 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 ha. Akunologia laughed loudly. Are you kidding? If you want to be my captain, I'd like to try it. If you're my captain, you're not worthy. Then are you willing to obey the stupid world government? Or the self-righteous, stupid celestial dragons who claim to be creators? Locks asked rhetorically. Whether it's the world government or the celestial dragons, I don't care about these things from the beginning to the end. I only know that the name of the man I want to obey is Bernard Issan. Bernard Issan? He is not qualified to be a trainee crew member on our ship, Locks sneered. Oh, really? Then the man who is not qualified to be your trainee crew member is chasing after your cadre? Akunologia said calmly. Advertisement. Hearing this, Locks looked towards the direction of the main battlefield. As expected, Issan controlled Susanoo to chase after the Golden Lion. Shiki. What a disgrace. Locks cursed inwardly, his hands clenched into fists. At the same time, on Yi Si's side, Golden Lion's plans all fell through. No matter how he got into the crowd, he wanted Yi Si to divert his target, but Yi Si just kept chasing him. In this battle, there is no doubt that Marine has the most advantage. Following Guoyuan vs Kaido, Kaido was beaten and ran all over the ground. Unohana Retsu and Tornado vs Charlotte Linlin. Obviously, Unohana Retsu and Tornado have the upper hand. Garp, on the other hand, is a little casual and he is king when he sees everyone. Originally, the pressure on the main battlefield was high, but because of Akunologia, Uchiha Madara was freed up, making the situation on the main battlefield even worse. Because of the fighting, the crowd slowly began to spread. The shaking of the island became more and more severe. Judging from this situation, it would not last long at all. Black smoke filled the sky and the sound of explosions continued. It's really boring. Everyone has found their goal, but I'm still wandering around. Uchiha Madara complained, and threw the pirate in his hand away. Originally wanted to leave here, an ominous breath approached him rapidly. Uchiha Madara didn't think much and immediately took the sickle on his back in his hand. Staring at the direction of the ominous atmosphere, he said with a smile, "It seems that an interesting guy came." As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard soared into the sky, waving the naginata in his hand, and descended from the sky. "I know you, Edward Newgate, one of the cadres of the Locks Pirates." Uchiha Madara shouted at his figure, and at the same time, armament hockey covered the scythe in his hand. Drink. Advertisement. The sickle and the naginata collided together, and the powerful impact directly swept everything around, whether it was a corpse, a tree, or the ground. The ground collapsed directly, listing cracks in the shape of spider webs. "Ha ha ha ha. Finally here is someone who can fight," Uchiha Madara shouted excitedly. 0914122215 Filu 0900900250. Whitebeard frowned, retracted the knife, landed, then spun around, and raised the knife again with more force. Boom. The impact of the airflow caused it again. Seeing that it didn't work, Whitebeard retracted the knife again, and the other fist, which was not holding a weapon, was immediately covered with a white halo. Obviously this was Shock Fruit's ability. Uchiha Madara didn't want to pick it up, but he quickly took the other two pairs of gourd-shaped fan weapons with 6 hooked jade patterns connected to the sickle and took it to the other hand, to quickly use it for defense. Bang! There was a huge shock behind Uchiha Madara, but there was no movement around him. 2.5 Whitebeard was stunned for a moment, unable to figure out what was going on. Surprisingly, it's offset, Uchiha bounce. As soon as Uchiha Madara's words fell, a powerful shock rushed directly to Whitebeard. Boom! The front exploded directly, and the smoke rose rapidly. Whitebeard was ejected a few steps, but after he adjusted his body, he came out of the smoke again, waving his scythe. Drink. 080 Marshal. I haven't arrived yet, you are about to end? This time, Whitebeard was using more force than before, with veins emerging in various places around him. When it comes to the battle between body skills, Uchiha Madara naturally won't give up, only to see him swinging his sickle from bottom to top. Boom! The sickle and the naginata collided again. First there was a crisp sound, followed by the aftermath of the shock. The cumulus clouds formed in the sky were instantly dispersed, and the ground where Uchiha Madara was standing quickly cracked dozens of cracks, followed by collapse. After tens of seconds of stalemate, both of them were bounced away by the impact. Whitebeard and Uchiha Madara each used their weapons to get stuck on the ground to restore their balance as quickly as possible. Uchiha Madara was the first to recover, holding a sickle in his hand and raising his mouth, he rushed towards Whitebeard quickly. Whitebeard regained his balance from behind, frowned, let go of the hand holding the weapon, and then waved his fists accordingly. Kala. With the split of the air barrier, the shock fruit ability was activated, and a powerful shockwave directed towards Madara Mao. Wherever it passed, the earth collapsed. Uchiha Madara was startled slightly and stopped quickly. Boom! Huge smoke and dust rose instantly. In the next second, without much hesitation, Whitebeard directly pulled out the naginata 15 inserted in the ground, and ran towards the smoke. Passing through the thick smoke and dust, and came to the center of the smoke and dust, the next second, there was a dang sound, followed by Whitebeard flying upside down. It rolled on the ground for a long distance before slowing down. He knelt on the ground on one knee, holding a naginata in one hand, standing on the ground, staring forward, and there was a blue light in the center of the smoke. Needless to say, this is the exclusive ability of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. This? What the hell is this? Advertisement. Whitebeard looked surprised, turned his head to look at the other Susanoo in the distance, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Exactly the same Titan, he continued muttering. Edward Newgate, take it, ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara crossed her arms over her chest, looked down at Whitebeard below, and yelled. As soon as the words fell, a huge blue lightsaber appeared in Susanoo's hand. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara was also covered with armament hockey. Just like that, a long sword exuding black light appeared in Whitebeard's eyes. Before it was too late, Susanoo grabbed the lightsaber and slashed at Whitebeard. Whitebeard didn't intend to make a hard catch until he had no clear strength, but he also dodged to the side at the fastest speed. The huge lightsaber was swung down, and a huge blue sword energy was released. The earth was cut open like tofu, and it was still spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, when the restlessness stopped, Susanoo's blow directly separated a small island. This power really shocked Whitebeard. I didn't expect to have such power in just one blow. This guy is using the ability of Devil Fruit. If this is the ability of Devil Fruit, why does the other side have one? Could it be, what kind of martial art is this? One thought after another flashed through Whitebeard's mind, but as for what the truth was, he really couldn't figure it out for a while. At the same time, on the endless sea, dozens of warships are moving forward at an extremely fast speed. In the center, on top of the fastest boat, standing in front of the boat is the current Marine Admiral Kong. and 2 other admirals, plus Marine Vice Admiral Buddha Sengoku and so on. The current lineup alone is enough to see how much Marine attaches importance to the Locks Pirates and the Luogia Pirates. Kong, do you think that Garp kid has arrived at the place where Locks and Luogia are fighting? Marshal Marine stared at the calm sea ahead and suddenly asked a question. Kong's dignified face got a little relief and then said lightly. Marshal, if you ask me, I don't know. I have never made a flying ship, but at the beginning, I saw its speed is very fast. Overall, it should be much faster than our seagoing ships. Advertisement, ha 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 ha, Marshal Marine laughed loudly and continued. If you say it this way, I have been a Marine for so many years, and I have never been on a flying ship. This time, Garp is cheaper. Kong said calmly. The appearance of celestial dragons may have fulfilled his wish. I saw him on the boat before, and I was already impatient. If whoever gets ready first, whoever sets off first, we probably won't even be able to see his stern. Sengoku stood aside and complained aloud. I see, that guy Garp, he learned that he's going to leave first, the winner. Kong couldn't help laughing when he recalled the time when Garp had just left. The surrounding atmosphere just got better, but what Marshal Marine said next made the surrounding air freeze again. You say, this time the celestial dragons come to fight, is there any use? Everyone fell into silence. You look at me, I look at you. It's really unprecedented that the celestial dragons join our Marine, and I think it's going to be a good thing, another Marine Admiral said. I can't figure it out, I can't see through it, I really don't know what the Bernard Issan is thinking, Kong sighed deeply. It's fine if you say it's capricious, but the point is, the 5 elders allowed it. This 360 is what makes people feel unbelievable. It's fine if you say young people are ignorant, but it can't be 5 elders. Are you ignorant? Marshal Marine expressed his opinion. Yes. Kong nodded in agreement. You're right, 5 elders regards Bernard Issan as a key training object, and this time the war is extremely dangerous, so letting him come over is indeed a bit confusing. As soon as the words were finished, a Marine soldier hurried over with a phone bug in his hand. Marshal, the phone bug has already dialed. Bring here. Yes, soon. Marshal Marine took over the phone bug. Call Garp. Marshal Marine ordered. Sorry, Mr. Marshal, Garp and Sir Bernard Issan have joined the battle, so I can't pick it up for now, but it doesn't look like it will be over soon. The Marine soldier over there replied. It won't be long. What are you kidding? They're the Locks Pirates. 081 The crushed Locks Pirates. Full order. Yes, Marshal, the opponent is the Locks Pirates, the Marine soldier said firmly. Facing the resolute words of the Marine soldiers, both the Marine Marshal, the 3 Marine Admirals and the Vice Admiral Sengoku all looked in disbelief. What's the situation on your side now? Marshal Marine asked again after hesitating for tens of seconds. Master Bernard Issan and Vice Admiral Garp have defeated the Locks Pirates. Although the scene is chaotic, it can be seen that our side still has the upper hand. The Marine soldier reported the Issan's side case. Marshal Marine and his team, you look at me, I look at you, all of them stayed in place. What's going on with this special meow? We haven't arrived yet and it's about to end. Is it because of Bernard Issan? Sengoku spoke first. Sengoku, isn't that nonsense you're talking about? Do you think Garp's crew can take down the Locks Pirates? Kong retorted. Indeed, even in Garp's peak era, it is impossible to win the entire Locks Pirates with just him as the main force. The only explanation is Bernard Issan. Marshal Marine's face was a little dignified, and he said slowly, at this moment, I suddenly realized that Bernard Issan is the focus of 5 elders training. I wondered before, they're willing to let that guy do such a dangerous job. I didn't realize until now that the guys following Bernard Issan, including himself, are not easygoing, and it's no wonder that 5 elders let him come to see the battle with our Marine. It turns out that it's just confident. After finishing speaking slowly, Marshal Marine suddenly thought of something, and quickly asked the Marine soldiers over there. No, you missed one question in your report. The Marine soldier over there was slightly taken aback, and hurriedly asked, what did you report? Advertisement. Where's the Luogia Pirates? When we came, the Luogia Pirates had been beaten to pieces by Locks, and Edward Newgate was chasing after them. If there is no accident, the Luogia Pirates have already fallen, the Marine soldier calmly said. Okay, I got it. Marshal Marine nodded, and then hung up the phone bug in his hand. He leaned on the guardrail with both hands, stared ahead, and sighed deeply. God bless us, Marine. Today is a memorable day. 2 vicious pirate groups will disappear in the sea. Yeah, celestial dragons really helped us solve a huge problem this time, Kong said calmly. Basically everyone on Yi-Sis side is going well. Hana Retsu and Tornado perfectly suppressed Charlotte Linlin and several other bear pirates. The battle between Uchiha Madara and Whitebeard is also intensifying, and the island is collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Akunalogia could not gain the upper hand, it still held Locks back. Locks finds Akunalogia tricky, and Akunalogia also thinks Locks is tricky. On the other side of Guoyuan, he was dealing with Kaido, and there is no doubt that Kaido was directly beaten by Guoyuan. He had been cut several times in the abdomen, bleeding profusely. If a certain cadre behind him hadn't come to divert the target, it is estimated that one of the future 4 emperors would have fallen. However, although he didn't receive the boxed lunge on the spot, he has passed out now, and the ground is stained red with blood. If he is not treated in time, he is still in danger of death. As for Yi-Si, Golden Lion is a real dog. Ever since he saw the power of Susanoo, he refused to fight Yi-Si, but Yi-Si did not give up and kept chasing. Now he has flown some distance away from the island. Swish! 2 huge light blades flew out. Golden Lion quickly avoided, glanced back at Yi-Si from the corner of his eye, and cursed. Advertisement. You guy, I remember we didn't have any festivals before. As for chasing me all the way, you be ***************. Can you hold on a little longer, Shiki? Do you think I'm stupid? If I hadn't been injured by Luogia and the others before, I would definitely touch you to see whose territory the sky belongs to. If you have the ability, wait for me to heal from the injury. Let's find a chance and do it again. Field versus law. Do you think I'm stupid too? Shiki. Then just chase after me. I don't mind running all the time. Let's see whose patience lasts. To be honest, the flying speed of Susanoo controlled by Yi is not as fast as Shiki. Moreover, the continuous state of Susanoo and the armor made of huge paper fruits consume a lot for him. So Yi directly took back Susanoo, spread his wings behind him, and continued to chase the Golden Lion. On the main battlefield, as the marine soldier said, the Locks pirates have been completely defeated. The Locks crew does not have the same friendship as the Luogia pirates. They advance and retreat together with the captain, life and death. Instead, they began to run around on their own. As for the life and death of their own captain, they were indifferent. Anyway, as long as they, Dahao Zhao, lived, they would be fine. Bang! Just as Whitebeard was about to continue fighting, a figure landed beside him, his eyes stared away, and 5 words blurted out from his mouth. Captain Locks? The surrounding fighting movement has begun to diminish. Like Luogia just now, we were cornered by the marine. No, strictly speaking, by the celestial dragons, Locks said coldly. Starting tomorrow, it will be updated at 8 p.m. Because today is the Qingming festival, I have been busy for almost a whole day, and the author is so tired that I started typing when I came back to have a meal in the evening. There are no eunuchs, no eunuchs, no eunuchs, important things are said 3 times. 082 Tsunami, Earthquake, Whitebeard's trick, full order. Seeing the sad expression on Locke's face, Whitebeard was slightly taken aback. Yes, since the moment he joined the Locke's pirates, it was the first time he saw Locke's expression now. Whitebeard considered it for a moment, then asked aloud, "What are you going to do, Captain Locks?" Locks glanced at Whitebeard from the corner of his eye, and then said in a deep voice, "Although I really don't want to admit it, it's a fact that we were forced to such an extent by the celestial dragons." While speaking, he glanced around, and then continued. "Now, our entire pirate group has been broken up, let's break out first, break out, your ability is the most suitable." Uchiha Madara stood inside Susanoo's forehead, looked at it for a while, and then directly slashed over. Locks and Whitebeard dodged quickly. "You two guys, you really think I'm air?" Uchiha Madara put his hands on his chest, looked down at the two of them, and said coldly. However, in the next second, Uchiha Madara felt curious. Why did Locks come to his side? Could there be something wrong with Akunalogia? Could it be that Guy Akunalogia was killed? Uchiha Madara muttered to himself. As soon as the words fell, Akunalogia's voice came from behind Susanoo. "Dude, Madara, are you cursing me to death?" With the sound of his voice, Akunalogia landed on Susanoo's shoulder in the next second. Uchiha Madara glanced at him speechlessly, without explaining too much, calmly said, "The person you dealt with has come to my side." "I see, didn't I come after me? That guy's ability is a bit tricky, and he made a move just now," Akunalogia explained. "Being put together? I said just now, let me do it, you must beat Akunalogia." "Stop messing with me, Madara." Akunalogia looked indifferent. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was still talking to Akunalogia, Locke saw the timing and said to Whitebeard quickly, "Edward, take advantage of this moment and make a quick move." "Advertisement, I see." Whitebeard heard the words, nodded in response, then put the naginata in his hand back on his back, and then swung his fists, BFFH. Crack. The air barrier around the fist instantly burst into spider-web-shaped cracks, but as the fist was retracted, the burst air barrier disappeared instantly. What followed was that the birds and beasts in the distance continued to flee. But Whitebeard didn't mean to stop, he kept throwing punches, closing punches, swinging punches, closing punches. When he just swung for the 5th time, the effect finally arrived. The ground began to shake violently, the ground cracked open, and the seawater rushed out directly from the huge crack, and the area was still spreading at an extremely fast speed. This is... What's going on? Fighting next door to Whitebeard, the marine soldiers who were not too far away were stunned for a moment. The earth is cracked. This is Edward Newgate's devil fruit ability. Locks recognized this power at a glance. Even so, although it was caused by me, it is also not good for us, another pirate said in a deep voice, his face pale. However, there is one thing to say, as he said, Whitebeard's moves are a bit similar to injuring the enemy 1000 and self-inflicting 800. Although he can deal with marine, at the same time, the people on his side will also suffer this disaster. Suddenly, at this moment, the sky suddenly became gloomy. Everyone looked up, and in an instant, both ordinary pirates and marine soldiers sat paralyzed on the ground. That's right, what appeared in the sky was not a huge battleship, nor a titan, but a tsunami. The huge waves are like a bloody mouth, and they are about to swallow the island immediately. It's over. It's over, I'm going to die at the hands of that fellow Edward Newgate. One of the pirates who slumped on the ground shouted angrily. Edward. You be asterisk. Compared with that side, Uchiha Madara was just slightly taken aback, and the expression on his face didn't change much. This guy is really a lunatic, is this the way he wants to die with us? Advertisement. Uchiha Madara looked at the waves falling overhead, and then at Whitebeard who was smiling on the ground. The expression on his face finally changed slightly. Together, I think they are more likely to use the earthquake and tsunami as cover to escape, and they already know what he's thinking, so how can I just watch? Akunalogia left a sentence, and in the next second, he jumped directly and rushed towards Whitebeard at a super fast speed. Drink. Whitebeard waved his fists again, and the shockwave rushed directly to Akunalogia. Akunalogia didn't panic, and directly adjusted his position in the air, avoiding the shockwave, and then continued to rush towards Whitebeard. However, the next second later, huge waves fell directly. Clatter clatter. Clatter clatter. The huge waves swallowed most of the island in an instant, and in an instant, all the noises disappeared, replaced by only the sound of seawater. Moreover, the waves are rushing towards the island on the other side, and it is only a matter of time before the entire island is swallowed up. After a while, the rough sea gradually calmed down, the island was gone, there was only a piece of sun, and there were many marines and even pirates floating on the sea, as well as many abandoned shipwrecks and house wrecks. Boom! Suddenly at this moment, Uchiha Madara directly controlled Susanoo to fly up, and muttered, "This guy is really crazy, this is seawater, and he is demon fruit power." Bang bang bang. Not long after Uchiha Madara came up, the tornado, Unohana Retsu, and Akunologia also rushed over from the sea. Except for Uchiha Madara, all of them have a wet look. Starting tomorrow, it will be updated at 8 p.m. 083 news that shocks the world is about to appear. Are you alright? Unohana Retsu stood on a piece of floating wreckage, glanced at the people around her, and said softly. Akunologia shook the seawater on his body, but he used too much force, and the tree wreckage he stepped on sank directly. He quickly jumped up and landed beside Unohana Retsu. It's okay, but... While speaking, he scanned the sea full of all kinds of wreckage, and only saw some marines. As for the guys from the Lock's pirates, they were all gone. Those guys disappeared? Akunologia continued to speak with a hint of doubt. Everyone was silent for a while, then shook their heads. Locks and Edward Newgate are demon fruit power. The seawater is a great threat to them. It is possible. They have been washed into the bottom of the sea. Uchiha Madara guessed, but no one is alive or dead. No one knows whether they sank to the bottom of the sea, or something else. Speaking of demon fruit power, Yi Si seems to be the same too. Could it be that Yi Si has also been implicated? Unohana Retsu asked worriedly. Yi Si? That guy isn't afraid of seawater at all, is he? Did he swim in the sea last time? Sister Walleye, have you forgotten? Longwan explained. Unohana Retsu was startled for a moment, with a soft smile on her face, suddenly forgot. That guy Yi Si is fine. I saw him chasing Shiki, one of the cadres of the Lock's pirates. If there is no accident, he would not be on this island long ago, Uchiha Madara explained. Well, it seems that my worries are unnecessary, Unohana Retsu said with a slight smile. On the other side, Luogia and Rayleigh's group also jumped out from the bottom of the sea, holding on to the floating objects in the sea. Advertisement: the wounds were soaked in seawater and the pain spread all over their bodies. Not long ago we were still running on the island, but not long ago, the island has disappeared, leaving only the endless ocean. Rayleigh muttered, and then quickly climbed onto the drifting object. Luogia stared at the ocean, and then laughed loudly. If I'm not wrong, this should be Newgate's masterpiece, but I didn't expect that the Marine, which just came with a battleship, could take Locks. Those guys from the pirates are cornered. I'm afraid it's because of the celestial dragons named Bernard Issan, Jabba said from the side. Whatever his reason is, anyway, that guy Locks has suffered a lot this time, and maybe, from today onwards, there will be no Locks pirates in this sea. Luogia said calmly. Rayleigh sat on the floating object, took off his shirt, wrung off some water, and said with a smile. Anyway, this time, we are thanks to Marine to escape from the jaws of Locks and his gang. If Marine appear a little slower, I'm afraid, the consequences are really unimaginable. God bless me, Luogia pirates. While speaking, Luogia also climbed onto another piece of drifting object, and like Rayleigh, took off all his clothes and wrung them dry. Speaking of luck, this guy Luogia is really the son of destiny, whether it is the pirate world with Yi Si or the pirate world without Yi Si. Many times he relied on luck to turn evil into good luck. Take the incident after Locks' fall in the original book as an example. Facing the siege of the Golden Lion's warships, the Luogia pirate group was about to collapse, but at this time, the benefits of luck were manifested. A sudden storm drove most of the large fleet of Golden Lion's flying pirates into the bottom of the sea. After talking about luck, let's talk about bad luck, and the Golden Lion is a perfect example. The fate was already predetermined, but the situation was abruptly reversed. And, forget it, the gods seemed to think that the Golden Lion was not miserable enough, and added another accident to him, letting the ship hang on the Golden Lion's head. Ask for flowers. Next, Luogia, what are we going to do? Advertisement, Jabba asked. In the battle with Locks, there is no doubt that the Luogia pirates have been severely damaged, and the combat power of the ship has been severely damaged. Hearing this, Luogia fell into hesitation, and the smile on his face had disappeared without a trace. After being silent for more than a minute, Luogia spoke slowly. Going to one of the nearby islands to recuperate, let's stop for a while on our journey. Rayleigh, Jabba and the others nodded, agreeing with Luogia's statement. After all, they have no ship now, and everything has to be prepared again. After a long time, Marshal Marine has arrived. A large-scale inspection began, and many members of the Locks pirates who were still alive were caught. There were several members of the cadres, including Charlotte Linlin. As for Locks, Whitebeard and others, they have not been found yet, and no one knows whether they are alive or dead. Anyway, in this battle, whether it is the Luogia pirates or the Locks pirates, their lives have basically been cut off. Even if they are still alive, it is simply impossible to restore their previous state in a short time. Impossible. Undoubtedly, the biggest beneficiary this time is undoubtedly the world government. I really never thought it would be such a result, Marshal Marine said with emotion. Yeah, I thought it would be a difficult battle, but I didn't expect that the battle would be over before we arrived. Kong also sighed deeply. Are those people the people around Bernard Issan? Asked another Marine Admiral, who had never say 084 new character cards, new summoned characters. Everyone heard the reputation and looked over. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, Tornado, and Akunologia are playing Dodizu, and Garp is watching from the side. As for Unohana Retsu and Guoyuan, the two of them were chatting on the guardrail. Marshal Marine nodded. I can't believe that with these people alone, the Locke's pirates were defeated in such a short period of time, another Marine Admiral said slowly. Is that guy Bernard Issan really just a training object for 5 elders? You can equip him with bodyguards with this lineup. I see what secrets there are in it, Kong expressed his opinion. It's better for us to interfere less with the matter of celestial dragons. Whether it's the key training targets or anything else, it doesn't have much to do with our Marine 10. Marshal Marine ordered. Yes. Marshal. Holy Land Mariajoy. The news of the complete victory quickly spread back to Mariajoy, the Holy Land. This time, it was really too fast, so fast that it made people feel unbelievable. The bald old man sat on the sofa, drinking hot tea, and said with emotion. Yeah, at first I thought that even if we were really with the Luogia pirates or the Locke's pirates, it would take at least a few days, but I never expected that it was only half a day in the past. An old man followed suit. The most important point is that according to the news from Marshal Marine, there was only one warship that went there at that time, and the others hadn't arrived yet. When Marshal Marine arrived, the battle was over. The old man with a knife solemnly said. That kid Yi Si has created a miracle again, but I am getting more and more curious. Where did the group of people around Yi Si recruit their workers? Didn't you already send someone to investigate? I have sent people to investigate, but, without exception, the results are. I don't know, whether it is the one called Uchiha Madara or the Tornado, or Ji Guoyuan, Akunologia, Unohana Retsu. Their information is all blank, and even the name is only known to us because Yi Si applied for nobles for them. As soon as these words fell, the other 4 old men fell silent. It's really weird, we're getting more and more confused about that kid Yi Si. I think that such a thing should be reported to Lord I Am again. Advertisement, be sober, we don't have any good fruit to meet Lord I Am for such a small matter, don't forget that Lord I Am has told us last time. That's right, let's take a look at Yi Si's matter. Yi Si over there. Yi Si really underestimated the Golden Lion, he didn't expect that guy to run so well. In the middle, Yi Si continued to attack the Golden Lion, but he cleverly dodged them all. Finally, he came to an island, and he successfully used the surrounding environment to throw Yi Si away. Yi Si floated in midair, staring at the chaotic streets and alleys, frowning slightly. After being dazed for a few seconds, Yi Si opened his property panel. Yes, this day is the day when his digging times are refreshed. Host. Bernard Yi Si digging level. 1, 132 hundredths, number of excavations. 1, 0 sevenths. As the excavation level increases, the excavation opportunities will increase. Physique. Advanced physique, 100%, when reaching 100%, no side effects. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 50%, Tornado, 30%, Akunologia, 35%, Unohana Retsu, 25%, Ji Kunin, 25%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening, Attribute Burning, 1668 5 thousandths, Mara Fruit, 982 thousandths, Conquerors, 851 thousandths, Armed Color, 931 thousandths, Knowledge Color, 907 thousandths. Excavation Position. Positioning can be opened, Warehouse, none. Turn on positioning mode, ding, it's turned on. As soon as the system sound fell, a virtual panel was covered again on top of Yi Si's original foundation. Because this virtual panel is a coordinate location, Yi Si groped his chin. This time the location is not very far, probably on another island. Advertisement: if you take a boat, it will take about 2 hours, but if Yi Si flies by himself, it will take less than an hour. They're all here, so let's go digging first. Yi Si muttered, but flew away without thinking about anything. As for the matter of the Golden Lion, although I feel a little regretful, there is nothing I can do about it. After all, not everything goes so smoothly. Of course, Yi Si at this moment doesn't know the specific situation on the main battlefield. He thinks that Uchiha Madara and the others are still fighting. Calculated according to the time, Marshal Marine has already arrived, and it doesn't matter if he is there or not, so Yi Si will start location digging here. Yi Si walked for about 5 minutes, and the window on a small window in the distance was slowly closed. Golden Lion sat on the ground paralyzed. Damn it, where did the celestial dragons come from? If I didn't fly so fast, I might fall into his hands. He took a deep breath, thinking about his attack from the rear before, he suddenly felt a little regretful. I just wanted to paddle, but I met such a crazy worker. Seeing Golden Lion slumped on the ground and talking to himself, several women squatted in another corner, trembling. Can we go now? Golden Lion looked at them and smiled strangely. Are you guys laughing at me? No, number 1, get lost before I change my decision in 1.6. As soon as these words came out, the women scrambled to open the door, and then rushed out quickly. Gia ha 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 ha. It's such a big joke to be so embarrassed by celestial dragons. Golden Lion laughed out loud, mocking himself. About an hour later, Yi Si has successfully arrived at the destination. This time, the color that appeared was blue, the same as the first few times. Immediately get a new character card. Everyone has a favorite character to talk about. The author chooses one in the comment area. In addition, do you need more plots for the summoned characters? This matter can also be discussed in the comment area. 085 new character, Senju Hashirama, see full order. However, this time the location is a bit awkward. It is in a house selling fruit in the town. Hello, sir, do you want some fruit? Seeing Yi Si approaching, the fruit seller said with a smile on his face. No. Yi Si shook his head and vetoed. It's okay if you don't buy it, just take a look. They're all fresh, and if they're not fresh, they will be given to you for free. The fruit vendor owner said enthusiastically. Looking at the boss's appearance, he is quite honest and loyal, so Yi Si didn't come directly to force him. After all, although his identity is celestial dragons, he still has humanity. To be honest, boss, I want to dig a brick from your house. Yi Si didn't beat around the bush, and directly stated her intention of coming. What? Obviously, after hearing what Yi Si said, the owner of the fruit vendor was immediately at a loss. Also, anyone who suddenly came to your house and said that he wanted to dig 10 bricks from your house would be dumbfounded. You want to dig a brick from my house? Yes, of course, I will compensate you, but I don't have any money with me now, Yi Si said calmly. The owner of the fruit vendor was slightly taken aback, and took a look at Yi Si, although Yi Si was not wearing Celestial Dragon's clothes, but casual clothes. However, just relying on this, the fruit vendor owner knows that Yi Si is not an ordinary person. As for whether it was true that he did not bring any money or whether it was a fake, the owner of the fruit vendor didn't care too much about it. After all, honest people think that one thing more is worse than one thing less. As long as Yi Si is not too much, then forget it. Come on, young man. Although the fruit vendor didn't understand why Yi Si dug up a brick from his house, he didn't ask too much. Yi Si nodded. Things are going smoother than he expected. If the fruit vendor refuses, then he will take tough measures. As long as the boss does not make it difficult for Yi Si will not make it difficult for him. Walking into the house with the owner of the fruit vendor, in the hall, a woman and a little girl were arranging freshly picked vegetables, and saw her husband bring a stranger. She opened her mouth and said, "This is advertisement. Passers-by spend money and say they want to buy a brick from our house, and I agree," the owner of the fruit vendor explained with a smile. And Yi Si nodded. "Young man, take a look, you want Na Ying." Yi Si nodded, and the piece with the blue light had already appeared in his field of vision. He didn't hesitate too much, and didn't hide anything. A shovel appeared in his hand out of thin air. Shovel up and down. Boom. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the wall that was shining with blue light was instantly disintegrated like snow-white fluffy cotton candy touching water. In the next second, a mechanical sound came from Yi Si's ear. Hint, get character card X1. Hint, ninja art, meiotic regeneration recovery ability, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Hint, gain experience 30. Close black lens bracket. Hint, get experience 301. Ding dong, congratulations on the upgrade of host's digging level. The current level is 2, and you can get more rewards for digging next time. Soon, a brand new attribute panel automatically popped up in front of Yi Si. Host. Bernard Issan digging level. 2, 0 200s. Digging times. 0, 0 15ths. Can increase the digging chance as the digging level increases. Physique. Advanced body art, 100%. Ninja art. Meiotic regeneration, 10%. Increase the progress to obtain stronger recovery ability, activate cells, and enhance vitality. When it is increased to 100%, you can obtain regeneration ability. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 50%. Tornado, 30%. Akunologia, 35%. Unohana Retsu, 25%. Ji Kunichi, 25%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening, Attribute Burning, 1668 5000ths. Mara Fruit, 982 thousandths. Conquers, 851 thousandths. Armed Color, 931 thousandths. Knowledge Color, 907 1000ths. Excavation Location. Insufficient excavation times, unable to locate. Advertisement Warehouse. Character card X1. Compared with digging level upgrades, Yi Si is more interested in the recovery ability of this ninja art. Meiotic regeneration. Activating cells, enhancing vitality, and even when promoted to a 100% regeneration ability, this is simply a super practical ability. As for the improvement of the mining level, the 7-day refreshing mining time has been changed to 15 days. However, the reward convenience will inevitably be much higher than before, but how much more, this point has not been tried by Yi Si, and we will not know until the next time. What the fruit vendor owner and his group could see was Yi Si standing where he was, smiling from time to time. Soon, Yi Si closed his own attribute panel, recovered from his fantasy, looked at the fruit vendor owner, and gave instructions. Write me your address. Well, the fruit vendor didn't dare to take his time, and immediately found a pen to write down the address and handed it to Yi Si. Yi Si glanced at it, then put it in pocket, then turned and left. Excuse me, I'll send someone to deliver the things I need to give you. After going out to the door, Yi Si picked up an apple at the fruit stand by 973, and many pieces of paper emerged from his body, condensing behind him, turning into a pair of wings. The next second, with the spread of its wings, Yi Si flew into the air, and disappeared on the streets of the town in the blink of an eye. The people around were stunned, and they all froze in place, hesitating for dozens of seconds before recovering. Fortunately, I didn't refuse, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The fruit vendor swallowed forcefully, but still didn't expect Yi Si to make up for him at all, and only hoped that they would never see each other again in this life. Yi Si didn't care about what the fruit vendor owner was thinking, and quickly found a place where no one was around, and landed on the ground. Use a character card. Ding, are you sure to use it? Sure, Yi Si answered directly without too much hesitation. Ding, the character card has been consumed successfully. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the source from Hokage Ninja, Senju Hashirama. In the next chapter, half an hour later, because the system needs to be refreshed too quickly, the author has no exposure. I saw someone suggested that Madara and Hashirama, the CPs, meet. Well, the author is satisfied. 086 Yi Si, Madara, an old friend of yours is waiting for you. Senju Hashirama. Mentioning this name, Yi Si fell into deep thought. Yes, the background of this Senju Hashirama is not simple. In the original book, he was the leader of the Senju clan, one of the founders of Konohagakure, the first Hokage of Konohagakure, the country of fire, and the reincarnation of Ashura, the second son of Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Yuya. Proficient in using wood-style mystery. He comes from the same world as Uchiha Madara, and in terms of ability, he is better than Uchiha Madara. He is also the only ninja that Uchiha Madara fears, and together with Uchiha Madara is honored as a legendary ninja. Anyone who has seen Senju Hashirama said that Senju Hashirama is a mythical person like the Sage of Six Paths. After the original book, he is hailed as the god of ninja by the ninja world. Moreover, the relationship between him and Uchiha Madara, in the original world, due to certain circumstances, is also an enemy and friend. But coming here, the two of them will always stand in the same camp, and the appearance of Senju Hashirama, undoubtedly for Yi Si, the power on his side is even more like a fish in water, like a tiger with wings. While Yi Si was meditating, in front of him, a white light particle suddenly appeared. This time the light particle was the same as the first few times, neither big nor small. Soon, the light particles were divided and gathered together again, slowly becoming a human form. In the next second, a person with long black hair was wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform with red laminated armor on the outside, and the logo of the Senju clan was tattooed on the laminated armor on the left shoulder. The man with the red iron wristbands on his wrists was reflected in Yi Si's eyes. There is no doubt that this man is Senju Hashirama, who has the title of God of Ninja. Senju Hashirama slowly opened his eyes, then looked at his whole body, and said slowly, "If there was not a mysterious voice reminding me, I really thought that I was resurrected by the younger generation using reanimation jutsu. It seems that the juniors in your world still have a lot of power to covet you, Senju Hashirama." Yi Si laughed and teased from the side. For Senju Hashirama, no doubt, he also understands it very well. It can be said that he understands it better than himself. After all, the anime, Hokage Ninja, is a classic, and Yi Si has watched it many times before time traveling. Ha 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 ha, advertisement. Senju Hashirama laughed loudly. "I'm laughing, Yi Si. Nice meeting, welcome to this brand new world." Yi Si smiled faintly. Senju Hashirama nodded with a smile. Compared with Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama's character is more easy to get along with. Okay, let's talk about other things when we go back. In addition, I believe there is one guy who will be happier than me when you come. Yi Si said calmly. Senju Hashirama was slightly taken aback. Like me, are you from another world? Yes, strictly speaking, they are in the same world as you. Yi Si responded while walking. In the same world as me. Senju Hashirama hesitated for a few seconds. The guy you mentioned, couldn't be Madara. Correct. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that guy Madara to come to this world. While speaking, Senju Hashirama's tone changed slightly. I thought, after that incident, we would not be able to see each other again. I never thought that we would meet in another world. I hope that Madara can accept this late apology. After murmuring a few words in a low voice, he turned his eyes to Yi Si again, withdrew the sadness on his face, and smiled. Thank you, Yi Si. The reason why I owe Uchiha Madara an apology is because Senju Hashirama thought that he ended Uchiha Madara's life in the Battle of the Valley of the End, but in fact, Uchiha Madara escaped with the power of his pupil technique, and survived a long time afterwards. There's no need to thank me, because everything is a chance, and I can't make the decision. Yi Si explained. Anyway, it's because of you that we have this opportunity. As time passed by, Yi Si's reverse direction was not smooth, because he forgot his way, and, with the new world's geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents, it was all chaotic. However, the unfamiliar journey made Yi Si worse. Fortunately, after spending half a day, Yi Si found a marine base stationed on the island and asked him to send him back by boat. The next day, New World, the area where Locks and Luogia fought. Advertisement. Blue blue, 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 blue. Inside the marine battleship, the phone beside Garp rang. Garp hesitated for a few seconds, then quickly reached out to connect. I'm Marine Vice Admiral, Monkey Garp. Please say, Garp said immediately after connecting. The reason why I don't say, Monkey D. Garp, is to reduce all unnecessary troubles. After all, the D family has a deep relationship with the world government. I'm Bernard Yi Si, Master Bernard Issan. For this sudden phone call, Garp paused. He was a little listless just now, but now he regained his energy instantly. It's me, where are you now? Yi Si asked. We are still waiting for you in the area where Luogia fought Locks. Garp explained Zhao Li's knowledge. That's right, Marshal Marine and the others have already left, and the battleship Garp is left with is still waiting for Yi Si's return. Don't wait for me, I got lost on the way, and the Marine has sent me back to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Please come back. Yi Si instructed. Okay, I see. Also, before telling Madara, an old friend of his is waiting for him at the shrine Mariajoy. Got it. Garp nodded. As soon as Garp said this, Yi Si hung up the phone bug. 087 Bernard Yi Si, the name resounds through the sea. Garp also put down the phone bug in his hand, tidied up his clothes, and then picked up a pack of snacks in the drawer. After arranging for the navigator to return, he went to explain the situation to Uchiha Madara and his group. What? You said that Yi Si has returned to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Akunologia said dubiously. Good guy, I waited here for one afternoon and one night, but I didn't wait to come back, but I got the news that Yi Si had returned to the Holy Land Mariajoy. No way, where did you hear the news? Tornado stared at Garp and asked. There's no need to lie to you, he has already contacted me with a phone bug just now, telling me to return and take you to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Garp said slowly. Hearing this, the tornado leaned on the guardrail and said angrily, that guy Yi Si is really good. It's a good thing we waited for him at the same place for so long, so we went back to the holy place Mariajoy without saying a word. It's not sure if he is delayed by something. Hana Retsu said for Yi Si with a smile, with a trace of tenderness on her face. Let's not talk about 417, there's really something wrong with him. Garp opened the snack in his hand with an itchy hand, and while eating, he stretched it in the direction of Uchiha Madara, and continued said, "Eat it. Madara. Don't eat." After Garp said that, everyone looked directly at him, and they asked in unison worriedly. What happened? Seeing them looking like they were going to eat people, Garp quickly swallowed the snacks in his mouth and explained, "Don't worry, it's just some minor problems. He just lost his way and was sent back to the Holy Land of Mariajoy by Marine. That's why I didn't come over to join you." Fan, Road, everyone, you look at me, and I look at you. Ha 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 ha. After hearing this, Akunologia and his party couldn't help laughing. Advertisement. I thought something big happened, but I didn't expect to get lost. Hana Retsu narrowed her eyes, covered her mouth and laughed. That guy Yi Si can surprise us every time. I thought some accident happened. But it turned out, I couldn't find my way back. You can't blame him. After all, New World's geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents are all chaotic. Bernard Issan didn't bring anything, but just chased Shiki. It's common sense that he doesn't know how to get back. Garp continued. He opened his mouth and explained. Okay, I already know the head and the tail, so I'm going to sleep. Uchiha Madara stretched her waist and was about to jump onto the top of the boat to sleep, but at this moment, she was stopped by Garp. What's wrong, Garp? Uchiha Madara looked at him in surprise. Bernard Issan asked me to tell you that an old friend of yours is waiting for you at the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Garp passed on what Yi Si had told Uchiha Madara. Old friend. These words confuse Uchiha Madara. Indeed, he has not been in this world for a long time, so why did he have an old friend? Why don't I remember? I still have old friends here. Did you hear me wrong, Garp? How is it possible? I can hear clearly. What is it called? He didn't say that, he just said that an old friend is waiting for you in the Holy Land Mariajoy. Garp shrugged, everything has been explained, there is no more business for him here, so he didn't plan to stay here too much BFEE, and left while eating snacks. After Garp left, the topic on Uchiha Madara's side became more serious. Old friend. Perhaps, it's not from this world, but from your original world, Madara said after her best friend. It makes sense. After all, we were all summoned by Yi Si. It is not impossible for him to summon someone from your world. Hana Retsu added. Uchiha Madara also suddenly realized at this moment, he had been thinking about this world just now, but forgot for a while, that guy Yi Si has the ability to summon. Advertisement. Coupled with their analysis, at this moment, Uchiha Madara has basically been determined. Old friends. Who can be called old friends? There is no doubt that there is only one, and that is Senju Hashirama, who I have known since childhood. Is it him? Uchiha Madara stared at Wang Yanghai and muttered. But who else but him? At this moment, Uchiha Madara couldn't wait to return to the Holy Land Mariajoy immediately. New World, Bacteria Island. The fruit vendor owner held a brand new newspaper in his hand, staring intently at a picture on the newspaper. In order to answer the doubts in his heart, he hurried into the house and said to the woman, "My wife, take a look, is the young man in the newspaper the same young man who came to our house yesterday to tear down bricks?" The woman glanced at it and nodded. Yes, I remember this incident relatively clearly, after all, his behavior is too weird. But, what did this young man do? It was published in the newspaper. While speaking, the woman's gaze shifted from the portrait to the title. The world's noble celestial dragons, Bernard Issan, led the Marine to successfully encircle and suppress the Lox pirates, and captured many important units. Reading this title, the woman's face turned pale. Then, yesterday that young man, turned out to be the world noble celestial dragons, my wife, how dare you take his money? He didn't give it to me. Mom, what are celestial dragons? The little girl looked at her mother innocently and asked. Celestial dragons, is the most noble race in this world, a big man who can only be seen by a very small number of people. 088 World Hero. Bernard Yi Si, full order. Then mother, are we that very small number of people? The little girl blinked her eyes, looking up at her mother with watery eyes. The woman stroked her little head and smiled slightly. Yes, we are that very small number of people. We are so honored. We never expected to meet the rumored world's top aristocrats, celestial dragons. The fruit seller's tone was visibly excited. Of course, they still know too little about celestial dragons. If they knew what the celestial dragons really did, they wouldn't be honored, but grateful that they took a life yesterday. Tap tat tat. At the same time, outside the fruit stand, a group of men in black suits stopped. They carefully glanced at the note in their hands, and then said slowly, "This is it." The owner of the fruit vendor inside seemed to notice that there were customers outside, and immediately trotted out of the room, smiling and speaking enthusiastically. "Everyone, what do you need?" The man in the black suit didn't answer his question, but instead asked, "Are you the boss here?" "Yes, it's me." The owner of the fruit vendor nodded. Seeing the serious expressions of these men in black suits, he always had a bad feeling that they were here to trouble him. "If you like it, you can take it and eat it, it's free and there's no charge for it." The owner of the fruit vendor continued to add. "Yesterday, did Sir Bernard Issan dig a brick at your place?" The man in the black suit asked. Yes. "Oh, no one came here yesterday." The owner of the fruit vendor said cautiously that he would never admit it until he figured out their purpose of coming here, so as not to get angry. "We are not here to cause trouble, we are ordered by the great Lord Bernard Issan to make up for you." After all, the man in the black suit waved his hand, and soon another man in a black suit came over with a large box and put it on top of the fruit. "Here is a treasure worth 100 million Baileys, take it." 100 million Pele. Advertisement. Apparently at this moment, the boss of Weefan was stunned. Yes, the purchasing power of 100 million Baileys in this world is very strong, enough to become a small rich man. But, for celestial dragons, it's really nothing. Yes, a treasure worth 100 million. It's too expensive, too expensive. Mr. Bernard Issan just dug a brick, so there is no need for compensation. The fruit vendor quickly explained. For ye see, these treasures are insignificant, but for the fruit vendor, they are precious and frightening compensation. We didn't come here to discuss anything with you, we just came here to inform you, whether you want it or not. If there is nothing else, we will leave first, Mr. Fruit Seller. Okay. Slow down. The man in the black suit nodded, then turned and left. The owner of the fruit vendor stared at the big treasure box in front of him, was stunned for a few minutes, and finally moved it back quickly, and then decisively closed the stall. Just kidding. With this money, what fruit are you selling? After a long time, Holy Land Mariajoy, Yi Si Castle. At this time, Senju Hashirama and Yi Si were sitting on the sofa, quietly looking at the newspaper in their hands. In the next second, Yi Si's face twitched. Good guy, I have somehow become a world hero again. Looking at the enlarged font of World Hero in the middle line, Yi Si made a complaint. Listening to Yi Si's words, Senju Hashirama laughed loudly on the sofa opposite. Isn't this a good thing? Yi Si, a world hero, this is something that many people can't achieve in their lifetime. Yi Si slowly put the newspaper in his hand on the table beside him, then picked up the coffee at the side, took a sip, and said calmly. Everyone's pursuit is different. Some people pursue fame, money, freedom, but I am a layman, I have nothing to pursue. Advertisement. It has to be said that the marketing of the world government is still very strong, and Yi Si has been built into a world hero after a few efforts. Ask for flowers. Just when Senju Hashirama was about to say something. Suddenly at this moment, the door was pushed open. Uchiha Madara rushed in first, glanced around, and finally settled on Senju Hashirama, then raised the corners of both sides of his mouth high, and shouted excitedly, "It really is you, Hashirama." When Senju Hashirama saw Uchiha Madara, a smile instantly appeared on his face, he stood up slowly, and greeted him. Madara, it's been a long time, I didn't expect that we would meet again in this way. Although Uchiha Madara hasn't met Senju Hashirama for a long time, but when they first met, they didn't ask about their relatives, but directly pointed out their purpose. 0. Let's play a game. Many years ago, I lost to you, but now I am not the same. While Uchiha Madara was speaking, he had already taken out the sickle and pointed it at Senju Hashirama. I won't interfere if you guys want to fight, but, it can't be here. Yi Si ordered while drinking coffee. After all, it is, what a joke, how can this small place withstand the devastation of the two of them? If there is a fight, not to mention Yi Si's castle, even the entire holy land of Mariajoy will be implicated. Let's go out and fight, Hashirama. I reject. Upon hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Uchiha Madara immediately became depressed, put away the sickle, and lay directly on the sofa next door. I'm sorry about the Valley of the End, Madara. Senju Hashirama's face became very serious. Uchiha Madara glanced at him from the corner of the eye, and then raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Hashirama, you don't think you killed me back then? Today's situation is a bit special. 089 when you come back, you'll only be hammered full order. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara suspiciously. At first, he thought about many kinds of Uchiha Madara's answers in his mind. However, his current answer was something Senju Hashirama never expected. You mean, you didn't die in the Valley of the End? You guessed it, Uchiha Madara said lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Impossible, I personally moved your body back, and I observed it carefully, and there is no sign of life. Senju Hashirama said calmly. You know, the forbidden technique of our Uchiha clan, Izanagi. Uchiha Madara said, looking directly at Senju Hashirama. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama was taken aback for a moment, and instantly became enlightened, as if everything was understood. Izanagi, 187, is the ultimate forbidden technique of the Uchiha family. The perfect pupil technique can convert unfavorable factors including the death and injury of the caster into a dream in a short period of time. It can be repeated forever, and the attack and favorable factors of the caster can be converted into reality. It is a horror pupil technique that can make the user invincible. Of course, there is a price for this, and the price is that the eye that uses Izanagi will permanently lose its light and cannot be opened again. In the Battle of the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara used this pupil technique to perfectly deceive Senju Hashirama. Seeing that Senju Hashirama didn't respond, Uchiha Madara added, actually, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara spread his hands and was not interested in arguing with Senju Hashirama. Yes, for him, from the moment he came to this world, what he had expected and hated had long since vanished into nothingness. Even if Senju Hashirama killed him back then, he wouldn't say much now. I believe, Madara, I know Izanagi. Senju Hashirama said frankly. As soon as the words fell, at the same time, Longwan and his party had already walked in. Is this our new partner? Yi Si. Ji Guoyuan asked first. You guessed it right, Yuani, because I smell the same kind from him. Akunologia also lay on the sofa, and answered Jigyu Yuani's question by the way. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama put away the frozen look on his face, and said with a smile, my name is Senju Hashirama. Please give me your advice in the next few days. After all, I don't know much about this world when I first came here. Yi Si also stood up and introduced to Senju Hashirama. The one who is lying on the sofa is called Akunologia, and the one who is both gentle and talented is called Unohana Retsu. This Tsunere Loli is called Dragon Wan, and the knife-wielding one is named Ji Guoyuani. As for the other one lying on the sofa, I don't need to introduce you. He is your old friend, Uchiha Madara. Yi Si, Long Wan with his hips crossed in anger, was obviously dissatisfied with Yi Si's introduction. Why is my introduction called Tsunere Lolita? And their introduction is so sharp. Isn't it? Akunologia asked back. Shut up. Long Wan gave him a blank look, and then looked at Yi Si again. Yi Si smiled wryly, and said helplessly, okay, I take back what I just said, this short one is called Tornado. Yi Si. Tornado stomped her feet angrily. I'm not happy anymore. Ha 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 ha. In the hall, there was continuous laughter, and the scene was full of warmth. You were joking earlier, Hashirama, the one standing in front of you is powerful, beautiful and talented, all in one is called Tornado. Yi Si added later. HMPH, that's about the same. Do you believe it yourself? Tornado. Akunologia asked again. You don't care if I believe it or not. Now there are more people calling, and the atmosphere is much more lively, but at the same time, bickering has become a habit of everyone. However, bickering is bickering, everyone is joking, and no one will hold grudges against someone because of these small things. On the contrary, because of bickering, the relationship between everyone has become more harmonious. New world, an island, on a rock on the coast. Advertisement. Whitebeard opened his eyes suddenly, panting heavily. Yes, during that battle, he survived. You're awake, Edward. Behind Whitebeard came a vicissitudes of life. Whitebeard looked back. At this moment, on the edge of the rock, sat a man with tattered clothes and messy hair. Yes, he was the captain of the Lox pirates, Lox. Compared with the majestic appearance before, he is a little haggard and embarrassed now. Captain Lox. Whitebeard wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words. He got up unsteadily, picked up the naginata beside him, and walked in the direction of Lox. Now, what's the situation? The Lox pirates have been disbanded, and many cadres have been sent to the big prison. When this matter was mentioned again, Lox had black objects all over his body. From this moment on, he was already extremely angry. World government, marine, celestial dragons, I will make a comeback one day, this account, I wrote it down. Whitebeard sat aside, calmly said, what are you going to do? Captain Lox. Let's recuperate, recruit the crew again, and then set sail again. I want to let the fear of the world government together. I want to let them know who is the overlord of this sea. That celestial dragons, if I remember correctly, his name is Bernard Issan, right? Lox asked Whitebeard at the side. Yes, the day I return, I will make him pay the price. Lox secretly made up his mind. However, it is a pity that when he lost the first time, he will definitely not be able to win the next time, because Issan will have more and more summoners, and his own strength will become stronger and stronger. When he comes back, he will only be beaten. I went to a wedding today, which disrupted my plan, and I got home at 10 o'clock, and immediately sat in front of the computer and started writing. Also thank you for the big reward. 090 Garp. Promotion. I refuse. Sanctuary Mariajoy, Pangu City, meeting room in the castle. A few days ago, during the First World War, the structure of the world changed a lot. The newspapers said that the Luogia pirates and the Lox pirates had been disintegrated. Affected by the newspapers, the rise of pirates has obviously dropped a lot, and there are even some who just wash their hands and quit pirates. And the name Bernard Issan has become famous all over the world, and basically everyone who came out to play knows that there is a world hero named Bernard Issan in the House of Celestial Dragons. At this time, in the meeting room, Marshal 5 Elders and Naval Headquarters were all present. Are you serious? The faces of the 5 old men froze, and they stared directly at Marshal Marine. Compared with them, Marshal Marine looked much more relaxed. Yes, now that the Luogia pirates and the Lox pirates have been wiped out, the sea will return to calm. Some small-time pirates, the marine side is enough to deal with them. I have served the world government for the first half of my life, and for the next 15 lives, I want to live a leisurely life and avoid the daily fights and killings. Marshal Marine said slowly. 5 elders were sitting on the sofa, standing on the sofa, but none of them spoke. Yes, none of them are willing to let go of this marine marshal who is dedicated to serving the world government. If you have any dissatisfaction, we can discuss it. There is no need to resign from the position of Marshal Marine. That's right, the 2 most difficult pirate groups in this sea have already been destroyed. After being busy for so long, you can relax yourself while enjoying your reputation. Facing the rhetoric of the 5 elders, Marshal Marine's determination was not disturbed. I have made up my mind, and I have selected the right person for world government to take my place. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. As for whether you adopt it or not, it's up to you. Marshal Marine said slowly. Seeing him like this, 5 elders knew that he had already made up his mind, and no matter what he said, his determination would not be shaken. Advertisement. Who is it? 5 elders asked. Marine is currently Admiral Kong. I know him very well, and he was also brought up by me. He has been working hard for the world government. In my eyes, Marshal Marine is the most suitable. As for the vacant admiral position, I've also thought about it for you. It is the hero of this battle, Marine Vice Admiral, Monkey Card. Hearing this, the 5 elders fell silent again, they were all deliberating over the personnel recommended to them by Marshal Marine. Among the current Marine 3 admirals, they are all about the same in terms of strength, but Kong is undoubtedly the only one whose heart is most toward the world government. Okay, even if you want to resign from the position of Marine Marshal, we will not hinder you too much. In addition, thank you for your contribution to the world government before you leave. The words of the 5 elders are already obvious. He accepted the proposal of the current Marine Marshal and let Kong be the Marine Marshal. Marshal Marine smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, the matter has been negotiated, so it's time for me to leave. After a long time, Naval Headquarters. Before Marshal Marine returned to Naval Headquarters, he had already summoned Kong and Garp. At this time, the two of them had been waiting for a long time at the office of Marshal Marine. I said, Kong, why did the Marshal ask us to come here? It's been half an hour, why haven't we seen him yet? Garp lay on the seat, wondering very much. Kong shook his head, guessing. I don't know, but, listening to the tone of Marshal Marine, it seems to be a very important matter. Maybe, we have another urgent mission coming soon. Urgent mission? Come on, I'm still on vacation. Quote question mark quote. Kong looked at Garp in surprise, and then said, what's the matter? When you were on vacation before, even if you had important tasks, you were very active. 17. The past was the past, and the present is the present. Garp said calmly, yes, in his eyes, the Luogia pirates and the Lox pirates have already been wiped out, and there is nothing that makes his blood boil for the time being in the task. Crack. Advertisement. Suddenly, at this moment, the door was pushed open. Marshal Marine walked in. Garp stood up slowly, followed Kong, and walked towards Marshal Marine. Let's talk, Marshal. What's the important task? Is Lox revived? Are Xuanji revived? Garp started talking nonsense seriously. Marshal Marine rolled his eyes at him, and said in a bad mood, every day, I know how to fight and kill. This time I am looking for you too, not for any mission, but to inform you of something. Quote question mark quote. Kong and Garp stared at him suspiciously. Congratulations to both of you. You have been successfully promoted. Kong will soon take up the position of Marine Admiral, and Garp will take up the position of Marine Admiral 023. When Marshal Marine said this, Kong was naturally excited, but Garp was helpless. What's the matter? Garp, you still look like a fish after being promoted. Or is it because you were so excited that you suddenly lost consciousness? Marshal Marine teased. I refuse to serve as Marine Admiral. As soon as these words came out, Marshal Marine was immediately stunned. He had lived most of his life, and this was the first time he heard someone refuse a promotion. UB************, D, what more? I refuse to serve as Marine Admiral. What's the reason? There is no reason. I think, my current position is enough, the position is too high, and it may not be an ordeal. Garp said calmly. The reason for the refusal is that you don't want to deal with celestial dragons, right? Kong asked. Kong is right, there are several reasons why Garp cannot become a Marine Admiral. One is that he does not want to deal with celestial dragons, and the other is because of his identity. He is a clan of D, which is what celestial dragons often say, the invincibility of the clan of gods. 091 I am going to CEC. Seek full order. Garp, you have to think about it. If you miss this time, you won't know when you will get another chance next time. Marshal Marine reminded him earnestly. Yes, some people may not be able to touch the position of Marine Admiral in their lifetime, but you, Garp, are lucky, and you directly rejected it. I won't regret it. Garp smiled and said firmly. The Marine Admiral sighed deeply, and he did not persuade Garp to be the Marine Admiral. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. Although the newspaper said that the Luogia pirates and the Lox pirates had already been destroyed, Yi Si did not give up on his training plan because of this. Because of the need to practice armament hockey, Yi Si came to a small island alone, and then started his own practice. Boom, boom. With punch after punch, the mountain in front of him was riddled with holes. After completing the most basic training, Yi Si put armament hockey on the weapon to attack. However, for the attack on the weapon, he didn't choose to cut at the mountain, but walked to the beach and swung towards the sea. Swish swish swish. Following the waves of sword energy, huge cracks appeared in the sea, and the surface of the sea began to roll. In this way, the rotation training, Yi Si continued from morning to dusk. Ding, armament hockey's running in degree is full. Do you want to advance? Ding, conqueror's hockey's running in degree is full. Do you want to advance? The fist that was about to continue to be swung just now was frozen. Yi Si was stunned, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Advanced. Ding, advanced successfully. Advertisement. As soon as the system's voice fell, a brand new memory flooded into Yi Si's mind. After the memory poured in, Yi Si's eyes widened suddenly, with an expression of disbelief. What? Conquerors. Conqueror's hockey, unexpectedly, can be wrapped around a weapon. Yi Si said in horror. Although Yi Si didn't time travel, One Piece was just an animation in his world, but this animation is not over, so he doesn't know what happened afterwards. As for the understanding of Conqueror's hockey, he thought he already understood everything, because the original book also introduced the use of Conqueror's hockey. But for the one that appeared now, the Conqueror's hockey can also be wrapped around the weapon, he really didn't know. I really didn't expect. In addition to armament hockey and Devil Fruit's power can be wrapped around weapons, Conqueror's hockey can also be used. There was still a look of shock on Yi Si's face. In the next second, he began to release the Conqueror's hockey, and a coercion centered on him, quickly spreading outward. However, what Yi Si never expected was that this time, Conqueror's hockey actually caused a physical attack on the surrounding objects. Of course, in the current situation like Yi Si, in the original book, there is another person who has done it. That's the trainee crew member of the Luogia pirates, Shanks, one of the future 4 emperors, whose Conqueror's hockey can also inflict physical attacks on objects. As for armament hockey's advancement, he probably mastered the point of internal destruction. However, Yi Si didn't cause much trouble, because it was mentioned in the original book, so he wasn't surprised. Opened his property panel, Yi Si glanced at it. Host. Bernard Yi Si. Digging level. 20200ths. Digging times. 0.615ths. The digging opportunities can be increased as the digging level increases. Physique. Advanced body art 100%, ninja art. Meiotic regeneration 10%, increase the progress to obtain stronger recovery ability, activate cells, and enhance vitality. When it is increased to 100%, you can obtain regeneration ability. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 50%, Tornado, 30%, Akunologia, 35%, Unohana Retsu, 25%, Jikunin, 25%, Senju Hashirama, 25%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening Attribute Burning, 1668 5000ths Mara Mara Fruit, 982 thousandths Conquerors, 02 thousandths Armed Color, 02 thousandths Knowledge Color, 928 1000ths. Excavation Location. Insufficient excavation times, unable to locate. Advertisement. When his eyes fell on the line of hockey, Yi Si was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that there is still a degree of running in, and having a degree of running in means that this can still be improved. Closing the properties panel, Yi Si looked at the sunset and muttered. It's getting late, it's time to go back, or it will be dark. With the wings appearing behind him, the figure of Yi Si quickly disappeared on the island. When he returned to the holy place of Mariajoy, it was already dark. Just after landing on the ground, Ross Minion hurried over. Master, you are back. Yi Si looked at Ross Minion with a hint of doubt in his eyes, and asked, what's wrong? An old man came to see you in the afternoon, and he had been sitting in the lobby for a long time, but you didn't bring a phone bug with you when you went out. The old man seemed very anxious. Z Minion explained. The old man. 5 elders. Yi Si paused, and just as he was about to go in to prove his idea, a very old man had already come out. You guy, are you finally back? 5 elders. I don't know you came to meet Li Qian's. What's the matter? Yi Si asked curiously. The bald old man quickly came to Yi Si's side, passed by Yi Si in a hurry, and left a message. Keep up. Talk while walking. Although Yi Si couldn't figure it out, he still followed. What's the matter? So anxious. Master Im wants to see you. When Yi Si heard the word Yim, he was instantly shocked. How could he not be shocked when the mysterious big boss behind the celestial dragons wanted to meet him? Because of what? Yi Si pressed. The bald old man shook his head seriously. 09 to the woman on the void throne, full order. As for why Im met Yi Si suddenly, they, the 5 elders, don't know. Yes, this incident came too suddenly, not to mention Yi Si was caught off guard, even the 5 elders were caught off guard. You don't know. Yi Si stared at the old man's back, feeling a little uneasy. This incident happened too suddenly. Lord Im summoned us and told us that he wanted to see you. As for what, she didn't say anything, and we didn't dare to ask more. The bald old man's face froze, and he explained slowly stand up. Speaking of this, he seemed to think of something and added, there's one thing, Yi Si, you must pay attention to it. Hearing this tone, Yi Si suddenly became even more uneasy. What's the matter? Listening to your tone, how do I feel that Im is trying to harm me? She won't hurt you. You can rest assured about this, but you must pay attention to that, don't mess around. With us, we can turn a blind eye or close one eye, but in Lord Im he won't tolerate it. The bald old man ordered. 527. For example, pay attention to the honorific title, I will add a second minister after Im. Well, this is a trivial matter. Are there any other aspects, such as, does she have a strange temper or something, the kind that shoots at every turn? Or, if you like to be scary or something, you tell me all of these in advance, so I'll be mentally prepared, right? The bald old man stopped suddenly, glanced at Yi Si speechlessly, and then said in surprise, you kid, what are you thinking in your head? No. Nothing at all. That's good, I still like to solve things with my mouth. Yi Si said lightly. It's an honor for you to meet Lord Im, kid. The old man said with emotion. Yes, in the holy land of Mariajoy, only a few people know that there is a behind-the-scenes mastermind manipulating the world in Pangu City. Pleasure. Of course, the first thing you need to know is that under normal circumstances, Mrs. Im will only meet us. If she wants to see you, it means that she approves of you. The bald old man continued to explain BFDA. Do you agree? Advertisement. At the same time, on a certain island, inside a house. What? Kaido woke up from the nightmare and just wanted to sit up, but the wound on his body made him tremble with pain, so he gave up the idea of sitting up directly. Yes, during that battle, he survived with great difficulty and was pushed to an island by the waves, if someone hadn't rescued him. It is estimated that he has already died in Wonquan by now. Damn B ********** D. Kaido roared. And this is, heard the movement outside, and soon a voice came over. You're awake. While talking, a middle-aged man came over, glanced at Kaido, and said in disbelief. You guy, your life is really hard, you survived such an injury, if you wake up late in a few days, I guess I will throw you back into the sea again. Kaido stared at him, but didn't say anything. After all, now he has to rely on this middle-aged man to have a chance to survive. When I recover from my injury, I will give you a huge sum of money. Kaido said solemnly. There is no need for a huge sum of money. I just think you are still young. It is a pity that you died. Have you been attacked by pirates? The middle-aged man asked. Kaido hummed, but did not dare to say that he was a pirate, for fear that the middle-aged man in front of him would have an enmity with the pirate. This sea is getting more and more chaotic. Marine prison. At the same time, Charlotte Linlin had sea-stone handcuffs on her hands and feet, and she sat quietly in the corner with disheveled hair, tattered clothes, and a distressed expression. Linlin. A voice came from a prison next door, and he was also one of the cadres of the Locks pirates. After hearing the voice, Junlot Linlin looked over. Did you hear? The guys from Marine say that the Locks pirates have been destroyed, and the captain has been killed. The cadre shouted. What do you want to say? Charlotte Linlin said haggardly. Advertisement. Don't you understand? The Locks pirates are gone, no one will come to save us, we are going to die. It's over. We can only wait to die. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of the latter, the man actually laughed out loud, probably in despair. And Charlotte Linlin stared at him without saying anything, then lowered her head and closed her eyes. The Holy Land Mariajoy sighed. At this moment, the bald old man had brought Yi Si to a palace. Outside the palace, the other 4 old men had been waiting here for a long time. As soon as they saw Yi Si approaching, a gleam appeared on their sad faces. What's going on? Where did you two go? The old man with the knife spoke first. It's really not my problem, it's Yi Si who went out. As soon as he came back, I immediately pulled him over. The bald old man explained. Leave this alone, you brat, hurry up and go in, Lord I Am has been waiting for a long time, remember, don't mess around, otherwise, you will get into big trouble. The old man with straight white hair ordered with a sound. Originally, Yi Si didn't have much trouble in his heart, but it turned out that these old men talked to each other, which made him feel uneasy again. Yeah, Yi Si nodded. As soon as the words fell, 5 elders opened the door for Yi Si, and Yi Si stepped in. Boom. When Yi Si entered, the 5 elders closed the door again. He paused, but still walked forward. Tap tat tat. In the palace, crisp footsteps sounded. A void throne towering high on the top of the main hall appeared in Yi Si's field of vision. The front of the throne was full of swords and sabers. You're here. Bernard Yi Si. 093 IM. The Valley of the Gods belongs to the secret of the Celestial Dragons, full order. Although the voice was not loud, Yi Si could hear it clearly. He scanned the dim hall, but he didn't find Im's figure. After hesitating for a few seconds, Yi Si opened his mouth and said, I don't know what is the matter that Mr. Im met me. As soon as the voice fell, the hall became quiet again, and no faint voice could be heard. After a while, heavy footsteps sounded from the side of the void throne. Tens of seconds later, a tall, strangely dressed woman appeared in Yi Si's field of vision. However, because of the dimness of the main hall, Yi Si couldn't see her face, only a general appearance. She walked back and forth on the seat of the void throne, but her gaze was fixed on Yi Si. You are so young, but you have such awareness, no wonder the 5 elders will focus on training you to become their successor. In fact, what Yi Si wants to hear now is not these words of praise, he just wants to know, what is the so-called meeting with the big boss behind the world government? 5 elders praised me too much. I am actually similar to other people, eating, drinking and having fun, and I can't make a difference. Yi Si said calmly. Originally, Yi Si just didn't want Yim to ask him to do things and deliberately damage his image, but who knows, Yim seemed to be more interesting after hearing this. I've seen people who took credit for themselves, but this is the first time I've seen someone deliberately destroy their own image. Lord Yim, I'm just telling the truth. Yi Si smiled wryly. This is So Miao, the boss behind the scenes of the world government is different, they don't play cards according to the routine at all. I Am hesitated for a few seconds, and did not continue this topic, but said, you have done a lot to eliminate Luogia and the Locks pirates. I heard from the 5 elders report that you led the marine to settle the matter. Turmoil. Yi Si was silent for a few seconds, a little confused about what Yim wanted to say to herself. Did she just come here to confirm these boring things? I'm actually just going through the motions. It's Marine who is doing my best. I'm just coveting Marine's credit. 5 elders read it right. You are indeed worth cultivating. Choose a date, and go to the Valley of the Gods. As I Am said, he sat on the void throne and stroked his head with one hand. At this moment, he finally got to the point. Valley of the Gods. When Yi Si heard these 3 words, he immediately became interested. He was very curious about what treasure was hidden in the Valley of the Gods. In the original book, Locks went, and Luogia also went. Although in the original book, it only said that Locks tried to attack celestial dragons in vain. But would a master of the seas really be interested in taking on this horde of pointless celestial dragons? Advertisement. Obviously, no, the reason why they attacked the Valley of the Gods must have some ulterior secrets. May I know the reason? Yi Si pressed. There is something that belongs to us celestial dragons. What? You don't have to know, all you need to know is that it is extremely important to us celestial dragons. If you don't tell me, I won't know if someone walks in front of me. The person who can take it away hasn't appeared yet. Good guy. Originally Yi Si thought that he could learn the secret of the Valley of the Gods from Im's mouth, but in the end, it still failed. The person who can be taken away has not appeared, so why should I go to the Valley of the Gods? Live. There is also the Paradise of Celestial Dragons. After you go there, the Valley of the Gods will be under your control. Of course, including the celestial dragons inside, but the only requirement is that you can't kill celestial dragons. I Am said slowly. Yi Si fell into silence. Although he didn't really want to move around, but when he thought of the secret of the Valley of the Gods, he couldn't help but want to take a look. What's more, I Am also gave himself a privilege, the Valley of the Gods belongs to him. Okay, I see, when do you want me to leave? Yi Si asked. Whatever, Ro, back off, goodbye. As soon as the words fell, Yi Si quickened his pace and opened the door. At this time, the 5 elders did not leave outside, but waited at the side. When Yi Si came over, they walked side by side with him. Meeting you, what do you mean? The bald old man asked. Obviously, compared to Yi Si, they are more curious about what it is about Yim meeting Yi Si. You guess, you brat, can't you be more honest? Looking at the picture of chasing him to the end, Yi Si knew that if he didn't tell, it would be hard to get out. Anyway, it's not a secret, even if he didn't tell, they would know soon. Advertisement. I Am, let me manage the Valley of the Gods. Manage the Valley of the Gods. It seems that Master I Am wants to. What do you want? Yi Si looked at him and asked. You guess. The bald old man also said something casually. Quote. This wave is indeed sloppy, and these old men are completely learning what they have learned. M didn't tell me, and you probably wouldn't tell me, goodbye. Yi Si didn't waste any time on them either. Wings appeared behind them and left quickly. 0. How long has it been? It's almost like when we first met. The bald old man stared at Yi Si's receding figure and said calmly. Yeah, how did Yi Si manage to reach this level in such a short period of time? The old man with the knife added. He seems to hide a lot of secrets. As for the 5 elders talking about themselves, Yi Si didn't know, and even if he knew, he didn't care at all. Because they can't discover any secrets about themselves. Back in his castle, all the maids were waiting outside the door for Yi Si's return. As for Long Wan and his party, they were all sitting on the sofa. You are back, master. Seeing Yi Si coming back, Rose Minion and his group immediately went up to meet him. I just went to discuss something, nothing happened. While talking, Yi Si stepped towards the castle. The maids followed behind. What about Madara and Hashirama? Scanning the hall, except for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, everyone else was present. Master Madara and Master Hashirama went out and haven't come back yet. Rose Minion reported behind Yi Si. 094 Sage Art Wood Style True Several Thousand Hands vs Susano, seeking full order. Going out. Did you say when you'll be back? Yi Si looked back at Rose Minion and asked. She shook her head lightly, and replied. No, they just said that they don't need to prepare dinner for the two of them. Yi Si nodded thoughtfully. If he guessed correctly, Madara and Hashirama should have gone to compete. Tell me something. Yi Si slowly sat beside Unohana Retsu, and Unohana Retsu moved the freshly made hot tea to Yi Si while asking. What's the matter? Seeing Yi Si's serious expression, they all held their breath, waiting for Yi Si to speak. In a few days, we will leave here. While speaking, Yi Si picked up the 197 hot tea in front of him and took a sip. Could it be, that's what you went to discuss? Ji Guoyuan said softly. As the world government driving us away. Tisk, it's really heartless. We broke off the wings of the pirate giants on the sea. Not only did the world government not reward us, but they also drove us out of the holy land of Mariajoy. Tornado held his hands holding it to my chest, feeling unworthy for Yi Si. So, the world government is not a thing. We cleared the trouble for him, but they drove us away. Akunology's eyes gradually became cold. Things have happened, and there is no way to do it. Unohana Retsu comforted. Stop. 11. Yi Si felt that if he didn't explain, it is estimated that they were discussing, and the matter would be completely distorted. He quickly put down the teacup in his hand and explained. When did I say that the world government is going to drive us out of the holy land of Mariajoy? Don't listen to the nonsense of the tornado. Isn't it? Long Wan looked curious. Isn't what you said nonsense? This time we are leaving. We are going to a place called the Valley of the Gods, which is also the residence of the celestial dragons. Valley of the Gods. Yes. Yi Si nodded. Just hearing the name, it seems to be a very remarkable place. Advertisement. Why are we going where? Yeah, we live well here. Why are we suddenly moving to the Valley of the Gods? Facing their questions, Yi Si said calmly. It is said that the Valley of the Gods has a secret of our celestial dragons, and I want to find out. Secret. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Grand line. The first half, a certain island. Meanwhile, as Yi Si said, Uchiha Madara was playing against Senju Hashirama. The battle between them spread from the island to the sea, and then fought back to the island from the sea. Where the battle had passed, there was no doubt that landslides and ground cracked, shrouded in smoke and dust. When the sickle and the long knife collided again, and the impact made sand and rocks fly around. The two persisted for a few seconds, and suddenly, with a click sound, the long knife held by Senju Hashirama suddenly shattered. The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth raised, and he waved his sickle away instantly. Senju Hashirama jumped back quickly. Swish. As the knife was swung out one after another, there were continuous sounds from the ground. The sky was originally dark, but now it was adding smoke and dust, and the vision was even more obstructed. But for Uchiha Madara, who has Sharingan and observation haki, this has no effect at all. I saw him holding a sickle, passing through the smoke and dust, and continuing to chase. However, in the next second, amidst the smoke and dust, countless huge tree roots rushed out against Uchiha Madara. Apparently, this is Senju Hashirama's signature ability, wood style. However, using Uchiha Madara with armament haki, this move was quickly dispelled. It seems that you have learned a lot of useful abilities in this world. Madara, Senju Hashirama said. Uchiha Madara carried the sickle on his shoulder, and asked with a sneer, what, are you going to admit defeat? Hashirama. Advertisement. No, I know very well that ordinary moves have no effect on you, so I can only use that one. As Senju Hashirama said, he put his palms together, and red eye lines appeared in the corner of his eyes. Obviously, this is the second to enter the Sage Mode state. Sage Art True Several Thousand Hands. Ka. As soon as the words fell, the earth shook, and huge smoke swept everything around. In the blink of an eye, a huge Buddha statue with countless giant arms sank into the world. Madara, let's fight, Senju Hashirama shouted. Uchiha Madara smiled coldly. That's exactly what I mean. After that, he directly returned the sickle to his back, and the Sharingan began to rotate at a high speed, advancing to become Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A blue light followed, and in the blink of an eye, a full blue Susanoo also appeared in the world. However, this is not over yet. The blue Susanoo covered armament haki again at a speed visible to the naked eye, and because of armament haki, the blue Susanoo also turned black at this moment. Is it this weird ability again? Senju Hashirama stood on the forehead of the Buddha statue, frowning slightly. In the battle with Uchiha Madara, he suffered a lot from haki. Come on, use the room. At the same time, Uchiha Madara flew Susanoo into the air, with two blades in hand, and rushed towards Senju Hashirama. Watching Uchiha 4.9 Madara fly, Senju Hashirama is naturally not to be outdone. Avatar on the top. As soon as Senju Hashirama's voice fell, the fists behind the Buddha statue began to move, and then countless fists rushed towards the oncoming Susanoo. At the same time, high on the island, a man holding a camera had beads of sweat on his forehead. What the hell is this? Is this really human power? 095 Locks wants to win over Senju Hashirama. Seek full order. Before we start, let's explain a problem, that is, the problem of progress and strength. First of all, this progress does not affect its own moves and the like, but the overall strength has declined, so Senju Hashirama can still use Sage Art, and true several thousand hands. In the last chapter, I wrote that Senju Hashirama suffered a lot. Of course, he thought he just ate Uchiha Madara armament haki again. In fact, this is not the case, because his overall strength has declined, and Uchiha Madara's progress is at 50%, plus haki, it is enough to suppress Senju's assertiveness, and he will use his ultimate move later. Boss, let's go quickly, it won't be good if we get involved later. Beside the man holding the camera, another man gave instructions. No, can't go, don't forget the purpose of our coming, as long as we succeed in taking pictures, tomorrow's headline will be this is simply the power of God. After the man finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand, picked up the camera and started filming. Yes, they were just passing by at first, but after seeing this terrifying battle, 15 thoughts emerged in their minds. But, as they say, just snap Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, plus Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands. Then tomorrow's headlines, they are absolutely stable. Meanwhile, Susanoo's matchup with true several thousand hands began. Holding the light blade covering armament haki, Susanoo kept resisting the huge flying wooden fists. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, bang bang bang. In midair, a huge cloud of smoke and dust was produced. Wood fragments, large and small, fell to the ground. The power seems to feel smaller. Is it an illusion? Or is it because of the ability that Madara learned in this world? Senju Hashirama stood on the forehead of the Senju Buddha statue, analyzing the current situation. Susan, who is covered by the full armament haki, has been greatly improved in both defense and attack. Coupled with the progress, Uchiha Madara knew that it was more than enough to attack the Senju Buddha statue. Advertisement. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was standing inside Susan's forehead, with his hands folded on his chest, staring at the situation ahead. Let's entangle and release further. Uchiha Madara muttered, and then, with him as the center, an invisible shock was released. Instantly shattered all the wooden fists in front. Immediately afterwards, he manipulated Susanoo to attack again. Swish swish swish. With continuous swings, huge sword chi flew towards the Senju Buddha statue. Senju Hashirama frowned. It seems that this can no longer suppress him. The Senju Buddha statues were able to resist the sword energy at the beginning, but as more and more, Senju Hashirama felt weak, and finally abandoned the Senju Buddha statues directly. Bang bang bang. In the next second, the Senju Buddha statue was chopped into countless pieces by Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. I lost. Madara, Senju Hashirama said. Call. Susanoo was about to slash towards Senju Hashirama, but after hearing this, Uchiha Madara stopped directly, and then Susanoo disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. After you learn haki, let's play a game. Hashirama, Uchiha Madara patted the dust on himself as a reminder. The one you used in the battle just now, was it called haki? Strictly speaking, it's called armament haki. It can improve defense and attack. It's a very practical ability. This world is still a little different from what we used to be. The only thing, is that there is war here too, right? As Senju Hashirama spoke, he had already walked to Uchiha Madara's side. Ha ha, Uchiha Madara sneered, sat on a large rock next to him, and said slowly, Hashirama, wars are endless. People come because of what they want. All we can do is accept it. Of course, we can still try to change, can't we? Madara, Senju Hashirama added. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara laughed loudly. Hashirama, now you and I are alone, there is no need to be so tired, live for yourself, a new world. A new way of living. Yeah, in the Hokage world, both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have too much on their shoulders. One is responsible for the future of the Uchiha clan, the other is responsible for the future of the Senju clan, both are chasing after the ideals in their hearts, until the end, they get nothing. You're right, Madara, it's fine as it is now. Let's go back. The next day, without a doubt, Senju Hashirama's battle with Uchiha Madara made the headlines, and the newsbirds were sending every corner of the ocean. New world, an island. Locks has already started planning for his return. I remember this guy is one of Bernard Issan's subordinates, his name seems to be Madara. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper and muttered. I know this guy, I almost fought against him in the previous battle. However, as for the other 713, I don't know. It's the first time we met, but I didn't expect that he has such ability. Whitebeard looked at the Senju Buddha statue in the newspaper and was shocked. Edward, tell me, if this guy can become a member of my Locks pirates, will he feel like a fish in water? Locks put away the newspaper in his hand and asked. Did you mean? That's right, he has a grudge against the world government, and we have a grudge against the world government. We can cooperate completely. Locks said his thoughts at this time. Yes, because the newspapers just said that Uchiha Madara fought Senju Hashirama, and after the fight, both disappeared on the island. Therefore, Locks thought that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were in a hostile relationship, so he had the idea of wanting to win over. If he can join our Locks pirates, we will usher in a qualitative improvement. Although we don't know his specific strength, but he can summon such a terrifying Senju monster, how weak can he be? Whitebeard said expressed his own opinion. However, in the vast sea, it is not easy to find him. 096 King's qualification, world's recognition, full order. There was a hint in Locke's tone, and Whitebeard was naturally not stupid, and understood the meaning. I'll go, Captain Locks. When Locks heard this, a smile instantly appeared on his sad face. Then, Edward, this matter, please, this person is very important, as long as we successfully win over, our Locks pirates will resume sailing on this sea sooner. Whitebeard nodded, and said softly, I will do my best to complete this matter. Compared with the Locks pirates, Luogia went much smoother. In the battle with Locks, although the loss was huge, but fortunately, the key combat power was not lost. And what about the Locks pirates? Those who died died, those who escaped, and those who were caught were caught. If you want to regroup, it's not easy. New World, on an island. While Luogia was preparing to set sail, he was paying attention to what happened in New World. In a forest, Luogia and his party gathered around the fire, with meat roasted on the fire and wine beside them. They had gradually regained their vitality. Grr. Luogia gulped down the wine, and when he drank it all, he threw the bottle far away, then burped for a long time, and then let out a voice. At first, we thought that we would reach the end of our journey after fighting Locks, but we didn't expect that Marine would save us, ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Rayleigh next to him also laughed. The Locks pirates are worse than ours. They were directly disintegrated by Marine, and many cadres were directly sent to Marine prison. As for Locks, now except for himself, it is estimated that no one knows if he is still alive. That's what they deserve, Jabba said with a smile, holding the barbecue in one hand and the wine in the other. Indeed, if they hadn't fought Luogia, then the following series of events would not have happened, nor would the current situation have resulted. Advertisement. In fact, the Luogia pirates and the Locks pirates are both pirates, but strictly speaking, only the Locks pirates can be counted as true pirates. Although Luogia is playing the banner of the pirates, they never do anything harmful, just to pursue their dreams. As for Locks, he is the one who fully interprets the word pirate, plunder, tyranny, ambition. Anyway, whether he is alive or not doesn't matter much to us. Luogia reached out and grabbed the barbecue on the fire, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. However, there is an amazing guy from the world government. Rayleigh said again. You mean, Bernard Issan? Marine has fought against the Locks pirates many times, but they didn't take advantage of it. This time, that guy teamed up with Marine and directly caused fatal damage to the Locks pirates. From now on, we will not, if necessary, try to avoid it. Rayleigh said slowly. I thought so too. Luogia nodded, and he also agreed with what Rayleigh said. After all, it was obviously not easy to mess with the Locks pirates. What Issan doesn't know is that in the second half of the Grand Line, on the New World, the name Bernard Issan has been deeply engraved in the heart of every pirate. Holy Land, Mariajoy. It's okay Madara, Hashirama, the headlines are taken over by the two of you. Issan sat on the sofa, read the latest newspaper, and joked. These guys are really lingering, gold is being photographed everywhere. Uchiha Madara complained angrily 10 times. It's normal. Issan put the newspaper in his hand on the table, and then explained. The two of you sparred too much, and it's very common for you to be targeted. By the way, I heard from Tornado that we are going to move our residence to a place called the Valley of the Gods. Uchiha Madara changed the subject and asked. Issan nodded. Yes. So suddenly, could something have happened? Advertisement. Don't think too much, it's just a simple migration. While speaking, Issan stood up. Speaking of which, why didn't you see anyone else today? Senju Hashirama asked aloud. Tornado, Lai, Minion and the others went to Sabayati Archipelago to play, and Akunologia and Guoyuan went to work. Issan said while putting on his short cape. You want to go out? Uchiha Madara saw Issan's actions and asked. Well, I have nothing to do, I'll sell it to cultivate chi. Issan is not slack at all in practicing this. Hockey. I just want to learn too, so I'll follow along. Senju Hashirama said, and quickly picked up his coat, but saw that Uchiha Madara did not move at all. He asked again. Aren't you going out, Madara? I won't go, I'll go down to have fun. Just teach you by hockey Issan. Uchiha Madara explained. Then let's go. After leaving a word, Issan stepped out. With Senju Hashirama's aptitude, learning hockey is very simple, basically it doesn't take much time to get started, but if you want to be proficient, it still takes a little time to get used to it. Senju Hashirama's situation is the same as that of Akunologia, Uchiha Madara, and Kunichi. After mastering the armed color and observation hockey, he naturally awakened Conqueror's hockey. However, it is not surprising that they can awaken the Conqueror's hockey Issan. After all, in the world they are in, they already have the qualifications of kings. In contrast, they can awaken the Conqueror's hockey, which is also regarded as the recognition of the world's heaven for them. 097 Inherit Sage Mode, Airborne Whitebeard, Full Order. Having learned Conqueror's hockey, for Senju Hashirama, it is undoubtedly like a fish in water, and his strength has improved to a higher level. Use hockey on your own ninjutsu, the power of ninjutsu will be more powerful, and the defense will also be greatly improved. Hockey is really a very practical ability. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but sigh when he saw the effect. As for Issan, after Senju Hashirama learned it, he practiced it himself. Leaving Senju Hashirama alone there secretly chuckled. Boom, boom. As Yi Si threw out punch after punch, the mountain shook, and finally couldn't bear it directly. The mountain began to collapse, large and small stones fell down, and dust and mist splashed up. But Yi Si dodged quickly to avoid affecting herself. Call. Yi Si sighed softly and muttered. The target has been destroyed, it's time to find the next mountain to train armament hockey. Just as Yi Si finished speaking, Senju Hashirama's voice came from behind him. If you don't mind, I can practice with you. Yi Si turned his head and glanced at him. Although his hockey is still immature, his basic strength is still very strong, so it is a very good human sandbag. It's okay, just tell the rules. Yi Si asked. Hockey fight. Can. As soon as the voice fell, with Yi Si as the center, a powerful coercion released 303 towards the surroundings. Undoubtedly, this is really the Conqueror's hockey. Ka ka ka. The surrounding trees seemed to be crushed in an instant, and they split open. Of course, the same is true for the rocks on the ground. Although they were not broken, they all had cracks. Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment, staring at the cracked trees and rocks with cracks, and said in quite a shock, this is Conqueror's hockey. Yes, didn't you say that Conqueror's hockey only has the effect of deterrence? You, all have physical damage. Senju Hashirama is stunned, this has physical damage, are you sure it is only useful for deterrence? Of course, Senju Hashirama has this reaction because Yi Si just gave him a brief introduction to Conqueror's hockey before, without explaining it in detail. I didn't feel the need to understand so quickly before, but now that you ask, I'll tell you in detail. Hockey is also graded. The first is the armament hockey, entangled, cast out, and destroyed. Then there is the color of knowledge and knowledge, which can sharpen the five senses, detect the breath of the surrounding creatures, and can also be used to predict and avoid danger. When you practice ultimate, you can even see the future. Then there is Conquerors. In addition to deterrence and causing certain physical damage, it also has another purpose, which is to wrap itself or use it on weapons. Advertisement. When Senju Hashirama heard Yi Si's introduction, he was visibly excited, but he didn't expect Conqueror's hockey to have such an effect. Conquerors can also be wrapped around a weapon or used by itself like armor color. Senju Hashirama asked. That's right. Yi Si nodded. Okay, let's go. After Senju Hashirama finished speaking, his arms covered his hands, and he ran wildly, rushing towards Yi Si. Although his armament hockey is not very good now, but the basic ability is very strong, and the owner Charlotte Linlin has a similar physique and strange strength. Boom. The two fists collided, and the impact was produced. The ground was directly shattered, and black lightning appeared. After tens of seconds of stalemate, Senju Hashirama was directly bounced away. He has a good amount of strange power, but his character progress has not reached the peak, so his own strength has also been reduced a lot. In this way, the two hockey practice officially began. Until dusk fell, Yi Si didn't know whether it would help Senju Hashirama. Anyway, Yi Si felt that a human body sandbag is better than a mountain. Ding, Senju Hashirama's unlocking progress has reached 30%, congratulations to host for inheriting the Sage Mode ability. During the training, Yi Si suddenly thought of these words, and he was slightly taken aback, but Senju Hashirama found the opportunity and directly repelled Yi Si. After retreating dozens of steps, Yi Si straightened up and did not attack again. At the same time, a brand new panel was singled out in front of him. Host. Bernard Issan. Digging level. 20200ths. Number of excavations. 0.715ths. As the excavation level increases, the chances of excavation will increase. Physique. Advanced body art 100%, ninja art. Meiotic regeneration 10%. Increase the progress to obtain stronger recovery ability, activate cells, and enhance vitality. When it is increased to 100%, you can obtain regeneration ability. Characters. Uchiha Madara 50%, Tornado 30%, Akunologia 35%, Unohana Retsu 25%, Sukuni Enichi 25%, Senju Hashirama 30%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening Attribute Burning 1668 5000ths Burning Fruit BFBI Reality 1023 2000 Conquerors 203 2000ths Armed Color 360 2000ths Knowledge Color 981 thousandths. Inheritance. Susano Sage Mode. Excavation Location. Insufficient excavation times, unable to locate. Warehouse. None. Sorry, the previous panel missed, the author only found out now. Sage Mode. Yi Si muttered to himself, this is also a good ability. Advertisement. Indeed, in the original work of Hokage, Sage Mode is a kind of fairy art chakra created by absorbing a certain amount of natural energy, which can greatly enhance the power of ninjutsu, body art, and illusion. Of course, there is no such thing as chakra directly inherited by Yi Si, but this ability is still very useful for Yi Si. Entering the state of Sage Mode, physical skills, hockey, devil fruit ability, etc., will be improved in all aspects, which is very practical. What's wrong? Don't you practice? Senju Hashirama looked at Yi Si in a daze, but he didn't take the initiative to attack, but asked a question. Yi Si smiled slightly and shook his head. It's still early, let's go on. Just what I want. However, after fighting for a while, something unexpected happened to Yi Si. When Yi Si felt the ominous aura, a figure appeared in midair, holding a naginata in his hand, and directly separated Yi Si from Senju Hashirama. Edward Newgate. After seeing Whitebeard, Yi Si subconsciously said the name. The small island where Yi Si is now belongs to the New World area, not far from the Holy Land of Mariajoy. And the first half of the Grand Line that Whitebeard wants to go must pass through here, and he doesn't know whether it is God's favor or what. He saw the movement in the sea area, so he observed it with a telescope. When he saw Senju Hashirama and Yi Si, he immediately became excited and rushed over without saying a word. His goal is also clear, which is to invite Senju Hashirama aboard. Of course, Whitebeard doesn't know the relationship between Yi Si and Senju Hashirama now. When I saw Yi Si fighting Senju Hashirama, I thought it was a hostile relationship. Bernard Yi Si, we meet again. Whitebeard planted the scythe in his hand on the ground and looked directly at Yi Si. Yi Si grinned. They all said you were dead, and now it's really surprising that you suddenly appeared in front of me. You guys know each other. Senju Hashirama stood beside Whitebeard. He first looked at Yi Si, then at Whitebeard, and asked curiously. We met once. Yi Si replied casually. Whitebeard looked at Senju Hashirama and said, My name is Edward Newgate, one of the officers of the Locks Pirates. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly, without thinking so much, and replied casually, Hello, Senju Hashirama. Yes, Senju Hashirama didn't hear from Locks and Luogia pirates when they first came, and everyone thought they were gone, so Yi Si and his group didn't talk to Senju Hashirama. So, now Senju Hashirama is unmoved when he hears about the Locks pirates. Is that Locks guy still alive? Yi Si asked. Indeed, according to the normal situation, if Locks is gone, Whitebeard will go to form the pirate group by himself, and this introduction will not say that he is the cadre of the Locks pirate group. 098 Whitebeard. The clown is myself. Facing Yi Si's questioning, Whitebeard did not hide it. After all, it was no secret, and it was only a matter of time before Locks made a comeback. Fortunately, we all survived that battle. Yi Si smiled slightly, sat on a fallen tree very calmly, and then spoke slowly. This time, Locks called you to assassinate me again. Before Whitebeard could answer, Senju Hashirama could hear the clue, and the relaxed look on his face became solidified. Are you in a hostile relationship? Certainly. Yi Si responded. Senju Hashirama, alert for a split second, jumped back, putting a safe distance from Whitebeard. Don't worry, I have no hostility. Captain Locks appreciates people with strength. You have enmity with the world government, and we also have a relationship with the world government. Why don't we work together to make something big happen? Whitebeard looked directly at Senju Hashirama. Take it easy. At this moment, Yi Si instantly understood. Good guy, this is really not to kill him, but to poach the wall in front of his own face. Edward Newgate, your behavior is a little too much. Yi Si spoke again from the side. Really, I'm just an invitation from people who share the same Tao. However, joining forces is really too much for your world government. Whitebeard explained. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Yi Si couldn't bear it anymore, and burst out laughing. It seemed that Whitebeard was the only one left in the scene who didn't know what was going on. Yi Si stood up again, and explained with a smile. Actually, I think it's better for you to understand the situation before handling a matter, and it's better to take action. Am I shameless? Yi Si's words awakened Whitebeard directly. Whitebeard looked at Senju Hashirama in disbelief. You are his subordinates. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama showed a harmless smile. Yes, we are all from the world government. Whitebeard looked a little embarrassed at this moment. Good guy, this matter, I was really careless. Aren't you in a hostile relationship? Who told you? Or did you read it in the newspaper? What was in the newspaper? His conflict with Madara. Whitebeard hesitated to speak, and swallowed the rest of the sentence in the middle of the sentence. Work. That's not a conflict. We're just exchanging ideas in a friendly way, and this time we're just practicing. Senju Hashirama explained not far away. Whitebeard's face was black. Boy, the clown turned out to be himself. The next second, he tightly held the naginata in his hand, looking at Yi Si and Senju Hashirama warily. What, do you want to dance, Edward? I always have to make some protection, for the sake of my own safety. No need, I'm not interested in your life. Yi Si said calmly. In fact, Whitebeard does not pose any threat to him, after all his dream does not conflict with his own. He just wants to find his own family in this vast sea, and he doesn't have the ambition to dominate the world like Locks. Of course, it is not impossible to take him down now, but it is almost impossible to take him down in a short time, because his shock fruit ability is quite tricky. However, in this way, you will delay the time to take a bath, enjoy a good meal, and a good night. Therefore, Yi Si felt that it was completely unnecessary to add an unnecessary life and death duel. Yes, now Whitebeard's life is a bit insignificant compared with these things in Yi Si's eyes. UB**************, D, it's really hard to figure it out. Whitebeard put the naginata back on his shoulder again. Although it was an antagonistic relationship, he didn't know why he trusted Yi Si's words. Even if Yi Si said that he was not interested in his life, he was not interested. However, I must trouble you to bring a word to Locks. Advertisement. What words? Tell him to hide obediently for the rest of his life. When he sets sail again under the banner of the Locks pirates, it will be the countdown to his death. Yi Si said calmly. Ask for flowers. Faced with these words, Whitebeard did not answer, but turned and left by himself, while Yi Si smiled slightly. Although he didn't answer, Yi Si knew that Whitebeard would definitely pass this on to Locks. Staring at Whitebeard's receding figure, Yi Si also patted the dust off his body. Okay, Hashirama, it's getting late, we should go back too. Yeah, well, when he first came, I thought the two of you were friends based on your tone of voice. Senju Hashirama chuckled lightly. Friend. Yi Si just smiled and didn't say much. The trip was pretty good overall, picking up Senju Hashirama's sage mode, and then learning that Locks and Whitebeard aren't dead yet. However, although the Locks pirates have not fallen, Yi Si knows that he will never have a chance to return to his peak form. Because most of the cadres are still in the marine prison, and they no longer have the ability to attack the marine prison. If they act recklessly, they will definitely trap themselves directly, so Locks will definitely not go to marine prison to save other people. Back in the holy land of Mariajoy, everyone has returned except Uchiha Madara, and Ra's minion has prepared a rich dinner. After enjoying the food, Yi Si went to take a bath in the artificial hot spring. Master, you have been training hard all day, let us help you. Yi Si, who was lying in the pool, heard this, and looked up. Behind him were two maids, one of whom was Rosie Minion. At this time, they were all wrapped in bath towels, with enchanting figures. How do I feel? You are here to make me more tired. 099 Whitebeard. He is also one of Yi Si's subordinates, see full order. Rose Minion and another maid covered their mouths and laughed. Afterwards, they also walked down the pool, and one of them massaged behind them. The other person was in front of Yi Si. Let me help you relax, master. Yi Si nodded, but did not refuse. After obtaining Yi Si's consent, Rose Minion took a breath, and then plunged into the warm water. Time passed quickly, between one close and one close. The next day has come. Early this morning, 5 elders sent people over to ask Yi Si when to get up for the Valley of the Gods. And Yi Si's answer was within a week. Of course, if there was nothing else to do, he would have set off long ago. The reason why he didn't leave was because the number of excavations was about to be refreshed. Yi Si had just finished washing and came to the hall. What he never expected from 003 was that Unohana Retsu also entered the kitchen. This point shocked Yi Si, but if he guessed correctly, it should be because of the tornado. As for Akunologia and Uchiha Madara, the two of them are completely salted fish. In the back garden, there are 2 rocking chairs, wearing a pair of sunglasses, basking in the warm sun. Senju Hashirama and Guoyuan were the same as Yi Si, sitting in the lobby, reading newspapers, chatting without saying a word. Sometimes, while chatting, they will talk about interesting things in their world, and Yi Si will participate aloud from time to time. In the lively atmosphere, this picture looks very warm. The celestial dragons in the Holy Land Mariajoy basically knew about Yi Si going to the Valley of the Gods. So early in the morning, Doric had already arrived at Yi Si's door. Master Doric, are you looking for our master? The maid who opened the door asked. Yes, Dakra nodded. Master, just in the hall, please follow me. It is good. Doric nodded honestly, then turned his head back, and told the group of female slaves behind him, you bloody slaves stay here. After all, the maid walked in front, and Doric followed behind. Advertisement. Of course, under normal circumstances, if someone says and does this, he will surely die. However, for Yi Si, the rules of celestial dragons don't work, and Doric also knows Yi Si's character well, so he won't be so stupid as to provoke Yi Si's bottom line. The door was not closed, and most of the female slaves cast their eyes inside. Is this the residence of Sir Bernard Issan, the hero of the world? A slave in the middle whispered. Of course, these things are what they heard Doric mention. Hearing this, a woman who was pondered over, her face was very vicissitudes, and her eyes were dull, turned her head and said to the group of female slaves who bought from the auction house yesterday. You should pray that Sir Bernard Issan can want you, otherwise, your nightmare will only begin now. Yes, if Lord Bernard Issan doesn't want it, your fate will be exactly the same as ours. Speaking of this, those female slaves who were bought back yesterday and didn't even have their slave seals were even more panicked. Sister, please teach us a way. Ha ha ha. The vicissitudes of life in front of the woman sneered. No way, this is the first time for us to have such an opportunity, but, as far as I know, being able to enter Lord Bernard Issan's door is equivalent to regaining freedom. Even, get rid of slaves directly and become nobles. Sisters, I hope that after you go in, you can come back to rescue us. Yeah, sister, as long as we have a chance, we will definitely rescue you. Why are you here? Doric Saint. Yi Si who was sitting on the sofa asked in surprise. Dolak smiled slightly. I didn't hear that Issan was going to migrate to the Valley of the Gods, so I brought you a gift, you should like it. Gift. Yi Si paused. What gift? I bought a batch of top-quality female slaves at the auction yesterday. The slave seals haven't been stamped yet. I sent them to you outside the door early in the morning. While talking, Dakra sat in the Senju Hashirama on that sofa. Excellent. Yi Si listened, but felt a little interest. Yes, Dakra nodded. Breakfast is here. At the same time, Rose Minion, Dragon Roll, and Unohana Retsu came to the hall with a delicious breakfast. Advertisement. Huh, a guest. Unohana Retsu wondered. A friend, have you had breakfast? Yi Si asked Dora Shu. No, I haven't had time to send you something yet. Dolak smiled. To be honest, he was tired of delicacies from mountains and seas. When he saw Yi Si's more unusual meals, he swallowed his saliva and seemed to want to try. It's here at Yi Si. Dolak is honest, if it's in other places, he will definitely be the first to try it, and if it doesn't suit his appetite, the chef who makes the meal will be cold. Then let's eat together. Yi Si didn't care too much, after all, Doric helped him a lot when Cheat didn't wake up. Moreover, in Celestial Dragons, Doric is closer to Yi Si, and other relationships are relatively unfamiliar. Then I'm not welcome, Issan. Meanwhile, New World. Whitebeard returns to the island where Lox is located. Originally Lox thought that Whitebeard would go out for a long time, but he didn't expect to come back the next day. Edward, you are. Lox had a look of surprise on his face. I'm back to life. Just, alone. Lox glanced behind Whitebeard. Yes, Whitebeard nodded. You saw him, is he rejecting my invitation 3.8? Lox, tone was obviously a little lost. Seeing Lox look like this, Whitebeard knew that what he said next would make him even more disappointed, but he knew that he had to say it. Captain Lox, is there anything else? Yes, I'm telling the truth, the one who fought that Madara guy was called Senju Hashirama, but what? You should say it quickly. However, he is also a member of the world government, a member of Bernard Yi Si. As soon as these words came out, there was no doubt that Lox stood there blankly, his eyes glazed over. The whereabouts of 103rd generation ancient weapon full order. Love, Edward, what did you say? Locke still asked in disbelief. That, Senju Hashirama, is also a member of Bernard Issan's subordinate. Whitebeard said in a deep voice. There is one thing to say, and now Locke's is a little bit broken. Bernard Issan again, is this guy endless? While speaking, a black object appeared on Locke's body, and it seemed that at this moment, he hated Issan very much. Yes, if there is no Issan, in the last war, he solved the Luogia pirates, and he can exit perfectly. But because of Issan's participation, the Locke's pirates were directly broken up, and the former New World giant is now in a mess. Whitebeard heard what Locke said, but remained silent, and stood the Naginata on his back on a tree beside him, and then he sat on the huge tree root. Boom. As Locke swung a punch, the big tree was directly broken from the middle, and immediately after, he grabbed the broken tree directly, and then threw it directly towards the front. Ah, God bless me Locke. Now, Locke can only vent his anger helplessly. He was getting closer and closer to the goal of dominating the world, but since Issan joined forces, he directly beat the Locke's pirates back to their original form. Suddenly, at this moment, Locke seemed to remember something, and looked at Whitebeard. Edward. Whitebeard looked over, and the two looked directly at each other. What's wrong? Advertisement. Do you remember something we saw recorded on the stone? Locke asked Whitebeard. You mean, the intelligence inscribed on the text of the intelligence history? Whitebeard asked rhetorically. Yes, a long time ago, Locke once discovered the text of intelligence history on a certain island, and there were people in the ship who could read and understand those texts. However, Locke didn't take it seriously at the time, thinking that even without relying on these external things, he could dominate the world. However, with the current situation, he had to start thinking about that thing again. That's right, it's really the whereabouts of the 3 ancient weapons that destroy the world as recorded in the text of the intelligence history. As long as we find these 3 ancient weapons, why should we be afraid of Bernard Issan, why should we be afraid of the Marine, and why should we be afraid of the world government? Locke said impassionedly. Yes, the 3 ancient weapons rekindled Locke's decadent heart. And the 3 ancient weapons with the title of God, that can destroy the world are Pluto, Poseidon, and Uranus. It's true to say that, but the guy who can understand those words is nowhere to be found now. There are only 2 of us left. It's really hard to find the 3rd generation ancient weapon. Sunbeard explained. Leave this matter to me, Edward, the only way out for us now is to find the 3 ancient weapons capable of destroying the world. Locke said calmly. However, Locke's idea is good, but, the only fatal point is that Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient Poseidon, has not yet come to the world. The text of the history of Uranus has not yet been found. Even if Pluto and Uranus are found later, there is still one Poseidon short, and the 3rd generation ancient weapon is still missing. Of course, Locke doesn't know yet, because he just had the idea of the 3 ancient weapons. Undoubtedly, when he finds out that he was born at the wrong time, he will be even more desperate. The Holy Land Mariajoy sighed. Issan and his group have already finished their breakfast. Issan, come and see, let me give you a farewell gift. Dorkshung slowly got up, and said to Issan with a smile on his face. Advertisement. Issan nodded. Don't give it away for nothing, if you really like it, it's okay to take it, after all, these slaves still haven't been marked with slave marks. The follower Doric walked to the gate, just as he said. At this time, a group of women stood in the front yard of the castle, about 20 or so. Issan took a glance, similar to what Doric said, most of these slaves are top-notch. They are all tall, and have a good figure. However, when these female slaves saw Issan, they were also stunned. They thought that Issan, like Doric, was an ugly fat man. Never expected that he turned out to be a handsome man with both good looks and strength. The idea of wanting Issan to accept them is even more intense with B10. Tisk tisk tisk, Saint Doric, you really know how to play. Issan teased. Hey, to be honest, Issan, I prepared these for you. Oh, that's really thoughtful, Saint Doric. Only I understand you, Issan. As Dorkshung said, a strange smile appeared on his face. It hasn't moved, has it? Issan asked. After all, he didn't care about being played by others. Of course, all of them are original and authentic, and they haven't been touched. In order not to leave any marks on their hands and feet, I didn't even put handcuffs on them. Doric said slowly. Then I would like to thank you for your kindness first, and I will take it. As soon as these words came out, it was undoubtedly a great joy for those female slaves, and the big stone that was weighing on their hearts finally fell down. As long as Issan likes it, then I'll go first. 3CD001 excavation, bricks of black light, full order. I won't give it away, Saint Doric. No need to send, no need to send. While speaking, Doric had already stepped away, and Issan waved at him. After Doric left, Issan's eyes fell on this group of female slaves again. Of course, he couldn't want all of them, after all, there were almost 20 of them here. If you accept them all, plus the people on your side, there will be more than 30 people in total. Faced with such a situation, Issan chooses at most the best of the 5 best here. Minion. Issan yelled. Soon, Ross Minion hurried out of the castle, came to Issan's side, and said softly. Master, what are your orders? These people are in charge of you, tell them about the rules here. Good master. After Issan left a word, she walked in alone. When Rose Minion came, Issan didn't bother to tell her the rules here, let alone there are nearly 20 people now. Ahem. Ross Minion coughed a few times, and then slowly said, now, you have 2 choices. First, stay and serve the master, that is, Mr. Bernard Issan. Second, you can go now, but, if you are caught, it has nothing to do with us. Undoubtedly, as soon as these words came out, all the female slaves looked at me and I looked at you. Obviously, they all had the same goal, which was to stay here. Because they all knew that relying on their abilities alone would not be able to get out of the Holy Land Myriad, and the second choice would be a dead end. Of course, if Doric gave such a choice, many of them would probably choose the second path. But Yi Si is different here. Although they don't know much about it yet, they are not willing to take the risk. It seems. No one wants to leave. Congratulations, your choice is right, Rosminian explained. In the future, please give me more reminders from my sister, one of the female slaves said. Advertisement, yeah, we're new here, and we don't know what to do and what not to do. Don't worry, it is your blessing that you can come to my master. Now go take a shower with me and change into clean clothes. Yes, sister, after a long time, Rosminian took them to take a bath and put on new clothes. Not to mention, most of the looks are very good, with good looks, good figure, and fair skin. In the back garden, Akunalagia suddenly opened his eyes and touched his hot face. Damn it, I fell asleep unconsciously, the sun is old and poisonous. He poked his head, only to find that Uchiha Madara had moved the rocking chair under the shade of a tree, and was reading a newspaper while enjoying a drink. Without further ado, he also moved the rocking chair to the shade of the tree on the second floor, while picking up a bunch of fresh grapes on the stone table beside him. Madara, you should remind me anyway, the sun is so big that it affects my sleep. Akunalagia muttered as he lay down. Uchiha Madara glanced at him, but didn't say anything, and continued to read the newspaper. At the same time, Rosminian took the new maids to the back garden, preparing to arrange work for them. Hey, what's going on? I just took a nap. What happened? Why are there so many women at home? Akunalagia looked at Uchiha Madara curiously asked. Sent by Yi Si's friend. Uchiha Madara looked at the newspaper carefully, Gong responded. A gift from a friend? Good guy, so much, Yi Si even asked for more. Akunalagia said a little depressed. Everyone has different interests, do you think everyone is like you? Aren't you like me? You're not interested in women? No, you must be said that. I haven't reached your level yet. You are the kind who don't want to communicate at all. I can at least talk to them, Uchiha Madara explained. Almost. The difference is huge, never mind. Akunalagia said softly, and kept feeding grapes into his mouth. He didn't care at all about the sudden arrival of so many new maids at home. As mentioned earlier, he was just curious. A few days later, those maids have gradually started to get used to the work here, and Yi Si has already selected the best of the best in his heart. As for the rest, when he sets sail for the Valley of the Gods, he will let them all go. Advertisement after all, he really has enough maids, and basically all of them are beautiful. Ding, the mining times have been refreshed, please dig in time. When the reminder sounded in Yi Si's mind, his own attribute panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Host. Bernard Yi Si digging level. 2, 0 200ths, number of excavations. 1, 0 15ths. As the excavation level increases, the chances of excavation will increase. Physique. Advanced body art, 100%, ninja art. Meiotic regeneration, 10%, increase the progress to obtain stronger recovery ability, activate cells, and enhance vitality. When it is increased to 100%, you can obtain regeneration ability. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 50%, Tornado, 30%, Akunalagia, 35%, Unohana Retsu, 25%, Sukuni Anichi, 25%, Senju Hashirama, 30%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening, Attribute Burning, 1668 5000ths, Mara Fruit, 1023 2000, Conquerors, 203 2000ths, Arm Color, 362 thousandths, Knowledge Color, 999 1000ths. Inheritance. Susano, Sage Mode. Excavation Position, positioning can be opened. Warehouse. None. Yi Si simply glanced at the panel, and without any hesitation, started positioning. After all, he was waiting for this excavation, and then went to the Valley of the Gods. Didi. Turn on location mode, ding, it's turned on. As usual, after the system's voice fell, a virtual map location panel popped up in front of Yi Si. This time it was not far from the Holy Land of Myriad, and after Yi Si got the position, he set off alone. After flying for about 10 minutes, Yi Si has already arrived at the destination. There have been blue light excavation plots and yellow light excavation plots before. This time, it was different from the previous ones, and what appeared was black. I don't know what kind of reward this time will be. Yi Si muttered, walked over slowly, and a shovel appeared out of thin air in his hand. Inside 002 new members, old celestial masters, seeking full order. He glanced directly at the black square, and then without much hesitation, he raised the shovel and dropped it. Boom. Originally, I thought that it would be the same as usual. When the shovel hit the ground, it would be disintegrated instantly like snow-white fluffy cotton candy hit water. However, this time, there was a dang sound. There was a question mark on Yi Si's face. What's going on? After nagging, Yi Si put away the shovel again, when this time, cracks appeared on the bricks of black light. Hey guy, my digging level has increased? The toughness of your bricks has also increased? Dang. Yi Si immediately lost his temper and kept digging with the shovel. It didn't stop until the system beeped. Hint, get character card X1. Open black lens bracket hint, get a selection card, use the ability in the optional character card. Hint, get weapons, fairy magic wand. Open black lens bracket hint, gain experience 50 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket hint, gain experience 50 close black lens bracket. As the system prompt fell, Yi Si was stunned for a moment, and his eyes flashed. Wait, it seems that something weird has been mixed in. Without hesitation, he immediately opened his attribute panel 620, and his eyes fell on the column of the warehouse. The next second, he was speechless. Sure enough, something terrible has been mixed in. Magic fairy wand. Advertisement. EC took it out directly from the warehouse curry. This fairy magic is not long, there is a heart shape at the end, and a pair of small white wings in the middle section. Why does this kind of thing appear? You said that if you get a weapon, you get a weapon. Give me a magic fairy wand? Balala energy? Magic transformation? The corner of Yi-Si's mouth twitched a few times, and then he threw it on the ground, but thinking about it later, in case a magician comes along one day, give it to him as a gift. Picking it up and putting it back in the warehouse, Yi-Si turned his attention to choosing Cheng Kajang again. Use, ding, successfully used. Please choose the inheritance ability. A. Tornado. Superpower. B. Uchiha Madara. Sharingan. C. Senju Hashirama. Wood style. D. Akunologia. Black dragon form. E. Guoyuan Yuan. The breathing method of the sun. F. Unohana Retsu. Kaido. Yi-Si glanced at it. BFAF. These abilities are very good, but Yi-Si has just obtained the ability of Sage Mode. If there is a wood style at this time, wouldn't it be possible to use the Sage Art technique to achieve true several thousand hands? There are still opportunities for others in the future anyway, so Yi-Si quickly chose wood style. Once this is done, all that's left is the summoning. Character card. Ding. Are you sure to use it? Sure. Yi-Si answered directly without too much hesitation. Ding. The character card has been consumed successfully. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the source from, under one man, the old master, Zhang Jue. Old heavenly master, Zhang Jue. Yi-Si paused. He was no stranger to this person, and said, Lao Wei's world is very similar to Yi-Si's. This time, the role is not small. In the original book, under one person, he is one of the 10 men in the inhuman realm, the 6th 5th generation celestial master of Longhushan Tianchi Mansion, the leader of a faction, leading the inhuman realm, the largest alien group. While Yi-Si was still in deep thought, a white light particle suddenly appeared in front of him, and the light particles gathered together to form a human form. In the next second, a tall and straight figure, long beard and long eyebrows, narrow and long eyebrows, wearing Longhushan black celestial master uniform, has a capable and free and easy image. His eyes are luminous because of a century of pure cultivation, and his charm is restrained. Advertisement. I really never thought that I, an old man, will have such an experience when I am quite old. Ha 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 ha. The old heavenly master took a look at Yi-Si and laughed out loud. Immediately, he took out his mobile phone in his arms, and before he could make a sound, Yi-Si said, Don't look, there are no such things as mobile phones in this world. There will be no signal, you can only listen to music, take a picture according to what, of course, there is electricity, and I can get you a charger later. It's so, the things of the old world, it's useless to keep them. The old Tianchi smiled slightly, and didn't throw it away, but put the phone back in his arms. However, Yi-Si always felt a bit out of place as a cultivator with the gadgets of the 21st century. Welcome, old master, but I also have a weapon similar to that produced in your world. Do you want it? It happens that there is no owner, Yi-Si asked. Oh, show me the old man. Yi-Si nodded, took out the magic fairy wand from Curry, and threw it at the old celestial master. Although the old heavenly master was shocked for a moment, he still caught it casually. This magic wand? Old man, I saw it on a children's TV show. It seems that you recognize it, but it's different from what you've seen on children's TV shows. His is a toy, and mine is a real magic wand, Yi-Si said slowly. To be honest, Yi-Si wants to see the old celestial master using the magic fairy wand. The scene. It's so straight. Although it's a good thing, it's a pity that I don't know how to use it, old man. In my impression, a few formulas are used. You can try to see if it works. The old celestial master held the magic fairy wand in one hand, stared directly at Yi-Si with his eyes, and did not make a sound. Let me think about it. It seems to be called something. It's still called blah blah energy, Uta la. Or Gunara, god of darkness. Woohoo. If this doesn't work, then I don't know, but there is a relatively simple and violent way to use it, Yi-Si said, reaching over. The old master handed back the magic fairy stick in his hand to Yi-Si. Yi-Si holds the magic fairy wand in her hand, directly covers armament hockey, and then swipes forward. Shua. A burst of blue light was released, directly recording a piece of rock. With a sound of boom, the rock instantly turned into dust, and a huge cloud of smoke rose slowly. 003 Luogia pirates set sail again, full order required. What kind of kung fu is this? The old heavenly master looked directly at the huge cloud of smoke and dust in front of him, and asked with interest. A product of this world, named armament hockey. While Yi-Si was speaking, he had already released the armament hockey in his hand, and then handed back the magic fairy wand to the old master. The old master hurriedly waved his hand, and said kindly, Forget it, my old man doesn't know how to use such a magic weapon, so you can keep it, but I am interested in the product you mentioned. Since the old celestial master doesn't want the magic fairy wand, Yi-Si can only put it back on the curry. After all, he doesn't need it. It's a good thing to be interested. These are very practical abilities in this world. Even if you don't need them, you can't overwhelm yourself with too many skills, right? Yi-Si shrugged and said with a chuckle. The old heavenly master nodded and agreed with what Yi-Si said. Let's talk about it after we go back. Someone will tell you about some problems in this world in detail. Yi-Si stretched and was ready to go back. It seems that my old man is not the only one who has such a miraculous experience. You are right, Master Tien. To be precise, you are the 7th, and there is another one in front of you, all from different worlds, Yi-Si explained. The old master is becoming more and more interested. He wants to see what kind of abilities our kung fu people in those different worlds have. Meanwhile, Naval Headquarters, in the Marshal's office. The current Marine Marshal Kong is holding the newly arrived newspaper, frowning. Sengoku, who also just took up the post of Marine Admiral, sat on the side, looking directly at Kong. As for the other side, Garp, who refused to be promoted, didn't take it seriously, and ate snacks on his own. Boom. Advertisement suddenly. Kong slapped the newspaper on the table angrily, with a look of anger on his face. This action directly startled Garp, who was on the side, immediately stopped stuffing snacks into his mouth, and looked at Kong suspiciously. What happened? Sengoku asked first. Kong didn't answer right away, but handed his newspaper to Sengoku not far away, and said, look at it, look at it. Sengoku took the newspaper without hesitation and glanced at it. The lie of the world government, the Luogia pirates set sail again. Sengoku read the headline of this newspaper in a low voice, and, on the right side of the headline, there is also a photo of Luogia and others standing in front of the boat holding swords and laughing, the pirate flag fluttering in the wind. Luogia. When Garp heard this, he became a little interested, put the snacks in his hand on the table, then walked up to Sengoku, and grabbed the newspaper. One side asked in confusion, didn't the Luogia pirates be destroyed by the Locks pirates? What's going on here? Yeah, why is there news about Luogia all of a sudden? Could it be fake? Speaking of this, Sengoku quickly vetoed his guess. No, it should not be fake. Those news agencies won't do these vain reports, but this report will have an extremely bad influence on the world government, Kong said in a deep voice. We can't help it. We can't find the residences of the guys from the news agency. Even if we find them, they will move their residences as soon as possible. Sengoku said helplessly that the world government also sent people there before, wanting to spend money to cooperate with the news agency and spend money to eliminate news that is not friendly to the world government. But obviously, they were directly rejected. Their slogan was to make the most authentic news in the world, the fastest and the most accurate. Garp put the newspaper in his hand on the table and said with a smile on his face, it seems that the sea is about to toss again, but it's okay, there is nowhere to save all your energy. For Garp, the Luogia pirates set sail again. Not only is he not worried, but he is also a little excited. Advertisement Kong and Sengoku gave Garp a blank look and wanted to say something, but they swallowed the words. After all, they know Garp, and what they say to this guy is left in the left ear and out in the right ear. Asking for flowers. New world, an island. There was not much reaction from the world government, but when Locks saw the news, he exploded with anger. Edward. You have to explain this to me. Locks directly slammed the newspaper on the table, questioning Whitebeard coldly. After all, in the last battle, Locks asked Whitebeard to hunt down the injured Luogia and the others. Whitebeard didn't mention it later, and Locks thought he had successfully killed Luogia and the others. But today, I saw the news that the Luogia pirates set sail again. Sorry, Captain Locks, I followed your order to hunt them down. They left in a small boat. I used the shock fruit ability to sink them all to the bottom of the sea. I stayed on the shore to observe for a while before I left. 0. I really didn't expect that they survived. Hearing this, Locks felt dizzy with anger. Yes, according to the current situation, in that battle, the Luogia pirates had nothing to do, but their own side had collapsed. Damn celestial dragons, damn Luogia. At this point, it's useless to say any more, Captain Locks. Let's speed up our pace and find the whereabouts of the 3 ancient weapons, Whitebeard said slowly. Although Whitebeard doesn't like the feeling of staying in the Locks pirates, but it's pretty good for Locks, at least he didn't take the opportunity to leave. At this time, Golden Lion is already planning to set up his own pirate group and is looking for his partner on a certain island in the New World. Of course, the big reason is that he thought that Locks was dead, but now even if he knew that Locks was not dead, it would be difficult for him to return to the team. Holy Land Mariajoy. Yi Si has returned to the castle with the old Master .0045 elders, bringing back another strong man. Backyard. Ross Minion walked slowly to the shade of the tree, stood behind the rocking chair, and she softly spoke to Akunalagia and Uchiha Madara who were still sleeping. Master Madara, Lord Akunalagia, the master brought back a partner from outside, let the two adults get acquainted with each other in the past. Hearing this, Akunalagia and Uchiha Madara slowly opened their eyes. Partner? Yes. The two stood up slowly and stretched at the same time. It seems that I guessed right. Next, if I guess correctly, we are going to the Valley of the Gods. While Uchiha Madara was talking, he casually picked up an apple from 960 on the stone table, nodded, and walked towards the castle in diameter. Akunalagia followed closely behind, and replied, anyway, for me, it doesn't matter where I go. In the hall, except for Uchiha Madara and Akunalagia, everyone else has arrived. Undoubtedly, when they saw that it was an old man, they were all a little surprised. Of course, this did not mean to look down upon him. After all, the people in front of him all looked like the younger generation, and suddenly an old man came, and they couldn't change their train of thought. Don't look at him as an old man, he is actually very good at fighting, isn't he, old master? Yi Si chuckled lightly. The old Tianchi half closed his eyes, waved his hands, and said calmly, I'm just joking, Yi Si, old man, I'm already half lying in a coffin, so I'm not as good as you young people. In fact, when the old heavenly master came in, he felt a sense of oppression. Undoubtedly, this sense of oppression came from other summoned characters. The old man is too low-key, they are all his own people. Guoyuan also interjected. Advertisement, if you want the weapon I gave you, if you match it with you, you will definitely look decades younger. At this moment, Yi Si teased that the old celestial master used a magic fairy wand. Thinking about this scene, he felt a little exciting. However, when Yi Si's words fell, whether it was Tornado, Guoyuani, or Yunohana Retsu, they all became interested. What? What weapon? Although I don't know what kind of weapon it is, it sounds very powerful. If the old heavenly master doesn't want it, give it to me, Yi Si. Long Wan stretched out his hand and asked Yi Si. Ha 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 ha. I am really not suitable for the old man, but this little doll is quite suitable. The old master smiled and responded. Long Wan pursed his lips. He didn't like the name, little baby, of course. Seeing the age of the old Tianchi, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with saying it. Yi Si glanced at the tornado, and if she wanted it, then give it to her. Then, I saw a magic fairy wand appearing out of thin air in Yi Si's hand, and then threw it towards the tornado. After Tornado took it, he was a little surprised. Are you sure this is a weapon? Guoyuan was the first to speak out. Magic fairy wand. Yi Si replied casually. I've seen this thing before, but I don't know its name, Dragon Wan explained. The ones you've seen are toys, but mine are real ones that can release magic. Yi Si smiled reminiscently at the tornado. Although I can't see the fairy magic wand used by the old celestial master, but if the tornado uses it, it seems to be pretty good. Advertisement, how to use it? Tornado asked while thinking about the magic fairy wand. I heard from Yi Si that it seems to be reciting a spell, and the spell seems to be Balal energy, Udayutala, or Ganala, the god of darkness woohoo, is that right? While the old heavenly master was talking, he looked at Yi Si. Yi Si nodded, but he didn't think that he just said it casually, and the old heavenly master remembered it. Yes, but I don't know if it will work. It feels. This spell is a bit. Long Wan darkened his face, then put away the magic fairy wand, and did not show it in front of everyone. When Uchiha Madara and Akunalogia came in, everyone introduced them, and then started chatting. As for Yi Si, he withdrew midway to make arrangements for the journey to the Valley of the Gods. Are you leaving? In a castle hall, a bald old man from one of the 5 elders spoke. It's not too early, let's arrange some escorts for him. The old man with the knife just finished speaking, but suddenly seemed to pause, and then quickly added, what stupid am I talking? Arrange someone to escort him as escort. The combat power of that guy's subordinates directly overwhelmed the Lock's pirates. Now, new world in which pirate group can rival him, it's just a waste of time to worry about. Today, someone saw that boy Isan brought back an old man from his trip. It is said that this man possesses a majestic spirit without anger, and he is probably a strong man. Another old man continued. You say it's strange, why can that kid manage so many strong people to work for him? What kind of charm does he have that we don't know? He can get such a loyal book. As soon as these words came out, the other 4 old men looked at me and I looked at you, but they couldn't think of a reason. 005 Marine Prison Riot, Pirates Escape, Full Order. Yes, they have started asking people to investigate before, but until now, they haven't called out a result. Except for some basic names provided by Yi Si, others are all blank. Do you think the people he was looking for fell from the sky? The bald old man suddenly had a whimsical idea, but he didn't know if he really had this idea, or just said it casually. The other 4 old men gave him a blank look, and then went about their own business. Stop talking about these useless things, I think, he is the same as Master I am, as long as he doesn't want to tell us something, even if we try hard to find it, it's just futile. While this is a good thing for our world government, for some reason, I always have a feeling of uneasiness. It's normal. The influence of that boy Yi Si is slowly expanding, and his own strength is also growing at an incredible speed. Don't say we are uneasy, even if you look at the whole world, such a monster that appeared in this era, who can rest assured? The old man standing at the window said slowly, based on your description, that kid can be called the God of War. The God of War is in this world, and he should suppress all riots. It's too early to call it God of War. Almost, the name of the God of War, he will be able to stabilize soon. Anyway, he's from our celestial dragons, and that's a huge plus for me to set up world government. Ye see here. Because things happened suddenly, the world government couldn't prepare the ships for the trip so quickly, so they couldn't set sail right away. Today, Yi Si was also a rare lazy day, did not go to training, lying in the shade of the yard with Uchiha Madara and Akunalogia. While enjoying the massage of the maids, while enjoying the snacks. Lao Tianchi, Ji Guoyuan, and Senju Hashirama were on the tea table, drinking tea while chatting about interesting things in their respective worlds. As for the tornado and Yuno Hanaretsu, they went outside to play. Although the holy land of Myriad is calm, there is turmoil in the marine prison. You really want to go alone? In the dark prison, Charlotte Linlin raised her head and asked. Ha 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 ha, do you think you can escape from this marine's prison alone without us? In another cell, the cadre reminded. Don't be stupid, you can't go out by yourself, and the guys from Marine will bring you back in a short time. If you're unlucky, you might die outside on the spot, Longbread ordered. Dang dang dang. Charlotte Linlin dragged the high-purity seastone handcuffs, and approached the iron fence. Let us all go out, even though the Lock's pirates have fallen now, we used to be the team, you say. The cadre man nodded when he heard that. Indeed, Charlotte Linlin and the others were right, the chance of escaping alone was too small. Advertisement, but if you rescue this group of demon fruit power, then things will be much simpler. Don't hesitate, you've already made a fuss, and the Marine gang will come over soon, Longbread reminded. Indeed, if they wait for Marine to come over, their escape will basically be declared over. Zizi. As soon as the words of the Longbread fell, the hands of the cadre man had already covered armament hockey. Call, he swung his fist, and the iron bars twisted in an instant. He moved quickly, walked in, and opened the lock with the key he had stolen. After a while, all the members of Lock's pirates who were captured were released, and they even released the pirates who had been imprisoned before. In an instant, Marine prison was in complete chaos. Free. Free at last. Following the sound of this voice from the crowd, all the pirates rushed out. Naval headquarters. Blue blue blue, blue blue blue. In less than 10 minutes, Kong has answered the call bug 5 or 6 times. Please say, I'm Sengoku. Before Sengoku could finish speaking, Kong interrupted immediately and said, don't come here, you take Garp and set off quickly. In the marine prison, the guys from the Locks pirates have escaped. Yes. Sengoku also sensed the seriousness of the matter, and without any nonsense, immediately turned back and walked towards the port. Hey, aren't you going to Kong's side? It's too late, something happened in the marine prison, and the guy from the Locks pirates escaped from prison. Prison break. How come? Garp was slightly taken aback, a little surprised. You know, he hasn't heard of such a thing as a prison escape since he became a marine. However, the guys from the Locks pirates escaped from prison, which is justified. There's no time to explain. We have to hurry over there, otherwise, things will get worse. All our previous efforts will be in vain. Sengoku said with a serious face. Advertisement. Garp nodded, then said again, Sengoku, give me the phone bug. Huh? Why? Sengoku, who was running, glanced back at Garp, and asked in bewilderment. Just give it to me. Although Sengoku looked suspicious, he still handed the phone bug to Garp. I saw Garp press several times, and then began to wait for the connection. Meanwhile, Holy Land Mariajoy, in the back garden. Ross Minion hurriedly ran behind Yi, and said softly, Master, the phone bug is ringing. Phone bug? Yi paused. Even if he didn't say anything, he already roughly guessed who it was, because apart from World Government, 173 and Celestial Dragons, that phone bug never answered anyone else's phone bug. Okay, I get it. Yi stood up slowly, stretched, and then walked in. After Yi answered the phone bug, soon the phone bug imitated Garp's dynamic expressions. He was taken aback for a moment. He thought it was the World Government calling, but he never thought it was Garp. Of course, the phone bug on Garp's side naturally imitated the facial expression of Yi. Uncle. Bernard Issan, Garp, why are you calling here? Yi asked with a puzzled look. I want to find Madara. What do you want from him? I'll pass it on to you, Yi asked casually. The remnants of the Locks pirates imprisoned in the marine prison have escaped. Before Garp finished speaking, Yi said, the rest of the Locks pirates have escaped from prison? Yes. Garp nodded. So, you Marines are doing bad things. Do you want Madara to wipe your A? Yi asked. Of course not, it's just that Madara said before that there are fun things to ask him to do together. 006 Old Heavenly Master, Madara, Hashirama will arrive soon, full order required. Facing Garp's explanation, Yi didn't doubt it. Uchiha Madara and Garp do not know each other, and after adding an escort and fighting against the Locks pirates together, the two of them have become friends. Since Madara mentioned it, I won't say much, it's in marine prison, right? Yi said to the phone bug in a flat tone. Yes, sorry to trouble you, Lord Bernard Issan. As for the marine prison, Yi and his party know where it is except for the old Tianchi who just arrived. However, there is one thing I have to remind you. I'm just passing on a message for you. As for whether you will go or not, I don't know, Yi said flatly. I know this, Lord Bernard Issan. Yi hung up the phone without too much nonsense. Is it from the world government? Senju Hashirama raised his head and asked Yi not far away. Yi shook his head, and while walking, he explained, no, Marine called, saying that those guys from the Locks pirates escaped from prison and asked if Madara can go or not. Oh. Senju Hashirama nodded, and then continued to chat about his own affairs without saying anything. As for Yi, he went out directly and told Uchiha Madara what he wanted to convey. On Garp's side, just after hanging up the phone bug, Sengoku immediately cursed. Garp, you were crazy. You dared to bother Celestial Dragons with such things. Facing Garp's immaturity, Sengoku was very helpless. He originally wanted to keep things to a minimum and disturb the world government as little as possible. But what? Dude, Garp is a direct and indirect report to the Celestial Dragons. I don't bother with Celestial Dragons. That guy from Madara told me, it's fun. No, when you have a difficult battle, ask him to join you, Garp explained, and then put the phone bug in his hand and handed it to Sengoku. Sengoku was speechless, knowing Garp's personality that goes in one ear and out the other, so he didn't bother to say anything. After taking back the phone bug, he concentrated on running. After Uchiha Madara heard the news from Yi's mouth, she became excited, and then asked Yi if she would go with Akunologia. Advertisement. Obviously, both Yi and Akunologia refused. Uchiha Madara moved quickly and came to the hall immediately. Hashirama, are you going? Senju Hashirama looked suspiciously at Uchiha Madara and asked, go? Where? Marine prison. Oh, are you going to war? Participating in the war? Then you are giving them too much face. They are just our entertainment equipment. Uchiha Madara sneered. Is the old heavenly master going? Feel the power of this world. Senju Hashirama asked the old heavenly master again. Ever since the old master came to this world, he has always been interested in the power of this world, so he has no reason to refuse such an opportunity before him. Old man, I'll go and have a look. Anyway, it's fine to stay here now. What about you, Annie? I'll forget it. I'm going to lie down and take a nap. I'm leaving tomorrow, Guoyuan said calmly. All right. Since Guoyuan refused, Senju Hashirama didn't say much. Afterwards, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and the old heavenly master set off and rushed towards the marine prison. Marine prison. At this time, black smoke was everywhere, and the members of the Locks pirates, together with the pirates who were originally imprisoned with good strength, quickly broke through the marine prison. The sun. That's what it feels like. We are free. Long Bun opened his hands, welcoming the warm sun, enjoying himself. I haven't seen the sun for a while, but this time I think the sun is very beautiful. Another cadre of the Locks pirates smiled and half opened his eyes. Yes, I haven't seen the sun for a long time. If I want to adapt to the world with light in a short time, I still have to go slowly. The Locks pirates are no more, and the prison break is over. When we meet in the future, let's settle the grievances we once had on the Locks pirates. Advertisement, just you, hee hee hee. You really dare to say it? Charlotte Linlin immediately laughed when she heard this. Forget it today, even if there is a grievance, wait until you leave this island, otherwise, you are destined to be captured by Marine again, another man reminded. Take your time, I'll go first. One of the burly men with scars on his face left a word and ran towards the side. But just left for a while. Bang! Sounded. The burly man flew back directly and rubbed against Charlotte Linlin's feet. All the pirates heard the reputation and went, yes, the people who came were Marine Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp and some miscellaneous marine soldiers behind them. Sengoku? Garp? All the pirates almost spoke in unison? After all, many pirates among them can enter the marine prison because of Garp and Sengoku. Don't struggle, everyone, you are already surrounded by us, you can't escape. Sengoku was the first to speak out. Go back to where you came from. Garp added, are you sure you can stop all of us? Longbread laughed strangely, by Li Jiao. For one thing, the lineup of pirates is far better than that of Marine. After all, Marine has Garp and Sengoku. And what about the pirates? In addition to several cadres of the Lock's pirates, there are other pirates who are also very strong. Then you can give it a try. As Sengoku said, he took off the cloak with justice engraved on the back, ready to fight at any time. Hearing no one, he said he could stop us. Garp, Sengoku, let's settle the old and new grudges together. The group of people who were not the Lock's pirates started a wave of rhythm, and soon a group of people rushed directly towards Garp. 007 The Celestial Dragons are here, run fast, see full order. Shot. Sengoku gave an order, and the marine soldiers with long guns hurried forward, squatted down, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bullets shot out from the muzzle of the gun, approaching the pirates. Some of the slightly weaker ones couldn't dodge the bullets like a torrential rain, and fell to the ground one after another. As for those with a little strength, they're dancing high, holding long knives, covering armament hockey to resist. The bullets do not pose any threat to them with some strength at all. Garp frowned, and took off the cloak engraved with justice, and then jumped, landing like a cannonball, instantly suppressing the surrounding pirates. Suddenly, at this moment, an angry cry reached Garp's ears. Garp, I've been in this prison for 2 years because of you B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** man, covering armament hockey with his hands, had risen into the air and punched him. Garp grinned, covered armament hockey with his fist, and punched. Boom! When the two fists collided, a stream of air was generated and the ground shattered. 2 years have passed, and you are still as good as before. 097 Garp immediately stepped up his efforts and directly bounced it away. The burly man spun a few times in the air, then fell heavily to the ground, and passed out. One can imagine the power of Garp's punch. At this moment, the scene was chaotic, because of the rhythm brought by those guys. The Lock's pirates also made a move. Lin, let's go. Longbread gave instructions. He knew very well that if he stayed here for a long time, marine support would arrive soon, and by then, it would be difficult to fly even wings. Charlotte Linlin nodded. He thought so too. Zeus. I saw Charlotte Linlin shouted, and the next second, a white cloud appeared out of thin air, and it said with a smile on its face. Advertisement, Mom, you finally called me. Charlotte Linlin didn't answer. She stretched out her hand and pulled towards the white cloud. The original white cloud instantly turned into a black thundercloud. But at this moment, not far from Charlotte Linlin, a voice came. Linlin, are you leaving now? And he, like Charlotte Linlin, is one of the cadres of the Lock's pirates. It doesn't seem to be your business. Now that Captain Locks is gone, we have parted ways. Longbread responded directly. It's not too late to make a conclusion by looking at the situation here. The present opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the man said with a smile. Facing the cadres of the Lock's pirates, both Sengoku and Garp are at a disadvantage. Don't forget, we are here today. We are partly thanks to Garp. Are you really willing to give up this great opportunity? I'm afraid you won't be so lucky next time, he continued to add. Charlotte Linlin frowned and clenched her fists. Yes, just as the man said, Garp is largely responsible for their being in such a mess today. Well, this is indeed a rare opportunity. Charlotte Linlin took off the bicorn hat she was wearing, and in the next second, the bicorn hat transformed into a long sword, and this long sword was Napoleon. Longbread wanted to persuade, but he swallowed the words. After all, he understood Charlotte Linlin's personality, and persuading at this time would only be counterproductive. Garp. Charlotte Linlin rode Thundercloud, waved the long sword in her hand, and yelled at Garp. Garp heard the reputation, saw Charlotte Linlin approaching quickly. He directly blocked the surrounding enemies, and then jumped back to keep some safe distance, BFFG. Immediately, he pulled out the long knife at his waist, covered armament hockey, and swung it. When Napoleon collided with the long knife, the ground collapsed, the cumulus clouds scattered, and rose up powerfully to wash around. Although this seems to be a battle of weapons, it is actually a contest of armament hockey. Tap tat tat. At the same time, the enemies on both sides of Garp attacked. At this moment, he is a little passive. If he withdraws his knife at this time, he is likely to be hit by Charlotte Linlin. If he does not withdraw his knife, it will be difficult for him to face the enemies on both sides. Advertisement: if the strength is not so strong, Garp doesn't care, but the attacks on both sides are all guys who used to be the cadres of the Lock's pirates. The strength is naturally needless to be questioned. Damn it. Garp cursed carelessly. What are you going to do? Garp, ha 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 ha. Charlotte Linlin laughed triumphantly. Just when Garp was about to close the knife, shoot. A giant arrow of blue light flew over and landed on the side of Garp, directly intercepting the enemies on one side. Boom. The huge arrow fell to the ground, the earth shook, and thick smoke and dust filled the surroundings. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction of the giant arrow. At this time, at the top, a blue titan is holding a huge bow in his forehand, pulling a huge arrow, ready to launch the next blow at any time. And this blue titan is none other than Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. Yes, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, the old masters have successfully arrived. And on Susanoo's shoulders, Lao Tianchi and Senju Hashirama are standing on each other's shoulders. That blue titan is. Unmistakably, the celestial dragons guys are here. I still can't get rid of the shadow this blue thing cast on me. Members of the Lock's pirates, you talk to each other, but it is true that in the last battle, Susanoo has cast a lingering shadow on them. It seems that the odds are about to turn around, Charlotte Linlin, Garp said proudly at this time. Linlin, stop hitting me and leave now. Longbread yelled behind Charlotte Linlin. After all, the celestial dragons came, and it was impossible to run away as soon as they fought .008 Old Heavenly Master. This thing can't kill me, please order in full. Compared with the pirate side, the reaction from the marine side was even greater. Most of the people who come here don't know about Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and the Old Heavenly Master. So the moment they saw Susanoo, most of them tensed up. What is this, a blue titan who can shoot arrows? An enemy? An ally? I just saw him trying to attack Vice Admiral Garp, but he shot a pawn. Those unsuspecting marines glanced at me and said a word, and everyone became more and more frightened. Listening to their uninformed discussion, one of them, Colonel Marine, who participated in the Battle of Locks last time, gave an order. If you don't know, don't mess with the morale of the army. They are people under the command of the world's noble celestial dragons. They're here to help our marines in this battle. When everyone heard this, their tense nerves were relieved a lot. After all, it is true that they would not believe that they were not flustered when they were fighting against such a huge blue titan. Good luck, Garp. Charlotte Linlin joined in coldly, finally resolved the stalemate, and took the lead to close the knife. But, I haven't said you can go, Charlotte Linlin. Seeing Charlotte Linlin withdrawing his knife, Garp swung his long knife and took the opportunity to cut it down. The current situation is like this, if whoever withdraws the knife first, there will be a gap. Brush. Charlotte Linlin frowned suddenly, her figure tilted, and she fell directly from the thundercloud, which was directly divided into two by Garp. When the long knife fell to the ground, it immediately caused a sword aura, the ground was split open instantly, and the smoke and dust expanded rapidly, swallowing everything around. Whoa, whoa. At the same time, two giant blue arrows flew directly towards the smoke and dust. Boom. The first arrow, Charlotte Linlin dodges quickly. She couldn't dodge the second arrow at all, and she swung Napoleon quickly to block it. Advertisement, when? The impact directly caused her to constantly rub against the ground and retreat, and two long deep grooves appeared in front of her. Drink. I saw Charlotte Linlin shouted loudly, increased his strength, and successfully changed the trajectory of this huge arrow. WH. Bang. Charlotte Linlin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but Garp aggressively held a long knife through the smoke and dust, and attacked her again. Damn it, now Charlotte Linlin is a little annoyed. If she hadn't shot herself, she probably would have left here. However, I can't blame her. If she knew that Uchiha Madara and the others would come, even if Garp was dying, she would not choose to finish the knife. Uchiha Madara took back Susanoo, and the three of them stood on a high place, looking down at everyone below. The breeze drifted slowly, two black and one white long hair fluttering with the wind, under the special angle of the sun. The three of them looked like kings descending. It seems that we came at the right time. Uchiha Madara cupped his fists, crossed them on his chest, and looked down with a hint of disdain. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Old Heavenly Master, do you want to try your skills? Senju Hashirama looked at Old Heavenly Master and asked aloud. The old Tianchi smiled slightly, and stretched out his hand to feel the white beard. Yeah, I want to see if my old body has not regressed. The two want to experience the power of this world. Then act, they will all run away when it is too late. After saying that, Uchiha Madara took the lead in leaping forward and rushed towards the battlefield. Lao Tianchi and Senju Hashirama followed, and the three landed in different areas. This old man is the one standing on the Blue Titan's shoulder just now. Seeing the old celestial master descending from the sky, a certain pirate uttered in shock. I just heard a guy from the Lock's pirates say that they are not from the Marine, but from the world government. World government? Ha 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 ha. It seems that the world government is dying, and such an old man will be forced to go to the battlefield. Old man, hurry up, killing you will damage my reputation. Everyone scolded the old master with every word. Ask for flowers. Advertisement, but the old heavenly master squinted, his eyes half closed, and didn't take their words to heart at all. Yeah, there is no one in the world government. The old man and I, who are about to lie half of their body in the coffin, have all been dragged to fight. Hurry up and go. One of the pirates waved his sword and pointed at the old heavenly master, and ordered. The old celestial master smiled lightly. The work is not done, how can I go back? Smelly old man, court death. While speaking, a burly man with a big knife in his hand rushed towards the old heavenly master at an extremely fast speed. When he reached a certain distance, he jumped up and swung the big knife to chop it down. But the old heavenly master stared at him with both eyes and did not make any movements. The pirate had a hideous face and said, Why, I'm too scared to be moved, I'll lock you up and go on the road. Shua. As soon as the words fell, the old celestial master protected his body with golden light. When the big knife slashed on the golden light, making a crisp sound. That's right, this is one of the master's unique skills, the golden light curse. This is in the original book. The unique door of Tianshifu is also a beginner's kung fu, but the golden light mantra of the old Tianchi has reached the point where he can do whatever he wants, and it is almost as good as any known stunt. What's going on here? The pirate looked surprised, with beads of sweat on his forehead. This thing can't kill me. After the old celestial master said, He waved his hand lightly, and a gust of airflow was generated immediately, and the pirate flew upside down. This old man. Damn, underestimate this old man. Let's go together, I'll see how long the old man can last. After making the decision, a group of pirates held long knives and rushed towards the old Heavenly Master aggressively. The old Heavenly Master walked forward calmly, with a firm gaze. 009 Locks is still here, and the pirates are still here, full order. Bang bang bang. The pirates who rushed towards the old master were shot flying one by one. Although the master's unlocking progress is only 25% now, it is more than enough to deal with the pirates in the first half of the normal Grand Line. Palm Thunder. The old celestial master said softly, and continued to emit white arcs from his palm, and the oncoming pirate fell to the ground instantly, and even his body looked a little dry. Yes, the move of Palm Thunder will take away a lot of water from the opponent's body when he is sleepy. Damn it, this old man actually has such strength. What should we do? Should we continue? Crazy. Come on, whoever gets on will die, hurry up and run. At this moment, although the original plan to besiege the old master changed, all the pirates fled. Want to run, 667, is not so easy. The old Tianchi half opened his eyes, smiled slightly, and pursued in an instant. This agile speed was incompatible with his seemingly exhausted body. Since the arrival of the three of Uchiha Madara, the situation has reversed in an instant, and the pirates have also changed from attacking to fleeing. The battlefield also expanded because of the escape of the pirates. In less than half an hour, almost 80% of the pirates were all captured. Those who escaped and failed to catch up were almost all cadres of the Locks pirates. Damn it. They are basically the cadres of the Locks pirates who escaped. Sengoku's face changed suddenly, and he hit the wall with his fists with moderate strength. Yes, all the cadres of the Locks pirates have unique skills, and now they have escaped, and soon they will develop their own power, and then make a comeback. At that time, Marine will spend a lot of energy to deal with it. This result is considered good, at least most of them were recovered. Garp responded, and then turned his attention to Uchiha Madara and the others. Thank you very much. It's too boring, Garp, don't call me for this kind of thing next time. Uchiha Madara waved his hand, turned around and was about to leave. The battle is over and he doesn't want to stay here too much. Advertisement. Are you going back? Why don't you go to my place for a drink? Garp looked directly at Uchiha Madara who was just about to leave and said something seductive. Uchiha Madara shook her head and said, there's not enough time, we may have to leave for the Valley of the Gods later. Valley of Gods? Garp was a little shocked, but he didn't know that Yi Si and the others were going to the Valley of the Gods. Are you there on business? Garp pressed. I heard from Yi Si that he is going to live there for a long time. Garp hesitated for a few seconds, knowing that this time we will have a farewell, and there will be very little chance to see each other again. For Uchiha Madara, he is still very compatible. That's really a pity, come to me when you have time, we are discussing each other. Ha 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 ha. Look, let's go. When Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and the old master left, Sengoku, who had been silent just now, spoke. Did you see what the other two did, Garp? Well, very strong. Tell me, what is the identity of that Bernard Issan guy? The world government would not hesitate to spend such a huge force to protect him. Sengoku stared at Uchiha Madara's back that was fading away, a little puzzled. World government? Who told you it was given by the world government? Looking directly at Sengoku, Garp retorted, isn't it? Of course not. The Madara group is not under the control of the world government. The only person who can order them is Bernard Issan, Garp explained. How did you know? Sengoku looked at Garp suspiciously, and if he wanted to say what Garp could know, he must know better than him. Advertisement, the last time I drank, Madara told me. Hearing this answer, Sengoku nodded, no wonder he didn't know, it was the person who said it. Just when Sengoku was about to say something, a marine soldier came over, grabbing a young man. Sengoku Admiral, I saw this guy sneaking up high with a camera, so I caught him here. Camera? Sengoku paused, then looked at him, and continued. Are you from the news agency? Yes, it is. Let him go. Sengoku, this kind of thing is usually handled by the world government itself, we don't need to meddle in other people's business. Garp reminded. Sengoku hesitated for a few seconds, but nodded, just as Garp said, their marines are only responsible for catching pirates and maintaining justice in this world. As for news agencies, they have the right to report anything. Close the team, return the captured pirates to the prison, and strengthen the guards. Things like today must never happen again. Follow me. Sengoku Admiral. In the early morning of the next day, the world government had already prepared their travel items, and Yi Si and the others did not stay too long. They moved all their belongings to the boat and prepared to transport them to the Valley of the Gods. As for the new batch of maids, Yi Si originally wanted to select some of the best, but they were all unwilling to leave after that. Kujang stayed to serve Yi Duan. It is estimated that Yi Si is the first celestial dragons with such charm. Even though they didn't want to leave, Yi Si didn't say anything, after all, there was enough space, and the looks of each of them were rare in the pirate world. On the other side, after seeing today's newspaper, Locks instantly became excited. Edward, did you see that? Lin and the others successfully escaped from the marine prison, ha 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 ha. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand and nodded. He didn't expect Charlotte Lin and the others to escape from marine prison on their own 1.2. Then, Captain Locks, what are you going to do? Of course, let those wandering Locks Pirates members and cadres know that their captain, Locks is still there, and the Locks Pirates are still there. Also let me talk about something, the comment area is always a bit rhythmic, I just want to ask, is the Virgin Mary the first robe there? You can't just open your mouth and come directly? The protagonist saved someone? Cut a knife. Said you go? I am the Virgin? Buy a female slave? I must ride? Abuse? Same as other celestial dragons? Various cerebral palsy operations? Various self-seeking superiority? 010 The advancement of knowledge and color, seeing the future, please order in full. Whitebeard nodded, agreeing with what Lox had said. After all, most people now think that the Lox pirates have been destroyed, and Lox is dead, if they take some action later. The cadres of the original Lox pirate group will form a new pirate group. By then, it will be very difficult to return to the group. Let's set sail. Edward, where are you going? A few days ago, I saw a news agency stationed on an island. It just so happened that we gave him a chance to make headlines. I don't think they would refuse. After Lox said, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, his face a look of can't wait appeared on his face. However, as Lox said, the news agency that Lox is still alive will definitely give headlines, because once it is released, the world will definitely pay close attention. Dusk is approaching. Yi Si and his party have successfully reached the Valley of the Gods. The construction of the Valley of the Gods is actually similar to the Holy Land Myriad. It can even be said that it is the second holy place Myriad. Just after getting off the port, a group of world government personnel hurried over. You have worked hard, Great Lord Bernard Issan. From today onwards, I will be your advisor and bodyguard, responsible for your safety. One of the men in a black suit said first. Advisor and bodyguard? Yi Si paused, thinking it was a bit funny, let alone the issue of his own strength, just relying on Uchiha Madara and the others. Now, as long as he is not a public enemy of the world, who can hurt himself? Yes, Sir Bernard Issan. Forget it, what can you do with this board? Yi Si retorted. Don't underestimate me, Mr. Bernard Issan. I originally served as Vice Admiral in the Marine, but due to special reasons, you were transferred by the world government to protect the celestial dragons. The man in the black suit said confidently. Don't you read the newspaper? Advertisement. The man in the black suit shook his head. He devoted himself to managing the celestial dragons, and basically paid little attention to outside affairs, and the Wylong people in the Valley of Gods basically didn't read newspapers. Therefore, he didn't know anything about what happened in New World. Well, I don't blame you. Your task now is to take me to where I live, and then you will be free, Yi Si said calmly. Seeing the change in Yi Si's face, the man in the black suit was sensible and didn't say any more nonsense. Master Bernard Issan, see what you need to go back. As the man in the black suit spoke, he stretched out his finger and pointed not far away. There were many burly slaves lined up there, and a small chair was tied to the slave's back. And on the right side of this type of slave, there is a cart. Of course, it is not some beasts that are responsible for pulling, but humans. Yi Si glanced at it and felt that this was too troublesome, and it was not his own style. To be honest, it is much more convenient to go back by taking these instead of walking. No, you just need to arrange for someone to help me move things. Then, well, please come with me. I will arrange to send all the things on the ship to your castle later. Not long after, under the leadership of the man in black suit, Yi Si went to his residence, and this castle was much bigger than his castle in the Holy Land of Myriad. It even looked quite grand. When they came to the residence, after Yi Si arranged everyone's room and accommodation, Ra's minion took care of the rest. And Yi Si went outside for a stroll, saying it was a stroll, but in fact he just wanted to see if he could discover the secret of the Valley of the Gods, but obviously, after wandering around for a long time, let alone in his secrets, nothing at all was found. Today is Yi Si's first visit to the Valley of the Gods, and many celestial dragons came to visit, but all of them were rejected by Yi Si. Originally, there were a lot of things to do when we first arrived, and Yi Si didn't have the time to waste time chatting with them with useless nonsense. With that time, wouldn't it be more comfortable for him to enjoy a good sleep? The next morning, Yi Si got up early to practice. After all, cultivation should not be left behind. Ding! Observation hockey's running in degree is full. Do you want to advance? Yi Si paused slightly, but was not too surprised. Is it finally observation hockey's turn? Advertisement? Last time, it was armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. This time it is observation hockey's turn to run in. Yi Si didn't hesitate too much, and immediately responded, advanced. Ding! Advanced successfully. As soon as the system's voice fell, a brand new memory flooded into Yi Si's mind. There is no doubt that this brand new memory is the more advanced observation hockey. Can you see the future briefly? It's not bad. While talking, a brand new attribute panel appeared in front of Yi Si. Host. Bernard Yi Si digging level. 2, 100 500ths, number of excavations. 0, 4 15ths. As the excavation level increases, the chances of excavation will increase. Physique. Advanced body art, 100%, ninja art. Meiotic regeneration, 15%, increase the progress to obtain stronger recovery ability, activate cells, and enhance vitality. When it is increased to 100%, you can obtain regeneration ability. Characters. Uchiha Madara 127, 60%, Tornado, 30%, Akunalogia, 35%, Unohana Retsu, 25%, Ji Kunichi, 25%, Senju Hashirama, 30%, Laoshinshi, 25%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening, Attribute Burning, 1668 5000ths, Mara Fruit, 1023 2000, Conquerors, 303 2000ths, Arm Color, 400 2000ths, Knowledge Color, 0 2000ths. Inheritance. Susano, Sage Mode, Wood Style. Excavation Location. Open black lens bracket. Insufficient excavation times cannot be determined. Warehouse. None. Just as Yi Si was fascinated, a maid's voice came from behind him. Master, according to people from the world government, there is no newspaper in the Valley of the Gods. If you need newspapers, you need to go to the nearby islands of the Valley of the Gods. Yi Si turned his head, was silent for a few seconds, and then ordered, you let the tornado follow, and bring THO-11 Golden Lion. Tell me, you are alive again? Although she doesn't have to worry about food, clothing and drink, Yi Si still needs to know what's going on outside. Okay, master, I'll go and talk to Mr. Tornado. The maid nodded, then turned and left, while Yi Si continued to train. Holy Land Mariajoy. Kong was summoned by the 5 elders early in the morning. When he came to the main hall, 5 elders had been sitting on the sofa waiting for a long time. And on the table in front of them, there's the newspaper just received today. So anxious to meet me, what happened? Kong walked to the table and asked suspiciously. The newspaper on the table, read it yourself. The bald old man leaned against the sofa, his tone was very low. Although Kong doesn't know what happened yet, he already knows that this is definitely a bad thing. Sure enough, after he picked up the newspaper and took a look, his face instantly became stiff. Lox, the overlord of the sea, revived? A world government that deceives the world? The content of this newspaper is very clear, that is to say that Lox is not dead. Before the world government said that the Lox pirate group was destroyed, and that Lox and many cadres were buried in the sea. Now the finger is pointed at the world government, and the false report of Lox's death is to promote the strength of the world government, and it does not hesitate to conceal the truth to deceive people all over the world. Lox isn't dead. Kong was also shocked, looking directly at the 5 elders on the sofa. Advertisement, are you asking us? What else do we want to ask you? Didn't your marine report say that Lox was buried in the sea? What's going on now? He's resurrected? Kong looked innocent, and he was also an unwitting victim, because the situation at the time was that when he and the previous Martial Marine arrived at the battle site had already turned into an ocean. After searching for a long time, only some remnants of the Lox pirate group were found, but Lox's body was not found. According to normal circumstances, it was impossible to survive, so Marine concluded that Lox was dead. The newspaper said that Lox is not dead, so he really is not dead, Kong said helplessly. He had no choice but to do so. Do you know how much influence this newspaper has had on our world government, and even affect the cooperation of the joint countries, the bald old man said in a deep voice. Not only that, this matter directly affects the reputation of our world government, and will make the major countries think that our world government is a liar. The old man with the knife added. Kong listened carefully and remained silent. In this way, I talked directly for almost half an hour. Forget it, it's useless to say any more now. After all, this has nothing to do with you, but the fault left by the previous Marshal of Marine. Kong had a look of grievance. Good guy. 5 elders didn't say anything. He had forgotten that he had just been promoted to Marine Marshal, and it was the previous Marine Marshal who reported the death of Lox. At this time, he really wanted to say, after scolding for a long time, you couldn't find the previous Marshal Marine, so find the current Marshal Marine to vent your anger. What are you going to do? Lox, who has never appeared before, suddenly appeared again. There must be a plan. Yeah, your analysis is right. Kong nodded in agreement and continued. If I'm not mistaken, Lox suddenly appeared because of the escape of the Marine prison pirates. He wanted to pass this on to his members. The Lox pirate group has not been destroyed, and their captain is still alive. So, you know what to do. Prevent the cadres and members of the Lox pirates from returning to the pirates. There is no delay. I believe that the cadres and members scattered in various places have seen this newspaper, and they are all rushing to meet Lox, so you should also set off quickly, and their plan cannot be allowed to succeed. Advertisement. And the fact is, just as 5 elders expected, when the cadres of the Lox pirates learned that their captain was not dead, they were a little excited, but the first part of being unwilling to be inferior to others is to make trouble. Because, he doesn't know whether it's good to return or not. If he doesn't return, the Lox pirates will regain their prestige. If he takes the lead and establishes his own pirates, then he will face being hunted down. Although they had the idea of not returning, just in case, many of them went to the island reported in the newspaper, preparing to join Lox. New world, on an island. Swish swish swish. A piece of newspaper was directly cut into countless pieces, and the last piece was directly inserted into the ground with a relatively large long knife. What the hell? What the hell? Golden Lion shouted to the sky, feeling extremely unwilling. Laozi, I have already thought up the name of my own pirate group. You tell me that Lox is not dead yet? That's right, these days, he spent most of his time, and the design drawings of the ship have been drawn up, so he just went to grab money to build the ship, and then started recruiting partners. However, the reality of Qianqin really slapped him hard. Everything he did before was in vain, and now that Lox called him back, he had to go back. Golden Lion pulled out the long knife on the ground again, and swung it towards the sea surface continuously. Sword Chi struck the sea surface one after another, causing the sea surface to tumultuously. Captain, you die as soon as you die. Why do you want to cheat the corpse? Now, for some reason, a thought came into Golden Lion's mind, wanting Yi Si to bring people over to encircle Lox again. 012 Poseidon has not yet been born, updated. I am sick and ask for leave. My head is dizzy. I can't write words when I sit in front of the computer. I will make it up when I get better. I will temporarily update it today, and thank you readers for the flowers and monthly tickets for your support. Thanks a lot. P.S. This chapter has 4,000 words, which is to make up for what was not updated yesterday. At this time, it was almost noon, and after a morning of physical training, Yi Si, Uchiha Madara and others were sitting in the shade of the trees in the yard, discussing things. Have you found anything? After Uchiha Madara took a sip of red wine, he looked at Yi Si. Yi Si shook his head. I haven't found anything yet. The celestial dragons here don't seem to be clear, and there is nothing special about what they did. It is similar to the situation in the Holy Land Mariajoy. Could it be that the Valley of the Gods has the secret of celestial dragons? These are just words used by the upper echelons to deceive you. Their purpose is to lure you to the Valley of the Gods. Akunalagia leaned back on the chair and casually expressed his opinion. It's also possible. Guoyuan nodded, agreeing with what Akunalagia said. However, Yi Si firmly believes that the Valley of the Gods possesses the secret of celestial dragons. After all, in the original book, the Lox pirates fell in this place. This is the second base of the celestial dragons. If there is no purpose, Lox will never come here. After all, there are many marine forces stationed nearby. Lox wouldn't ask for trouble and let him come here at any cost. There must be what he needed hidden here. It's just that Yi Si hasn't been found yet. It's really deep enough to hide. Yi Si complained and slowly raised his hand. A piece of paper fell off and turned into a butterfly. The butterfly flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Obviously, this is to detect butterflies. With these, Yi Si can not only keep track of the movements of the celestial dragons here at any time. Moreover, if you don't move, there will be unexpected gains to learn the secret of the Valley of Gods. Just as this topic was about to continue, Tornado flew over in a hurry with a newspaper in his hand. It's not good, Yi Si. Everyone looked at her, with big question marks on their faces. What happened? So nervous? Guoyuan asked. Could it be pirates came to attack the Valley of the Gods? If that's the case, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Uchiha Madara smiled lightly. Longjuan ignored them, but quickly came to Yi Si and handed him a newspaper, while hurriedly said, Lox. That guy Lox is still alive. As soon as the words fell, everyone's faces changed suddenly, but Yi Si's heart was not disturbed. Yes, he already knew when he taught Senju Hashirama hockey last time, not only Lox was still alive, but even Whitebeard is still alive. Huh? Yi Si and I have known about this for a long time, because once when we were practicing, we met that guy named Edward Newgate. Senju Hashirama, who was sitting on the side, responded. Yi Si nodded and smiled lightly. Yes, we already knew that, but it seems that Lox is going to let those cadres who escaped from prison return to the team. Anyone with a little brain can guess that Lox's current move is obviously to gather his former subordinates. After Yi Si glanced at the newspaper, he put the newspaper on the stone table and continued, I forgot to tell you, let them deliver newspapers to us every day. Longjuan pouted and put his hips in the air, claiming credit. I knew it would happen, so I told them in advance, and asked the world government staff to get us the mid-year newspaper. Awesome. Yi Si gave her a thumbs up. Hearing Yi Si's praise, Longjuan was full of complacency, but it didn't show on his face. Longjuan pretended to be helpless and spread his hands. I can't help it, who made me stand with such a forgetful man. At the same time, Hana Retsu has also walked to the shade of the tree in the back garden and came to Yi Si's side. The things you told me have been done. Nearly 20 maids have been included in the list of nobles. The efficiency of world government's work is very fast. After confirmation on the spot, it will be done. Yi Si nodded, quite satisfied. Hana Retsu noticed the newspaper on the BFDJ table, reached out to pick it up, glanced at it, and then said softly, Are you guys talking about this? Yes, Lux is not dead. Whether he is dead or not is no longer a threat to us. Yi Si really didn't care about Locke's death. Advertisement. Those new maids have always been diligent, accepting the words of those early maids humbly. Their relationship is very harmonious, and they have always treated those early maids as sisters. And those who come early are treated as younger sisters. Because she practiced all morning and sweated a lot, Yi Si felt sticky, so she was going to take a bath in the artificial hot spring, and then enjoy a delicious lunch. However, when he took his clothes to the artificial hot spring path, at this moment, there were more than a dozen maids standing in front of him. Yi Si was slightly surprised, but didn't make a sound. Master. They spoke in unison. Yi Si nodded and didn't say much, and originally passed by and went straight to the artificial hot spring, but in the next second, their operations stunned Yi Si. All of them held the corners of their skirts in plain hands, and all of them knelt down. What are you doing? If you want to leave, you can tell Minion, she will handle it, Yi Si said calmly. No. They quickly explained to Shikai, for fear that Yi Si would continue to misunderstand. Master, you have misunderstood. We are thanking you for saving your life. We know that you are special celestial dragons. You have included us in the list of nobles. The only thing we can repay you is then I will serve you forever. Yes, at this moment, they have already made up their minds to serve Yi Si for life. For this result, Yi Si did not expect it. Get up. Thank you, Master. The maid stood up slowly. Master, are you going to take a bath? We heard from my sister that bathing is also one of our jobs, isn't it, Master? One of the maids said. A blush appeared on her face. Seeing this, you can roughly know how much information there is in it. Moreover, after the maid finished speaking, a blush appeared on the faces of the other maids. It's not a rule, you don't have to follow it at all. After Yi Si left a sentence, he didn't waste any time. After all, it was almost time for lunch. This artificial hot spring is much larger than the one in the Holy Land of Myriad. After Yi Si changed into a bath towel, he walked into the hot spring and closed his eyes to rest and enjoy it for a while. However, what he didn't think about was that all the maids in the back came over. Looking around, all of them were top-notch, and they were simply winners in life. I won't describe it too much, last time I directly changed it to doubt life. Master, you have worked hard all morning, let us help you relax. Then a practice that was harder than training began. In the blink of an eye, more than a week has passed, during which the cadres of the Lox pirates met, fought against Marine, and then officially set sail. These are the only ones that were published in the newspapers, and there was no more information about the Lox pirates in the following time. However, Luo Jia's is a little bit, but it's also irrelevant. Although there is no news about Lox in the newspaper, it does not mean that Lox is doing nothing. Their current goal is still to find the 3 ancient weapons recorded in the historical text. The Fishmen Island. Because of the appearance of the Lox pirate group, the Fishmen Island has become a battlefield. With the strength of Lox, they quickly controlled the Fishmen Island. But what happened next made Lox unacceptable. Yes, Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons, has not yet been born. Came early, and they came too early. This news directly caused Locks to collapse. They're still waiting to use the power of Poseidon to dominate the world, but the result? The result? Captain Locks, according to what they said, Poseidon has not yet been born, so we are busy. A certain cadre looked at Locks and said softly. Locks sat on a rock, unable to calm down for a long time. Advertisement. God bless me Locks. This is really God bless me Locks. Locks' voice was almost hoarse. After all, this incident hit him too hard. If it is 1 or 2 years later, he can still wait, but if he waits in double-digit years, it will be too long, and they will not be able to wait for that time at all. The atmosphere became more and more weird. Locks sat on the rock and did not make a sound, and the other crew members did not dare to make a sound, for fear of angering Locks again. After a long time, the Golden Lion led a little mermaid in one hand and flew towards Locks. Captain Locks, the mermaid called Shirley is here, Golden Lion said, throwing Chongli, who was still a child at this time, to the ground. Shirley held the crystal ball and threw it on the ground several times. Everyone cast their eyes over and then frowned slightly. Shiki, did you grab the wrong guy? It's just a little doll, Whitebeard asked in surprise. Golden Lion shook his head and confirmed, it's unmistakable. This guy is Shirley, whose divination accuracy is as high as 100%. I've already inquired about it. They must not dare to lie to me. Locks remained silent, looked at Shirley, then stood up, picked up Shirley from the ground, and placed him on the rock that the author just wrote. Do you know divination and prophecy? Shirley nodded her head, terrified, and even Shu Linling's eyes were already moist. If Locke's voice was louder at this time, she probably would have burst into tears on the spot. I won't hurt you, but under the premise, you have to do what I tell you to do. Once I know that you have lied to me, I will kill you all, understand? Locks said in a low voice. Shirley nodded with a sob, not daring to say anything more. In the future, who will become the hegemon of the world? Locks started asking his first question. After hearing the question from Locks, Shirley started divination. After a while, she stammered and said, the one who will become the hegemon of the world in the future is a person called God. God? Locks and the others were startled for a while. They had never heard of a guy called God after sailing for such a long time. However, when Shirley said that the overlord of the world is not himself, his heart was already half cold. Isn't that guy showing up yet? Whitebeard wondered. Maybe just like Poseidon, they haven't been born yet. I'm afraid they're not people of our time, Golden Lion guessed. Is it not the right time to be born? After hearing this, Locks felt even more dissatisfied. You said that if I divination for you, you wouldn't hurt me, Shirley cried out of fear when he saw Locks go crazy. You're crying and I'll kill you right away, Locks growled and Shirley fell silent. Foretell me again, when will this guy named God be born? Shirley didn't dare to say much. She continued divination, and after a while, she stared at them without speaking. What's wrong? Isn't it born yet? Locks asked. Shirley shook her head. No, the one called God has already been born. Then it looks like it hasn't shown its potential yet. Maybe we can find this guy called God and let him join the Locks pirates, so that they can be used by us. 17A Kadri suggested. Zero hearing this thought, Locks fell into deep thought and began to analyze the situation. Could it be because we lured him onto the boat, and then he became the hegemon of the world with our help? Locks began to reverse analyze the problem. When everyone heard it, they seemed to think it made sense. Maybe it was true. 013 recording the history text of Uranus, full order. Because the last chapter was a supplementary update, everything on the leave note will not be refreshed. You can go back and read it. That's right, Captain, it's really possible that's the case, Longbread responded. Then if we encounter a guy named God during the next voyage, we can kill him directly. In this way, the future world overlord. It was strangled in the cradle by us, Golden Lion suggested with a smile. Yes, Shiki was right, Locks agreed. Everyone glanced at me and said, in just a few minutes, this man named God has already shown thousands of ways to die. But, unfortunately, they misunderstood. God is not a name, but a title. Only Whitebeard stood aside, holding a naginata, quietly thinking about something. Okay, let's continue sailing, Lock, C ordered. Captain Locks, no more divinations? Golden Lion asked with a puzzled face. Good guy, I have been looking for it for a long time, but after divination 2 boring questions, I have to leave. Sometimes too much divination will affect my judgment. While Locks was speaking, he had already stepped away. Aren't these guys going to kill? Charlotte Linlin chased after Locks and asked a question. There's no need to waste time here anymore. We're running out of time. Poseidon hasn't been born yet, but the other one. That's not necessarily the case. One of them can gain the power to destroy the world, Locks said calmly. Now, he has obtained a bit of Uranus's historical text location, and now he is in a hurry to go over to see. If the news of Uranus is the same as that of Poseidon, then Locks will be completely desperate. Advertisement. The pirates followed Locks one by one, preparing to evacuate the Fishmen Island. But Whitebeard saw that Locks and others were drifting away. He walked to the place where Locks was originally standing, and looked directly at Shirley. A trip to the Valley of the Gods. Will Locks be able to fulfill his wish? This will divination for you. Shirley swallowed hard after listening to Whitebeard's words, and did not dare to neglect at all, and immediately started divination. Accompanied by the glow of the crystal ball, Shirley was startled, subconsciously took a few steps back, lost his balance, and fell directly to the ground. Is it possible? Whitebeard asked, as so wished. Shirley gasped and calmed down. Whitebeard seemed to see something, and revealed an intriguing smile towards Shirley, but he didn't say anything, but ran after him holding the naginata in his hand. When Locks and his group walked away, Shirley burst into tears. Shirley, don't be afraid, they're gone. Neptune came over, helped Shirley up, and comforted him. Neptune, the king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom in the Fishman Island, is an excellent, brave, responsible and good king, and is deeply loved by the people in the Fishman Island. Yeah, Shirley is not afraid, those bad guys are gone. A Murloc on the other side also comforted him. Advertisement, I lied. The one with Whitebeard seems to see it, Shirley explained hastily. Asking for flowers. Lie? All the fish were stunned for a moment, with surprise on their faces. Locke's trip to the Valley of the Gods is the last place he sailed, that is to say, he will die in the Valley of the Gods. I think that even if he gets his wish, he will not be able to trouble us later, but now, Shirley said later, her throat was choked, and tears were streaming down. Okay, Shirley, why don't you just do a divination on the Fishman Island? Neptune reminded. Awakened by Neptune's words, Shirley quickly broke away from Neptune, landed on the ground, and started divination. The next second, she cried even harder, and even secretly made up her mind in her heart that she would never take possession of her again. What's wrong? Is it possible? Neptune stared at Shirley below, with a vague premonition of uneasiness. The Fishman Island will be destroyed. As soon as these words came out, Neptune's face changed suddenly. Good guy, I just wanted to comfort Shirley, but now. A more destructive divination was directly exploded. If he wasn't the king, he might want to vent his helplessness. However, fortunately, there weren't too many Murlocs around, and the ones standing were all whom he trusted extremely. Shirley's prophecy must not be made public, Neptune ordered. Clear. 014 EC. I'll be waiting for you in the Valley of the Gods, full order. On Ys's side, however, the calmness of the past has returned. The daily routine consists of practicing, eating, and sleeping, and occasionally a fierce battle with multiple people occurs at night. As for IM, he didn't discover a fart about the secret of celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods, mentioned by 5 elders. These days, celestial dragons occasionally come to visit. When bored, Ys will chat with them about some useless things, but sometimes he directly refuses to visit them. Moreover, before you know it, the number of excavations will soon be refreshed again. Host. Bernard Issan digging level. 2, 100 500ths, number of excavations. 0, 12 15ths. As the excavation level increases, the chances of excavation will increase. Physique. Advanced body art, 100%, ninja art. Meiotic regeneration, 15%, increase the progress to obtain stronger recovery ability, activate cells, and enhance vitality. When it is increased to 100%, you can obtain regeneration ability. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 60%, Tornado, 30%, Akunologia, 35%, 623, Unohana Retsu, 25%, Ji Kunichi, 25%, Senju Hashirama, 30%, Celestial Master, 25%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening, Attribute Burning, 2604 5000ths, Mara Fruit, 1900 2000, Conquerors, 606 2000ths, Arm Color, 952 thousandths, Knowledge Color, 642 thousandths. Inheritance. Susano, Sage Mode, Trapped. Excavation Location, insufficient excavation times, unable to locate. Warehouse. None. These days, Ys has specially honed the progress of Mara Fruit. According to this speed, he will be able to advance in a few days. Today, unlike usual, Ys did not plan to go out, but practice gymnastics in the backyard. Ys, are you going to practice in the backyard today? As soon as Ys got out of a change of clothes, a tornado appeared on the passage leading to the backyard. At 2h a carat at plus. Ys nodded, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Just as he was about to walk towards the backyard, Tornado spoke again. How about, Ys, go out with me today? Hearing this, Ys was a little puzzled, always thinking that the Dragon Wan was planning some bad idea. What's the matter, Sister Lai? Are you free with Minion and the others? Ys looked at her directly and asked curiously. Both of them aren't available, so I'm looking for you. Did you guys quarrel? Advertisement? No, that's impossible. What are they busy with? Ys walked back, wanting to see what Unohana Retsu and Minion were doing, but the tornado flew over and grabbed her arm. Let's go, let's go. Forget it, then I won't practice today, let's walk with you. Speaking of which, since Tornado came to this world, he hasn't played with Tornado. Anyway, he can't rush to practice, so he just went to play with her for a morning. After Ys and Tornado left, Unohana Retsu poked his head out of a doorway with Nien and a whole bunch of people. It seems. The master really forgot. Ra's Minion spoke first. Yeah, now his life is too full and he is too busy every day, so it's normal to forget, another maid added. Then let's give him a big surprise today, Unohana Retsu said with a smile. Two hands agree. Yes, today is Ys's birthday. When he came to this pirate world, Ys only lived for 1 year. In the second year, because of some things, he lived in Sabaody Archipelago for 1 day, so his birthday was not celebrated that year. When I think about it later, looking at the calendar has passed. This year, those maids who have been with Ys for a long time will remember, so after mentioning it to Unohana Retsu and his group, everyone is going to give Ys a big surprise. Of course, if they don't remember this year, Ys will definitely forget it again. Then I'll leave it to you men to collect supplies, Unohana Retsu said softly. Leave it to us, Senju Hashirama said with a smile. This battle is a bit too exaggerated. The old master glanced at the list in Senju Hashirama's hand and said in surprise. It's not an exaggeration, how can I give him a surprise? After a few hours. New world, around the sea. A huge ship is sailing rapidly on the sea. Blue, 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 blue. On the huge ship, the sound of the phone bug rang. Lox doesn't hesitate too much, picks up the phone bug and connects. Advertisement. Before he could speak, a voice came from over there. Captain Lox, we are approaching the Valley of the Gods, but there is one thing I must report to you. Say it. The Valley of the Gods. There are also celestial dragons like the Holy Land Myriad. As soon as this came out, not to mention Lox was stunned, even the people around Lox were stunned, and all their eyes fell on the phone bug in Lox's hands. Before going to the Fishman Island, Lox excluded a small number of people from going to the Valley of the Gods to investigate the situation. Now, as soon as they left the Fishman Island and landed in the area of New World, a message came from there. Celestial dragons? Are you sure? Lox's tone was much more serious. Yes, Captain Lox, we dare not land for fear of making any noise. Okay, you go back according to your sailing, don't disturb them, Lox ordered. It's Captain Lox. Hearing this, Lox hung up the phone, and when the celestial dragons were mentioned, Lox's anger rose a lot. Originally, they were a majestic pirate group. Basically, they had never been beaten since they set sail. Since the battle with Luogia, he was defeated by Yi Si and the others, and fled in embarrassment. Celestial dragons. Lox spit out 3 words slowly, and a black object suddenly appeared in his hand, swallowing the phone bug in his hand. It seems that I can't be wrong. If I guessed correctly, the text of the history of Uranus Euleros is hidden on the Valley of the Gods. Longbread said from the side. This matter is almost inseparable, but the celestial dragons are not easy to deal with. Once we invade, the main force of the Marine will arrive soon. I am afraid that we will have to fight the Marine before we find the text of the history. Another cadre said in a deep voice. Actually, first don't think Marine is that troublesome. If Yi Si and his gang are in the Valley of the Gods, that's the real trouble. We want to see the main text of history. It's as difficult as skyrocketing. Golden Lion sat on the railing of the boat, reminded. The guys from Yi Si are not in the Valley of the Gods, but in the Holy Land Myriad. Have you forgotten the last time we invaded the Holy Land Myriad? Shiki, Charlotte Linlin retorted. That's right, I'm just talking about it as an example, but it won't be so unlucky, it's impossible for him to be everywhere. Golden Lion smiled and spread his hands. Explained. 0.1 If Yi Si were here at this time, he would probably smile and say, sorry, I am really in the Valley of the Gods right now, waiting for you with a red carpet. We want to see the main text of the history of the Valley of the Gods. All the celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods must die. Lox said angrily that if things go well, they will not only kill all the celestial dragons in the Valley of Gods, but he will even let Whitebeard destroy the Valley of Gods. Yeah, Lox's grudge against the celestial dragons runs deep, deep. That's right, celestial dragons caught us off guard last time, and this time we'll show him that our Lox pirates are not vegetarians. Yesterday, I was sick for a whole day, but the subscription started to plummet today. The author cried, please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe. 015 Arrival, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods begins, full order. Full speed ahead, let Marine and World Government guys know that this era is called Lox. Lox stood on the top of the bow and shouted. As soon as it came out here, almost everyone on the deck of the ship shouted loudly. 4 hours later, on an island not too far from the Valley of the Gods. In the past, you, Sister Lee and Minnie Ann came to hang out like this? Yi Si followed behind and asked a question. Indeed, when normal people come to shop, they usually buy more or less items, but when they come to Longwan, good guy, they only buy drinks and some snacks, nothing else. Rather than shopping, the word walking is more appropriate. Holding the drink in his hand, Longwan glanced back at Yi Si and said softly, why, you're tired. Yi Si smiled lightly and replied, it's not that I'm tired, it's just that I'm curious. After shopping for a long time, I didn't buy anything. How come I feel that you were here to torture me? Slightly, I am torture. Before she could finish the rest of the sentence, Yi Si pinched her face directly and told her, speak well. It hurts, let go, I was wrong. Longwan hurriedly begged for mercy, and Yi Si let go. She touched her face with her bare hands, and then said with a smile, I'm not watching your daily boring training, so I can relax with you. Yi Si gave her an annoyed look, just about to reach out and pinch her face again. Tornado dodged subconsciously. You are quite good at talking, obviously I took the time to accompany you, but when you come here, you will accompany me. Almost. It's far worse. As soon as the voice fell, at this moment, the phone in Longwan's bag rang. Blue. After hearing the ringing, Tornado quickly took out the phone bug from the cloth bag, and before she could make a sound, Hana Retsu's voice came from the phone bug. Advertisement, Zhao Wan should be back. Have you done your lunch yet? Yeah, it's just waiting for you and Yi Si. Hearing this, Longwan revealed a satisfied smile. Okay, then Yi Si and I will go back right away. After finishing speaking, Longwan hung up the phone, smiled slightly at Yi Si and said, the stroll is over, let's go back, Yi Si. Are you really not buying anything at all? Yi Si looked at her directly, a little confused. I don't buy it, the main reason is that I want you to accompany me for a walk. Alright. Yi Si spread out his hands, the paper separated from his body, and then gathered behind him, slowly turning into wings. As a reward for you accompanying me, I will definitely give you a big surprise when I go back, What a surprise? Yi Si pressed. I won't tell you yet. Huh, Yi Si sighed, and said lightly, okay, then let's go back. Moments later, the Valley of the Gods port. The Lox pirates, advancing at full speed, have appeared in the visible waters of the Valley of the Gods port. Brothers, give me a gift first. Lox stood in front of the boat with his hands folded on his chest, looking straight at the port of the Valley of the Gods. Come on, Captain, the greeting gift will be delivered immediately. As soon as these words came out, part of the ship's muzzle has been aimed at the port of the Valley of the Gods. Fire. Advertisement Locks yelled again. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Cannonballs shot out from the muzzle and fell to the ground after drawing a beautiful solitary line in the air. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the port was filled with black smoke. These shells directly knocked the marine stationed in the port, startled a sluggish marine, and then the alarm was raised. What's going on? Marine Rear Admiral hurried up to the observation deck. Rear Admiral, you came just in time, but something is wrong. The marine soldier handed over the binoculars to Marine Rear Admiral. Didn't I tell you? Don't panic if anything happens. This is the Valley of the Gods, the sacred place where the world's noble celestial dragons live, and if we stay here, even if we are not celestial dragons, we are still doing half celestial dragons, so no matter what you and I encounter, you and I must be elegant. Marine Rear Admiral cursed, then took the binoculars and looked towards the sea. When he saw the familiar pirate flag, he was so frightened that even the binoculars dropped. Quick, call Marine Headquarters, ask for backup. Rear Admiral, Ya Gaoya, Marine soldier reminded, 2. Gao your mother, no matter how high we are, we will die. It is the 470 Locks pirates who attacked the Valley of the Gods. Hurry up and inform the headquarters. As you order, Rear Admiral, over there at Naval Headquarters. After receiving news that the Locks pirates were attacking the Valley of the Gods, Kong immediately called an emergency meeting. It's too late, Kong. If we set off from us, the Valley of the Gods will probably be in ruins by the time we reach the Valley of the Gods. Sengoku ordered from the side. Kong wandered back and forth, and he didn't know what Sengoku said, and when the fire was imminent, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, that guy Garp, I remember, went to the New World area to perform a mission, and it's not far from the Valley of the Gods, Kong hurriedly said. Seems to be. It's really God's blessing. You contact Garp quickly, whether he wants to or not. Tell him to go to the Valley of the Gods immediately to resist the invasion of Locks. I will go to an emergency meeting first, and then leave immediately. Kong left a sentence after speaking. He didn't wait for Sengoku to speak, and he went out. 016 EC returns to the Valley of the Gods, arrow in hand, full order. As soon as Kong left, Sengoku quickly dialed the phone bug on Garp's side. Fortunately, there was no accident, and the phone bug connected smoothly. Garp, where are you now? Just finished the boring mission. Now I'm on the boat and ready to go back, and you tell the guy Kong, I'm going on vacation, so I won't go back to Naval Headquarters. Garp set the phone bug aside on the table, and with a drink in one hand and a snack in the other, he lay back in the rocking chair and enjoyed it. Don't come back, urgent mission, you will definitely be interested. Come on, Sengoku, do I have enough to eat your set? I won't go. Garp didn't even think about it and immediately refused. During this period of time, what Garp has eaten the most is Sengoku's routine. You have to go if you want to go, you have to go if you don't go. This task is too urgent, you have no right to refuse. Now, immediately adjust the course, go to the Valley of the Gods. The guys from the Locks pirates are attacking the Valley of the Gods. Kong wants you to come over to help immediately. Sengoku called hastily. Garp was originally relaxed, but after hearing about the Valley of the Gods and the Locks pirates, he immediately regained his energy. He directly put the drinks and snacks in his hand on the table, then picked up the phone bug on the table and said seriously. What are you talking about? The Locks pirates attacked the Valley of the Gods. Yes, that's right, I knew that the Locks pirates set sail again, and the sea was about to be stormed, but I didn't expect them to be so crazy this time, and they would directly attack the Valley of Gods, you know. The Valley of the Gods is the same as the Holy Land Myriad, where all the world's noble celestial dragons live. Sengoku's tone was a little fast, and it could be heard that he was anxious. It's nothing. Don't forget, Bernard Issan and his gang have moved to the Valley of the Gods not long ago. With him in charge, the Valley of the Gods is safe and sound. Garp responded. I hope so, but just in case. Let's not talk about it, I have to prepare for the sailing. You hurry up, adjust the course immediately, and go to the Valley of the Gods. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone bug, Garp immediately began to ask the navigator to adjust the direction and go to the Valley of the Gods. Starting from him, it will take about 30 to 40 minutes to reach the Valley of the Gods. At the same time, the Valley of the Gods. Locke's ship has landed on the island. The port is already in a mess, with black smoke everywhere. Advertisement the corpses were strewn with blood. However, there are large and small cracks and large and small deep pits left on the ground. It is conceivable what kind of battle has been experienced here just now. All Locke's gang landed on the island, and only a small number of people stayed to watch the ship. Their speed was very fast, and wherever they passed, black smoke rose and buildings collapsed. It's such a disappointment that we were asked to stay and watch the ship, one of the official crew members complained. That's right, I don't think it's necessary at all. The lair of the celestial dragons definitely has a lot of very valuable treasures. Those guys will definitely have it all to themselves. We stayed here to watch the ship. There must be no fart. Another crew member sighed deeply. That's right, we definitely don't have our share. If we go, we can steal a little for ourselves, but if we don't go, don't even think about getting a fart. Stop complaining, it's useless, just watch the ship honestly. If we leave without authorization, Captain Locks will kill us if he finds out. The man sitting on the railing said lightly. Just as the words were finished, a voice came from behind them. Look, there are two people flying over from the sky. When everyone heard this, they raised their heads subconsciously. When the two people approached, their faces became stiff in the next second. Bernard ye see? That guy. Didn't the guy say he was in the Holy Land Myriad? Why did he appear in the Valley of the Gods? One of the men said with a stiff face. Don't worry about why he is in the Valley of the Gods, and tell Captain Locks quickly, something is wrong. Exactly, after everyone reacted, they immediately took out their phones and dialed, but they couldn't get through for a long time. Presumably, they were having a good time killing at this time. When Yi Si and Tornado rushed to the sky above the port, they were surprised. This is the surprise you want to give me? Yi Si looked at the tornado on the side, and asked in surprise, if it is true, then this surprise is indeed quite surprising. When Long Wan heard this, he quickly waved his hands and explained, no, how could I give you such a surprise? It was an accident. Advertisement. Yi Si nodded, just now because he had been watching the black smoke everywhere on the island, he didn't notice the pirate flag on the huge ship parked at the port. The moment he saw it, he immediately understood. Locke's pirates. You have come to this point after all. With a mutter, Yi Si began to land, and the tornado followed. Boom. A figure fell straight down, and with the sound of vibration, the ship's deck suddenly burst into cracks in the shape of spiderwebs. Everyone stared away, and the moment they saw that it was Yi Si, dense beads of sweat gathered on their foreheads. Bernard Issan. Oh, it looks like you all know me, Yi Si said with a smile on her face. They took a few steps back subconsciously, and one of them looked back at his partner, and asked anxiously, is it connected? Is Captain Locks connected? Unable to connect. You don't need to connect, this is the end of your flight with Locks. Yi Si didn't get angry, making them feel a sense of oppression that they never had before. Gulu gulu. One of the men gritted his teeth, pulled out the long knife at his waist with a swipe sound, and roared to embolden himself. Damn celestial dragons, stop being self-righteous in front of me. Da da da. After all, he strode wildly. Suddenly, only countless sonic booms sounded. The body of the ship and the gang of pirates in front of Yi Si was riddled with holes and blood. Crack clap clap. Immediately afterwards, corpses fell one after another, and some of them were pierced by countless paper arrows before they even realized what had happened. 017 all set out to face the Locks pirates, full order. Us? Behind Yi Si, came the gentle voice of Tornado. Yi Si turned her head and smiled slightly. Let's go back, I'm still waiting for your surprise. Tornado's froze face was slightly relieved. He nodded his head, tore off a corner of his clothes, and wiped the blood splashed on his face for Yi Si. The two of them soared into the air and floated in the air. The tornado flew away first, but found that Yi Si didn't keep up, and then flew back. What's wrong, Yi Si? It's okay, just thinking about something. While speaking, a group of red flames suddenly appeared in Yi Si's hand, and slowly the red flames condensed into a great fireball. Immediately afterwards, Yi Si casually threw it towards the boat below. The great fireball landed on the ground, and with a bang, Locke's ship was instantly blasted. The ship was disintegrated, debris flew around, and the sea splashed with big waves. Locke's retreat is cut off, and what awaits him is the final battle. Yi Si muttered, and then quickly flew towards his castle. Tornado followed behind. Although the island of the Valley of the Gods is not too big, it is not too small. Moreover, Locke's is scattered, so it hasn't been long before the damage inside is serious. Say, where is the text of history? Locke was holding in 983 celestial dragons. His tone was very cold. Untouchable, damned untouchable. Do you know who I am? I am the noble celestial dragons of the world, descendants of the Creator. The obese celestial dragons kept struggling and slapped Locke's arm constantly. For Locke's, though, that tickle was light. Hearing what celestial dragons said, Locke's had never been so speechless in his life, and he directly pressed the head of celestial dragons in his hand to the ground. I don't care who you are, I'll count to 3, if you don't tell me where the historical text is hidden, I'll plant your head on the ground, Locke's reminded. And because Locke's pressed the ground too hard for him, he kept cursing at this moment. Damn untouchable, come, I will tear you to pieces. 3, Locke's ignored him and started counting down. Advertisement, go to hell, I will definitely arrest all of you, chop your corpses into pieces, and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Envy. Locke's lost his patience completely, lost his temper, and directly knocked his pressed head down to the ground. What? With a howling sound, the next second, he was silent. As Locke said, at this moment, he had planted the celestial dragons on the ground. Waste time. Locke stood up, clapped his hands, and looked at another female, celestial dragons. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and looked at his relatives. Just kill it. Locke directly picked up the weapon held by the guard on the ground, and just about to throw it away, the female celestial dragons hurriedly said, I don't know what the historical text you are talking about. If I know, I will definitely tell you. After hesitating for a few seconds, Locke still threw out the spear he was drawing, because his patience had been worn out at the very beginning. Blue. At the same time, a pirate behind Locke's hurried over and handed the phone bug to Locke's. Calling at a time like this? Could it be that something new has been discovered? Probably so. Without too much hesitation, Locke's directly picked up the phone and connected it. Before he could hear a voice from the other side, he spoke first. How about it? Did you find the text of the history? For the time being, not yet, but, Captain Locke's, I have some new discoveries here. You guys come here first, Longbread said calmly. Okay, you tell me your location, I'll go over right away, and notify the others, and gather at your side, Locke's ordered. They're all here, but you, Captain Locke's. Okay, I know. Yi Si's castle is located on a corner on the west side. When returning, he only saw black smoke, but he didn't see the Locke's pirates. Advertisement. When Yi Si and Tornado returned, a group of celestial dragons, BFDG, had already gathered at his door. Of course, besides the celestial dragons, Uchiha Madara and the others were all waiting for Yi Si at the door. Seeing Yi Si coming back, the group of celestial dragons hurried over. Issan, you are back, there are pirates, they attacked us. Yi Si didn't have time to talk useless words to them now, but directly passed them and came to the front of Uchiha Madara and the others. You came back, you must have fought against each other on the way. So, you don't need to tell us, you know what happened, Uchiha Madara said calmly. At this time, whether it is him, Senju Hashirama, Guoyuan, Lao Dianchi, Unohana Retsu, Akunologia, they have all changed into the suit they wore when they first came to this world. Yes, I already knew about it when Tornado and I came back, and we have already destroyed the Lox guy's ship. However, Lox and the others were not found on the way back, Yi Si calmly said. What do you want to do? Akunologia asked Yi Si's opinion. Let's disintegrate completely. But the old rules, someone must stay and transfer those we can't fight, Yi Si said slowly. Let me just say yes first. It was me every time before, and this time I want to fight with you, Tornado said. Unohana Retsu smiled slightly. Maki, don't worry this time, I will definitely not let you, because we have moved Minion and the others to a safe place. Yeah, we knew that there was going to be a big battle, so we immediately started transferring after receiving the news. Guoyuan added. For this matter, Yi Si was very satisfied, and the preparations for the matter were adequate. Issan, hurry up and arrange for your skilled men to escort us away. At this time, the group of celestial dragons came to Yi Si's side and said. Yi Si glanced at him, and then said, I'm sorry, my people are going to fight with me, please ask yourself. Issan, don't forget, you and I are descendants of the Creator, we are on the same ship, don't fight, you take us away quickly, just leave things like fighting to the guys in Marine, the celestial dragons said anxiously. Yi Si ignored him, as he said, everyone is celestial dragons, and he has no obligation to save them. Moreover, the relationship is not very good, so how could he specially arrange someone to escort them away? Get out, Yi Si said coldly. The celestial dragons also got angry, and when he was about to say something, Yi Si instantly released Conqueror's Haki, a coercion spread around him, and the surrounding objects broke the question instantly. And this group of celestial dragons obviously rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Everyone, let's go, 018 here they come, see full order. Meanwhile, Saint Maryjoy over there. 5 elders had just finished talking about Kong on the phone bug, and then they were summoned by IM. Afterwards, the 5 hurried to where IM was. Their pace is very hasty, basically 2 steps are turned into 1 step, and the atmosphere on everyone's face is also very weird. The matter is serious now, the old man with the knife suddenly said. I really never expected that Lox and his gang would strike so quickly and suddenly attack the Valley of the Gods. That's right, the separated pirates were reorganized a few days ago, and it's only been a few days. I didn't expect such a big commotion. Moreover, this time it was not an attack, but a blatant attack. Of course, if it was an attack on a member country, the world government would at best treat it as a fart. However, it is the celestial dragons who are attacking now, where the nobles of the world live. Damn it, those guys are really crazy, the bald old man cursed. Everyone, please be patient. According to this time, Marine Garp will arrive at the Valley of the Gods for support soon, and even if Garp doesn't arrive, don't forget that Yi Si and his gang are also there. The old man with straight white hair added. It's true to say that, but that kid Yi Si didn't play his cards according to the routine at all. Who knows what he will play? It's true, damn it, now the communication of the Valley of Gods has been completely cut off, and I don't know what's going on there now. While discussing, they stepped into the door. Yes, they have come to the place where IM is. 5 elders, come to meet Lord IM. The 5 elders lined up side by side, kneeling on one knee, looking up at IM on the void throne. Advertisement, you don't have to tell me why you came here this time, right? IM sat on the throne, propped his head with one hand, and looked down at the 5 elders below. Yes, Master IM, the 5 elders said in unison. What are you going to do about it? It happened too suddenly. The Marine side has already rushed there. I believe that no matter what plan Lox uses to attack the Valley of the Gods, their plan will not be achieved. Oh, are you so confident? While speaking, IM leafed a playful smile. At the same time, she stood up and walked down the stairs step by step. Every time they took a step, the hearts of 5 elders thumped, and they became more and more nervous. Lord Yim, there is no need to worry too much, even if Marine can't make it to the Valley of the Gods in time, don't forget that Yi Si's group is also there. Besides, Yi Si's subordinates are all incredibly strong, I believe that even if Marine doesn't come, he can suppress the turmoil. Facing 5 elders' explanation, the expression on Im's face did not change. I don't want to hear so many explanations, I just want the result. This battle must erase Lox from history. Understand? IM has come to the 5 elders at this time, and the 5 elders all bowed their heads. We understand, Master IM. Yes, at this moment IM has given them an order, that is, Lox must disappear in this battle, otherwise, the majesty of the world government will plummet, and no other country will join the world government. And when 5 elders left, 5 elders went out in person to make things go smoothly. Ask for flowers, advertisement Valley of the Gods, in a certain area. With a roar, Lox attacked the surroundings angrily, and the surrounding castles instantly turned into ruins. Black smoke billowed, and beside Lox, lay countless marine corpses, among which were some celestial dragons. No matter what, even if you turn the Valley of Gods over, you must find the text of history. Lox roared into the sky. Damn it, I never thought that there are only gold and silver treasures hidden in such a special basement, Longbread said softly. Yes, at first when he saw this special hidden basement entrance, he thought it contained the historical text, and originally wanted to call Lox and others to witness this sacred moment, but it turned out to be the gold hidden by the celestial dragon's silver treasure. Scatter them all, keep searching, Lox ordered again. Then Captain, what to do with these treasures? Golden Lion asked. Let some people move the treasure back to the ship. Others continue to search, even if they turn over the entire Valley of Gods, they will find the text of history. Clear. However, when the words fell, the expressions of Lox and the surroundings changed suddenly, and all eyes were fixed on the direction of smoke and dust. The sound of heavy footsteps was getting closer and closer, and slowly, 8 figures emerged from the smoke and dust, and a strong sense of oppression was attacking Locks and the others. 019 Summoners vs Locks Pirates, full order, who is it? Locks' hand was already on the handle of the long knife hanging at his waist. At this moment, he was ready to fight at any time. What a strong sense of oppression. Similarly, Golden Lion also tightly held his two famous knives, but he had a small calculation in his heart. If he found that Locks was invincible, he would abandon everyone and flee by himself. Could it be that the guys from Marine have arrived? Charlotte Linlin followed suit. Isn't it a good time to come? Let's solve it together. It will save them from chasing us all the time. Another cadre also spoke. That's right, we don't bother to run away, we just settle the old grudges with the new ones, don't you think so? The cadre of 143, standing beside Locks also said. Whitebeard was the only one who remained silent, holding a naginata in his hand, and staring quietly ahead. He knew that this aura definitely could not be Marine, after all, the coming movement was too small and too small. Indeed, if it is a Marine, there will definitely be a lot of movement and there will be a lot of people. Could it be the strong man guarding the Valley of Gods? The thought flashed across Whitebeard's mind. At the same time, the 8 figures have passed through the smoke and dust, and appeared in the field of vision of everyone in the Locks Pirates. That's right, those 8 figures are Yi Si, Uchiha Madara, Tornado, Unohana Retsu, Ji Guoyuan, Senju Hashirama, and Lao Dianchi. Undoubtedly, when Locks and his party saw that it was Yi Si, everyone's faces were shocked, and dense beads of sweat had gathered on their foreheads. Bernard Yi Si. Why is this guy here? Yeah, shouldn't he be in the Holy Land Maryjoy? Why did he come to the Valley of the Gods? Damn, now, things seem to be getting serious. Advertisement, yes, they can be so frightened, it is obvious that the shadow Yi Si cast on them last time was too much, so now they meet again, they will be so frightened. We meet again, Locks, long time no see, how are you? Yi Si stood at position C in the middle, looked directly at Locks not far in front of him, and said with a smile on his face. Ha 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 ha. Locks smiled ferociously, and then responded. God will not accept me, as you wish, I am very good. You guy, shouldn't you be in the Holy Land Maryjoy? Why did you appear in the Valley of the Gods? You really linger. Damn you be ********** D. On the side of Locks, a certain cadre spoke to Yi Si shouted. At the same time, Yi Si's eyes shifted from Locks to him, and in the next second, Conqueror's Haki centered on him and spread rapidly. Brush. The surrounding abandoned buildings again took physical damage, cracked, and collapsed. The cadre felt even more uncomfortable. Here, when is it your turn to speak? Yi Si questioned. Locks and his group were undoubtedly surprised by Yi Si's Conqueror's Haki and started murmuring. This is Conqueror's Haki. Has Bernard Yi Si's Conqueror's Haki reached this point? It can already cause physical damage. What a horrible guy. While Locks was bearing Yi Si Conqueror's Haki, he also launched Conqueror's Haki, and then the two groups of Conqueror's Haki began to collide with each other. A huge airflow began to be generated. Locks, let's make a deal, Yi Si said coldly. Come on, this may not be the best choice. In this way, I don't want to kill people today. Just pretend that we have never been here and we will go our separate ways. Locks said calmly. At this time, he did not want to fight Yi Si because he thinks it's too late and he doesn't have the confidence to deal with Yi Si here. Advertisement, ha 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 ha. Yi Si laughed loudly. Locks, now that things have happened, do you think you still have the ability to kill me? It's really ridiculous. Bernard Yi Si, don't talk too much, our Locks pirates are not vegetarian, it's not certain who wins and who loses, Locks retorted. Although he said so, many cadres have already retreated, especially Golden Lion, he has even thought about how to run, and now there is only one chance left. Locks still doesn't know enough about himself. At this moment, how many people in his Locks pirates can loyally work for him? What? Yi Si stretched out his hand, and the paper began to separate from his body, slowly forming a long knife, and the long knife was quickly covered with a layer of black object. Obviously, it was an armed S***X bully. Immediately afterwards, the long knife was covered with a layer of red flames, which is Yi Si's second devil fruit ability. At the same time, this is not over yet, Conqueror's Haki also covered the long knife. Seeing this, Locks was naturally not to be outdone, and pulled out the long knife at his waist. Armament Haki covered the long knife first, followed by Conqueror's Haki. Yi Si ran wildly, showing his wings behind him, soaring into the sky, waving the long knife in his hand and flying away at high speed. Locks frowned and roared, come on, 5.7 Bernard Yi Si. While speaking, he also contributed directly, when the two weapons collided together, and suddenly, in an instant, an extremely powerful airflow followed. The sky was directly torn open by the airflow, and the cumulus clouds spread rapidly. The ground on which Locks stood collapsed, and the area was getting bigger and bigger, and his body was constantly sinking. The two drank loudly and were slowly increasing their strength. 020 Super Battle, dance each other, full order. When Yi Si fights Locks, it means that the battle has started. The people of the Locks pirates swarmed up, and Uchiha Madara and the others held weapons and ran quickly. Tornado vs one of the cadres. Senju Hashirama vs Whitebeard. Uchiha Madara vs Charlotte Linlin. Basically, everyone is fighting against cadres and others. Golden Lion is more picky, he chose an old heavenly master. But after fighting, he found that things were not as simple as he thought. As the battle unfolded, the personnel began to disperse, and some chased and fought, getting farther and farther away from Locks' position. There is no doubt that the places where they fought are being reduced to ruins at an extremely fast speed. The more intense the battle, the more frequent the vibrations of the Valley of the Gods. According to this situation, the Valley of the Gods will not last long and will sink to the bottom of the sea. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Yi Si kept swinging the long knife, but Locks could resist it. His physical skills and Conqueror's Haki have been cultivated to the ultimate state. Therefore, it is not easy for Yi Si to take advantage of this battle. Boom. 15 inches, it was another collision, and both of them were finally bounced back by an invisible force. However, while flying backwards, Yi Si directly activated his own paper fruit ability. Countless sharp arrows with red flames flew out. Shish. Locks frowned, but he didn't expect Yi Si to attack at this time. He quickly grabbed the ground with his hands to relieve the impact, and then dodged to the side. When the paper sharp arrow with flames hit the ground, it exploded like a cannonball, and billows of smoke and dust followed Locks behind. At the same time, Yi Si had already stopped, but instead of running towards Locks immediately, he slapped his hand on the ground. The ground is turning into paper at a speed that can be seen by the naked eye, and it is quickly spreading in the direction of Locks. As this, Devil Fruit's ability to awaken? As soon as Locks finished speaking, countless pieces of paper rose from the ground that had turned into paper, and the paper condensed into a huge palm, which slapped Locks directly. Advertisement. Boom. In an instant, a huge cloud of smoke rose. Call. Immediately, a huge cloud of black mist shot up into the sky, directly engulfing the palm of his hand. Yi Si was slightly taken aback, but it was within his expectation. Hoo-hoo. The black mist condensed together to form a giant black dragon. It raised its head to the sky and roared furiously, then rushed towards Yi Si quickly. Yi Si jumped back and shouted at the same time, wood style, wood dragon technique. As soon as his words fell, a huge sleepy dragon with a long hooked nose and thorns all over its body shot up from the ground. In this way, the wooden dragon and the black dragon collided together. The black dragon was instantly disintegrated, and the wooden dragon was also crushed. Another ability? Could this be 2 devil fruit abilities? Locks frowned and asked in surprise. However, after using the wooden dragon technique, Yi Si did not stop attacking. He raised his hand, and a red fireball appeared out of thin air for a moment, followed by the rapid expansion of the fireball, radiating all around. Another brand new ability. Drink. With a roar, Yi Si directly threw the huge red ball. Locks didn't plan to pick it up this time, because he felt more and more confused when fighting with Yi Si. Boom. With the sound of a violent explosion, the earth shook, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Wood style. The birth of the tree world. Senju Hashirama folded his hands and shouted. Ka ka ka. As soon as Senju Hashirama's voice fell, the ground shook, and countless huge tree roots shot out from the ground. Like a flood, head straight for Whitebeard. This guy. Whitebeard muttered, and directly stepped the naginata on the ground. A white halo appeared in both fists, and then swung it. Boom. Advertisement. The roots of the trees coming forward were directly shattered, but the attack did not stop. Seeing this, Whitebeard swung his fists quickly. Boom. Boom. I don't know how many times it shook, and he didn't stop until the tree roots stopped. Brush. At the same time, Senju Hashirama descended from the sky, armament haki covered his fist, and smashed a hard punch towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard's reaction speed is also very fast, armament haki quickly covered and punched. Boom. The two fists collided, and the ground exploded directly. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight, Senju Hashirama said with a smile. The fellows under Yi Simo are all incredibly strong. I'm curious. You all have such powerful power, so you shouldn't be willing to be inferior to others. But I can see that your relationship is indeed very good, Whitebeard responded. Yes, the Locks pirates are the best example. While the Locks pirates are getting stronger, their hearts have also changed. They are all rebellious and falling apart. The relationship is not as good as it is. One day. When the pirates were first formed, the cadres would help each other, but now, all 710 want you to die. Edward Newgate, don't you understand yourself? Senju Hashirama asked back. That's right, how could he not understand that the cadres on board are all ambitious, and one of the sources is the bad relationship? Gu la la la. After hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Whitebeard laughed out loud. You're right. How can the relationship between people who are all ambitious be good? The battle continued like this for a long time. At the same time, a marine battleship slowly approached the port of the Valley of the Gods. Looking at the wreckage floating on the sea, Garp frowned as he looked at the Valley of the Gods that had been shrouded in black smoke, frowned. Looking at the layers of ripples on the sea, a certain marine soldier spoke first. Here. At this moment, what is going on? Garp didn't respond. He jumped off the boat and off the port, and then ran away. Vice Admiral Garp. Leave some of you to guard the ship, and the rest will follow me to the front line. As you order, Vice Admiral Garp, 021 Yi Sis Sage Mode, full order. After leaving instructions, Garp didn't care whether the people behind had caught up, and went forward bravely alone. As for the group of marine soldiers behind him, they immediately began to assign tasks, confirming the people who would stay behind to watch the ship, and then waited for the ship to approach the port, and they swarmed down. Blue, 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 blue. As soon as they left, the phone bug rang on Marine's battleship. One of the marine soldiers didn't think too much, and immediately reached out to pick up the phone bug and connected it. This is the battleship of Marine Vice Admiral Garp, please. As soon as the voice fell, there was a few seconds of hesitation over there, and then a loud voice sounded. I'm Kong, now, get that guy Garp over here immediately. Kong didn't talk nonsense, and immediately got to the point. After all, in the current situation, he didn't have time for useless nonsense. I'm sorry, Marshal Kong, Vice Admiral Garp has just landed in the Valley of the Gods and is on his way to the front line. The marine soldier explained. You have reached the Valley of the Gods? Yes, Marshal Kong. How is the Valley of the Gods now? Kong asked eagerly. It seems that the situation is not optimistic. The place we can see has now been turned into ruins, the surrounding black smoke is everywhere, and the earth is shaking. Presumably at this time in the center of the Valley of Gods, someone is fighting fiercely with the Lock's pirates. Fighting. The marine soldier reported to Kong everything he knew now. Okay. Kong nodded, then hung up the phone bug. Has someone already fought with the Lock's pirates before Garp arrived? If I'm not wrong, it should be Yi Si and the others. Sengoku had been listening to Kong's conversation just now, and when the marine soldier reported the situation, he had roughly guessed it. Yi Si. If you put it that way, then things won't be as bad as we imagined. For Yi Si, Kong is still very optimistic. After all, the last time he was able to push Locks to such an extent, Yi Si contributed a lot. Yeah, but the Valley of the Gods might not be able to support their level of battle. Celestial dragons will definitely suffer a lot of damage. We will still be held accountable by the world government. Sengoku sighed deeply in one breath. No matter what, as long as Locks can be completely disintegrated this time, I believe that the world government will not go too deep into it, Kong said calmly. It must go well. If it doesn't go well, and Locks absconds again, our marine will probably become the laughingstock of the world, Sengoku explained. Don't think about things so badly. Even if Yi Si and the others can't solve Locks, as long as they can be dragged until we arrive, Locks can't escape even with wings. Time passed like this minute by minute, and the battle situation in the Valley of the Gods became more and more intense, and even the edge of the Valley of the Gods was sinking into the seabed one by one. Brush. Locks seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and cut Yi Si directly in the stomach. When he wanted to make a second cut, Yi Si directly resisted. When, following the momentum of the two, both of them took a few steps back. It seems that in terms of combat experience and physical skills, I seem to be better than you, Bernard Yi Si. After fighting for so long, Locks finally revealed a smile at this moment. So what? Yi Si responded indifferently. How is it? Haven't you realized the seriousness of the matter? You have already been cut in the abdomen, but I will not give you a chance to bandage to stop the bleeding, and I will be more violent in the next attack. Slowly and slowly, you will lose due to excessive blood loss, but I admit to one thing, you are really tricky, but now the turning point has come. Seeing Locks so excited, Yi Si also sneered, and directly tore off the tattered top, and his sturdy body appeared in Locks' sight, and the place where he was slashed just now, let alone there was blood, not even a trace. Yes, it's just hot steam that hasn't dissipated yet. Obviously, it's not that Locks didn't hit Yi Si, but that Yi Si has the recovery ability of ninja art. Meiotic regeneration. After being cut, he is already recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Si said disdainfully. I'm afraid, you want to attack fiercely, and I will lose too much blood, so the idea of winning will be defeated. Hearing this, Locks' complexion changed suddenly, the smug smile just now disappeared without a trace. What's going on? I've already hit you, and, at that time, I've seen blood flow out. Why is there nothing wrong now? I can't be wrong. I must have hit you, Locks horrified. I didn't say you didn't hit. Locks, I won't die. In this battle, it's only a matter of time before you die. Locks folded his hands while speaking. A terrifying breath was released from his body, and red eyeshadow appeared around his eyes. That's right, this is really inherited from one of Senju Hashirama's abilities, Sage Mode. The so-called Sage Mode, in the original work of Hokage, is to absorb a certain amount of natural energy to create the Shienju chakra, which can greatly enhance the power of ninjutsu, physical jutsu, and illusion. After using Sage Mode, the body will undergo certain changes, and only the Sage Mode with eyeshadow is complete. However, in Yi Si's case, chakra is not used to describe it, but some kind of power is used instead, which is similar to the nature of chakra. The other side of the Valley of the Gods. Advertisement. Tornado first solved an official crew member in the chaos, and then confronted a cadre. I said, little girl, don't cry when uncle kills you later, the cadre said with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Although he knows that Tornado is the person next to Bernard Yi Si, but what power can a little lowly have? You said I was young? Long Wan's face was full of anger. Except for Yi Si, he will be very angry if anyone says he is small. Do you think you are big? The cadre sneered disdainfully. Go to hell. Tornado shouted angrily. It's up to you. The cadre held a knife and said contemptuously. The tornado was covered with green light, and then the bright light in the sky was blocked by a shadow. The cadre who was about to do something suddenly sensed a hint of crisis. Looking up, he noticed an extremely huge meteorite with flames rushing towards him rapidly. Meteorite. Meteorite. The cadre was taken aback when he saw the meteorite above. When he saw the tornado floating in the air, he knew she was a capable person, but he didn't expect that she could also summon meteorites. The huge meteorite pierced through the atmosphere and struck at the cadre with the momentum of overwhelming and destroying everything. Before the meteorite approached, it made a loud noise, which shocked people and created fear. Hateful. The cadre held a blade, covered armament hockey all over, and swung sword energy towards the meteorite above. Swish swish swish. 3 incomparably sharp sword chi cut across the meteorite, but they didn't cut off the meteorite completely. Boom. There was only a loud explosion on the ground, and the huge meteorite directly buried the cadre. A terrifying air current swept across the 4 directions like a violent storm, destroying a large number of buildings and setting off waves of dust. Tornado floated in midair with a proud face, holding his hands on his chest. Hateful. I saw that the meteorite continued to shatter, and the cadre under the meteorite stood up with difficulty, vomiting blood in his mouth, covered with scars, and his body was still burning with flames. He never thought that a little lowly would possess such a terrifying ability. But he is not a vegetarian, after all, he is a cadre of the Lock's pirates, and he will not be easily solved. Sure enough, there is no simple person around that be ******* Bernard Yi Si. The cadre stared coldly at the tornado, with a strong killing intent blooming from his body. Except for Captain Locks on the whole ship, he hardly paid attention to other people. Today, he was seriously injured by little Lolita, so he was naturally uncomfortable. You scolded Yi Si? The green light on Tornado's body became more vigorous, and she stared at the Cadre angrily. The Cadre was stunned for a while, not knowing why he said something that made Long Wan so angry. Go to hell. You ugly bee asterisk 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 D. Tornado stared at him coldly and questioned with murderous intent in his eyes. The Cadre called Yi Si a jerk, which was smaller than calling him, and made her angry. Damn it, isn't it a Bernard Yi Si? Why are you so willing to follow him? The Cadre asked indifferently. The reason why he joined the Locke's pirates was purely for profit, coupled with Locke's terrifying dominance. Locke's also promised to rule the whole world in the future, so he chose to join. If Locke's falls and cannot provide him with benefits, then he will leave the Locke's pirates without hesitation. And Yi Si, what's so good about him? Why are the powerhouses like Tornado willing to follow him? Could it be Yi Si's Celestial Dragon's identity? But if you value Yi Si's Celestial Dragon's identity, they should want the highest status and benefits. If it's just that, the relationship between them is also an interest relationship. If he scolds Yi Si, there's no need for Long Wan to be so angry, right? Tornado was glowing with green light all over, and she didn't pay attention to him, but she waved her hand. Advertisement: a terrifying gravity covered the Cadre's body, making him feel extremely powerful pressure. WKAKAKA. The ground under his feet sank deeply, and countless dense cracks appeared, making him unable to move. This is the superpower of the Tornado, free manipulation of gravity. Similar to Fujitori's heavy fruit, the countless broken buildings around them all glowed with a burst of green light and then flowed up and gathered together. Boom. Numerous broken buildings fell heavily on the leaders of the Locke's pirates. It was buried in it in an instant. Long Wan clasped her hands in front of her chest, and when she thought of Yi Si, she couldn't help puffing up her face. By the way, today is Yi Si's birthday. The cake can't be destroyed because of the battle. Tornado thought of something suddenly, and thought. She had to end the battle quickly, and then go to the castle to see how the cake was doing. Boom. Suddenly a shocking sword and tent flew out from the broken building in front of the Tornado. Cadres crawled out of the shattered buildings. Even under such an attack, he can still stand up tenaciously. As expected of the Cadre of the Locke's pirates, I said you can't lie down obediently? Long Wan frowned when he saw the Cadre crawling out again. Damn it, how could I be killed by a little girl like you? The Cadre looked at the Tornado and growled. As a Cadre of the Locke's pirates, if it is rumored that he can't even beat a little Lolita, will he still have face? Ugly man, you are annoying, Tornado said disgustedly. Now she just wants to kill the Cadre quickly, then leave the battlefield and go to the castle to see the situation of the cake. Hee. If I don't kill you, I won't fall today, so good Zhao, Kaido sneered with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. None of the Cadres of the Locke's pirates is a simple character. Including the one that Tornado is encountering now. Hurry up and end this battle, Tornado said annoyed. Swish swish swish. The Cadre slashed out 3 sword oars in a row, but the sword oar stayed in midair before approaching the dragon circle. The ability of the Tornado, even the sword energy can stagnate. What? The Cadre's pupils contracted violently, never expecting that the Tornado's ability could even control sword energy. How to fight this? Tornado didn't speak, and more green light appeared on his body. Boom. This time, 3 meteorites fell directly from the sky, rushing down at an extremely fast speed. Boom. 3 meteorites quickly buried the Cadres. The area where she is now is already a mess, there is no complete ground, and there are ruins everywhere. It's really troublesome, Tornado said coldly. After observing for a while, she found that the Cadre hadn't come out yet, so she thought the Cadre was dead, and she was about to leave to go to the castle to see the cake. Behind him came the voice of the Cadre. Who told you to leave? Valley of the Gods on the other side. Yi Si's fight with Locks. Yi Si has completely turned on Sage mode, exuding extraordinary power all over his body. If Yi Si exuded the aura of ferocious beasts just now, then what exudes from Yi Si now is the aura of wild beasts. 022 Angry Ultimates Locks, please order in full. Locks frowned when he saw this scene. Although he didn't know what happened to Yi Si, he could clearly feel that the aura exuding from Yi Si was far superior to that just now. You be asterisk 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 D. What the hell did you do? Locks yelled at Yi Si in surprise. Yi Si ignored him, the paper separated from his body again and condensed in his hands. However, this time it was not a long knife, but a hammer shape. Similarly, the armed color and Lu Wang color cover and go up. Next second, he strode wildly, rushing to Locks. Sure enough, as I imagined, this guy's speed is faster than before. Locks muttered, didn't have much time to think, and quickly prepared for the challenge. In the blink of an eye, Yi Si fell from the sky waving the hammer in his hand. Boom! With a crisp sound, a powerful airflow followed. Scouring everything around. The huge force directly almost crushed Locke's feet. At this moment, he had a ferocious face, the veins on his forehead were bulging. He stared at Yi Si above him, and roared, damn it. Yi Si shouted loudly and increased his strength. Locks fell directly, and the surrounding ground collapsed rapidly, and the cracks were spreading at an extremely fast speed. What? As Locks yelled, a black mist rose into the sky, directly bombarding Yi Si. After retreating tens of meters in midair, Yi Si stabilized, and the hammer in his hand changed into a spear. Shua! Locks jumped straight from the pit and landed on the ground. At this moment, his whole body exudes black mist. His eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted at Yi Si angrily. Bernard Yi Si, even if I die today, I will never let you take advantage of it. As soon as the words fell, suddenly, he seemed to feel something. Just when he turned his head, a burly figure had already come to him, directly waving the fist covered with armament hockey, and swung it over. Boom! Lox was caught off guard and flew upside down, drifting hundreds of meters until it hit a pile of ruins, and the regiment stopped. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose slowly. Yi Si was slightly taken aback, but he wasn't too surprised, because the person who came was really Marine Vice Admiral Monkey 940D Garp. "You're still here," Yi Si muttered. Yes, in the original book, in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Garp won the title of hero precisely because he teamed up with Luo Jia to defeat Lox. "Are you all right, Bernard Issan?" Garp asked Yi Si from below. Yi Si shook his head and slowly landed beside Garp. "You Marine are here alone?" "Currently, I'm the only one arriving. However, if there are no accidents, Marshal Marine and the others should arrive soon," Garp explained. As soon as the voice fell, suddenly at this moment, there was a burst of explosion. A gust of air mixed with the building struck, followed by Lox's roar. Garp. Yi Si and Garp heard about the reputation. At this moment, Lox was extremely angry, and the black mist on his body continued to expand. At the same time as the Great War broke out in the Valley of the Gods. On an island, here's another famous pirate group from New World, the Luo Jia Pirates. Now they have received information from the Valley of the Gods. With such a large-scale battle taking place in the Valley of the Gods, people from nearby countries all paid attention to the movement on the island. One of their crew members, after the previous battle with the Lox pirates, drifted along the ocean to a certain country and robbed a ship. Then he accidentally arrived at a country near the Valley of the Gods. After receiving the news of the battle between the Lox pirates and the Marines in the Valley of Gods, he remembered that he had the number of Captain Luo Jia's phone bug. "Report the news to Luo Jia. Did Lox actually appear in the Valley of the Gods? I heard that there seemed to be many celestial dragons living there." After hanging up the phone, Luo Jia sat on the stone and said solemnly. "Advertisement. Lox must have some purpose in going to the Valley of the Gods. If it is just to rob the treasure, there is no need to take such a big risk to rob the treasure of the Valley of the Gods." Rayleigh on the side analyzed calmly. They knew that Lox's ambition was to rule the world. Almost everything that Lox did on the sea was in preparation for future world domination. Going to the Valley of the Gods this time is very likely because there is something in the Valley of the Gods that gives Lox a chance to rule the world. Otherwise, with Lox's character, no matter how poor he is, BFDD, it is impossible to rob the treasure of the Valley of Gods. The Valley of the Gods has a large number of celestial dragons, and he attacked the location of the celestial dragons openly, causing a large number of massacres. This is a slap in the face of the world government. Would it do the Lox any good to PS off the world government thoroughly? "It seems that the Valley of the Gods has something special," Jabba at the side echoed. "Are you going to go, Captain? If Lox gets the things in the Valley of Gods, it may be bad for us." Rayleigh asked Luo Jia's opinion with a little worry. He was afraid that Marines people would not be able to do it. If Lox gets something that can rule the world, then their Luo Jia pirates may be the first to be wiped out. Because the members of the Lox pirates have long regarded them as thorns in their eyes. Lox really doesn't want to stop for a moment, Luo Jia sighed solemnly. He had previously had a battle with the strongest of the Lox pirates. It is clear how terrifying the powerhouse of the Lox pirates is. They will not do meaningless things. This trip to the Valley of the Gods must be because of the things on the Valley of the Gods that deeply attracted Lox. Can attract Lox to lead the whole crew to attack the land of the dragon people. There is only one chance to rule the world, then leave for the Valley of the Gods. Luo Jia is also preparing to go to the Valley of the Gods. He is afraid that the mere Marines will not be able to resist Lox. There are not many people in the Luo Jia pirates now, but all of them are outstanding elites. Just when the crew of many Luo Jia pirates wanted to set off for the Valley of the Gods, Rayleigh suddenly thought of something. A trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead and reminded, "By the way, Captain Luo Jia, Marines people may not be able to resist Lox. Have we forgotten a certain man?" "Who?" Jabba asked curiously. "We have met that man before, we have fought against him before, and the last time we had a battle with the Lox pirates, he accidentally saved us indirectly." Rayleigh took a deep breath and reminded. "You mean, Yi Si?" Luo Jia suddenly thought of a man. Luo Jia also suddenly thought of a man, that is Celestial Dragon's Yi Si, who has a terrible history. And all of his subordinates are extraordinary powerhouses. "Yes, that's him. If Marines people leave, he may not be able to leave," Rayleigh nodded and said. "The last battle with Lox was due to the arrival of Yi Si, otherwise they would probably be wiped out by the Lox pirates. That guy's subordinates, even Lox can compete." Jabba recalled the battle that night and said with a little palpitation. "If that man also goes, Lox can only be in danger." But if he hadn't gone, Marine probably wouldn't have been able to stand up to Lox. They fought the main force of Marine, and they also fought head-on with many cadres of the Lox pirates. They are very clear that the overall combat power of the Lox pirates can compete with the many high-level combat powers of naval headquarters. But it is impossible for Marine to send all the strong Marines to the Valley of the Gods, and they must always guard their homes. Celestial Dragons Yi Si, that guy is really strong, and his subordinates are also a group of mysterious powerhouses. You said that the key to Rayleigh Marine's victory lies in whether Yi Si chooses to intervene in the Valley of Gods war. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Luo Jia rested his chin on his hand and mused. Yi Si is strong, and ridiculously strong. Their previous impression of the Celestial Dragons was a bunch of idiots, trash who ate and waited to die. But since meeting Yi Si, they then changed their minds about the Celestial Dragons. It turns out that among the Celestial Dragons, there is also a terrifying existence, a godlike existence. Having said so much, shall we go or not? Jabba asked a crucial question. "I think it's safer to go. If EC doesn't go to the Valley of the Gods to participate in the battle, and Locks gets what he wants, then it will be terrible. Rayleigh was silent for a moment, then said solemnly. The final result is to go, so you still talk so much. Jabba spread his hands and smiled. Aren't I perfecting the overall consideration of our actions? Rayleigh shrugged and smiled. In the original book, Marine united with the Luogia pirates to fight against the Locks pirates. But now Marine did not take the initiative to invite Luogia pirates. Instead, after comprehensive consideration, they made a decision to go to the Valley of the Gods. Set sail. Aim for the Valley of the Gods. Luogia pirates shouted to the surrounding crew. They set sail for the Valley of the Gods. Advertisement. They also chose to participate in this war. On the other side of the Valley of the Gods, on a certain sea area around. There is a huge marine battleship here. There are countless black-clothed bodyguards and strong marines on board, and they follow the orders of Tornado and others. Protect Rosminian and other maids. In the cabin, a group of bodyguards prepared sumptuous meals for many maids. Numerous maids sat on chairs, looking at the appetizing meals in front of them. But they have no appetite to eat. Sister Minion, will it be okay to use him? A maid who had just served Bernard Issan looked at the food on the table indifferently, and asked Rosminian and Issan's situation worriedly. Yes, Lord Tornado told us to leave. Will it be dangerous for them to fight alone? The other party seems to be the Locks pirates, the most powerful pirates in New World. I'm a little worried about Master. Although they had known Bernard Issan not long ago, they had already accepted him in their hearts and were willing to serve him all the time. So now that the Locks pirates have attacked the Valley of the Gods, they are all very worried about Issan's safety. Don't worry, the Master is very strong, and none of the Master's friends is weak. Rosminian replied with a calm expression and a soft voice. Is the Master also very powerful? All the maids were surprised at this time. In their impression, celestial dragons have a lofty status and are nobles in the world, but they are basically ignorant people. But their master, Bernard Issan, is not only handsome and friendly to them, but also has a strong personality. Great strength. That's natural, don't underestimate our master is very powerful, and of course his friends are too. In the past, Rosminian met the Luogia pirates when she sailed with Issan. At that time, Issan and Uchiha Madara were fighting against the strongest of the Luogia pirates. He was fortunate enough to observe Issan's fighting demeanor secretly for a while, and it was because of that battle that she was completely fascinated by Issan. It is our honor to follow such a master. All the maids laughed happily. Valley of the Gods, a certain area. Akunalogia is fighting a certain cadre. Akunalogia covered armament hockey on his arm, and rushed towards the cadre in front of him. Boom! The two pairs of fists collided together, and a strong air current erupted suddenly, setting off bursts of smoke and dust. Cracks also appeared in the surrounding ground. Boom! The fists of the two collided, but within half a minute, the figure of the cadre flew out like a shooting star. It flew a full 100 meters away, and then hit a building before stopping. Set off countless smoke to bury the cadres. I said, your strength is too weak, are you giving way to me? Akunalogia looked at the cadres in the distance indifferently, and said calmly. Don't be too arrogant, brat. The cadre stood up, walked towards him step by step, and said coldly. Little ghost. Are you talking about me? Hearing the name Kid, Akunalogia suddenly laughed. He has lived in the world of fairy tale for hundreds of years. And he has also learned about the lifespan of this world. Everyone's lifespan is basically 100 years old. And the cadre in front of him, who is only over half 100 years old, dares to call him a brat. Who is younger? Otherwise, proud brat, you were not born when Laozi set sail, Kaido said disdainfully. It's ridiculous. A person who is less than half my life expectancy actually calls me a brat. It seems that you are ready to meet your death. Akunalogia sneered at the corner of his mouth. A trace of killing intent bloomed in his eyes. It's not half your lifespan. Is it because you dream too much, you can't distinguish reality? I'll let you sleep forever, Akunalogia said lightly, as if talking about a trivial matter. If I don't kill you today, Laozi won't leave the Valley of Gods. The cadre covered hockey all over his body, his arms were bulging with veins, and then quickly rushed to Akunalogia. I didn't intend to let you go, Akunalogia said calmly, and then quickly rushed to the cadre. The two fought again. Valley of the Gods on the other side. The battle between Issan, Garp, and Lux was also on the verge of breaking out. 023 Issan, Garp, and Lux, please order in full. Next, leave everything to me, Bernard Issan, and let me be his opponent. Garp clapped his hands and walked towards Lux with a fearless smile on his face. Can you do it? Lux is not easy. Issan looked at Lux covered in black mist, then looked at Garp and asked. You know, in the original book, Garp teamed up with Luogia to defeat Lux, and now, he said that he wants to be alone. Issan is not at ease. After all, Lux is still in his prime, even if he can't solve it in a short time. It is our marine's duty to protect your celestial dragons, so let me meet him. With excitement on his face, Garp approached Lux step by step, without a trace of fear on his face. Of course, what was said above was just an excuse for Garp. If it were other celestial dragons, he might not be so active. Get out of Garp, my target is Bernard Issan. Lux yelled at Garp with a grim expression on his face. Every time it was Bernard Issan who spoiled his good deeds. Now Lux is no longer praying to be alive, but Bernard Issan must die. Do you think I will take orders from a pirate and let you hurt celestial dragons? Although I look down on other celestial dragons, Bernard Issan is the only celestial dragons I respect. With a calm face, Garp covered hockey with his arms and responded calmly. If Sengoku hears this, Garp will inevitably be nagged for a while, but there is no way. Garp has such a straightforward personality, and he looks down on it if he says he looks down on it. Die Garp. Locks was covered in black mist, and the countless rubble and broken buildings around him were all swallowed up by the black mist. With a thought in Locke's mind, a cloud of black mist appeared above Garp, and the black mist fell down all the broken stones that had been swallowed just now. Yi Si stretched out his hand, and the paper separated from his body again and condensed in his hand. A long, sharp knife appeared in his hand, and he covered himself with a layer of armament haki, then a layer of conqueror's haki. Shua. A sharp sword energy soared into the sky, breaking apart the broken stones in the sky. Swish swish swish. Yi Si waved the long knife in his hand continuously, and the broken stones in the sky were easily crushed like tofu. When the stone fell to the ground, it was too small to cause any damage to Yi Si and Garp. Go to hell, Bernard Yi Si. Locks was covered in black mist, approached Yi Si suddenly, swung the fist covered with haki, and roared violently. Advertisement. A burly figure suddenly appeared in front of him, took the first step to cover Haki's fist, and hit Locks heavily on the face. Boom! Locks' pupils shrank, but before he could resist, he was sent flying, and his figure fell back 100 meters. Boom! Locks' body crashed into a building. The broken building above was hit by gravity, and suddenly tilted up, and then the building fell down and buried him in it. But in the next second, a cloud of black mist rose, swallowing all the broken buildings. Are you forgetting about me, Locks? Garp sneered as he stepped closer to Locks. Garp, you want to court death so much, then I will grant you. Locks' face was hideous, and he roared. He was covered in thick black mist, and from a distance, he looked like a cloud of black smoke, and he could no longer be seen as a human being. Boom! The figures of Garp and Locks disappeared instantly, and then their fists collided. A gust of air shook the four directions, and the ground under the two of them sank by 1 meter in an instant. The fists of the two kept colliding together, and Locks hit extremely fiercely, as if he was facing the murder of his father and enemy, wishing that Garp would die soon. Boom! Garp sideways to avoid Locks' fist, then slammed into Locks' face. With a loud noise, Locks' body flew straight upside down. At this time, Locks had too many distractions in his mind, which prevented him from maximizing the effect of observation haki. Observation haki needs to calm down before it can be activated. Can you see that Locks can calm down now? The whole look of Garp is like killing his father and enemy. Looks like today is your doomsday, Locks. The Valley of the Gods is where you fell. Garp said calmly with a smile on his lips. Damn, hate, why do you have to stop me, Bernard Yi Si? Garp, Locks roared angrily. Every time it was Bernard Yi Si Garp who spoiled his good deeds. He didn't understand why Bernard Yi Si, who was celestial dragons, didn't want to be a good for nothing to eat and wait to die, and insisted on showing his edge. And Garp, who chased them Locks pirates many times, captured many of his powerful crew members, and made him hate him to the bone. Stop you. Please, the Valley of the Gods is under my control now, it belongs to my territory, you destroyed my territory, now you blame me for stopping you? Yi Si sneered. Advertisement, ask for flowers, isn't it natural for marines to catch pirates? Garp spread his hands and said slowly. I am 5 today, and I want to go down with you to be buried together. Pull us down to be buried with you? Are you qualified to be Locks now? Yi Si said indifferently with disapproval. If you have the ability to pull me down to be buried with you, try it, Garp said calmly and slowly. Don't underestimate me, I'm Locks. This era is also called Locks. Locks growled towards the two. I saw a black shadow advancing rapidly on the ground, approaching Garp in an instant. Boom! Garp swung his fist without fear and collided with Locks' fist. The collision of the two forces caused gusts of air to sweep across the four directions like a violent storm. The ground around them is crumbling. Locks is not weak now, but Garp has also grown up. Valley of the Gods, on the other side. Swish swish swish. Holding two famous knives in his hand, Golden Lion rushed towards the old Heavenly Master with unmatched sword energy. Dang dang dang. Around the old Heavenly Master, a group of golden barriers emerged, enveloping him, and the Golden Lion's sword sheath slashed on it without breaking through. I said, old guy, you are so old, why is someone forcing you to go to the battlefield? Golden Lion had a cigar in his mouth, slightly surprised at the strength of the old master. He originally thought that he had picked an old man who was half in the coffin, and he could easily defeat him. But what he didn't expect was that this old man is not simple. No one forced me, old man, I just want to see what the most vicious pirates in this world are like. The old Tianchi had a kind face on his face, slightly opened his pupils, and there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. When the old Heavenly Master came to this world, he naturally had some understanding of this world and read a lot of newspapers. He was very impressed with the Locks pirates, because the people on the Locks pirates are a group of vicious people who slaughter, plunder, and do almost everything. He used to be the old celestial master of Dragon and Tiger Heaven, no matter how you put it, he was from the mortal world, and he had a heart. Naturally, they can't understand the evil and vicious Locks pirates. 024 Locks. I won't let you take advantage of me if I die. Valley of the Gods, a certain area. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara is battling Charlotte Linlin. Fire-style fire extinguished. Uchiha Madara spit out a raging flame, and the flame swallowed Charlotte Linlin at an extremely fast speed. Even Charlotte Linlin was born with copper skin and iron bones. But the scorching flame still burned his skin, causing her to feel severe pain. Damn, it's hot. Charlotte Linlin ran out from the sea of flames, her face was a little red from the fire. Uchiha Madara held a sickle, covered haki, and swung towards Charlotte Linlin. Napoleon. I'm here, Mom. The bicorn hat Napoleon on Charlotte Linlin's head suddenly turned into a huge sword and appeared in her hand. Boom! Uchiha Madara's sickle collided with Charlotte Linlin's, September 47 inches Napoleon, and the powerful airflow swept all directions like a storm. Uchiha Madara has been in this world for a long time, and her talent is terrifying. In this world, she has learned Conqueror's Haki, and all of them have been profound. And his progress has also reached 60%, and he has 60% of his speed power. His strength should be above Charlotte Linlin. Bang bang bang. The weapons of the two collided continuously, and ripples visible to the naked eye destroyed all directions, and the surrounding space was distorted. Shua. Uchiha Madara found a flaw in Charlotte Linlin, dodged the attack sideways, then raised the sickle, and hit Genlot Linlin's abdomen with a heavy blow. What? Charlotte Linlin let out a scream, and then stepped back a few steps. There was a hideous scar on his abdomen. You must know that Charlotte Linlin is born with strange strength and tough skin. But Uchiha Madara still broke through the defense, which is enough to prove how terrifying Uchiha Madara's strength and Haki's mastery are. Mother, advertisement Napoleon, as well as Zeus, yelled in horror. They rarely saw Charlotte Linlin being injured, and now there was a hideous scar on her abdomen, which was still dripping blood, which naturally frightened them. A cadre of the Locks pirates, do you have such strength? You don't even have the strength to entertain me. Uchiha Madara was carrying a sickle, dark and indifferent, dismissive. Damn it, you be asterisk 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 D. Are you underestimating me? Charlotte Linlin clenched her fists and growled ferociously. He was suppressed and beaten by Uchiha Madara in the holy land of Myriad, which became a difficult hurdle in her heart. Her strength has improved a lot during this period, just to avenge Uchiha Madara. But she found that Uchiha's strength has also improved a lot, although she really doesn't want to fight with Uchiha Madara. But the other party mocked her so much that she couldn't bear it. I've never looked up to you before, your strength is too weak, Uchiha Madara said coldly. Damn it. Charlotte Linlin growled ferociously, with veins on her forehead popping out. Hee hee hee. Uchiha Madara sneered as he put his sickle on the ground. Go to hell. Why Charlotte Linlin raised up the Napoleon sword in her hand, and then swung a terrifying sword energy in front of her eyes that could overwhelm mountains and destroy everything. Terrible forces surged towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara held a sickle in both hands, swept across vigorously, scattered the incoming sword energy, and then rushed towards Charlotte Linlin again. Center of the Valley of the Gods at this time, Garp and Lox are in a fierce confrontation. Lox deserves to be Lox, although his eyes were blinded by anger at the beginning of the battle. He didn't show his true strength. When he calmed down, he began to press Garp to fight. Boom. Lox covered Haki's punch, hitting Garp hard in the face. Garp's figure was like a meteor, flying backwards for 100 meters in an instant, smashing many buildings along the way. A cloud of dust kicked up. Ha ha ha. What's the matter, Garp? Didn't you feel proud just now? You want to defeat me by yourself? Don't forget, I'm Lox. Advertisement Lox looked at Garp lying under the building in the distance, and laughed violently. So what about Lox? I'm Garp, Garp yelled as he stood up from the ground. At this time, Garp had many minor injuries all over his body, but to him, these were as if he hadn't been injured at all. This era is called Lox, and I am the king of this era. No matter who stands in my way, I will destroy him, Lox sneered sinisterly. Today he knew that he would definitely not survive, although Yi Si hasn't done anything yet. But if he wants to run, he has to face the pursuit of Garp and Yi Si. It would be better not to run, and it would not be a loss to pull back before dying. Lox cast his gaze aside. At this moment, Bernard Yi Si was sitting in the ruins, his legs crossed, and at some point he took out a newspaper and read it leisurely. Damn it. Lox looked at Yi Si with a cold look. He and Garp were fighting to the death, but Yi Si was fine, reading the newspaper with a relaxed look. No pirate can resist my fist, including you, Lox. Garp took off the cloak of justice behind him and said solemnly. Don't be too proud, Garp. If it wasn't for Bernard Yi Si, after the Luoji pirates were wiped out, you Marine would be the next one to be wiped out. Lox looked darkly. Growled. At the beginning, he almost wiped out the entire Luoji pirate group. If Bernard Yi Si hadn't led people to intervene, otherwise the Luoji pirate group would have been gone. If Luoji's pirate group is destroyed, their Lox pirate group will retreat completely, and only his family will be left alone in the entire new world of pirates. At that time, recruit endless pirates, directly destroy marine and world government, and the road to world domination may also be realized. But the premise of all this is that Bernard Yi Si is not in this world. He hated Bernard Yi Si deeply, but there was nothing he could do about him. But Roger is still alive. Garp looked indifferent, and quickly ran to Lox and sneered. Damn, don't mention him to me, Lox snarled with veins in his arms. Thick black mist rose from his body, and he attacked Garp again. Boom. The bodies of the two kept colliding together, like two violent prehistoric beasts. Flying sand and rocks are flying around, smoke is everywhere, yellow sand is filling the air, the ground is a mess, and the terrifying air current forms ripples and sweeps all directions. After Yi Si finished reading the newspaper, he put the newspaper on the ruins aside and stared at Lox and Garp, who were fighting ahead. 0255 elders also personally launch, seeking full order. After a long time, on an island far away from the Valley of the Gods, several marine warships sailed mightily. Standing on the marine battleship are the Marine Admiral Kong and Marine Admiral Sengoku. When they received the news that Lox was attacking the Valley of the Gods, they held an emergency meeting and then set off for the journey. I hope that Garp can persevere, and I hope that the Valley of the Gods will not be destroyed. Kong looked solemn, with some worries in his heart, and he couldn't stop swaying on the deck of the boat for a moment. Don't worry, Kong. Bernard Issan is also in the Valley of the Gods. We will win this battle. Sengoku was relatively calm. No, I believe in Bernard Issan's strength, but there are a lot of celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods. If they are all dead, it will be difficult for us to deal with each other, Kong said with a serious expression, frowning slightly. The Valley of the Gods is arguably the second holy land of Myriad, where a large number of celestial dragons live. With the temper of the Lock's pirates, it is impossible to massacre all the celestial dragons on the island. That's 15, but even if we panic, we can't do anything about the speed of the boat. Sengoku sighed helplessly. Although he also wanted to hurry to the Valley of the Gods for support, but the speed of the battleship was already the fastest, and no matter how urgent they were, they couldn't make the speed of the battleship faster. However, there is one thing I really can't figure out. What is the purpose of Lock's attack on the Valley of the Gods? Kong rested his chin on his hand, frowning slightly in thought. The purpose of the Lock's pirates is to rule the entire world, but what does this have to do with the Valley of the Gods? Is it to rob treasure and recruit more crew? But even if it is to rob the treasure, there is no need to take such a big risk. Go and rob the treasure of the Valley of Gods. While the Valley of the Gods may hold a wealth of treasure, it is home to the great celestial dragons. Lox slaughtered celestial dragons with impunity. There is no doubt that it will attract the attention of the top leaders of the world government. At that time, Lox will not be facing their naval headquarters, but also the world government. So why did Lox take such a big risk? To die? Only their parties know this. Sengoku mused with his hands behind his back. This time, not only people from Marine, but also people from 5 elders went to the Valley of the Gods. After all, Lox's actions this time can be said to have completely angered them. Advertisement: they actually attack the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, openly and above board. If they do such arrogant and crazy things, their world government will become the laughingstock of the world if they don't express themselves. In a certain sea area, there is a luxurious and huge marine battleship. There are 5 top leaders of the world government standing on it. I don't know when was the last time I left the holy land of Myriad. The old man with the knife sighed, looking at the blue sea. Alox, let us set foot on this familiar ocean again. I haven't been active for a long time. The bald old man said lightly with his hands behind his back. The matter of the Valley of the Gods this time is of great importance. It must be hidden from the world, and Lox must also be erased, otherwise we will have no face-to-face Lord I am. The old man with straight white hair said in a deep voice. This time the Lox pirates attacked the Valley of the Gods, but made Master I am angry. No matter what, Lux must die in this battle. If he doesn't die, where will the 5 elders have the face to return to the Holy Land Myriad? Although they are the top leaders of the world government, they have a high status and hold supreme power, and it would be embarrassing to take the initiative in person. But there was no way. Coxby was on fire. I hope that kid EC can cooperate with Garp to kill Lux, and save us from doing it. The man with a scar on his left face stood in front of the boat rail and said slowly. I hope EC can perform well this time. Jianzhong is someone we value. If EC performs well in this campaign, we may not be able to push him to where we are now. It's possible, but it still depends on the kid's intentions. He doesn't seem to have much interest in rights. How old is EC? He is still too young now. Even though he has extraordinary strength and mysterious followers, he is still young in the final analysis. I believe that one day he will fall in love with the supreme power. I hope so. The white-haired man stroked his beard and said. Now Lord Yim is also interested in that kid EC. I hope you won't let Lord Yim down. Once this campaign, Bernard EC performed well. They asked Yim directly for instructions and made EC a person of the same level and status as them. Valley of the Gods, the center of the island. Lox and Garp have been fighting for a long time. Advertisement: Lox's strength is terrifying, but Garp is not weak either. He was knocked down many times but still stood up tenaciously. Garp has a lot of injuries, but these injuries are nothing to Garp. Damn it, why don't you fall down? Lox looked at Garp, who was covered in blood, and roared ferociously. Your attack didn't hurt, Lox. Garp grinned and responded coldly. Garp's physical skills and hockey's mastery are very profound, and he has a terrifying will to defeat him. Even Lox, in his prime, can't pull it off. It's too slow, Garp. Bernard EC sat on the ruins and suddenly stood up and said. When Lox saw EC standing up, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Although he can't defeat Garp in a short time, it is still possible to do it if it takes a long time. But if 090 and EC also intervene, then it will be very troublesome. Please don't meddle in the battle between us, Bernard Issan. Garp saw EC standing up, and quickly persuaded him. Are you ordering me, Garp? EC glanced at him and said indifferently. No, I just want to fight him alone, Bernard Issan. Give me a chance. Garp looked at EC and said solemnly. You're too slow, I don't have time to wait for you, EC asked calmly. Forget it. Garp sighed helplessly, and then sat down on the ruins. Although he looks down on celestial dragons, Bernard EC is the only celestial dragons he respects, so he doesn't want to disobey his orders. Since Bernard EC had already said it himself, there was no need for him to say anything more. Next, let me be your opponent, Lox. EC stretched out his hand, separated the paper from his body, and gathered it into a sharp long knife in his hand. You are about the same as Garp, and the time to beat me may be far longer than Garp. Lox sneered, making his own calculations. Don't provoke me with these boring words. It's useless at all. EC sneered, covering hockey with his long knife. 026 EC. Sage art true several thousand hands, Shua. EC swung his knife at Lox, the blade scraping against the air. There was a slight roaring sound, and then a slash like a shark's fin struck Lox. The black mist on Lox's body could condense into a real thing, and an extremely black blade appeared in his hand. Shua. Holding the sword in both hands, he swept across heavily in front of his eyes, and also shot out a sword energy. Boom. The two sword chi collided together, and a powerful air current erupted and swept all directions. The figures of the two disappeared in place and then collided together. One is Lox, the overlord of the sea. The other is celestial dragons EC. The battle between the two erupted in waves of terrifying ripples that swayed in all directions. Today Yi Si is still at his peak, and Lox, after a long fight and excessive use of Devil Fruit's power, is now physically weaker than Yi Si. Shua. During the confrontation of swordsmanship, Yi Si found a flaw in Lox and hit Lox in the face with a single blow. What? With a scream, Lox stepped back, covering one eye with his hand in pain. Blood flowed out through his hands. Damn it, Yi Si. One of Lox's eyes has been cut off by Yi Si. Even if he can live, the future is just a blind man. But the place where he fell today is here, it is impossible to live. Today is your final battle, do your best Lox, Patrick said calmly, holding a long knife and looking indifferent. Damn it. Lox yelled ferociously. Black mist steamed all over his body, making him look like a demon. He was unwilling. Why did he meet such a terrifying opponent as Bernard Yi Si in his era? Without Bernard Yi Si, the Luoji pirates would have been wiped out, and in the future he may also become the world hegemon. But everything was ruined by Bernard Yi Si. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and now he has lost one eye. The anger that was originally suppressed by him surged from his heart again at this time, and it became more intense. Advertisement. Although Lox's other eye was not cut by Yi Si, it was covered with bloodshot eyes. Boom. Regardless of the sharp pain in his eyes, Lox charged his legs, left a small hole in place, and quickly attacked Yi Si. Today's Lox has fallen into a state of rampage. But in this state, his observation haki can be said to be unusable. Bang bang bang. Yi Si's sword collided with Lox's sword continuously. Although Lox's swordsmanship is superior to Yi Si's. But now Yi Si observation haki can be used flexibly. After all, the more observation haki is, the better it is used. Yi Si's sword kept slashing at Lox's body, but Lox didn't dodge either, intending to exchange wounds for wounds. But Yi Si's reaction was really fast, not to mention being able to dodge Lox's slash. Even if Lox's attack hit Yi Si, he has a strong resilience and can recover quickly. The two swordsmanship confronted each other for a long time. Lox suffered numerous injuries. On the way of confrontation, Yi Si suddenly backed away. Are you dying, Yi Si? Lox was still dripping blood from one eye, and there was a sneer on his face. No, I just want to end this battle quickly, and I want to go back to take a bath. Yi Si withdrew his long knife and said calmly. Do you think you can end this fight in a short time? I have a lot of energy now, Lox grinned. It would take at least a few days for a strong player of their level to decide the outcome. Lox is no longer praying to be alive. He intends to trade wounds for wounds in the next battle. Even if he can't kill Yi Si, it won't make him feel better. At least one of his eyes must be crippled. Using energy to end the battle is the way people at the same level fight. Do you think you are at the same level as me? Yi Si said disdainfully with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. You are strong, Yi Si, I admit it, but this era also belongs to my era, Lox roared with veins on his forehead. I know you're Lox, don't need to repeat too much, my ears are calloused, and besides, your time is over. As long as I live, my time will not pass away. Unfortunately, you're going to die soon. Yi Si clasped his hands together while speaking. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, and red eyeshadows appeared around his pupils. Yi Si entered Sage mode again. Advertisement, Sage Art Wood Style True Several Thousand Hands. Ka ka ka. As his words fell, the earth shook suddenly, and huge smoke swept everything around. But for a moment, a Buddha statue with countless huge arms appeared in front of Lox. The Buddha statue is huge, as majestic as a mountain, and it exudes an extremely terrifying aura from top to bottom. And the entire Valley of the Gods can be seen. Isn't this my ability? In a certain area of the Valley of the Gods battlefield, Senju Hashirama, who was fighting Whitebeard, said with some surprise. Wood Style True Several Thousand Hands is his unique ability. Unexpectedly, Yi Si has even learned this ability. Is it Yi Si? Whitebeard stared at the huge Buddha statue in the distance with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. The huge Buddha statue, with thousands of arms behind it, looks extremely magnificent and full of shock. In this Valley of Gods, can someone force Hashirama's True Several Thousand Hands out? Uchiha Madara's first glance at the gigantic Buddha statue. Instinctively thought this was the ability released by Senju Hashirama. Damn it, the gap in strength is too great. Charlotte Linlin, who was holding Napoleon at this time, was panting heavily. Her body had many scars, and blood was still dripping out. Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, has almost no injuries. While Uchiha Madara gazes at the Senju Buddha statue, Charlotte Linlin shouted hastily. Zeus. I'm here. Mom, Wu money is good. I saw a white cloud appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, Charlotte Linlin jumped onto Zeus's body, and Zeus quickly floated in midair and took her away from this place. She no longer intends to continue fighting, and she knows that this battle is likely to be the end of Lox. And if she continues to stay, this place is likely to become her endpoint. It's really boring. Uchiha Madara looked at Charlotte Linlin's leaving back and did not choose to chase. He was looking for someone who could entertain him, but it was obvious that Charlotte Linlin was not the one who could entertain him. Moreover, as far as he is concerned, Charlotte Linlin will never be able to pose any threat to him or to Yi Si. Yes, Charlotte Linlin was too weak for him, and the underdog Uchiha Madara was never taken seriously. 027 True Several Thousand Hands vs Lox, Devil Fruit Awakening? At the same time, Lox, standing in front of Yi Si, looked at the huge Senju Buddha statue in front of him, his pupils constricted violently, and he was extremely shocked. The Senju Buddha statue exuded an extremely frightening aura, even he felt quite threatened. I remember that this seems to be the ability of one of Yi Si's subordinates. Although I saw it in a newspaper before, and watched it with my own eyes, the aura is really in full swing. Garp, who was sitting in the ruins not far away, couldn't help sighing when he looked at the Senju Buddha statue standing like a mountain in front of him. Before Senju Hashirama fought Uchiha Madara on a certain island, the Senju Buddha statue he released was photographed, and Garp also paid attention to the news in this area, so he naturally saw the Senju Buddha statue in the newspaper. He was already shocked once when he saw it in the newspaper, and he was even more shocked when he saw it with his own eyes and experienced it up close. Lox, the Valley of the Gods is your burial place, and the battle with me is also your last battle. Do you have anything to say? Standing on top of the huge Buddha statue, Yi Si folded his hands on his chest and said with a contemptuous smile on his face. Sage art, true several thousand hands, is the most powerful escape technique of Senju Hashirama in the original work, possessing extremely terrifying power. Defeating Lox with such a move can be regarded as allowing him to die with dignity. Yi Si, I want you to die, Lox growled towards Yi Si, who was 647 above. It seems that you have nothing to say. Yi Si calmly shrugged and smiled. Even if I can't drag you down to die today, I can't make it easy for you, Lox yelled violently. Hoo. Behind him, the black mist billowed into the sky, and clusters of mist condensed together to form a few giant black dragons roaring upwards and possessing a terrifying aura. The black dragon, like a shooting star, rushed towards Yi Si standing on top of the Senju Buddha statue. Boom! Yi Si manipulated several giant arms of the Senju Buddha statue, grabbed the flying black dragon, held it in his hand, and then squeezed several dragons to burst. Damn it, how could it be so strong? Even Lox couldn't help gnashing his teeth and cursing secretly when he saw the scene in front of him. The huge black dragon condensed by his black mist can be said to be one of his most powerful means. But I didn't expect that it could be easily destroyed by Yi Si's Senju Buddha statue. Advertisement: the Buddha statue in front of me doesn't seem to be a bluff, but it really possesses terror. Okay Lox, you can die. Yi Si looked at Lox and said coldly. Boom! He manipulated true several thousand hands, and the countless huge arms behind him swept mountains and seas, destroying everything, and attacked Lox. Yi Si! Lox looked at the countless giant arms and shouted angrily. The black mist on his body was overwhelming, exuding an extremely frightening aura. Around his body, countless black snows had condensed into huge fists. The Senju Buddha statue released by Yi Si is extremely huge. Every giant arm behind him is as thick as a towering old tree. At this time, countless arms have reached Lox's eyes. Come! Lox roared, facing countless thick arms. He covered armament hockey all over, and then punched the huge arms surging in front of him. Countless black mist fists around Lox also swung out at the same time. Bang bang bang! Countless black mist arms collided with the giant arms of true several thousand hands, and the center of the island of the Valley of the Gods suddenly let out a thunderous roar. The sky has changed, and countless dark clouds have rolled over and become dark. Has your strength reached this level yet, Bernard Issan? Garp, who was in the ruins in the distance, felt the shaking of the ground, and looked at the scene in front of him in a little shock. Watching it with your own eyes will inevitably be a little shocking. However, in order not to let the attack affect him, Garp left this place and went to a farther place to watch the battle. This time the Battle of the Valley of the Gods is the final battle of Lox, and he will fall here. And Bernard Issan was also the last enemy of Lox. The innumerable giant arms of the Senju Buddha were destroyed by Lox. But Yi Si doesn't, BFDH, panic, because true several thousand hands, there are more giant arms, one is broken, and the other giant arm follows, just like a perpetual motion machine. Lox's physical skills are very strong, but excessive release of Devil Fruit's power also consumes a lot of his physical strength. Although he was very tired, he didn't dare to stop for a moment. The horizon of his location has been dropped dozens of meters by the giant arms of true several thousand hands. Bang bang bang. Lox's fists are so fast that there are countless afterimages, but true several thousand hands' good arms are just too many. Advertisement Lox was a little overwhelmed and was hit hard by a giant arm. Then countless giant arms fell on him. Covered in black mist, he flicked away his huge arms, and quickly got up to continue to fight. Yi Si. Feeling that his physical strength was being exhausted rapidly at this time, Lox roared angrily. In less than a moment, the giant arm of true several thousand hands was destroyed by Lox in half. Even Yi Si was a little surprised by Lox's physical strength. Although Lox destroyed half of true several thousand hands' arms, he's almost at his limit now. The fists condensed by the black mist around Lox's body disappeared one at a time, and then disappeared one after another. In less than a moment, the fists gathered by his devil fruit had all dissipated. And he didn't have much physical strength anymore, so he couldn't continue to parry true several thousand hands. He swung his fist and shattered a giant arm, but the remaining fist of true several thousand hands buried him in an instant. He was like being in front of a dam, and his whole body was instantly swallowed up. In the entire Valley of the Gods, what can be heard now is not the sound of bang bang, only the sound of bang. Lox's body was completely buried by true several thousand hands. The will of Lox in the giant pit gradually dissipated. Now he has endless anger and despair in his heart. He was thinking how beautiful the world would be without Bernard Issan, and his ambition might come true. But now everything is broken. The huge fist fell on him without stopping for a moment. Suddenly he felt a burst of icy seawater. He woke up suddenly, and then sank deeply. The giant arm of true several thousand hands pierced the island in the middle, and Lox sank into the deep sea. He has demon fruit power. If you fall into the sea and no one rescues you, you will die without a doubt. After all, demon fruit power are landlubbers. On the Valley of the Gods, Yi Si could no longer feel the breath of Lox, and then retracted the innumerable giant arms of true several thousand hands. In front of him was a huge bottomless pit, in which seawater was constantly surging upwards. 028 The warm picture after the war, please order in full. 27 Seeing the surging water, Yi Si knew that the battle was over. He retrieved the true several thousand hands and then sat on the ruins. He has been fighting for a long time, and now he is already very tired. The dark clouds above were also slowly dissipating because of the battle, revealing a piece of sunset glow. It was dusk at this time. Yi Si breathed a sigh of relief. Lox has been terminated, and the era of Lox is over. Step, step, step. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps behind Yi Si, and 6 reflections appeared in front of him. He turned his head suddenly, and saw that Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Old Heavenly Master, Eggflower Row, Tornado, and Akunologia were standing behind him at this moment. I saw Long Wan standing in the middle, holding a small piece of cake in her hand, and with a tender smile on her face, she handed the cake to Yi Si, and then she turned her head slightly arrogantly with a flushed face and whispered, "Birthday happy Yi Si." Happy birthday Yi Si. The 5 people beside him congratulated Bernard Yi Si on his birthday. Today is my birthday. Yi Si was slightly taken aback, took the cake, and watched the sunset glow on the 6 of them. For some reason, he felt an indescribable emotion. That's right, today is your birthday. Really, why didn't you even forget your birthday? Long Wan puffed up slightly, and then pinched Yi Si's face. Yeah Yi Si, today is your birthday. Happy birthday Yi Si. My old man can't say anything pretentious, so I can only wish you a happy birthday. Birthday is so poor, you won't be angry, Yi Si? Senju Hashirama stood aside and laughed. Why? I'm too happy to be happy. Yi Si smiled happily. Yi Si, I'm sorry, we originally prepared a big cake and surprise for you, but, sorry. Akunologia stepped forward and said regretfully. Because the Lox pirates came suddenly. Advertisement. There is almost no complete area in the entire Valley of the Gods, and the surprises and cakes they prepared were also destroyed. So today is Yi Si's birthday. They only found such a small cake, and he felt a little bit sorry at this moment. It doesn't matter how big the cake is, as long as you have it. As for surprises, you have prepared surprises and cakes for me, which is already the biggest surprise for me. Yi Si spoke the truth. Long Wan and others remembered that they prepared surprises and cakes for him on his birthday, which really touched him infinitely. Yi Si, I don't have any preparations for your birthday today. Why don't I give you a good meal? Akunologia said suddenly. Ha ha ha. What he said made the people around him laugh. Yi Si couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth slightly. I'm serious. Akunologia said solemnly. Okay, Akuno, let's go. Today is Yi Si's birthday. Eggflower pushed him over. Hurry up and eat the cake Yi Si. A birthday is only complete if you eat the cake. Long Wan laughed softly. Yeah, eat it quickly, Yi Si. This cake took us a lot of thought to make. Eggflower reminded. Yi Si ate the small cake in her hand. Then he moved towards the 6 people and said, "Thank you, everyone." After eating the cake, Yi Si felt unspeakably moved. Someone remembered his birthday and prepared a cake for him. Such a move broke his defenses. He didn't know how to express it, so he could only thank everyone. Oh, it's all Locke's fault, otherwise we would have given you a happy birthday. Tornado sighed regretfully. They prepared a lot of surprises for Yi Si, and there was a big cake, which they carefully made, just to surprise Yi Si. But Locke's sudden attack caught them off guard. This time, for Yi Si's birthday, I can only let Yi Si eat a small cake. Although Yi Si doesn't care about it, they are actually very regretful in their hearts. I can spend this birthday with you, even if there is no cake. I feel very happy. As for Locke, his death is a gift. It is estimated that no one will trouble us for a long time in the future. Yi Si laughed. Locke is dead, and although his crew has run away a lot, they must have a long memory and dare not trouble him again. Yi Si. Suddenly at the end of the horizon, Marine Admiral Sengoku and Marine Marshal Kong rushed over, with a large number of Marines behind them. After they came to the Valley of the Gods, they found that the strong cadres were either dead or not here anymore. And there was no sign of Locke along the way. Ask for flowers. Advertisement, Bernard Issan. Where's Locke? After Kong arrived here, he found ruins everywhere, but there was no sign of Locke. It's sunk in the sea. Yi Si pointed to the huge pit not far away and reminded. The huge pit is constantly flowing out seawater, and it won't be long before the entire Valley of the Gods will sink into the sea. You killed Locke? Kong gasped, remembering a shocking fact. Locke, a big pirate who has been doing evil in New World and ruled New World for many years, was terminated by the celestial dragons today. If it was before, he would not have believed it at all, because the Dragon Man could kill Locke. But since the appearance of Bernard Yi Si, the celestial dragons, Kong has been shocked many times. This time it made his shocking heart unable to calm down for a long time. I guess I'm dead, Yi Si said as he turned his head and looked at the huge pit that was constantly gushing seawater. Isn't even Locke your opponent? Bernard Issan? Sengoku pushed his glasses. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It is impossible not to be shocked that a celestial dragons actually possess such terrifying strength. Is that cake on the corner of your mouth? Kong suddenly noticed the corner of Yi Si's mouth, which was stained with a trace of cake. Today is my birthday. Yi Si licked her lips and smiled. Kong froze briefly, then took a deep breath and shouted, Bernard Issan, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Bernard Issan. Sengoku looked at Yi Si and said respectfully. Happy birthday to you, Bernard Issan. Standing behind them, Marine quickly stood to attention and shouted respectfully. They have long heard that Bernard Yi Si, the celestial dragons, is different from other celestial dragons. After seeing it with their own eyes and knowing that he killed Locke, all the Marine soldiers were shocked in their hearts. And real respect. Sorry, Bernard Issan, today is your birthday, but let the Locke pirates ruin it. Kong felt sorry for Yi Si. No problem. Yi Si looked at the 6 people next to him and smiled nonchalantly. With their company on the birthday, Do you need a cake surprise to set it off? 029 The Luogia pirates are coming? Seek full order? I'm still very sorry, Bernard Issan, this time I really troubled you. Kong looked at Bernard Yi and said respectfully. As a marshal, he didn't have too much respect, and Bernard Yi was one. Although a celestial dragons, Bernard Yi is completely different from other celestial dragons. For other celestial dragons' birthdays, hundreds of tables should be placed there. But Yi's birthday not only did not have a grand ceremony, but also did not even have a big cake, which is really shabby. Even fight with vicious pirates like Locks. If the birthdays of other celestial dragons were ruined, Marine would have to go crazy and put pressure on them, and kill the person who destroyed the birthdays. Fortunately, Yi killed Locks himself. The polite words will be avoided, Yi said flatly. No, I'm not talking about 673, Bernard Issan, you are the hero of the whole sea. Xiao Ran said with a solemn expression on Kong's face. Fighting pirates is what their marines have to do, but now they're being helped by celestial dragons. He now sincerely admires Bernard Yi. You are celestial dragons, but you did it yourself, thanks to you, Bernard Issan, Sengoku praised. As Marine Admiral, he has a high status in naval headquarters, he has never spoken to celestial dragons so respectfully, Bernard Yi is the first. Okay, it's just that Locks is dead now, and his crew has run away a lot. You Marine's troubles have not been completely resolved, Yi said calmly. Fighting pirates is what Marine has to do. The reason why he leads his companions to attack pirates is just a whim. And this time Locks was killed because the Valley of the Gods was the island he was in charge of, and there were pirates coming, how could he let it go? The escaped crew members of the Locks pirates were no threat to him, but perhaps not Marine. I know, but Locks is dead. I believe the sea will be calm for a while, Kong nodded. Wait. Where's Garp? Sengoku glanced around, but there was no sign of Garp, and asked with a slight frown. Garp? Yi also looked around curiously, but there was no sign of Garp. Yo, Sengoku, Kong, you are here. In the distance, a muscular man walked towards them waving his hands. Garp. Sengoku yelled. Garp smiled, then speeded up and quickly came in front of everyone. Advertisement. We asked you to come to the Valley of the Gods to fight the Locks pirates. Where are you slacking off? Sengoku pushed his glasses and said with a gloomy expression. Garp, you, as a marine, are actually lazy and put the trouble on Bernard Issan? Kong said coldly. Bernard Issan can handle it all by himself, I don't think I'm of much use here. Garp scratched his head and smiled back. Bernard Yi insisted on fighting Locks alone, and Garp respected him so much that he didn't want to disobey his orders. He left obediently, and then he was afraid of getting too close and being affected by the battle, so he went to watch the battle from a distance and dealt with a few pirates by the way. When I returned, I found that Kong, Sengoku and others were all here. Garp, you will be fined from eating snacks for a month, Kong said seriously. Ah, can't eat for a month, Garp yelled in shock. 1 month. Kong held out a finger and said solemnly. Okay, Sengoku, Garp, the island of the Valley of the Gods is sinking, first go search for any living celestial dragons nearby. Kong instructed the two of them. Yes, Sengoku and Garp shouted in unison, boo. 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 Kong's phone buzzed suddenly. Hey, Steel. Marshal Kong, the Luogia pirates are coming. A marine's panicked voice came from the opposite side of the phone bug. What? Luogia pirates? Kong frowned slightly, but in the next second he smiled. Garp, don't worry about the celestial dragons, the Luogia pirates are here, and this time they will wipe out all the big pirates in New World. Kong excitedly told Sengoku and Garp beside him. But in the next second, he suddenly felt something was wrong with the atmosphere around him. What he just said was very unfriendly to celestial dragons. Kong coughed twice, and then said in a serious tone, Garp, Sengoku, let's deal with the Luogia pirates. After speaking, he pointed to the many marine soldiers in front of him and continued to order. Go around and see if there are any celestial dragons alive. Yes. Many marines shouted in unison, and then dispersed to find celestial dragons nearby. Bernard Issan, the rest of the battle is up to us, you can rest here. Advertisement Yi nodded slightly. Then Sengoku, Kong, and Garp rushed towards the seashore quickly. Before the Valley of Gods sinks into the sea, let's look around again and see if you can find treasures or secrets by chance. Yi instructed the few people beside him. He has no interest in the Luogia pirates, he is only interested in the secrets buried in the Valley of the Gods, and he wants to search for it before the Valley of the Gods sinks into the sea. What if he can find it? Okay. The body nodded, and then dispersed. Start hunting for treasure in the Valley of the Gods. Yi passed a certain ruin and heard a slight cry. Help me. Buried under the ruins is a celestial dragons, now his face is covered with blood, his body is covered by broken buildings, only his head is exposed. Master Bernard Issan, do you have celestial dragons over there? Several soldiers in the distance asked Yi. They thought Yi was also here to save the celestial dragons. No, Yi shook her head lightly. The coast of the Valley of the Gods. The Luogia pirates have arrived. Is the battle over? Rayleigh mused, resting his chin on his hand. Are you late? Luogia frowned slightly. 0.1 Who won? Jabba asked suspiciously. I do not know. Many strong members of the Luogia pirates did not board the Valley of the Gods, but stood on the boat and carefully observed the situation in the Valley of the Gods. If Marine wins, we leave directly. If Locks wins, we attack. Rayleigh suggested after observing for a while. If Marine is victorious, there is no doubt that Yi is also there. If it was Locks who took the win, then Yi was definitely not there. But Marine's people must have dealt them a heavy blow. By then, they can end Locks and get the opportunity to rule the world. Kill two birds with one stone. Oh 3 the battle is over. Of course it is a bath to be comfortable, seeking full order. Yi Si scanned the entire Valley of the Gods, but found nothing. Along the way he encounters a number of dying celestial dragons. But he didn't try to save him. After all, he doesn't have the energy right now, and the relationship is average, so he doesn't think it's necessary. The Valley of the Gods is constantly collapsing. When Marine Admiral Sengoku, Marine Admiral Kong, and Marine Vice Admiral Garp arrived at the beach, the Luogia pirates sailed away without the slightest hesitation. It was Marine who came to the shore, which meant that Locks had been defeated. Yi Si must be on the island. If we don't leave now, when will we wait? Although Kong wanted to chase him, when he boarded the boat, the Luogia pirates had already run far away, and they couldn't catch up. To Kong, destroying the Luogia pirates is worth more than saving the celestial dragons. After all, destroying the Luogia pirate group is the end of the era of pirates in the true sense. But now the Luogia pirates don't fight with them and have left. They had no choice but to give up the hunt, quickly return to the Valley of the Gods to start the search for the celestial dragons. And Uchiha Madara and others also searched around, and then merged with Yi Si. Did you find anything? Yi Si asked. Nothing was found. Uchiha Madara 15 shook his head and responded truthfully. Several other people also shook their heads, but they didn't find any clues. Forget it, let's leave first. Yi Si nodded and said with a little regret. If you can't find it, you can't force it. After all, this world depends on fate. Since fate doesn't want him to find it, it's useless for him to force it. Yi Si called Marine who was protecting Rosminian and asked them to arrive near the Valley of the Gods. Yi Si and others quickly left this place, came to the shore, boarded a boat and left. In less than an hour, the Valley of the Gods completely sank into the sea. Although Marine's people searched and rescued many celestial dragons, most of them were corpses. Marine's people went into the sea to search and rescue for a while and then left. Kodzuki hang high at night. A few hours later, a huge and luxurious marine battleship slowly sailed in the sea area above the Valley of the Gods. Huh? Where's the Valley of the Gods? The bald old man glanced around the empty sea and asked suspiciously. Advertisement. They know the location of the Valley of the Gods, and they still hold the eternal pointer in their hands, so they will never go to the wrong place, and their current location is the Valley of the Gods. But what about islands? It seems that we are late. The battle of the Valley of the Gods is over, and the island has sunk into the sea. The old man with the long sword in his hand sighed. Contact Kong and ask him to report the situation to us. 5 elders directed to several world government leaders around him. Yes. The leader of the world government quickly took out the phone bug and dialed Kong's phone bug. Boo, bloom, bloom. Hello, I'm Marine Marshal Kong. What's the matter? Kong's voice came from the opposite side. How is Locks? The bald old man picked up the phone bug and asked directly without talking nonsense. Locks is dead. Kong heard the 5 elders on the other side and responded respectfully. Good job. The old man above his head nodded approvingly. But Locks' death has nothing to do with our Marine, Kong continued. Huh? Didn't you Marine do it? The bald old man frowned slightly and asked suspiciously. It was Bernard Yi Si who killed Locks, Kong replied slowly. Yi Si? Did that kid Yi Si kill Locks? The bald old man was slightly taken aback and hurriedly asked. Yes, it was Bernard Yi Si who terminated Locks. When we arrived, Locks had sunk into the sea and died, Kong said truthfully. Ha ha ha. That kid Yi Si really prepared another surprise for us. Even Locks is no match for him. The bald old man laughed loudly upon hearing this. The other 4 or 5 elders had smiles on their faces. Bernard Yi Si, as expected of their valued celestial dragons, can always bring surprises to a few people no matter when. However, although Locks was killed, the celestial dragon's casualties this time are more serious, Kong hemmed and hawed. It doesn't matter if some unimportant celestial dragons die, as long as Yi Si is fine, because he is the only hope of celestial dragons. The bald man said calmly, as if he didn't care about the life and death of those celestial dragons. When Kong heard this, he was stunned. This kind of words involved too deep, and he didn't dare to answer. And the bald old man also hung up the phone bug. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Locks helped us remove a lot of mods. If we have a chance, we have to find a way to prevent the celestial dragons from falling down again. The man with a scar on his left face said in a deep voice. Advertisement. Their corruption is so ingrained that it's going to be even harder to change their minds. As the descendants of the 20 kings 800 years ago, their performance has disappointed their ancestors. Fortunately, this generation has Yi Si, the man who carries the banner of celestial dragons. Yi Si, you have already given us too many surprises. Let's go back to the Holy Land Myriad. This time we need to ask Lord Yim for instructions. Their ship began to return to the Holy Land of Myriad. On the second day, Yi Si and others had arrived at the Holy Land of Myriad and returned to their castle owner. I worked hard all day in the Valley of the Gods yesterday, although I had a good night's sleep. But he still wants to go to the artificial hot springs in the Holy Land of Myriad, soak in the hot springs, and then have lunch. He took the clothes and walked up the path of the artificial hot spring. There were more than a dozen maids standing at the door, and they were all dressed in single clothes. Master. Seeing Yi Si's arrival, they said Ching'an in unison. Yi Si nodded slightly, then walked past many maids and walked into the artificial hot spring. Crash. Yi Si stepped into the artificial hot spring. Although the hot spring was not as big as the Valley of the Gods, returning to the familiar environment and scene made him relax for a while. Inside the artificial hot spring, there was a lot of smoke, and it was very quiet. He leaned on the stone wall with a face full of enjoyment. Tap tat tat, he heard crisp footsteps and a dozen maids walked in slowly behind him. Bernard Yi Si closed his eyes slightly, and a group of maids came to his side and massaged him gently. Is this strength acceptable, master? A maid asked softly. It was the first time for her to massage Yi Si, so she was worried that the strength of her massage was not right. It's okay. Yi Si nodded. Crash. A maid entered the water and came to Yi Si with a slightly red face. I'm here to let you relax, master. Yi Si nodded without refusing. The maid went to work. O3 won the title of god. Yi Si, please order in full. After taking a bath, Yi Si's maid helped to change into clean clothes and then came to the living room. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, lying on the sofa and chatting. Tornado and Unohana Retsu were cooking, Lao Tianchi and Akunologia went out to bask in the sun, and Ji Guoyuan is practicing swordsmanship. Yi Si lay on the soft sofa and opened her own property panel. Host. Bernard Yi Si digging level. 2, 110 500ths, number of excavations. 0, 14 15ths. As the excavation level increases, the chances of excavation will increase. Physique. Advanced body art, 100%, ninja art. Meiotic regeneration, 20%, increase the progress to obtain stronger recovery ability, activate cells, and enhance vitality. When it is increased to 100%, you can obtain regeneration ability. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 65%, Tornado, 35%, Akunologia, 40%, Unohana Retsu, 30%, Ji Kunichi, 25%, Senju Hashirama, 35%, Old Tenchi, 30%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening, Attribute Burning, 2,695 thousandths, Mara Fruit Awakening, Purple Color Temperature Increase, 0.5 thousandths, Conquerors, 702 thousandths, Arm Color, 1,002,000, Knowledge Color, 702 thousandths. Inheritance. Susano, Sage Mode, Trapped. Excavation Location, Insufficient excavation times, unable to locate. Warehouse. None. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Yi Si's Mara fruit has now completed its evolution, and his power must have increased a lot. And it won't be long before he can dig again. It's time to eat, Yi Si. Long Wan carried a few plates of food, put them on the table, and reminded softly. Seeing that Yi Si was still indifferent, she put her hands on her hips, then squeezed Yi Si's face and said, Yi Si, it's time to eat. Yi Si felt a slight pain on his face, stopped thinking, closed the attribute panel that only he could see, rubbed his face and replied, got it. Where did Anichi and the others go? Unohana Retsu put the food on the table and asked, looking around. Yuanyi went out to practice swords, and the old master and Akunologia went out to bask in the sun. Senju Hashirama responded by picking up chopsticks and eating food. Really, I'll call them. Unohana Retsu said helplessly with her hands on her hips. He walked out of the living room, came to the backyard, and shouted to several people. Eat, if you don't eat, you will be gone. Is it time to eat? But I don't want to move because of the sun is so good today. Advertisement. Akunologia slowly opened his eyes, and stretched on the chair, but he didn't stand up, and lay down on the chair. The sunshine here is good. For my old bones, it is a kind of enjoyment. The old Tianchi stood up and smiled slightly. Yeah, the sun is so good that I don't even want to eat. Akunologia lay lazily on the chair. Just lie down, the food will be gone in a while. Unohana Retsu responded with her arms folded on her chest. Shua. 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 In a shady place in the backyard, Ji Guoyuan was practicing swordsmanship. After hearing that he was eating, he took back the blade and put it in the scabbard. Akuno has the strength to bask in the sun after eating enough. Ji Guoyuan patted Akunologia's shoulder and said with a smile. That's right. Akunologia sat up, then followed a few people into the living room. Try it, this is something I learned from Sister Minion for a long time before I made it. Long Wan pushed a plate of delicious food in front of Yi Si and said with a smile. Really? Yi Si nodded slightly, then picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. How does it taste? Dragon Roll asked impatiently. Well, at least it's edible. Yi Si commented, if it doesn't taste good, then don't eat it. Long Wan pulled the plate of food to her side with a puffy face. No, I mean, this plate of your meal is very good, Yi Si commented pertinently. What's the meaning? Praise you for the delicious food. Really? Tornado said excitedly, pushing the food to Yi Si again. Of course. Yi Si picked up the chopsticks and put them on the plate of delicacies. After hesitating for a while, another dish came. Hash hash. After a while, Yi Si and the others were full, and the maid came to collect the dishes. Master, this is today's newspaper. A group of maids came and showed them today's newspaper. Yi Si nodded slightly and took the newspaper, carefully observing today's newspaper. God to end locks, Bernard Yi Si. Yi Si read the headline from the newspaper. After experiencing the Battle of the Valley of Gods, he has now been crowned with the title of God. Advertisement. After all, Locks has been domineering in New World for many years, and the Marines have been unable to do anything about them. And they also robbed countless franchise countries, causing panic throughout the New World. Yi Si put an end to Locks and brought a sigh of relief to countless countries in the New World. Yi Si is crowned with the title of God, which is recognized by the entire New World, and no one has any objections. Yi Si, the title of God has a lot of gold in it. Senju Hashirama looked at the newspaper in his hand and laughed. In the Hokage ninja world, Senju Hashirama was also known as Kami, the god of ninja. He is the top powerhouse recognized by the entire Hokage world, and he is the only one worthy of the title of God. No matter which world it is, God is always supreme and is crowned with the title of God. That's when the person is recognized by the world. What Yi Si has done now is enough to be recognized by the entire New World. It's just a title, it's nothing to me, it's of no use. Yi Si took a sip of his coffee and said lightly. World government launched this news, but also has a purpose. Because in this world, there are still the natural enemies of gods, the D family. Although the celestial dragons call themselves gods, Yi Si is now recognized by the world and bestowed the title of god. Now the world government has pushed him, Zhao Lihao, to the forefront. In the future, if the D family wants to overthrow the world government, the first choice to deal with is Yi Si. The title of god is the recognition of you by people in this world Yi Si. This title is not available to everyone. The old heavenly master looked at the newspaper in his hand and smiled slightly. This title is not only not beneficial to me, but may also be harmful, Yi Si said dismissively as she lay on the soft sofa. In this world, how many people can pose a threat to you Yi Si? Akunologia laughed disapprovingly. Today's Yi Si can end even locks, and he will only be stronger in the future. Who can pose a threat to Yi Si? Besides, apart from Yi Si herself, they have always stayed loyally by Yi Si's side and loved her. They are together. Who would dare to harm Yi Si? 032 The old king falls. A new era begins. Full order. New world, an island. Boom. There's a huge roar on this island, and the ground of the island is constantly shattered, and countless birds and beasts are fleeing. What a tenacious beast. On the island there is a burly man who is none other than Whitebeard, and he is riding a huge beast fighting. But now the beast has fallen. Before Whitebeard fought Senju Hashirama in the Valley of the Gods, he broke away from the battlefield, and then grabbed a ship and left the island. When he was in the Fishman Island, he knew that Locks would perish, so he didn't plan to continue fighting in the Valley of Gods. He has been drifting at sea for 2 days and 1 night. I came to this island today to kill a few wild beasts for a taste. Whitebeard built a fire and began to roast the meat. Crash. A newspaper pigeon flew in the sky, and several newspapers fell down. Whitebeard took one of the newspapers and began to read them seriously. Is it still over, Captain Locks? Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand, sighed helplessly, with mixed feelings in his heart. Although he doesn't like the Locks pirates, but no matter what, I have stayed on the boat for a long time, and I have a little affection for that boat. As for Locks' death, Whitebeard still has some regrets. Locks is very strong, but unfortunately he met Bernard Issan, 073. Then I'm going after what I want. Whitebeard threw the newspaper into the fire. He does have feelings for the Locks pirates, but it's just darkened. Now that Locks is dead, he's off to find what he really wants. A certain sea area in the New World. Gia ha ha ha. Hand over all the treasures, or you will all die. Golden Lion floats in midair, holding 2 famous knives. Looking at the cargo ship in front of him, he smiled ferociously. He had already read the newspaper. Lux was definitely dead. No one can restrain him anymore. He thinks that the next sea will be his world. He has already studied the design of the ship, and then he only needs to grab money to build a pirate ship that belongs to him, and then recruit the crew. Damn, how did we meet the cadre of the Locks pirates? Advertisement. Everyone on the cargo ship couldn't help cursing their luck. Laozi is not from Locks pirates. Laozi is from Shiki Laozi's pirates called Flying Pirates. Golden Lion yelled at everyone on the cargo ship. If it weren't for Locks' reign of terror he would have been off the ship long ago, BFDB. Now he didn't want to hear Locks' name, shot. After thinking for a long time, everyone on the cargo ship chose to resist. Swish swish swish. Golden Lion slashed 3 sword cheese in a row, split the cargo ship in front of him into 3 sections, and then rushed up directly, snatching all the treasures inside. Give it to Laozi earlier, so there won't be so much trouble? Golden Lion looked at the sinking ship and sneered. New world, a certain country. Charlotte Linlin, together with Kaido, is killing and robbing the treasurer on the island. Looking at the corpses everywhere, they will grab the treasure. 3/7 points, Kaido 3, Charlotte Linlin 7. Kaido, don't forget my kindness to you. Charlotte Linlin stood on Zeus, looked at Kaido and smiled strangely. After he broke away from Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the Gods War, he went to Kaido, rescued him, and gave him a devil fruit. And it's the Eudemon's fish fruit. The fruits of this world are divided into zone, ancient species, Logia, Paramecia, and Eudemon's. The Eudemon's devil fruit is the rarest devil fruit in this world, even rarer than Logia. The value is extremely precious. The Kaido in the future can become 4 emperors, and it is inseparable from this phantom beast fish fruit. It can be said that Charlotte Linlin not only saved Kaido in the Valley of the Gods, but also gave him the fruit of a high growth limit. He created Kaido by himself. I see. Kaido nodded obediently while holding the treasure he got. He is still very young now, and compared with strong players like Charlotte Linlin, his strength is still a lot worse. So now naturally I dare not speak ironically to Charlotte Linlin. I hope you will live to repay my kindness in the future, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin rode on Zeus's body and said slowly. I will. Kaido nodded. Goodbye Kaido. Charlotte Linlin thought Zeus had left the country. Advertisement. Looking at the back of Charlotte Linlin leaving, Kaido sneered. Who will repay you crazy woman? 11. Kaido is such a broken promise, ungrateful person. In the future, Wano Kuni also did not keep promises and pitted Odin. Kaido snatched a boat nearby and quickly left here if he continued to stay here. The Marines will come. Yi Si ended the Locks era, but a new era is coming. Now in the sea, the Luogia pirates are still alive. Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and Golden Lion are still alive. They broke away from the Locks pirates, as if they were out of shackles, and began to go their separate ways. A new era, no smaller than that of Locks, has begun. Holy Land Mariajoy. Today is the time when Yi Si's mining times are refreshed, and he has been staring at the attribute panel for a few minutes. When the seconds counted down to 0, Yi Si immediately started the process without any hesitation. Turn on positioning mode. Ding, it's on. As usual, after the system's words fell, a virtual map location panel popped up in front of Yi Si. Yi Si took a closer look and found that this trip is not far from the holy land of Myriad. After Yi Si grasped the position, he decided to go out alone. After flying for about 10 minutes, Yi Si finally arrived at the destination. This time is the same as last time, all black digging plots. It seems that something good will come out this time, but I hope it's not something like a fairy magic wand. Thinking of the fairy magic wand that Yi Si unearthed last time, he wanted to complain about it. God's special meow fairy magic wand. A shovel appeared out of thin air in Yi Si's hand. He stared at the black square in front of him, and went straight up and down without too much hesitation. Boom. Just like last time, the black bricks were so hard that they couldn't be broken with a shovel. When Yi Si shoveled the black brick again, making a crisp sound, and a crack appeared on the black brick. Dang dang dang. Yi Si accelerated the speed in his hand, and used the shovel to hit the black brick without listening, and the cracks on the brick became more and more. 033 explode 2 more character cards, Ram and Ram, please order in full. The black squares continued to shatter, and then Yi Si heard the system's prompt. Hint, get character card X2. Hint, get the selection inheritance card, use the ability in the optional character card. Open black lens bracket hint, gain experience 50 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket hint, gain experience 50 close black lens bracket. This time the explosion rate is very high, and there are 2 more character cards. Looking at the system prompt, Yi Si raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This time, there are not only 2 character cards, but also an inheritance card. All in all, the black squares are different and can produce good things. Yi Si first set his sights on the succession card. Use, ding, successfully used. Please choose the inheritance ability. A. Tornado. Superpower. B. Uchiha Madara. Sharingan. C. Akunologia. Black Dragon Form. D. Old Heavenly Master. Golden Light Curse. E. Guoyuan Yuan. Breath of the Sun. F. Unohana Retsu. Kaido. Yi Si glanced. None of the above was a simple ability. After thinking for a moment, Yi Si chose C. Akunologia's Black Dragon Form. Transforming into a black dragon can also be regarded as greatly improving his attack and defense, raising his combat power to a higher level. I don't know who I can summon this time. Yi Si looked at the 2 character cards in the warehouse and muttered to himself. Use a character card. Ding, are you sure to use it? Sure. Ding, please choose the number of sheets to use. All. Yi Si responded directly without any hesitation. Ding, the character card has been consumed successfully. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the source, Otherworld Life from scratch, Ram. Ding, congratulations host, get the source, Otherworld Life from scratch, Ram. Ram. Hearing these 2 names, Yi Si was slightly taken aback. Dude, 2 characters are summoned, and they're from the same world. In the previous life, Yi Si watched Otherworld Life from Zero. Ram and Ram in it are both ghosts. They can be transformed into ghosts, and horns will grow on their heads during battle, which will increase their attack power a lot. Advertisement: when he was young, Ram was better than the old Mew. And Ram has always thought that she is not as good as her sister, and feels inferior. But later, some people captured their tribe and attacked them. After Ram lost the power of the horn to save Ram, in order to protect her sister, Ram has been working hard with her sister as her goal. It has to be said that they are a pair of very good sisters. At the same time, a white light particle suddenly appeared in front of Yi Si, and this time the light particle was obviously much larger than the one summoned before. Soon the light particles were divided into 2 groups and gathered together, slowly becoming a human form. In the next second, a woman first appeared in Yi Si's field of vision. She has short blue hair, eyes as clear as the sea, wearing a black and white maid outfit, and white silk on her legs. As soon as she appeared, another group of white light particles gradually took shape. Immediately following in Yi Si's field of vision was a red short-haired maid wearing a black and white maid outfit with white silk on her legs. The clothes of Ram and Ram are exactly the same, and their looks are also very similar, but the only thing is that their hair is different. If they dyed the same hair color, even Yi Si might not be able to tell who is Ram and who is Ram. Ram and Ram looked around curiously, and finally put their eyes on Yi Si and asked, "Did you bring us into this world?" "It's me." Yi Si greeted the 2 of them. "This is the whole new world, sister." Ram and Ram faced each other, clasped their hands together and looked around. Yeah, it's a whole new world. They are full of curiosity about this world. After all, it is their first time to come to this world. In the world before them, most of them stayed in the castle and rarely left, and then Ram also fell into a coma for a long time. You are welcome. This world is different from your previous world. There is no so-called magic here, but a few people can use it. Yi Si explained to the 2. Are we the only ones who have encountered this kind of thing? Ram asked. No, besides you, there are other people who have been summoned to this world by me, and they are all from different worlds. Yi Si replied, understanding the meaning of Ram's words. In addition to them, there are 7 other people who have been summoned to this world by him. If Ram and Ram are added, his family will have a total of 10 people. Is there anyone else? Ram asked, slightly surprised. Can you take me to meet them, Yi Si? Ram begged. We want to go see other people. They are curious about this world and want to know what people from other worlds are like. Of course. Yi Si nodded in response. Yi Si took the 2 back to the holy land of Myriad. Backyard. Rosminian came slowly to the shade of the tree, stood behind the rocking chair, and spoke softly to Akunologia and Ji Guoyuan, who were still sleeping. Advertisement: Master Akunologia, Master Ji Guoyuan. The master brought back 2 companions from outside. Let you go and get acquainted. Ask for flowers. Hearing that, Akunologia and Ji Guoyuan slowly opened their eyes. Bring back 2? Yes. The 2 stood up and stretched. I don't know what kind of companion Yi Si brought back this time. The strength should not be weak, after all, what Yi Si brought back is extraordinary. Akunalagia reached out and picked up the apple on the table and said with a bite. That's right. Guoyuan nodded slightly. Let's go, familiar with the past. Akunalagia ate the apple in 3 or 2 bites, and black energy waves burst out from his hand, purifying the apple core into nothingness, and walked in front. Following the Guoyuan 1 follow-up period, the 2 came to the hall, except for the 2 of them, everyone else had already arrived. When they saw that it was 2 maids, both of them were a little surprised. But they are not looking down on maids, but because there are not a few maids in the family. How did Yi Si bring back 2 maids as companions? Yi Si, is this our companion? Akuno asked after a moment of silence. Yes, her name is Limu, and her name is Ram. Yi Si pointed to the 2 of them. Hello. Ram and Ram bowed slightly and greeted them respectfully. We are all companions, so don't be so polite. When Guoyuan saw Lamu and Ram bowing down to greet them, he quickly waved his hands and smiled. In any case, the 2 people in front of them are their companions, and as companions, there is no need to have too many constraints. The 2 of them are not weak in combat, and they can do all the housework. Yi Si smiled and introduced Ram and Ram to the people around. The 2 little dolls do have a different aura. The old Tianchi laughed. Why are you wearing maid outfits? Did Yi Si force you to wear them? Long Wan sat on the sofa and glanced at Yi Si with an unfriendly expression. No, this is our own costume. Yi Si didn't force us, these are our own clothes. Ram and Ram responded quickly. Why don't you 2 go change your clothes first? There are quite a lot of maids in the house, it's a bit inappropriate for you to wear maid outfits. Yi Si mused, resting her chin on her hand. He was afraid of the maids at home. When he saw Ram and Ram wearing maid outfits, he mistakenly thought they were also maids, and taught them what maids should do. 034 pirates on par with Luo Jia and Whitebeard, full order. Holy Land Mariajoy. At this time, the 5 elders also returned from the Valley of the Gods. They rushed to Pangu City non-stop, tap-tat-tat. On the corridor, there were endless footsteps, ka-ka-ka. The 5 old men opened the door, and a magnificent hall appeared in front of their eyes. On the top of the solemn hall, the Void Throne stands tall, and the front of the throne is full of swords and sabers. And sitting on the Void Throne is the leader of the Celestial Dragons and the real leader of the world government, I am. At this time, he was resting with his eyes closed, and when he heard the sound of the door being pushed open, he slowly opened his eyes that were as sharp as an eagle. 5 old men stood in a row and knelt on one knee. 5 elders come to meet Lord I am. The voices of the 5 resounded throughout the hall. I already know about Locke's death. I am sitting on the Void Throne in the main hall said lightly. The news came out early, and although he seldom left the Holy Land of Mariajoy on February 47, he still paid attention to the news. It was Yi Si who ended Locke's, if 5 elders reminded. When they arrived at the Valley of the Gods had sunk into the sea. After Kong's report, they also knew that it was Yi Si who terminated Locke's. And the news has already been reported today, I know that. Lord Yim, Yi Si's performance has been recognized by you now. The bald old man raised his head slightly and looked at Yim who was on the Void Throne. I've recognized him a long time ago. Yi Si is indeed a talent worth cultivating. As long as he is willing, he can reach your current status in the future. Yim put his hands on his face and said coldly, with a glance at him. Now Yi Si is a god in the world. In the future, he will definitely lead us celestial dragons to greater glory. The old man with a scar on his face said slowly. I hope so, but although Yi Si is your chosen heir, are you sure you can control him now? His current strength should not be much weaker than yours. I am suddenly changed the subject and asked coldly. 5 elders fell silent after hearing this. Yi Si's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and the speed of strength improvement has exceeded their imagination. Even in the battle of the Valley of the Gods, Locke's was terminated. Not many people can compete with this terrifying strength. And none of his subordinates are simple characters. Gradually, they also felt that Yi Si was out of their control, and they didn't have the confidence to defeat Yi Si 100% if they went alone. Advertisement, no matter what, Yi Si is celestial dragons after all, and will not betray our world government, the bald old man thought. Are there still a few historical betrayals? I am sneered. Her body exuded a terrifying aura, causing many 5 elders to feel a lot of pressure, and dense beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. The thing I hate the most is betrayal. Since Yi Si is the chosen heir of you guys, you need to firmly control him and prevent him from betraying. I see. 5 elders responded. Is the Valley of the Gods over yet? I am asked again, changing the subject. It's sunk. Really? Yi Si said calmly and expressionlessly. That thing, it should have sunk too. It's okay, it's just right that he sank into the sea. Anyway, there's no one who can take him away. It's fine to take it out when there is one. Will someone take him away in this era? Who knows? I am showed a meaningful smile. Go down if you have nothing else to do, yes. The 5 elders responded in unison, then stood up and wanted to leave. By the way, don't forget about Yi Si. He is a double sword. He may benefit us, but he may also destroy us. I am stood up and asked 5 elders. Yes. 5 elders responded. They left the palace where I am was, closed the gate, and walked on the path. How should we decide about Yi Si? It is undoubtedly very difficult to control that kid now, the bald old man said with a sigh. Yi Si has indeed done a lot of things that are beneficial to our world government, but we have somewhat ignored his growth rate. If he wants to rebel, we can't interfere at all. Let's just wait and see. It's hard for us to make a decision about this kind of thing. Currently, Yi Si is still in our Holy Land Mariajoy. He is enough to suppress countless pirates. Yi Si beheaded Locks, ended the era of Locks, and was conferred the title of God, which is recognized by the world. God is there to suppress all riots. With Yi Si here, at least they don't have to be afraid of pirates posing a huge threat to their world government. Yi Si is a double sword. The key lies in how we use it. During this time, let's observe Yi Si more. If he doesn't have the heart of rebellion, he will be pushed to the top in the future. If he has the heart of rebellion, he needs to find a way to wipe him out. They admire Yi Si very much, but now they can't control Yi Si, so they need to pay more attention to him. Yi Si's influence is constantly expanding, and they cannot ensure that Yi Si does not have the heart of rebellion. Advertisement: once Yi Si has the heart of rebellion, it will be a catastrophe for their world government. They don't expect Yi Si to have the heart of rebellion. We treat him like a family member and train him to be an heir. We hope he will not let us down. The first half of the Grand Line, a certain sea area. A man was sitting in a small boat, and he was looking at the newspaper in his hand with great interest. Celestial Dragons Yi Si, who was given the title of God. Interesting. He looked at the headlines on the news and smiled. The captain found a small boat. Not far from his ship, a pirate ship appeared, and an investigator on board shouted, "Do you need to report this kind of trivial matter to me? Wouldn't it be better to just shoot and sink it?" "Yes." Bang bang bang. Shish. The pirate ship started firing shells at the boat. Shua. A red light flashed in midair, and an umbrella appeared in the man's hand at some point, and the shells in midair exploded, causing waves to stir up on the sea. Wait. He's the Red Earl. When the captain of the pirate ship saw the man on the boat, his face was terrified, and he couldn't help but backed away. The man on board was none other than the Red Earl. The Red Earl is a well-known strong player in the first half of their Grand Line. He is powerful and likes to walk alone. Although he has never attacked Marine, the bounty is not high. But among the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, no one dared to underestimate him. A smile appeared on the corner of the Red Earl's mouth, and then he boarded the pirate ship directly, looking at the people around him. The smile on his face disappeared the next moment, and he said in disgust, "Your hearts are dirty." Red 5.2 The reason why Earl likes to be alone. It is precisely because he has the observation haki who can see through people's hearts. Since he was a child, he has seen through the dirty hearts of the people around him. He disdains to be with those people, so he has been alone all the time. And when he sees a person with a dirty heart, he can't help but solve it. With his powerful strength, he easily eliminated all the pirates on the boat, and then returned to his boat again, unfolded the newspaper in his hand and said with a smile, "Celestial Dragons Yi Si. I wonder if you are different from other celestial dragons." He has seen celestial dragons, and the heart of every celestial dragons is extremely dirty, which makes him extremely disgusted. But he always felt that Yi Si was a little different from those celestial dragons who were just eating and waiting to die. Yi Si possesses great strength and many followers, and he also ended Locks, and was bestowed the title of God by the world. Such people were very interesting to him. He wanted to know that Yizhong was different. 035 Shopping with women. A man's nightmare, full order. A few days later, inside Yi Si's castle, Ram and Ram quickly got into a ball with Tornado and others, because they were all girls, and Ram in maid outfits were too cute. Tsubaki, Hanaretsu, and numerous maids have a crush on both. On this day, Yi Si was lying on a soft sofa, drinking coffee and reading newspapers. This kind of life was very comfortable. "Yi Si, do you want to go shopping together?" Long Wan rushed over and asked with a smile. "No." Yi Si shook her head lightly and put down the coffee. "Why?" Tornado asked with his hands on his hips. "Shopping is your girl's business. Why do you drag me on?" Yi Si flipped through a page of the newspaper without even looking at the tornado. "Wouldn't it be better for you to go with me?" Long Wan said, holding his arm. "You can call Sister Lai, and Rimu Ram. Can't they all accompany you?" Yi Si closed the newspaper, took a sip of coffee and said lightly. "They all go, but we want to go with them too." Tornado responded with a smile. "I still have to practice in the afternoon." Yi Si stretched on the sofa and said. When he was 15, he finished eating, read the newspaper, took a break and was ready to practice. After all, if you want to make your strength constantly stronger, the only way to do it is to persevere in training. Isn't it boring for Yi Si to stay at home and train all the time? Your current strength has surpassed most people in this world. Why don't you go out for a walk, to relax? Hanaretsu proposed with arms folded in front of her chest in a daze. "Beyond most, but not all. No one is going to harm you, so why can't you go shopping with us? Wouldn't it be nice to buy some clothes with Rem?" Alright. Unable to bear the soft and hard talk of the two, Yi Si agreed to go shopping with them. Backyard. Do you want to go shopping together, Madara, Akuno? Yi Si came to the back garden, looked at the two sleeping on the rocking chair and asked. Go shopping? I'm not going. I want to bask in the sun. Akunologia glanced at Yi Si, and fell asleep on the chair again. Good guy, you refused, Yi Si said speechlessly. Advertisement on weekdays, as long as it is said that it is leaving the holy land of Mariajoy, Akunologia is basically very positive. But now he actually refuses, which makes Yi Si never think that it really is the sun that poisoned them. I'm not going either. Uchiha Madara moved the rocking chair to the shade of a tree and continued to sleep. Alright, I'll just bear the suffering of hell like shopping alone. Yi Si spread his hands helplessly. Senju Hashirama went somewhere. Lao Tianchi was practicing his own skills, and Ji Guoyuan was already practicing swordsmanship. So he could only go shopping with Rem and others. Yi Si left the castle with Tornado. Hanaretsu, Ram and Ram, left the holy land of Mariajoy, and took the elevator to Sabaody Archipelago. Sabaody Archipelago, the area is huge. 1 to 29. There are mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, illegal areas, etc. 30th to 39th. There are mainly soap bubble parks and so on. Number 40 to number 49. There are mainly sightseeing areas, specialty shops, etc. Number 50 to number 59, mainly shipyards, coating craftsmen, etc. Number 60 to number 69, mainly contain the marine station, the government entrance, etc. Number 70 to number 79, there are mainly hotel streets and so on. Yi Si accompanied Ram and others to Area 42, where there are sightseeing areas and specialty shops. Several people stopped at a clothing store, and Ram were picking out new clothes. They came to this world only in maid outfits, although Dragon Roll and Unohana Retsu lent her clothes, but they didn't fit very well. So they discussed and bought some clothes. Around Yi Si, there are many ordinary citizens and pirates in Sabadi. When they saw Yi Si for the first time, their hearts were filled with shock. A pirate repeatedly spread out the newspaper in his hand, and set his sights on Yi Si. After repeated reading, he confirmed that there was nothing wrong. The person in front of him is the world hero who ended locks with his own hands, the man called God, Bernard Yi Si. Although it is celestial dragons, it is different from celestial dragons who eat and wait to die. Yi Si has great strength. The people round are discussing, the women are discussing Yi Si's handsomeness, and the men are discussing Yi Si's strength. Advertisement, they seem to be talking about you, Yi Si. Ram picked out the clothes, came to Yi Si's side, and reminded in a low voice. She just came to this world not long ago and hasn't watched the news, so she doesn't know what kind of person Yi Si is. It's okay, don't worry about them. Yi Si glanced at the surrounding crowd and said lightly. Uncle. Bernard Issan just looked at me, couldn't it be that he appreciates me? A woman said in an info. The corners of her mouth were drooling out. Once they can get close to celestial dragons like Bernard Yi Si, there is no doubt that their future life will be full of glory and wealth. Besides, Yi Si is still handsome, following him is nothing short of a loss, it's bloody money. You fart, Bernard Issan was looking at me just now, do you think Bernard Issan can see something like you? The woman in a plate stared at the nympho woman next to her and said disdainfully, when he set his sights on Yi Si, she became a nympho too. What are you talking about? Bernard Issan was looking at me just now. He's looking at me. The two women started fighting when they disagreed. 957. You're still so popular, Yi Si, Longwan said with his hands on his hips. Blame me? Yi Si spread her hands helplessly. There are indeed many good-looking women in these crowds of onlookers, but he doesn't like them. Any maid in his family can use them for a few blocks. Suddenly a woman rushed towards Yi Si, but before reaching Yi Si, she was controlled by the tornado with superpower. How dare you approach the celestial dragons? Yi Si questioned the woman in front of her with a slight frown. I saw a blush on the face of the woman in front of me, and she looked weak, she fell to the ground, as if she was waiting for Yi Si to help her. To be honest, this woman is too stupid to want to get Yi Si's attention like this. Yi Si stepped over without even looking. The tornado landed on the ground and stepped on her body. Among the crowd of onlookers, there was a man in a black robe, who looked at Yi Si with a smile on his face. It's really interesting. The desire in my heart is simple, not complicated, and not full of evil tastes. He is worthy of being a man named God by the world. The Red Earl slowly took off the black robe on his body, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 036 Yi Si. Do you know what the price is? The Red Earl, who will be as famous as Whitebeard Luogia in the future, is a legendary big pirate. His strength is not weak, but he has no ambition, nor does he create his own pirate group, so he is destined to fail to leave a deep mark in history. But this does not mean that he is weak. In the original book, the Red Earl fought fiercely with Kong for days and nights, and finally lost his strength before being picked up by Garp. Yi Si was still shopping with Ram, Tornado, and Unohana Retsu, not noticing that the Red Earl was watching him in the dark. After all, there are too many people watching, so he can't pay attention to everyone. The Red Earl rushed through the crowd of onlookers, and slowly stopped in front of Yi Si and the others. Good guy, come again, Yi Si said helplessly when he saw someone standing not far from him. After seeing the person coming, his pupils narrowed slightly and said, it's still a man. Are you so charming? Yi Si, you even attract men. Longwan couldn't help covering his mouth and snickering. Yi Si, both men and women, Unohana Retsu joked. Although Ram didn't discuss anything, they had strange expressions. Wait, this person. After seeing the face of the man in front of him clearly, Yi Si frowned slightly and fell into deep thought, feeling like he had seen it somewhere before. Celestial Dragons Bernard Yi Si, glad to meet you, the Red Earl said with a smile on his lips. He has a tall and thin build, with white hair braided into two braids hanging down his shoulders, red eyebrows, wearing a black robe and holding a slender umbrella with a bat handle in his hand. Red Earl Redfield? Yi Si suddenly thought of something and blurted out. No wonder Yi Si felt that the man in front of him was somewhat familiar, it turned out to be a character who appeared in the original book. Do you know me? The Red Earl was slightly taken aback when he heard Yi Si calling out his name, and asked with a smile. He basically lived in the first half of the Grand Line, and he didn't do any big things, so he can only be regarded as a minor celebrity. But he didn't expect that Yi Si knew him, which surprised him a little. Advertisement, Yi Si. When did you meet him? Tornado crossed his hands in front of his chest, and looked at the Red Earl in front of him with some surprise. He has followed Yi Si for a long time, but he has never seen the man in front of him. Unohana Retsu also stared at the Red Earl with some doubts, he didn't have any impression either. Ram were unfamiliar with this world when they first came to this world, so they didn't ask anything. This man is the Red Earl. He is a famous pirate on the Grand Line, but how dare he stand in front of the Celestial Dragons? Doesn't he know that Bernard Issan is the Celestial Dragons who are titled gods? One of the surrounding the man said. Bernard Issan ended locks. Although the Red Earl is famous, he is still far behind Bernard Issan, another man added. The surrounding crowd talked a lot, admiring the courage of the Red Earl. Not only did he not evade Marine's pursuit as a pirate, but he even dared to appear in front of Bernard Issan. I don't know. Issan responded casually, for the Red Earl, Issan never hated it, this person did not pose any threat to him, so he didn't want to ask for a fight. Today's purpose is just to go shopping with the dragon rolls. You are very interesting, I am very interested in you Issan. Red Earl showed a faint smile. From his point of view, one can find that the heads of the noisy crowd around are filled with black mist. That is their evil heart. But Bernard Issan doesn't have any dark mist on him, which means his inner desire is simple and not evil. When the Red Earl set his gaze on Long Wan and the others, he was taken aback for a moment. He found that these people, like Issan, had no evil thoughts. Interested in me? Hearing this, Issan couldn't help getting goosebumps all over her body. A man is interested in him, and the meaning makes him shudder. The people around you are also not simple. The little man next to you seems to like you a lot. The Red Earl put his eyes on the tornado and read her heart. You. What are you talking about? Long Wan blushed suddenly. Issan ignored him, turned to Rem and said, let's go, let's continue shopping. Advertisement Rem and his party were slightly taken aback, but they still nodded. However, at this moment, the Red Earl spoke again. I want to see the gap between myself and God. Issan can finish locks, he knows he is definitely not the opponent. But in pirate world for many years, he has hardly encountered anyone with pure and clean inner desires. He became very interested in Issan. Issan is celestial dragons, he knows that after this battle, he will be pursued by marine and world government. But that was nothing to him, such is his simple ambition. Issan looked at the Red Earl out of the corner of his eye and sneered, do you know what the price is? The Red Earl is indeed a pirate with the same reputation as Luogia and Whitebeard in the original book, but that is in the future. Now he has even ended locks, what is a Red Earl who has not fully grown up? Although I don't think I can defeat you, good Jows, are very confident that I can escape from your hands, the Red Earl said solemnly. Ha 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 ha, Issan laughed loudly, although he didn't want to get involved in this muddy water, but the Red Earl was not forgiving, which made him feel ridiculous. It turned out to be so, just try to see if you can do it. The voice just fell. The Red Earl gave a wicked smile, left an afterimage in the air, and rushed towards Issan. Issan quickly split the paper in his hand, gathered a long knife in his hand, covered hockey, and slashed towards the Red Earl. Boom! The long knife collided with the bat umbrella, setting off a gust of air, and the surrounding crowd quickly ran away from Shen. Not many people dared to stay here for long. 037 Yisiv's Red Earl, full order. Dang dang dang. Yisiv's long knife covered hockey, constantly colliding with Red Earl's bat umbrella, causing waves of air currents. At this time, there were not many people watching. Those who dared to stay here and continue to watch are pirates with some strength. Shall we help Issan? Rem watched the battle between Issan and the Red Earl, and looked worriedly at the tornado beside him and asked. We can also contribute. Ram on the side echoed. She came to this world not long ago, so she doesn't know Issan's strength. Help Issan. No, 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 even Lox is no match for Issan, how could this man beat Issan? Long Wan looked at the Red Earl and sneered disdainfully. Although Long Wan doesn't know the Red Earl and doesn't know his strength, but in her eyes, there are not many people in this world who can defeat Issan. Who is Lox? Rem asked suspiciously. Lox, the captain of a pirate group, who was killed by Issan not long ago. Don't worry, Issan is very strong and doesn't need our help. Yuno Hanaretsu smiled calmly. Hearing the words of Tornado and Yuno Hanaretsu, Ram and Ram also have inexplicable confidence in Issan. No more talking, but continue to watch the fight. Shua. Issan briefly predicted the future during the battle, found a 080 flaw in the Red Earl, and swung the long knife in his hand to attack the Red Earl. A cold sweat broke out on the Red Earl's forehead, and he quickly stepped back, but the sword energy still hit him, leaving a bloodstain on his body. But at the critical moment, the Red Earl covered hockey all over his body, otherwise the sword energy could slice open his abdomen. Sure enough, there is a huge gap in strength. The Red Earl took a breath and sighed. The two of them fought for less than a moment before he was slashed and was at a disadvantage. Sure enough, he underestimated Yis's strength. Snapped. Yisi clapped his hands on the ground, and the ground turned into paper at a speed visible to the naked eye, and quickly spread towards the direction of the Red Earl. The power of Devil Fruit. Advertisement. The Red Earl was slightly taken aback, and was about to leave the spot. But behind him, the paper-lined ground suddenly rose up, and countless papers gathered into a pair of big hands, which directly patted the Red Earl. Shua. Holding the bat umbrella in his hand, the Red Earl slashed, cutting off the big hand that was covered with paper above his head. Fire punch. Just when the Red Earl wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly a mass of raging purple flames rushed towards him in an instant. The temperature of the purple flame is very high, even if they are separated by a distance, the Red Earl feels like he is in the sea of flames. The Red Earl flew into the air, dodging the purple flames, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. What a ferocious flame. The Red Earl opened his umbrella and floated in the air. At this time, the ground was still burning with scorching flames. All the surrounding houses and buildings were affected by purple flames, burning raging fire. Is this the power of a god? Not even the Red Earl can stand against it. A pirate in the distance watched the battle, and commented with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Damn it, I'm not as good as the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons of this era are too strong. Hearing is believing, seeing is believing. Although I heard that he terminated Lox, I still couldn't help but be shocked to see him fight. A pirate said with a breath of cold air. Other celestial dragons are just eating and waiting to die, but Bernard Issan is different. He is the man who can truly be called celestial dragons in this world. Even though there was a distance between them, they still felt very hot, and the surrounding temperature had risen a lot, and they were now shirtless. If your strength is only like this, you will need the Red Earl who will pay the price today. BFCE, Yi Si stood on the spot and said calmly. It was also the first time he met the Red Earl in this world, and Yi Si had no interest in him. But the other party insisted on challenging, and they really didn't know what to do. Without any strength, how could I dare to challenge God? The Red Earl's umbrella was covered with hockey, and then he waved it suddenly. A gust of wind blew up, and the flames on the ground were instantly blown away and extinguished, and he slowly fell to the ground, dark and indifferent. Really? Yi Si sneered. Boom! The next moment, a mass of purple flames suddenly rose from the ground under the Red Earl's feet, like a pillar of fire, and the flames instantly engulfed him. Advertisement, when the hell? The Red Earl didn't notice this pillar of fire at all. It could almost be said that it appeared out of thin air, making it impossible for him to avoid it. The next moment he was in flames. He was covered in armament hockey, but it was a little bit late. He has been burned by purple flames. He waved the umbrella in his hand and blew a gust of wind, blowing out the flames on his body. But at this moment, his body was scorched black, and his hair was originally white, but now it became black, and it was much shorter, looking very embarrassed. Boom! Another pillar of fire suddenly appeared at the Red Earl's feet, but he dodged it. After being hit by an attack, the Red Earl also focused on his feet, slightly aware of the abnormality of heat transfer to the ground. Holding a long knife, Yi Si rushed up suddenly, holding a knife in both hands. The knife was covered with armed color, and Conqueror's hockey, and slashed heavily towards the Red Earl. Boom! The Red Earl hastily swung the bat umbrella to defend. The long knife collided with the bat umbrella, and a terrifying air current shook all directions instantly, forming ripples visible to the naked eye, destroying the surrounding buildings. Ka ka ka! The Red Earl held the umbrella in both hands, and countless cracks appeared on the ground under his feet, like broken glass, and the position below his knees also sank into the pit. Boom! The Red Earl used all his strength to bounce Yi Si away. While flying upside down, Yi Si uses her paper fruit ability. Countless sharp swords with red flames flew out. Shish! When the flaming paper sword hit the Red Earl's bat parachute, it exploded like a cannonball, setting off a cloud of dust. Yi Si landed steadily, with puffs of smoke rising in front of his eyes. Did Yi Si win? Rem asked quickly after seeing this scene. She guessed that Yi Si was very strong, but she didn't expect Yi Si to be so strong. The Red Earl was no match for him at all, and the battle between the two was completely one-sided. Not yet, that man hasn't fallen yet, but it's coming soon. After all, he is no match for Yi Si at all. Looking at the figure in the smoke, Long Wan slowly shook his head, then set his eyes on Yi Si. A smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. .038 The gap between man and God, full order. Fighting is taking place in Sector 42, Sabaody Archipelago. The Marine of the Sabaody Archipelago also got the message. After all, the one fighting is the Celestial Dragons Bernard Issan, and they have to be cautious. Marine reports the battle information to Marine Vice Admiral stationed in Sabaody Islands. Vice Admiral did not dare to make a decision without authorization, and reported the matter to the Marine headquarters. Marshal Kong received news of Bernard Issan, fighting in the Sabaody Archipelago. Bernard Issan clashed with the Red Earl of Redfield in Sabaody Archipelago. Kong hung up the phone and reminded Garp, who was not far away. The Red Earl of Redfield? I have fought against him before, and that guy is not weak, Garp said while drinking tea. The Red Earl is basically in the first half of the Grand Line, and Garp often goes home to have a look, so he encountered the Red Earl once. After a short conflict, the Red Earl ran away. However, during the battle, he did not underestimate the Red Earl, but the opponent could still fight him back and forth. It is enough to prove how powerful the opponent is. Bernard Issan, there is a conflict with pirates in the place under our marine jurisdiction. We have to send someone to express it, Kong said while eating a snack. Although they all recognized Yi Si's strength and believed that he would not be defeated. But Sabaody Archipelago is their marine territory after all. If Bernard Yi Si is injured, he couldn't help being scolded by the five elders. I said, you don't have to eat snacks in front of me when I can't, Kong. Garp saw that Kong, who never liked to eat snacks, ate snacks in front of him, and immediately turned dark and complained. He was fine not to eat snacks for a month because of the Valley of the Gods, and now he can only drink some tea. But Kong was fine, and ate the snacks directly in front of him. The snacks taste surprisingly good. Kong put the snacks down and laughed. Damn it, when the penalty time has passed, I must eat all the snacks I lost this month. Garp gritted his teeth secretly. Alright Garp, what we need to discuss now is Bernard Issan's matter, Kong said solemnly. Let me go, Kong. Although the Red Earl never attacked our marine base, he is still a pirate. This time, put him in prison. Garp stood up and put on the cloak of justice and smiled. Garp has always been interested in powerful pirates. The Red Earl is a pirate that Garp recognizes more. Then you go. Kong took a sip of tea and nodded slightly. Going this time is just for show, after all the Red Earl is strong. But neither thought he could beat Bernard Issan. Advertisement. The Marine headquarters is not far from the Sabaody Archipelago, and Garp set off quickly, and I believe it will arrive in a few hours. At this time, in the Sabaody Archipelago, Yi Si is still fighting the Red Earl. However, Yi Si has the upper hand, and the Red Earl has always been suppressed by him. Shua. The Red Earl fought with Yi Si for a long time, and finally found a flaw in the opponent. Hockey covered the bat umbrella and slashed at Yi Si, leaving a bloodstain on his abdomen. God is not invincible, you are still hit by me. The corner of Red Earl's mouth showed a sneer unconsciously. God is not invincible, but it is close, Yi Si said calmly. The wound on his abdomen healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and white steam was emitting from it. How is it possible? The Red Earl's pupils constricted violently when he saw this scene. Although he knows this world, people's physiques cannot be generalized, and there are quite a few pervert physiques. But the physique that can recover from injuries in an instant is a bit exaggerated. Are you surprised? There is an insurmountable gap in our strength. I said, if your strength is only like this, you will pay the price for the Red Earl. Yi Si said coldly with a flat face. His original intention today was to go shopping with Rem and the others, but the Red Earl insisted on challenging him. He has to be taught a lesson. There is indeed a big gap between us. Whether it is hockey, swordsmanship, physical skills, or ability, I can't compare with you. You deserve to be the man who can end the Sea Overlord locks. The Red Earl praised with a smile. He wanted to make friends with Yi Si if he could. After all, in this world, it is very difficult to meet a person who has no pure evil thoughts in his heart. However, their identities are vastly different. He is a pirate, and Yi Si is the celestial dragons who are called gods. So the two are destined to be difficult to become friends. I'm tired of hearing compliments. Even if you praise me, I won't give in to your Red Earl, Yi Si said flatly. He was celestial dragons the moment he came into this world. Asking for flowers. Then he stood in a position that ordinary people could not reach in their lifetime. Now he is even dubbed the title of God, and his ears are almost calloused when he hears the words of praise. I commend you from the bottom of my heart. It is my honor to be able to challenge God. There is a price to pay for fighting against me, Yi Si said coldly. Wood-style wood dragon technique. As his words fell, a huge wooden dragon with a hooked nose and thorns all over its body rushed towards the Red Earl from the ground. Advertisement, Shua. The Red Earl waved the bat umbrella with both hands and hit the wooden dragon heavily. But the wooden dragon was very hard, so it was not damaged and continued to rush towards him. Boom. The wooden dragon's claws collided with his bat umbrella and a powerful airflow erupted. But the next moment he felt a strong sense of crisis, which made his body tremble. End of the Red Earl. At this time, Yi Si suddenly reached his side, separated the paper from his body, and quickly gathered a long knife. The long knife is covered with armament hockey as well as conqueror's hockey, carrying terrible power. Shua. He held the knife with one hand and slashed at the Red Earl from top to bottom. Boom. The figure of the Red Earl disappeared quickly like a ghost. Yi Si's blade touched the ground, and there was a crisp sound on the ground. In front of his eyes appeared a long rift valley, bottomless, and it was still spreading into the distance. Many buildings were destroyed along the way, so close. The Red Earl appeared on the building in the distance, a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Yi Si's knife went down, and he was probably seriously injured. However, his advantage is that he is fast, and he has no pride in dodging the opponent's attack. Because today's battle let him know, this is the strength gap between humans and gods. The strength of the man who ended locks is beyond his imagination. Can you only run, the Red Earl? Yi Si sneered. Whoosh whoosh. The Red Earl suddenly took out 3 silver needles from his pocket, covered them with hockey, and played Yi Si. Yi Si turned his head slightly to avoid his attack. Just kidding, the current observation hockey has reached a point where he can predict the future for a short time. Can some silver needles hurt him a lot? 039 Black Dragon form, Garp arrives, full order required. We will fight another day. I will withdraw first, the Red Earl said with a smile on his face, carrying an umbrella on his shoulder. Meeting Yi Si today and fighting against him, he has been satisfied in his heart and needs to retreat. If he continues to entangle, he may not be able to leave. Want to leave? Yi Si sneered. What kind of person is he really, that he can come to a cat or a dog and leave safely after provoking? Goodbye Yi Si, next time we meet, I will win. Red Earl had a confident smile on his face. He got a clue of a Eudemon's devil fruit, and he went to sea this time to find devil fruit. But I was attracted by Yi Si, so I came to meet him specially. As long as he can get that Wangshi devil fruit, he thinks, even if it is Yi Si, he may not be powerless. Without paying a price, do you think I will let you leave? 247, Yi Si said coldly, looking at the figure of the Red Earl with a gloomy expression. The Red Earl's speed was very fast, constantly shuttled over the buildings of the Sabaody archipelago, leaving behind afterimages. Black dragon form. Looking at the back of the Red Earl leaving, Yi Si said lightly. I saw dragon scales began to appear on his body, and his body began to change. In just an instant, he transformed from a human form into a black dragon form. In the form of a black dragon, his skin is black and blue mixed together, and his wings are covered with hard dragon scales. At this time, he exuded a terrifying aura all over his body. Dragon, it's a dragon, Bernard Issan has become a black dragon. The many pirates who were sitting and watching from a distance were shocked when they saw this scene and stood up quickly, staring at Yi Si with a shocked expression. He can turn into a dragon. What is he, devil fruit? A pirate swallowed, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said in a trembling voice. No wonder he can end locks. It turns out that he still has such ability. Watching this battle today is a worthwhile trip. The pressure emanating from the black dragon was so great that even the people watching the battle from afar felt palpitated. Black dragon. Rem looked at Yi Si above in surprise, never expecting that he could be transformed into such a form. Is Yi Si a member of the dragon clan? Lam looked at Yi Si, who turned into a black dragon above him, and asked the tornado beside him very unexpectedly. Yi Si is not a dragon. This is a Kunalaji's ability. Yi Si seems to have a special ability to use other people's power. Tornado responded calmly, shaking his head slightly. Advertisement, so that's the case. Ram nodded. Damn, what's going on? He can turn into a dragon? On the building in the distance, the Red Earl, who was running back and forth, turned his head and saw a huge black dragon, and was startled. When he saw it for the first time, he thought it was other demon fruit power coming to Sabaody archipelago. But the aura of the black dragon was very familiar, and after a short thought, he knew that the black dragon was Yi Si. Yi Si used a lot of abilities, and now he turned into a black dragon again, and the Red Earl was completely dumbfounded. Don't know exactly what demon fruit power he is. Yi Si turned into a black dragon floating in midair with a huge body, attracting countless people from Sabaody Archipelago. He opened his mouth wide, gathering a mass of black energy fluctuations in his mouth, and it was constantly amplifying. Roar! He roared loudly, and the huge energy wave ball rushed towards the Red Earl with overwhelming power, destroying all power. The Red Earl turned his head and saw the huge black energy wave ball in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat. Before he finished speaking, he was directly swallowed by this force. Boom! Just hearing a loud noise, a major earthquake occurred in the Sabaody Archipelago, setting off countless smoke and dust, causing waves of ripples and sweeping around like a violent storm. The entire Sabaody Archipelago can clearly feel a shaking. Countless buildings were destroyed, and the Red Earl's breath also disappeared in the Sabaody Archipelago. At this time, he was not dead but seriously injured. Yi Si's face was calm, and he changed from the black dragon form to the original form. Just kidding, do you think you can leave safely? Yi Si looked at the explosion area ahead and sneered. He has already rejected the Red Earl, but the other party insists on challenging him. How can he not make him pay the price? Okay, the trouble has been resolved, let's continue shopping, Yi Si said calmly. Okay. Tornado nodded. Just when a few people wanted to continue shopping, they suddenly heard footsteps. I saw a group of marine soldiers running from a distance, and the leading marine was Garp. Advertisement. That's right, several hours have passed since the battle between Yi Si and the Red Earl. At this time, Garp has arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago from Naval Headquarters. Bernard Issan, are you okay? Garp ran to Yi Si and asked. Even though he knew that nothing would happen to Yi Si, he still had to say some polite words. Do you think something will happen to me, Garp? Yi Si asked back. Ha ha ha. It seems that you have defeated the Red Earl, Garp laughed. When they ran over along the way, the ground was already in a mess, and many buildings were destroyed. Fortunately, the Sabaody Archipelago crowd dispersed long ago, and no wounded have been found so far. This is not something to show off, Yi Si said calmly. But where is the Red Earl now? Garp asked. Should have run away, Yi Si said, pointing to the smoke rising in the distance. Who did this? Garp also noticed the thick smoke and raging fire rising in the distance, and asked with a slight frown. Are you asking Garp knowingly? Yi Si said lightly. Ha ha ha. I see. Garp scratched his head with a smile, then turned his head to the many marines behind him and said solemnly, hurry up and put out the fire. Yes. Marines shouted in salute, then quickly rushed to the fire site. 4.5. The crowd is dispersed, don't worry Garp. Yi Si patted Garp's shoulder and smiled. He knew what Garp was worried about. He has some grievances with the Red Earl, but he will not idle and kill indiscriminately. Garp nodded upon hearing this. Let's go shopping in Area 43. Yi Si instructed Rem and the others behind him. It's up to the Marines to clean up the end of this farce. Anyway, he is also a celestial dragon, and he is still a celestial dragon with a high status, so he still has privileges. If there is no accident, the news that he caused damage in Sabaody Archipelago today should be suppressed. Or shift the blame onto someone else. Because the world government is a group of people who value face. He destroyed a large number of buildings in the Sabaody Archipelago. If it spreads, people in the world government will think that the influence is not good. 040 Yi Si. Why did someone break in? On this day, Area 42 of the Sabaody Archipelago was largely destroyed, but no one dared to blame Yi Si. He took Ram, Tornado, and Yunohana Retsu for a day of shopping, and he was exhausted physically and mentally. At night, Kodzuki hangs high. Yi Si and others have returned to the Holy Land of Myriad. The day's journey is finally over. From now on, I won't go shopping anymore, Yi Si complained. I have to say that shopping this time was more tiring than fighting, it was hell. Now he was sweating all over. He went to the artificial hot spring to soak in a hot spring, asked the maid to help him relax, and then he went back to the house to sleep. The next day, when Yi Si woke up, breakfast was ready. He ate his breakfast while a maid presented him with the latest newspaper. Is the news really released? Yi Si looked at the newspaper in his hand, took a sip of tea, and smiled unconsciously. The news is out. However, the responsibility for the destruction of the Sabaody Archipelago does not lie with Yi Si, but with the Red Earl. The newspaper published a picture of the Red Earl. The general content of the newspaper 15 is that the Red Earl wanted to destroy the Sabaody Archipelago, but was stopped by Yi Si. Newspapers took this opportunity to blow Yi Si again. Conversing right and wrong, it really is your world government that is good at it, Yi Si joked with a smile. Did you fight anyone yesterday, Yi Si? Guoyuan looked at the newspaper in his hand, then looked at Yi Si and asked. Yi Si flipped through the newspaper in her hand and nodded. Damn it, if I knew I would have gone too, Akunologia said regretfully. He knows that it is not easy to fight against Yi Si. If he went, he could still fight the opponent twice, but he still didn't lose it. Ah, the wicked son. Wait, didn't you go to Akuno too? Uchiha Madara reminded while eating. When did I go? Akuno asked with some doubts. Advertisement. Look. Uchiha Madara unfolded the newspaper, and showed Yi Si in the form of a black dragon on the newspaper to Akunologia. Did I go? No, Madara, didn't the two of us sleep in the sun in the backyard yesterday? When did I go? Akuno frowned slightly, thinking seriously. Don't both of you read newspaper headlines? Long Wan couldn't help covering his mouth and snickering. Upon hearing this, the two glanced at the headlines of the news. Celestial Dragons Yi Si turned into a black dragon. They muttered to themselves, reading out the headlines in the newspaper. You can still use my ability ye see. Akunologia suddenly reacted and said in surprise. What's the matter? My true several thousand hands has long been learned by ye see. Senju Hashirama responded with a calm shrug. In the war in the Valley of the Gods, it was ye see who defeated Locks with Sage Art True Several Thousand Hands. As for True Several Thousand Hands, he is the only one who can use it in the entire Hokage ninja world. Even in his world, it is extremely difficult for other wood-style practitioners to learn True Several Thousand Hands. Because Sage Mode must be turned on before it can be used. But somehow, ye see learned it. While everyone was having dinner, reading newspapers and discussing, a maid suddenly rushed in and said in a panic. Master, someone broke in. What? Ye see frowned slightly upon hearing this. Someone still dares to break into his castle. Could it be that pirates have invaded the holy land of Myriad? But no, Locks is already dead. How dare other pirates invade? Is there an intruder? It just so happens that I haven't been active for a while, so let me come. Akunologia stood up all of a sudden and said with a smile on his face. Who is the intruder? The Luogia pirates, or the world destroyer Brandy World? Ye see asked carefully. Now there are very few big pirate forces in the New World who dare to show their heads. The other pirate forces have avoided the edge for the time being because of the death of Locks. Only these two pirate groups are still active in the sea these days. No, it's not, it's a Celestial Dragons. The maid shook her head and responded hastily. A Celestial Dragons? Ye see was stunned when he heard this. The Celestial Dragons of the Holy Land of Myriad all know his identity. No matter who wants to enter his castle, he needs to ask for instructions. Why does someone dare to break in now? Yes, he also brought a few bodyguards. The maid nodded. Advertisement, hee. Are the Celestial Dragons already this bold? Ye see sneered for a while. He has been dubbed the title of God, and now his status in the entire Holy Land Myriad can almost be said to be only inferior to I am and 5 elders. It's audacious for Celestial Dragons to break into his castle without asking. TCH, I thought he was a strong man. When Akunologia heard that the intruders were Celestial Dragons, he said disdainfully. Although he respects ye see, he really looks down on the other Celestial Dragons. Let's go out and have a look. I want to know who is so bold to break into my territory. Ye see stood up and ordered. Everyone stood up and walked outside. In the courtyard of the castle, I saw a fat man wearing a bubble helmet, chasing a maid all over the courtyard. The maid panicked and kept running, while the bodyguards in black not far away were watching with their hands behind their backs. When they suddenly noticed that it was Ye See who came out from the depths of the castle, they trembled all over, and dense beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Uncle Bernard Issan. They trembled out Ye See's name. Boom. Seeing that Celestial Dragons was about to capture the maid, Ye See 397 suddenly came up to him, punched Celestial Dragons in the face and sent him flying, hitting the wall heavily, half dead. You guys are really brave, broke into my castle, and dared to arrest my people. With a sneer on the corner of Ye See's mouth, he looked at several black-clothed bodyguards not far away. Seeing that she was saved, the maid quickly hid behind Ye See. Hugs. Sorry, Bernard Issan, we didn't know this was your castle. The man in black bent over and said in a stammering voice. They really didn't know it was Ye See's castle because they were from the Valley of the Gods before. Because the Valley of the Gods sank into the sea. So the Celestial Dragons moved to the Holy Land of Myriad. And the one who was just blown away by Ye See was a Celestial Dragons with a higher status in the Valley of Gods. When this Celestial Dragons was wandering around the Holy Land of Myriad today, he found that the castle of Ye See's house was nice, so he wanted to visit it. But seeing a beautiful maid, he wanted to catch her back, but was beaten away by Ye See in the end. The same Celestial Dragons, that Celestial Dragons thought it would be fine no matter how much trouble they caused. But unexpectedly, what he broke into today was Ye See's castle, and Ye See would not spoil him. A broken arm or a broken foot, you can choose for him. Ye See said kindly. Breaking into his castle rashly, and daring to arrest his maid, do you really think he is easy to bully? Even if it can't be killed, it still requires him to pay a little price.